What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 7 UC Chapter 181 Divert Attention, The Inner Sea of the Mind. Sky Palace. Under the endless blue sky, white clouds are rising everywhere, but this is only the scene of the left half of the sky. Because to the right of the sky is a sea of thunder. The sky was blue-purple, but on this side the sky was a dense sea of thunder. Chen visually determined that each bolt of lightning inside was about the size of a bucket. And in the clouds on both sides, there is another real dragon lurking. It must be the one being guarded here. If Chen's guess was correct, this was his spiritual incarnation, the result of his learning of breathing techniques. But to Chen's surprise, he remembered the last time he came. Only when Enmu died, this place was not so spectacular. The sky should not be divided into two like it is now, and each side should present a different scene. So, Chen made a preliminary judgment. This sky is growing according to my level of learning. So what about the destructive killing skill that I just learned? Just as he was thinking about it, Chen discovered that the two real dragons lurking in the clouds suddenly flew out and began to fly. While swimming, the surrounding air was violently torn apart. Then the real dragons swung their tails, and a huge shockwave was released. Chen's mouth twitched. It turned out that his dragon would display its skills according to the owner's wishes. However, Chen did not forget his main purpose. He walked straight towards the center of the memory palace. Pushing open the door, a grand lobby opened up in front of Chen. A crisscrossing picture suddenly floated out of the air and appeared in front of Chen. This is the spiritual core of Chen, and everything is born out of Chen's ideas. Therefore, this became Chen's best way to acquire memories. Soon, Chen found his memory of where he was in Waji. Memories came flooding back. The details of the battle, the scene on the spot, and even all the subtle factors such as light sensitivity and wind speed were captured in Chen's mind. Chen seemed to be at the scene again, but this time he was not a fighter, but a spectator. The location chosen by Chen was in the forest. This is where Chen and Doma met for the first time. Advertisement that was also the place where the innocent boy Doma expressed his feelings to Chen for the first time. Chen observed carefully. You have mobilized your memory, you are observing a certain part of your memory, and you have entered into deep thought. Facing Doma, you start to feel physically and mentally ill, but you still force yourself to keep watching despite the nausea. The more you look at the other person's face, the more you feel that he is exactly like a urinal, which is disgusting. I have to say, Chen really hates Doma, but he knew that Doma would definitely be able to mimic. He had noticed it before, in the details on Doma's face. However, this retrospective state of mind has some shortcomings. That is, you must focus on one detail, and with the help of this detail you can push your memories forward. To put it bluntly, Chen's ability to handle details has greatly improved. Therefore, if Chen wants to understand mimicry, he must keep staring at Doma's face. That's F*********. Chen cursed inwardly and then closed his eyes. The memories in his mind tumbled again, and then the scene around him began to change instantly. When he opened his eyes again, Chen was already in the position where he was fighting his opponent. However, Chen did not move his body, but handed it to himself who was fighting at the time. He just stared at Doma's face without moving. I'm trying to see a flower. You stare at the other person's face in a trance, you observe, and you fight against your body's instinct. You feel that your eyes seem to be unclean, and you perceive the other person's deepest emotions. You use the full concentration breathing method. You begin to shift your attention to the fully focused breathing method. No way. Chen could only forget Doma's face by diverting his attention. This is when the shortcomings of having a good memory become apparent. Chen can't forget. In this case, Chen decided to go all out. Anyway, my breathing technique has improved recently, so I will divert my attention for now. Practice your breathing techniques first, then use more powerful breathing techniques to hone your focus. You summarize the breathing methods for a series of moves such as thunder breathing, dragon breathing, and destruction kill. You summarize your basic breathing method, fire, wind, and thunder breathing method. Advertisement, you continue to deduce based on the 3 basic breathing methods. Based on your previous deduction experience, you concluded that after a thought, the dragon's breathing awakened a new form. You have an epiphany, you have awakened the wind dragon form. You have awakened the fire dragon form. From then on, Chen learned 2 forms of breathing again. The sky above the memory palace changed again. The sky split into 2 in an instant. Another endless golden skyline suddenly broke through the sky. The golden thread was like God's golden ruler, dividing the sky that was originally divided between the 2 heroes again. From then on, 4 areas were formed in the sky, divided by 2 vertical ravines. Right above the memory palace, the weather was beautiful and the handsome real dragon was hiding in the clouds and sleeping soundly. Then, thunder exploded in the south of the sky, and all that could be seen was a sea of thunder. Above the sky, a purple scaly dragon was flying endlessly, and the thunder striking its body was like a tickle. It swims freely like a fish and is the absolute master of the thunder domain. There was a howling wind in the north sky. The wind roared so harshly that even the clouds could not survive in this area. But a green wind dragon suddenly appeared, flying against the wind as if there was no one around. Finally, the sky was in the west, and all the clouds blowing from the north arrived in the west. This is the world of Flame Dragon. The sky was scorching hot all around, the temperature was even approaching that of Rengoku. The moment the clouds floated over, they instantly evaporated into gas and then dissipated into the hottest flame area. At this point, 2 more dragons were added to the sky of the memory palace, representing that Su Chen's breathing method had become richer. Su Chen frowned suddenly. As the types of breathing techniques evolved, some new inspirations came into his mind. Su Chen suddenly had some new insights into the understanding of the concentrated breathing method. You have an epiphany, you are exercising every cell in your body. Breathe into your nasal cavity and directly into your chest, and you begin to use oxygen to repeatedly train your body cells. Your cells are making cheering and encouraging sounds. You are trying to break through the upper limit of the whole concentration, Balian. You classify your red blood cells and white blood cells and infuse them with oxygen. Your body is doing a lot of aerobic and anaerobic exercise. Open black lens bracket. You are secreting endorphins. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 182. I really can't do anything about you. Your cells can't bear it anymore. Some of your cells let out a cry of compassion and suddenly exploded and died. Su Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth. I was so exhausted from meditation that I got hurt. But Su Chen did not give up because he had seen the light. You discovered that some cells survived and began to show new vitality. You discovered that these transformed cells were full of vitality. You began to observe these cells and named them 1,000 machine cells. You begin to repeat the process, and your body begins to transform. You have an epiphany. You suddenly realized a new breathing method of full concentration. Full concentration, 1,000 machines. Blow, 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 blow. A crackling sound came from Su Chen's body. However, this time it wasn't about growing taller, nor was it about muscles expanding, but rather a real injury. Countless cells broke through themselves, and most of the cells were shattered in an instant. But at the same time, many cells are reborn. These new cells began to divide continuously, secreting huge amounts of energy. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, these energies are inexhaustible and are squeezed from the depths of the cells. As if it were an inexhaustible energy core, countless energies poured out of the cells. Then it entered Su Chen's limbs and bones. A refreshing feeling rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Under the effect of the huge energy, Su Chen's original physical injuries began to recover rapidly. A warm current spread throughout his body, and soon Su Chen's injuries were healed. Su Chen also gained a lot this time. Complete collection, 1,000 machines. As the name suggests, rejuvenate cells, survive the crisis and then seek new strength. I didn't expect that I could learn such a great skill just by looking at Doma's face. Regardless of Akaza's concern, Su Chen closed his eyes again. In the memory scene, Su Chen looked at Doma. This time he overcame his inner nausea and looked directly into Doma's eyes. All concentrated, 1,000 machines. This powerful breathing method directly brought Su Chen into a new state of breath holding and concentration. At this moment, Su Chen finally entered a state of ecstasy. You observe the other person's face and enter a state of retrospection. Advertisement, you observed the traces of movement on the other person's face, and you inferred the other person's psychological activities and changes in expression. You look deeper, and you begin to look for traces of energy activity on the other person's face. You watched for a while, and you felt something in your heart, and you suddenly realized it. You have detected traces of mimicry activity on the other person's face. You are retracing the mimicry skill through details. At this moment, Su Chen had nothing else in his eyes. The truth of the world seemed to be right in front of him, and the secrets on Doma's face gradually disintegrated as the boy became more serious. A big secret of ghosts over the past hundreds of years is about to be revealed by Su Chen. Gradually, the timeline in front of my eyes slowed down. The expression on Doma's face suddenly disappeared, and the memory space around Su Chen also disappeared. Doma's face was eventually reduced to a faceplate. Almost nothing is there, including the facial features. But this did not affect Su Chen's performance. Su Chen was seen standing in front of Doma. Stare at the other person's face motionlessly, and then follow his movements. The other side of Doma's face changed. A mouth suddenly opened from the blank face. At the same time, Su Chen's expression also began to change while he was sitting on the train. Su Chen has the physique of a ghost eater and knows some blood ghost arts, so in theory, Su Chen can learn blood ghost arts. Time continues to pass. Su Chen continued to infer the power of mimicry in his memory palace. In fact, more time is spent on how to portray and sculpt a face. But it is worth mentioning that Su Chen used Doma as an example for his research. So unknowingly, Su Chen was also pinching Doma's face. The next moment, in the outside world, Su Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the train, had his face changed and turned directly into Doma's face. He suddenly grinned, and the smile and expression were exactly the same as the real Doma. He looked almost no different from the real Doma. I just don't know what the effect will be and whether it is realistic. Su Chen cannot consider this for the time being. Su Chen thought so. At the same time, Akaza outside was stunned. While driving just now, he was always paying attention to Su Chen's situation, and he would turn his head to look at Su Chen almost every time he drove for a while. As a result, just now, I was driving. When I looked back, Su Chen had disappeared. In its place was a face that was eerily familiar. Advertisement Doma. When did Doma come? Akaza remembered clearly that Su Chen was a human and should not be able to mimic. Could this person really be Doma? Akaza got angry all of a sudden. No matter whether it was a ghost or not, as long as it was a ghost, it was almost never a good thing. Then Akaza almost beat Su Chen to death. Su Chen, damn it. At the critical moment, Su Chen exited the memory palace in time and directly avoided Akaza's attack. Su Chen was stunned. What are you doing? But Akaza's face was filled with anger, and he looked like he was going to eat someone. Is that you, Doma? No, Su Chen said angrily. I don't know what Akaza's eyes look like. As Su Chen's expression broke, Akaza also reacted. He tried. Su Chen thought about it and finally nodded. An inference suddenly appeared in his mind. It turns out that my mimicry is so powerful that it even fooled Akaza. So, Su Chen put on Doma's smiling expression again and looked at Akaza. Sir Akaza, do you think I am pretending well? Akaza immediately clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, like. That's right. Su Chen immediately exited the mimicry state. Then he began to teach Akaza some knowledge about the use of mimicry. After teaching for a long time, Su Chen finally succeeded. Successfully discovered a fact. That is what Akaza can't learn. Su Chen said in a distressed tone. What's wrong with you? How did you become 12 Kazuki? Su Chen was depressed. Akaza's learning talent is too poor. Is it possible that the opponent's mind is full of fists? He really only knows how to fight. Akaza said a little embarrassedly. I don't know, Su Chen. Muzan said he was recruiting, so I came. Akaza was also a little embarrassed. It glanced out the window and saw that it was not late. And the train is about to arrive. Su Chen said it many times during this period, but he just couldn't learn it. It seems that apart from practicing martial arts, I really can't do anything else. Su Chen sighed resignedly. I really can't do anything about you. Chapter 183 Muzan anger. This is the third time Su Chen has said this to Akaza. This is enough to show Su Chen's helplessness. It is very troublesome to communicate with the ghosts of the fallen era, because it always feels like they are communicating across servers. What's more, Su Chen is a time traveler, and Akaza is also a person from the Edo period. With the superposition of two eras, the generation gap is doubled. Sit down and I'll teach you. Then Akaza sat in front of Su Chen. Su Chen used his big hands to fiddle with Akaza's face. During the period, Su Chen repeatedly emphasized that Akaza should use his strength. Just like the self-healing of vampire magic, put the energy into the face, and then the mimicry will be successful. After all the talk, Akaza still couldn't succeed. So Su Chen simply scratched Akaza's face, while saying, heal yourself. Boast, in an instant, a large amount of flesh and blood grew out of his face again, and a new face was formed in an instant. Su Chen. Do you understand, Akaza? What? Remember this feeling, and then let the flesh grow in a different direction. Don't let it grow back to its original shape. Su Chen reminded him repeatedly, and Akaza nodded heavily. After repeated adjustments between the two, finally, before dawn, Su Chen sculpted a fairly presentable face for Akaza. But the tattoo on my face can't be removed. Okay, that's it. Su Chen was also very tired. Anyway, as long as he could see the past, it would be fine. Su Chen did not make any mandatory requirements. As long as Akaza finds Tamayo, Tamayo will naturally find a way. Then let's just say goodbye, Su Chen said. Hearing this, Akaza suddenly felt reluctant. Are you leaving so soon? Akaza has lived for 100 years and has always been controlled by Muzan. Now he has been with Su Chen for some time. Suddenly I realized that I seem to have lived in vain for these hundreds of years. I should go now. Su Chen shook his head. Go find Tamayo when the time comes. Don't forget our plan. After all, I'm home now. Otherwise, I'd have to chat with you for a while. And it's almost dawn. Remember to go back in the evening. Don't even think about dying until you've expiated your sins. Infinite City. In the towering city, evil spirits gather here. Advertisement. Muzan looked at Nakim in front of him and fell into deep thought. Doma was taken out by it to look for red spider lilies. Generally, Muzan will not call it Kokushibu directly, because Kokushibu Muzan will not use it easily. So Akaza became Muzan's best worker, but today, it has allowed Nakim to summon back all of 12 Kazuki except for the two upper demons. Why is there no movement at this time? Muzan looked at Nakim thoughtfully, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Your skills. Nakim was shocked and immediately explained, my lord, I really summoned it. Muzan frowned. Then why? Nakim probed, could it be the same as Hantengu and the others before? Nakim knows it all too well. Because several lower moons died, the remaining lower moons were killed by Muzan on a whim. Several upper rank ones died, and then Muzan became excited again and took off Gyoko's head. My boss is very stubborn about the idea of sell one get one free. Nakim suddenly discovered a problem. That is, if Akaza also died, who among the remaining ghosts could be killed by Muzan on a whim? 12 Kazuki is almost all dead. Wrong. There is still one ghost left here. That's yourself. Nakim couldn't help but feel nervous. He won't kill himself, right? I am just an assistant who plays the piano. My crime is not punishable by death. If I die, Muzan will not even be able to leave the house. Now it depends on what Muzan thinks. On the other side, Muzan frowned. Obviously, he couldn't believe that he was left alone. How long has it been? The wealth that he had built up over hundreds of years was almost wiped out. The lower moon is fine, almost all of them are replaced every few years. But the situation is different for the Rising Moon, especially the first 3 parts. But they are all Muzan's precious assets, employees that it has spent a lot of blood and sweat to recruit. It would be such a pity to die like this, however, Muzan discovered after mobilizing his memory. It seems that I was wrong. Yes, it had just been watching Akaza's memory. Advertisement. I read it all carefully from beginning to end. Muzan clearly remembered that his strength was not enough in front of Jiguo Yuanyi. It found that Su Chen's movements were very simple, yet revealed charm. It was Su Chen, the ghost hunter, who used an ordinary Nichiren blades to chop off Akaza's head without any fancy moves. Finally, Muzan saw that Akaza slowly grew ahead. Muzan's face changed. That's right, this ray of flame reminded it of that man. But why can I still check the other person's memory for a moment? Then he exploded into countless pieces of meat before finally being able to escape. In 1 second, he chopped off his entire brain and heart. The speed was so fast that even Muzan was slightly surprised. Muzan closed his eyes and began to observe this memory carefully. And his swordsmanship is also very strange. He can actually summon physical flames directly with the help of Nichiren blades. His steps were graceful, and ordinary ghosts could hardly track his movements. There was an involuntary hint of hatred and even a hint of fear in his tone. At this point, the legend of his own god of hiding officially began. Fire. I also got the drawings of the red spider lily, so it was only a matter of time before I found it. To this day, Muzan still can't forget the day he met Yuichi Sugikoku. It suddenly realized that in its perception, Akaza had clearly been beheaded by Su Chen. The man in red robe who left a deep fear in its heart and made Muzan remember him for the rest of his life. But after Akaza's head was chopped off, the memories that Muzan could see did not stop. If the ghost's eyes disappeared completely, this time might be even shorter. Normally, I can only see the ghost's memory a few minutes after his neck was chopped off. But if a genius like Yorichi Sugakuni appeared during this period, it would be different. Muzan whispered softly. At worst, I can just look for another few hundred years. Muzan suddenly murmured. He didn't expect that Su Chen's strength was so strong that even Akaza couldn't beat him. A strange aura burst out from around its body. On that day, the man held the red sword, awakened the transparent world, and strengthened his body with stripes. Each time, there is only one strike, and the opponent only strikes once. Originally, Muzan thought that Su Chen only knew the news about the red spider lily. Something's wrong, but it's always easy enough to chop off its neck. Damn it. When did such a genius appear in the Demon Slayer Corps? Chapter 184 returned to Butterfly House afterwards. He could no longer sense Akaza's presence. Muzan's face was as cold as ice. Another one. Another one. Another ghost that broke free from its control. Akaza actually broke free of his control on his own. Muzan's expression was very ferocious, as if after meeting Su Chen, he had been having more and more bad luck. Seeing his boss going crazy, Nakim quietly took 2 steps back. Then with a cry of, "Dear," Nakim went straight to the 2nd floor. Almost instantly, the place where she was originally turned into ashes. I said, sure enough, her hunch was correct. Muzan will go crazy and lose his mind, and kill anyone who wants to. The next moment, in Nakim's sight, she suddenly saw Muzan burst into laughter. It was a laugh of frustration. Ha 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 ha. Muzan's face was grim, bloodshot in his eyes, and even the blood vessels on his face were swollen due to his excitement. The dense blood vessels were wriggling and cracking, making Muzan look very scary. Muzan knew that he had not lost Akaza, because it also saw the memories replayed before Akaza's death. Koishue. Muzan smiled disdainfully. Akaza, this romantic guy, is playing me here. You've broken through to the highest realm, but you chose to betray me. You're not a good upper rank 3, you actually betrayed me. Generally speaking, even if Akaza breaks through the supreme realm, if it still wants to serve Muzan, the number in its eye will not disappear. In this way, Akaza will naturally not be able to escape his curse. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. His own subordinates actually betrayed him because of their feelings. It was a wrong payment after all. Muzan looked at Nakim fiercely. Call Doma and Kochou Shinobu over here. Dear, in the early morning, the sun rose early. Su Chen's men have now arrived at the door of the Butterfly House. On the way, he was still thinking about Akaza. Su Chen was not worried at first, but after realizing Akaza's way of thinking, he instantly became worried. Advertisement Akaza is not as smart as Su Chen thought. I still hope Akaza can act cautiously at that time. Su Chen thought about it and returned home silently. He first checked the items on his person. I breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the backpack was not brought back. Although Su Chen's dream told him that he really liked the gifts given by Hinazoru and others. However, Su Chen was still quite sensible in his heart. If Xiao Ren really saw that he liked that, he might chop himself up. Boom boom boom. Su Chen knocked on the door of the Butterfly House. Soon, the girl Zhao King ran over and opened the door. Here it comes. The little girl was jumping up and down, her voice was very lively, and Su Chen knew that she was in a good mood as soon as he heard it. With a creaking sound, the little eyes looked outside quietly through the crack in the door. Move your eyes up, and up again. Then Su Chen's handsome face, so fresh and refined, appeared in Zhao King's eyes. Madam Su Chen. Although Su Chen has grown a lot taller and stronger, his temperament and good looks are still engraved in his bones. In addition, everyone in Butterfly House is obsessed with Su Chen, so it would be strange if they didn't recognize him at this time. Everyone come quickly. Master Su Chen is back. Su Chen blinked. It's hard to imagine how a little girl like Zhao King could roar so loudly. Soon, under the transmission of Zhao King, the loudspeaker, the whole Butterfly House was shaking inexplicably. Mr. Su Chen. Su Chen is an adult, Su Chen. The sounds of Su Chen were heard one after another, and thick smoke suddenly filled the door of the Butterfly House. Dense crowds of people rushed out of the Butterfly House. They all shouted Su Chen's name at the same time, and ran towards him with their hands and feet, their expressions full of madness. Su Chen was shocked, because the scene before his eyes was like a zombie siege. And you are the only piece of meat in front of the zombies. Oh my goodness, is Butterfly House doing big business? Why are there so many people? Zhao King also reacted at this time. She slapped her forehead and said, "Oh, I forgot that there are many patients coming for follow-up visits today." Under Su Chen's gaze, Xiao Qing quickly explained. The news that Master Su Chen was coming back was spread out, and then every day there were many sick female team members coming to see the doctor. Su Chen's mouth twitched. So these people are his fans? Or is it a fan of looks? Advertisement maybe Su Chen himself doesn't know. How awesome it is that I killed 4 upper-rank masters. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the only true god of the Demon Slayer Corps. Because since the establishment of the Demon Slayer Corps, there are few people who can kill the upper moons. But Su Chen did it. And there are 4 of them. In addition, Su Chen's medical skills, appearance, and temperament are added points. Now almost all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are fans of Su Chen. Some female team members even said that they must marry Su Chen in this life. For a while, Su Chen was the most popular person. After hearing the news that Su Chen was coming back, all the team members who had no missions crowded into the Butterfly House. Just for this day. See this scene. Even Su Chen, a man who had killed 4 upper-rank demons, couldn't hold on any longer. The dark crowd and the enthusiastic and crazy Demon Slayer Corps members, the expressions on their faces were even more terrifying than some of the ghosts Su Chen had seen. If a girl like this rushes towards you, what would you do? Su Chen could only run away. However, the next moment, a figure blocked Su Chen's way before he could take action. Sister Kanao. After seeing the identity of the person, Zhao King blinked and said excitedly. Shush. Kanao made a silence gesture with his hand to his mouth. Then he looked at Su Chen with a pair of affectionate eyes. Su Chen, I'll take you away. Su Chen nodded neatly. Okay. He knew that Kanao must know the shortcut, and it would be easier for him to escape through Kanao. It makes it easier for him to avoid this group of crazy fans. So without thinking, Su Chen agreed. Kanao took a deep breath, then stepped forward and gently squeezed Su Chen's hand. She whispered softly, "Follow me, Su Chen." Good. The girl fled far away with Su Chen. Now there are only confused fans left. Who is it? I saw someone got there first. That's right, Master Su Chen was still here just now. He must have been kidnapped by one of the A-level teammates. The crowd was outraged. Some girls were so angry that their chests trembled slightly. Just that little bit. I'm just a little bit away from meeting Lord Su Chen. Ah. This group of people were as angry as they could be, but in the end they could only worry and go back to the Butterfly House again. Chapter 185 Meeting Mrs. Amane. Waiting for the rabbit to come to them as a way for them to understand the game. The other side. In a familiar grove. Kanao, it's okay, we've avoided them. Su Chen's voice suddenly sounded, and Kanao, who had been running desperately in front, stopped in a daze. You? Su Chen then realized that Kanao was doing something wrong. His face was red and he was gasping for breath. He looked like he had done some heavy work and was extremely tired. Are you too tired? Su Chen asked with concern. Kanao's face turned even redder when he heard that. I didn't. The words came to his lips, but Kanao couldn't say them. Her face was as red as a ripe red apple, and it seemed like it might fall off. The girl lowered her head and buried it in her chest, her cheeks burning. Su Chen patted Kanao's shoulder gently. It's okay, I'm back, don't worry. When Kanao heard these words, she burst into tears. It was very abrupt, but Kanao was indeed very aggrieved. Su Chen was arrested because of himself, and then I had no ability to rescue him. During this period, Kanao felt empty inside every day. And there is always an extremely strong feeling of guilt. But now, Su Chen was clearly standing right in front of him. Why don't I dare to speak up? There is obviously so much to say. In the end, he couldn't say a word, and Kanao suddenly felt extremely useless. The sun slowly climbed to the top of the mountain, casting a mottled shadow in the woods. Su Chen raised his hand, and a ray of golden sunlight was just held up by him. Send it to the young lady. Her tone was gentle. Kanao, thank you for waiting for me. The next moment, Su Chen held Kanao's hands with both hands and spread them out in front of him. He looked into the girl's eyes and said, your hands have become a lot rougher recently. You must have practiced hard for me during this period, right? Su Chen you. Somehow, Kanao's eyes suddenly became moist. Advertisement. A feeling of being touched spread from the bottom of her heart. Because from the other person's eyes, Kanao found that Su Chen did not blame her. Without caring about being reserved or shy, Kanao got excited and hugged Su Chen directly. Then she started crying. Wow, Su Chen, you are finally back. I miss you every day. Why did you come back only now? Kanao's crying became louder and louder. At this moment, she took off her disguise. This was also the first time Su Chen saw Kanao like this. Su Chen couldn't help but smile, and then patted Kanao's back as if he was coaxing a baby. Then he said softly, okay, I'm back now. I'm fine. I'm sorry for making you worry, it's my fault. The wind in the woods is very light, the girl's love is very strong. It was not until a long time later that Kanao slowly stopped sobbing. Su Chen could see that Kanao was also very worried during this period. After calming down, Kanao let go of Su Chen, looked at him, and was stunned again. I don't know what to say. Instead, a blush quietly appeared on her face, making the girl extremely ashamed. Su Chen was the first to break the silence. Then, Kanao, don't you have anything else to share with me? Kanao was stunned. After Su Chen's reminder, she suddenly remembered that she seemed to have a mission to complete. Yes. Kanao nodded, and after hesitating for a moment, he still held Su Chen's hand. Master asked me to wait for you to come back and take you to the Lord. As early as 2 days before Su Chen came back, Kochou Shinobu's crow has arrived. The message that Dai Ya brought back was for Kanao to take Su Chen to the Lord. It is said that the Lord wants to give Su Chen some instructions. But there is more news. Kochou Shinobu also instructed that if Su Chen came back, he should message her immediately. Because Kochou Shinobu is also anxious, but she never dreamed that Kanao would forget about this matter in his excitement. As soon as the little hand was held, Kanao's brain became confused. I don't remember what Kochou Shinobu said. Maybe Kochou Shinobu himself didn't expect that he went to the flower street alone just to meet Su Chen first. When I came back, my house was robbed. Lord. After listening to Kanao's words, Su Chen said, then Kanao, please take me there first, because it's an urgent matter. Kanao nodded, then took Su Chen's hand and walked towards the Yubayashiki residence. During this time, she looked back frequently, and when she found that Su Chen didn't mind her holding his hand, Kanao secretly raised the corners of her mouth. Advertisement. It specifically explains the current situation and future development plans for the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, he was only protecting the butterfly house and had no choice but to kill a few upper ranks. Su Chen said modestly, it is Su Chen's unshakable responsibility to protect the girls in Butterfly House and provide emotional value. Not only does it look cute, it also looks very adorable. Just hold hands, just think of it as a way to comfort Kanao. It's okay to suffer a little loss. However, the person who greeted him was not Ubuyashiki Kagaya, but his wife, Ubuyashiki Amane. Su Chen couldn't help but find it a little funny. Otherwise, Ubuyashiki Kagaya would have to take a look at what happened recently. This scene naturally did not escape Su Chen's eyes. He hates meetings and the like the most. Hearing this, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The sky is blue with a few white clouds. Mrs. Amane looked at Su Chen, her eyes full of apology. Well, Su Chen is kind-hearted. The girl just cried. Su Chen expressed his understanding, and Kanao on the side naturally didn't say much. And this expression is like that of a thief. Su Chen has arrived at Ubuyashiki's residence. I might as well go back to the butterfly house and hang out with the girls, and then practice swordplay with Kanao or something. The two walked along the road, one in front and one behind, towards the Ubuyashiki residence. Mrs. Amane's tone brightened. It can be said that you have made history in the Demon Slayer Corps. You are very kind, Mrs. Amane. It should be that Ubuyashiki Kagaya's health has been getting worse and worse. The general meaning is that there will be a special meeting on the pillars in a few days. Of course, Mrs. Amane gave Su Chen the privilege. Because Su Chen just participated in a big battle, he needs to rest, so it doesn't matter if he can't come by then. Mrs. Amane continued, Su Chen, you did a great job this time. The Demon Slayer Corps has never achieved such a victory in hundreds of years. Kagaya is feeling unwell and is unable to attend any activities of the Demon Slayer Corps right now. Please allow me to apologize. After that, Mrs. Amane briefly explained a few points and then said nothing more. But he could guess the result. It's okay. Su Chen waved his hand. I didn't expect that the little girl who didn't even dare to say a word before would now dare to secretly hold a boy's hand in a sinister way. Let's just forget about calling it history or anything. Chapter 186 Shinazugawa waiting for the bus. Time passes. Su Chen returned to the butterfly house again. This time Su Chen went through the secret door, and all the team members who were waiting for him to come back were quietly hidden by Su Chen. As soon as he entered the inner room, Su Chen saw a familiar large backpack. What is this? Su Chen asked tentatively. This is Master Su Chen's backpack. Xiao Qing popped out from nowhere and said, Master Su Chen, you are finally back. You must be happy to see that your things are not lost, right? Unexpectedly, Su Chen said with a pale face, didn't I not bring this backpack back? It was Tanjiro. Kanao said. Tanjiro said your backpack was on the train, and he was worried that you were too tired, so he brought your luggage back with you. Su Chen. Su Chen paused. Really just thank you, kind person. Su Chen really didn't expect this to happen. He didn't expect that the usually honest and enthusiastic Tanjiro would be so enthusiastic. When he saw my suitcase, he helped me carry it without asking what was in it. Then isn't he finished now? Others don't know what's in the backpack, but Su Chen knows. Isn't this the cool little suit that Hinazuru and the others gave me? What is this? I was too busy when Tanjiro sent it back, so I didn't even open it to look at it. Xiaoqing scratched his head and said, "It's all my fault. Now I will help Mr. Su Chen open it. Mr. Su Chen just needs to have a good rest." "Stop," Su Chen shouted, successfully drove Zhao King away. Xiaoqing looked confused. "What's wrong, Master Su Chen?" Su Chen paused and thought for a moment. This backpack contains my unused clothes, they are so dirty, just don't touch them and let me do it." Hearing this, Zhao King's tone became more determined. "No, Mr. Su Chen is already so tired, let Sister Kui do the laundry. Sister Aoi is washing the bed right now, I'll bring it to her right away." "Wait a minute," Su Chen stopped Zhao King again. At this time Kanao also noticed something was wrong. She blinked and looked at Su Chen. "Su Chen, are these some of your personal belongings?" Kanao blushed when he said this. Su Chen nodded decisively. "Ah yes. Who cares? The most urgent thing is not to let the girls open these things. Advertisement. Otherwise, I will be socially dead." Su Chen walked to the backpack in 2 or 3 steps and picked it up. "I'll go throw it away. It's too unhygienic to leave these things here." "No, Mr. Su Chen." Xiaoqing blocked Su Chen's way twice. "These things all belong to Mr. Su Chen, just wash them, don't throw them away." In the end, Su Chen couldn't win over the other party, and both sides took a step back. Su Chen said he would wash it himself and hid the backpack in his room. Going to find another time to throw it away. While doing things, Su Chen kept looking around. But strangely, he didn't see Kochou Shinobu. "Where's Shinobu?" Su Chen came in front of Kanao and asked. "It's been a long time since I came back today. Even if I had other things to do outside, I should have come back. Moreover, Hinazuru had sent a message to the base before he came back, so Kochou Shinobu should have received it." Kanao replied. "Master went to find Su Chen and hasn't come back yet." Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turns out Kochou Shinobu isn't here. Fortunately, it's fortunate that I hadn't, otherwise if she knew what was in my backpack, she would definitely chop me into pieces first. But according to what Kanao said, Kochou Shinobu seemed to have gone far away. "And it's about myself. Looking for me." Su Chen pointed at himself and confirmed, "Am I not in the butterfly house? Where is she going to find me?" Kanao blinked, then shook his head. "I don't know. ... Ah, huh, in an unknown train station. Kochou Shinobu and Shinazugawa were waiting for the train here board." Kochou Shinobu looked up at the sky, his delicate face full of confusion. "Strange, is Su Chen thinking about me?" It was already getting dark. It was already winter in the city, and the temperature dropped again as night fell. Kochou Shinobu's small body was a little cold, and there was some moisture on her colorful haori. It's enough to show how quickly the weather deteriorated. Shinazugawa stood in front of the railway with his chest exposed, his face grim, and gnashed his teeth as he said. "This is really weird. The train should have arrived yesterday, why hasn't it arrived today? Shinazugawa has been waiting here for 2 full days." Advertisement. During this time, since Kochou Shinobu was a girl, Shinazugawa would humbly let Kochou Shinobu go back and rest. He said he would tell her when the train arrived. Then Shinazugawa was waiting here. This wait lasted a whole day and a night. It was probably that the train had a problem. After waiting for a long time, the train did not come. During this time, many passengers left silently. But Shinazugawa still insisted on waiting here. Time waits for no one, he must get on the car and return to the Demon Slayer Corps as soon as possible. He wanted to ask Su Chen about the subsequent development of the pattern. Of course, what is more important is the prostitution incident in Red Street. Shinazugawa's quick mind always felt that things were not that simple, and his intuition told him that this matter must be closely related to Su Chen. Now Shinazugawa can't hold on any longer. The train hasn't arrived yet. And Kochou Shinobu couldn't wait and came to the station. At first Kochou Shinobu was puzzled. "I came back and rested for a day, but Shinazugawa hasn't notified me yet." Kochou Shinobu thought that Shinazugawa wanted to take revenge on her for complaining about him before, and deliberately did not bring her back to see Su Chen. Then Kochou Shinobu came over in a hurry. As a result, I saw Shinazugawa standing in the wind. "I'm fine, at least I still have some thick clothes on me." Shinazugawa, on the other hand, was wearing a single piece of clothing with even his chest exposed. After standing outside all night, Shinazugawa's nose was running because of the cold. The two spent the rest of the time waiting for the train. At this time, all the passengers had left, leaving only the two of them. The wind pillar Shinazugawa's face turned blue due to the cold wind. "Haha, don't let me catch this train driver, or I will have to chop him to death. It would be a lie to say I'm not angry. Shinazugawa bought the ticket last night, but the train was delayed and he didn't show up tonight. I don't know if the train driver was driving with his feet. How could it be so slow? Shinazugawa, look, isn't that the smoke from the train?" Suddenly, Kochou Shinobu pointed at the huge black shadow in the distance and spoke excitedly. Shinazugawa looked up and heard the sound of metallic friction coming from the distance. Chapter 187 Ghost Car. The black shadow in the distance was like a huge black metallic beast, rushing straight towards them. And above the black shadow, the sound of Uluru was emitted directly, and thick smoke was billowing. "It's a train," Shinazugawa roared, his bloodshot eyes suddenly widened. "How many days? Nima is finally here." When the train rumbled to a stop in front of the two of them, before it had even stopped, Shinazugawa jumped onto the roof and walked straight towards the front of the train. Shinazugawa was worthy of being called the Wind Pillar, and he reached the front of the train car in just a few jumps. Then he dived down, found the window and went in. After seeing this, Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but shook his head. Shinazugawa is still so irritable. However, when she thought about the fact that the train driver was late and she would have to wait 2 days to see Chen, she suddenly became very angry. He got on the train angrily and then walked towards the front of the carriage. But before Kochou Shinobu arrived, there was a sudden loud bang at the end of the carriage. Squeak. It sounds like metal tearing. Kochou Shinobu's face turned pale. Shinazugawa did it. This thought had just popped into her mind when there was another bang. This is the sound of glass breaking. Then Kochou Shinobu saw Shinazugawa through the window. Shinazugawa. Kochou Shinobu jumped out of the train, but saw Shinazugawa stopped in front of him again. The two met 50 meters away from the front of the carriage. Kochou Shinobu asked curiously, what was that just now? Kochou Shinobu is not stupid, and Shinazugawa, although annoying, is a person who only likes to kill demons. Even if the train driver was later, he would not have been able to kill someone with a knife. Moreover, of the two sounds coming from the head of the carriage just now, one came from Shinazugawa, which was the latter sound. The other sound does not belong to Shinazugawa, but should come from the former. Combined with Kochou Shinobu's understanding of Shinazugawa. This thing must be a ghost. Thinking of this, Kochou Shinobu's face couldn't help but become serious. How is your strength? Shinazugawa's face also looked unhappy. He was silent for a moment, then clenched the Nichiren blades in his hand. Your strength is above mine. Above you. Kochou Shinobu was startled. You should know that Shinazugawa is the Wind Pillar, and is at the top level of strength among the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. Advertisement. But the ghost I met now is more powerful than Shinazugawa. Could it be the upper string? Kochou Shinobu's thoughts raced. Could it be? No. Shinazugawa glanced at Kochou Shinobu. How could he not know what she was thinking? Even if it is this, you can't resist it now. Kochou Shinobu was still a little unconvinced when his thoughts were seen through. But when Kochou Shinobu thought about what Chen had said before, he held back. She took a deep breath and then tried to smile. Mr. Shinazugawa, can you see the other person's appearance clearly? But it's such a pity. Mr. Shinazugawa was here, but he still let him slip away. I don't know if Mr. Shinazugawa is not good enough. What a shame. Shinazugawa's face turned red. To be honest, he has rarely failed since becoming the Wind Pillar. He could also be sure about the ghost he encountered today. It must be the upper string. It looks like a humanoid ghost. Shinazugawa thought, he's wearing even thinner than me, it seems like he only has a vest, and he has a lot of tattoos on his body. But the strange thing is, when he said this, Shinazugawa's tone obviously paused. Kochou Shinobu put away his smile and asked seriously, what's wrong? Shinazugawa touched his chin and thought, but I looked at its eyes very carefully just now, and I didn't see any numbers in it. What? Kochou Shinobu glared with her beautiful eyes. The ghost that Shinazugawa thought was powerful wasn't 12 Kazuki. This moment, Kochou Shinobu felt that his understanding of the power of ghosts had been challenged. But why didn't it attack you? Kochou Shinobu was puzzled. This also confused Shinazugawa. Logically speaking, the ghost hasn't fought with me yet, and certainly doesn't know that I'm a pillar, so why would it run away when it sees me? Could it be because my strength has improved a lot recently? So now your appearance and aura can even scare off ghosts. Report this matter to the Lord when you return. There is no point in thinking about it now. Shinazugawa and Kochou Shinobu stepped onto the carriage again. At this time, there were already some passengers on the bus. Seeing the car coming, everyone was not stupid and the news spread quickly. Advertisement. Shinazugawa and Kochou Shinobu also picked their seats and sat down. But after waiting for a long time, the train did not start. The last passenger suddenly discovered that this train had no driver. Shinazugawa paused suddenly. He seemed to have discovered a problem. How did the train get back without a driver? Could it be that this car is a ghost car? Something is wrong. Shinazugawa suddenly stood up, and this scene immediately attracted the attention of Kochou Shinobu who was sitting next to him. Kochou Shinobu blinked. Mr. Shinazugawa, are you doing any special moves? Shinazugawa said in a daze. I remember now, when we first got on the bus, there was no one in the car, and I didn't even see the driver. What? Kochou Shinobu was also stunned. Not a single person in sight. So how did you get the car back? Could it be a ghost car? Could it be driven back by a ghost? Strangeness. It's so weird. The way this happened was unbelievable. First he discovered the ghost, and then he discovered that there were no passengers in the car. This is simply not logical. If you don't think about it too much, it feels like you've encountered a supernatural event. Kochou Shinobu looked back and forth on the train with her beautiful eyes, as if she suddenly remembered something. With a smile on his face, he casually asked the person next to him, hello, sir, what is the name of this train? The man saw the beautiful woman asking him a question and answered quickly, Infinity Train. Infinite Trains. It's this bus. Kochou Shinobu's mind worked quickly. Could this be the car that the Flame Pillar used to carry out the mission before? Did something unexpected happen? Kochou Shinobu thought so. After thinking about it, Kochou Shinobu released the message using the crow. In this way, the news can reach the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters in advance. Then Kochou Shinobu continued to look at the previous passengers and said, oh my, the train can't move without a driver. I don't know who to ask for help. All go. The passenger immediately stood up and ran to the crew desk to report the situation. This train left the two of them full of doubts. Fortunately, the departing passenger acted quickly. The train manager came over quickly and reassigned a driver. Chapter 188. Xiaonan who was full of stealing feelings. The train soon started running again. It's getting dark. The outskirts of Flower Street Station. Under the night sky, a man in black stared at the departing Infinity train and sighed. It was a close call. We were almost discovered. That's right, this figure is Akaza. It was it that escaped from Shinazugawa's hands. Because of Su Chen's instructions, Akaza has decided not to have any more conflicts with ghost hunters. Its target was clear, so it ran away as soon as it saw Shinazugawa. But later it realized that it didn't have to run away. I guarantee that even Akaza's biological mother won't be able to recognize the face that Su Chen sculpted for Akaza. And all those tattoos and ghost patterns were pinched off. In addition, Akaza's strength is higher than Shinazugawa, so the possibility of being seen through is actually very small. But there was no way. Akaza felt guilty having dealt with the Demon Slayer Corps for many years. Seeing Shinazugawa is like a thief seeing a policeman. Akaza is worried that if he sees Shinazugawa, he will lose control and kill him. Because in the past, Akaza's food source was to eat the opponents they defeated. But unfortunately, Akaza has quit now. It can be said that Shinazugawa escaped a disaster. The next moment, the tattoo on Akaza's face disappeared again. Its face suddenly changed as if it fell into a mist. Soon, an ordinary face of the public reappeared. Under the moonlight. Akaza was wearing a black coat, with his head hidden under the hood, facing the lights of the Flower Street. Slowly walked into the city. The next morning. Butterfly House. The patients inside couldn't wait for Su Chen, and the crowd slowly began to retreat. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps all have missions. So it is impossible to spend a long time here. The main reason was that Su Chen came up with an idea and used his dubbing skills to imitate the voices of several people to stir up trouble in the crowd. The general meaning is to let the team members work hard to become someone like Su Chen. Instead of blocking Su Chen here and not letting him go home. Then everyone came to their senses and decided to practice diligently to help their master Su Chen. Advertisement. The crowd quickly dispersed, which directly solved the congestion problem in the Butterfly House. Mr. Su Chen, you are so awesome. That's right, Sister Aoi has been chasing them away for days and couldn't get them to leave, and you just shouted and made them all go back. Long live Mr. Su Chen. Zhao King, Xiaocheng and Xiao Saihui each stood in front of Su Chen, their faces full of admiration. Su Chen naturally enjoyed this kind of gaze very much. At first he didn't realize it. But after leaving Butterfly House for so long, Su Chen began to miss the three little girls. Anyone who sees this look of dazed eyes being adored by three little girls with small eyes will be confused. It's just some small tricks. Su Chen said modestly. Suddenly, there was a noise at the front door, and it seemed that someone was calling Kanzaki Aoi's name at the door. Kanzaki Aoi walked out of the room, and Zhao King reminded her, Sister Aoi, it seems like someone is calling you at the door. Me. Kanzaki Aoi looked depressed. It must be those fans who didn't leave again. This group of people has been tricking me into guarding the door like this for a long time. Xiao Cheng explained. No, Sister Kui, Mr. Su Chen has just coaxed all the patients away, so it shouldn't be those people now. Hearing this, Kanzaki Aoi looked at Su Chen and asked blankly, what do you mean? Then Takada Ne told Kanzaki Aoi everything that had just happened. After hearing this, Kanzaki Aoi's eyes moved slightly, and he was really shocked. Mr. Su Chen, you actually have this kind of technology. Su Chen waved his hand. I only know a little bit, nothing worth talking about. At this time Kanao came out again. She had just finished sword practice. I came here just for Su Chen's praise. She told Su Chen yesterday that she hoped Su Chen could improve her fighting ability, so Su Chen has been giving Kanao special training these days. Kanao was standing in front of the Butterfly House building and also heard about Su Chen's incident. Then little stars appeared in his eyes. As expected of Su Chen, he solved the big problem that had been bothering Butterfly House for days in one go. Everyone's eyes were on Su Chen, making him feel a little embarrassed. And at the same time, at the door of the Butterfly House on the other side. Under the scorching sun, Kochou Shinobu, with messy hair, showed a stiff smile and continued to shout without giving up. Moshimoshi, is there anyone in the house? I'm back. Unfortunately, Kochou Shinobu was ignored. Kochou Shinobu blinked, confused. Is there no one in the Butterfly House anymore? Why wasn't there anyone to open the door? Yesterday, in order to save time, Kochou Shinobu and Shinazugawa started their journey as soon as the train arrived. We still walked on small paths and mountain roads. Just to come back earlier. Advertisement. In pursuit of speed, Kochou Shinobu now looks a little embarrassed. His clothes were a little dirty and his hair was messy. Her eyes showed that she had lost all hope in life. A few words are all about Su Chen. Unfortunately, Kochou Shinobu thought so much, but ended up being blocked at the first step. Otherwise, what would she do after meeting Su Chen? She didn't want to leave a bad impression on Su Chen. Quote. But as soon as the words came out, Kochou Shinobu pursed her lips and bit the air with her teeth. Do you really have to climb over the wall to get into your own home? It seems that this is the only last resort. Butterflies indoors. No way, no way. If Su Chen saw me dressed like this, would he misunderstand that I didn't really value him? Kochou Shinobu was confused. Su Chen gave Kanao a few simple instructions, and then let Kanao go back to practicing sword. Kochou Shinobu's smile suddenly froze on his face. Seeing that no one was around, the girl tiptoed towards the back door of the butterfly house. Kochou Shinobu touched her hair, then nodded and looked at her feet and clothes. Su Chen is back. Kochou Shinobu was a little excited, and then wanted to take the opportunity to shout again. And then the next moment. So Kochou Shinobu decided that he must dress himself up properly before entering, at least to be clean. From a distance, it looks like a chicken coop. Mr. Su Chen, you are so awesome. Then his eyes turned towards the wall. Climb over the wall and go in from the back. So you don't even care about dressing up. I have been shouting at the door for several minutes, but no one opened it. Oh my god. ... How can I meet Su Chen in this state? Kochou Shinobu looked around with a vigilant look in his eyes. Although it was his own home, his sense of stealing was very obvious. Kochou Shinobu's face lit up with joy. After listening to 3 sentences in succession, Kochou Shinobu was sure that Su Chen was really back. Suddenly a sound was heard from the butterfly house. I promised my sister that I would be a lady, so how could I possibly climb over the wall? The girl clenched her fists, her heart in turmoil. Chapter 189 Climbing the Wall. Kanzaki Aoi was doing the laundry, while Kokyo, Kasumi and Kone were cleaning the ward. After a large number of patients left, the house was very messy, so someone was needed to clean it. And this task naturally fell on the shoulders of Kokyo, Kasumi and Konohui. Finally, Su Chen took on the role of commander-in-chief. The warm sunlight sprinkled in the yard and shone through the windows, making the interior of the butterfly house very bright. A girl practicing sword in the courtyard. A girl washing clothes silently in the backyard. There were also maids holding brooms and cleaning the house. This scene was deeply engraved in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen stretched lazily with a smile on his face. I just feel like there's a hostess missing in the butterfly house. Without Kochou Shinobu, everything feels weird. Forget it, let's go to the backyard and take a look. Su Chen took a step forward, wanting to see how Kanao was doing with his sword practice. But as he walked, Su Chen's sensing compass suddenly vibrated. Su Chen closed his eyes. In the sky of the memory palace, a huge formation appeared out of thin air. 5 elemental dragon souls were flying around the clock. Finally, the wind dragon exhaled a strong wind, and the tip of the compass needle began to roll. The needle tip spun rapidly and soon landed at a certain position. Su Chen opened his eyes. He murmured, direction of the backyard. At this time, who would leave the butterfly house instead of going through the main entrance? Is it a thief? Su Chen wondered, and then closed his eyes again. Open black lens bracket. Open the transparent area. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. A transparent world appears in front of you. Close black lens bracket. Su Chen opened his eyes. The world began to become unreal. After passing through layer after layer of obstacles, Su Chen saw directly through the wall of the backyard of Butterfly House. Combined with his super hearing ability, Su Chen can clearly see every scene in the backyard. When he saw the figure tiptoeing in the backyard, Su Chen's expression was stunned, and then the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. It's you. Su Chen remembered that Kochou Shinobu's room seemed to be located in that location. What is this little fool doing climbing the wall? Su Chen was puzzled, but obviously more expectant. So Su Chen walked quietly towards Kochou Shinobu. Now Su Chen's strength can only be described as bottomless. Advertisement. If Su Chen wanted to play a trick on Kochou Shinobu might not even know who the other person was. The other side. Kochou Shinobu struggled to climb up, with an anxious look on his face. With a thud, Kochou Shinobu almost fell to the ground. The girl stood up quickly, blinking her eyes again and again. Then he made a mental note of Shinazugawa. There is no other reason. When we were walking on the mountain road yesterday, Shinazugawa walked very fast and kept moving at a high speed. Although Kochou Shinobu is faster than Shinazugawa, his endurance is too weak. After running for a long time, Kochou Shinobu's physical strength quickly runs out. When she reached the door of the butterfly house, her strength and energy had been almost exhausted. Kochou Shinobu wiped the sweat from his forehead. The weather is very hot, I have to get in quickly. But I still have too little experience in climbing walls. 2 blisters have formed on the soles of my feet, but Kochou Shinobu hasn't even crawled in yet. Total concentration. Kochou Shinobu's beautiful eyes widened, and then a breath of oxygen quickly entered the girl's lungs. Judging from Kochou Shinobu's attitude, he is actually planning to fight hard. Kochou Shinobu thought that as a great insect pillar, how could he not be able to crawl into his own yard? After failing twice, the girl's temper instantly flared up. Even the full concentration breathing method was used. With a clang sound, the girl's figure was like a live Kochou, and she flew 5 meters high in an instant. This is her last bit of strength. If I can't climb up again, I can only pretend to be back tomorrow. Kochou Shinobu, who was in midair, saw the wall getting closer and closer, and he was delighted. At this distance, there is hope. Snap. Half of Kochou Shinobu's body was hanging directly on the wall, but unfortunately, most of his body was still hanging outside. If you want to get in, you have to turn over. But Kochou Shinobu's strength had already been exhausted. After struggling for a while, Kochou Shinobu couldn't hold on any longer. As his hands and feet loosened, he quickly fell toward the wall. Kochou Shinobu was ready to hit the ground with his butt. But at the last moment, a pair of steady and powerful hands suddenly caught her in midair. Then two explosions were heard in the air. Kochou Shinobu hasn't responded yet. Advertisement. Then he suddenly entered the butterfly house. The blinding light shot into Kochou Shinobu's eyes, making her unable to open them for a moment. But this feeling is extremely familiar to Kochou Shinobu. Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu's face suddenly turned extremely pale. It was like a struggle between heaven and man in my heart. It's over. Su Chen finally saw me like this. What should I do? Wouldn't my image be ruined? You are too tired, you should have a good rest. As he spoke, Su Chen used massage techniques to massage Kochou Shinobu into falling asleep. Kochou Shinobu wanted to explain. As a result, I felt sleepy and immediately dozed off. Su Chen then looked at Kochou Shinobu's outfit. It was still the familiar colorful haori, but now it was all dirty. In some places there were still some broken branches and leaves hanging. Apparently she was a girl who ran back from the mountains. His hair was messy and his pants were covered in dust. It goes without saying that this dust should be the punishment for failing to climb the wall. Originally, Su Chen didn't know why Kochou Shinobu climbed the wall. But you can understand it by simply using the backtracking state. This girl was actually worried about being embarrassed, so she wanted to sneak in through the backyard. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that Kochou Shinobu would always pay attention to his image in front of him. Looks like he's exhausted. Su Chen gently stroked the ends of Kochou Shinobu's hair, then ran towards her room with Shinobu in his arms. In the next half day, Su Chen asked Kanzaki Aoi and Zhao King Xiaocheng Xiaosahui to come up. I changed Kochou Shinobu's clothes and gave him a simple bath. Su Chen had been waiting for Xiao Ren in the room. But don't get me wrong, Su Chen isn't waiting for that kind of thing. It's because of the massage. That's right, massage. Kochou Shinobu's long-term fatigue has overloaded her body. There are only 2 doctors in Butterfly House, and Su Chen is half of the shareholder of Butterfly House, so it is Su Chen's unshirkable responsibility to let Dr. Shinobu of Butterfly House take up the post as soon as possible. Put it there. Yes, just put it there like that. Su Chen directed Zhao King and others to place Kochou Shinobu neatly on the bed. Su Chen himself was also prepared. After stretching his wrists, he placed a basin of hot water and a towel beside him. Mr. Su Chen, the last time I saw you giving me a massage was last time. Chapter 190. Xiaonan wakes up. Yes, it was during the rescue match. I haven't seen Master Su Chen take action for a long time. I really miss it. I remember that time a female patient came to ask if she could subscribe to Mr. Su Chen's massage service on a monthly basis. The 3 little girls, Zhao King, Xiaocheng and Xiaosahui, were chattering beside them. Obviously, she was impressed by the massage Su Chen gave her last time. They all showed envious looks at the same time. Ever since Su Chen showed off his skills last time, the girls also wanted to be massaged by Su Chen. Everyone knows that Su Chen's massage skills are the best in Butterfly House. Last time, they saw with their own eyes that Mr. Su Chen was about to melt Lord Shinobi. Now Lord Shinobu is going to enjoy it again, and these little girls are so envious. Su Chen couldn't help but shook his head. You are in good health, go and massage yourself if you want. Zhao King blinked and said, I can't. Xiao Cheng interjected. Yes, Mr. Su Chen must teach us. Before Xiao Kaihui could say anything, Su Chen laughed and said, if you don't tell the truth, there will be no massage in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Kaihui immediately shut her mouth. Su Chen naturally did not forget that when he first came to Butterfly House, it was the 3 little girls who massaged his body. They don't know how to massage, aren't they just fooling people? Zhao King and the other 2 tried to convince Su Chen but failed, so they gave up and stood aside to watch how Su Chen performed the massage. They planned to study hard. Su Chen's massage skills are very good. It would be great if I could learn a thing or two from him. After all, they are not good at frontal combat. If they can learn this skill, they can take action themselves next time when Lord Shinobu is injured. Let's do it. Master Su Chen has begun. As soon as the words fell, Kanzaki Aoi, Kokyo, Kasumi, and Konane in the room all widened their eyes, staring motionlessly in the direction of Su Chen. In the picture, Su Chen was seen sitting upright, and then slowly taking off Kochou Shinobu's shoes with a pair of hands. Take off your shoes and socks. Soon a pair of crystal clear little feet appeared in front of everyone. Xiaonan's toes are very small, just like her small height, but they are very agile. The 10 crystal clear toes are round, not only shiny but also very plump. Su Chen took a deep breath. He secretly massaged his ghost hand in his mind and began to circulate his blood power. First up, Su Chen's warm big hand was placed on Kochou Shinobu's cool and white ankle. Hiss. Advertisement. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. It's so cool. That's right, Kochou Shinobu's feet are very cold. From a medical perspective, there are 3 reasons for this situation. Physical reasons, lifestyle reasons or disease reasons. Physical reasons are generally symptoms caused by kidney yang deficiency. Kidney yang deficiency type is the root of yang deficiency type, and yang deficiency type is cold. The body's warming function weakens, so cold feet appear, usually accompanied by symptoms of cold feet. The second reason is life. If you wear less clothing and expose your ankles, the evil cold will invade and block the 3 yang meridians of the foot, which will be accompanied by symptoms such as aversion to cold and cold feet. However, Kochou Shinobu usually dresses very tightly, so this situation will not occur unless he dresses like Hinazuru. The third reason is disease. When you suffer from hypothyroidism and adrenal cortex insufficiency, you will not only feel general fatigue, but also cold limbs. But Su Chen guessed none of these were true. Because it is very likely caused by the wisteria toxin in Kochou Shinobu's body. Although there is no direct reason to prove it, Su Chen's intuition has always been accurate. This result will take some time to prove itself. Su Chen plans to visit Kochou Shinobu's laboratory if he has time. Some research on pharmacology must be accelerated as soon as possible. Su Chen started working. A pair of large hands began to move back and forth on the soles of Kochou Shinobu's feet. Suddenly, the boy frowned. Because he felt 2 blood blisters on Kochou Shinobu's feet. Su Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. This silly girl, what has she done to herself day by day? Close your eyes. You have entered the realm of transparency. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. A transparent world appears before your eyes. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You start using the massage magic hand. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. ... Kochou Shinobu felt like he had been dreaming for a long time. In the dream, she was climbing the wall, and Su Chen was waiting for her on the other side of the wall. Once you turn over, you will fall into the trap. The scene changed and he was lying on the bed in the room again. Su Chen was massaging himself. Advertisement. So warm. Kochou Shinobu's body trembled, and then a warm current flowed from head to toes like a tide, making her whole body warm. Su Chen. The girl was mumbling in her sleep. Her face was filled with a happy smile, and in her joy, a trace of crystal tears slowly flowed from the corner of her mouth. The next moment, Kochou Shinobu woke up from his dream. The room was still empty at this time. This is. Kochou Shinobu slowly sat up from the bed and found himself in his own room. Is it a dream? Kochou Shinobu held his little head, always feeling that he was missing something. She subconsciously glanced out the window. It was already dark outside and I had no idea how long I had slept. But the strange thing is that my body doesn't seem to feel tired. Instead, my whole body feels warm. How so? Kochou Shinobu muttered to himself, feeling very confused about the changes in his body. She knew her body best. Kochou Shinobu knew that her body would become very cold when she woke up or at night. Something like today has never happened before. Master Shinobu, are you awake? Suddenly, Zhao Qing's voice came from the door. Kochou Shinobu looked in the direction of the voice. Zhao Qing. What's wrong with me? Xiao Qing replied. Master Shinobu fainted outside the butterfly house, and it was Master Su Chen who saved him. I fainted. Kochou Shinobu blinked, and then memories came flooding back. She remembered that she seemed to want to sneak in from the back, but she was exhausted because of lack of physical strength when she was halfway up the wall. Then a figure suddenly caught her. This person is Su Chen. It's over. It's over. Kochou Shinobu's facial expressions instantly became wonderful. A pair of willow-shaped eyebrows were frowned together. As the master of the butterfly house, wouldn't the insect Pilar's dignity be lost? Kochou Shinobu looked strange, and subconsciously glanced at Zhao Qing, then asked tentatively, did Su Chen say anything else? Zhao Qing shook her head. No. Then Zhao Qing said, but Master Shinobu, you don't seem happy that Mr. Su Chen is back. Chapter 191. Tonight will be the first time. Kochou Shinobu was stunned, then he realized the blind spot. According to Zhao Qing's previous statement, she was picked up from outside by Su Chen. So Su Chen didn't betray himself. The girl's face lit up with joy. Very good. It seems that Su Chen did not betray me, and I was right about him. The reason why Zhao Qing asked this. Because in their eyes, I probably didn't know that Su Chen had already arrived at the butterfly house, so my behavior just now aroused her suspicion. Ha ha ha. Kochou Shinobu smiled awkwardly. I just forgot, so you go and do your work, Zhao Qing. Xiao Qing nodded. Okay, Master Shinobu, but Mr. Su Chen will be over to give you the second day of treatment later. What treatment? Kochou Shinobu was stunned again. Xiao Qing replied. Mr. Su Chen treated Master Shinobu. Master Shinobu should know about it, right? Ha ha ha, of course I know. Kochou Shinobu said calmly. I'm a doctor, how could I not know? Kochou Shinobu really doesn't know. Could it be that I had some disease and Su Chen treated me? And from what Zhao Qing said, it seems that Su Chen will come over to treat me soon. But now Kochou Shinobu feels pretty good. My whole body feels warm and comfortable. Kochou Shinobu's expression suddenly froze. Could it be? Could it be that Su Chen saw me falling while climbing the wall? Then I got swollen, and Su Chen was going to help me reduce the swelling. Just when Kochou Shinobu was daydreaming, Su Chen came up. He knocked on the door 3 times first, and then the spirited young man walked in. Kochou Shinobu was stunned for a moment. Su Chen at this moment is completely different from what he was during the day. At this moment, he took a shower, changed his clothes, and blew his hair. He only dressed up a little, and his unconcealable handsomeness came out. Even Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but stare at him. Su Chen coughed twice, and Kochou Shinobu's mind was finally pulled back. Su Chen. Hello. Long time no see. Kochou Shinobu greeted with a smile. Happiness, joy, shame, embarrassment and other emotions are mixed together. Advertisement. Originally, Kochou Shinobu was very happy to see Su Chen, but when he thought about what happened when he met Su Chen during the day, he couldn't help blushing. As he was thinking about it, Kochou Shinobu subconsciously touched his hair. Then she froze again. My hair seems to have become much smoother. Kochou Shinobu checked his body and clothes again. Only then did I realize that I had changed my clothes, taken a shower, and had my hair blow dried. It's okay, it's all Xiaokui's fault. Su Chen saw Kochou Shinobu's confusion and spoke lightly. Kochou Shinobu finally felt relieved. But the next moment, Su Chen sat at his feet again. Kochou Shinobu blinked and said with a smile, Mr. Su Chen, what are you doing? Su Chen. Massage therapy. Kochou Shinobu was stunned. Massage. Su Chen. Yes, massage. Kochou Shinobu's little feet couldn't help but shrink. Thinking quickly in my mind. During this time, she couldn't help but glance at Zhao King. She found that Zhao King had a calm face, as if she knew what was going to happen. Kochou Shinobu understood immediately, so the treatment I received in the afternoon was Su Chen's massage. Kochou Shinobu's cheeks instantly turned red. She vaguely remembered that the last time she received a massage from Su Chen was in the butterfly house, and then she couldn't move. This incident also caused her to make a small joke. Is this massage coming again so soon? Although Su Chen's massage is indeed very comfortable and addictive. That comfortable, warm temperature. That kind of professional, impeccable technique. These are things that Kochou Shinobu still cannot forget. But not now. Kochou Shinobu didn't want to act like that in front of Su Chen. That's right, Kochou Shinobu still can't forget the embarrassing moment he got massaged by Su Chen last time. Ahem, Zhao King, please go out for a while. As soon as Su Chen entered the room, his transparent field was activated, and he naturally saw what Kochou Shinobu was thinking. Although Zhao King didn't know why, she still closed the door and walked out. Kochou Shinobu turned his neck, his eyes wandering, and his voice was low. Su Chen, what are you doing? Why did you ask Zhao King to go out? Advertisement. Su Chen smiled. You are afraid of making a fool of yourself, so I will help you call Zhao King out. Kochou Shinobu blushed, then pretended to be angry. I am worried that Zhao King will see it. Su Chen blinked. Then I'll leave. Kochou Shinobu glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Don't. Su Chen was amused. Then are you still going to massage? Kochou Shinobu was silent again. There was a hint of struggle on the girl's face, and there seemed to be a battle between heaven and man going on in her heart. Then Kochou Shinobu recalled the dream he had in the afternoon. The feeling of a slight heat wave gradually spreading through the toes to the whole body. The girl's brain got hot. He agreed. Come on, but you have to be gentle. Su Chen nodded. Direction, sure. Then Su Chen's evil little hands reached towards Kochou Shinobu's feet. Kochou Shinobu's face turned red, and all the nerves in his body tensed up. After a moment, Su Chen said hesitantly, why don't you take your foot out yourself? Just now, Su Chen had been searching for a long time at Kochou Shinobu's feet, but it was tightly closed and he couldn't find any space to crawl into. I have to say, now Su Chen finally understands where Kochou Shinobu's dressing style comes from. There really isn't a single chance of success. Su Chen saw Kochou Shinobu's embarrassment, and as a gentleman, he comforted him. It's okay, I'll come back when you're ready. Just when Su Chen stood up, Kochou Shinobu grabbed him. Xiaonan's eyes were flustered, and her tone was distressing. No, it's just my first time, I'm a little nervous. Su Chen blinked. Weren't we fine last time? Does that mean it doesn't count? Kochou Shinobu certainly knew that Su Chen was referring to the last massage. She shook her head, a little nervous and a little flustered. No. Yes, I mean, no one has ever touched my feet. Then the girl raised her eyes and said pitifully, you are the first one. Emma. Su Chen's soul was stunned for a moment. The little ninja looked so pitiful, with a pair of big eyes sparkling with watery light. The girl pursed her small lips again and again, her eyes were flustered and her words were gentle. With words like these added on, who wouldn't be confused? But Su Chen was using the transparent field at the moment, and he was obviously still able to hold on. He comforted her, it's okay. We were doctor-patient this afternoon, so it doesn't count. Tonight will be the first time. Kochou Shinobu was visibly stunned. Obviously she didn't expect Su Chen to say that, and her emotions became a little incoherent. Chapter 192 Su Chen, be gentle. Ah, Kochou Shinobu blushed and became embarrassed. Then she quietly opened the quilt, and a crystal-clear little foot stretched out. Su Chen was quick-witted and reached out immediately. But the foot was also very flexible. Seeing the big hand of a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, it trembled and immediately retracted. Su Chen played hard to get and pretended to leave. Kochou Shinobu got anxious and the quilt was immediately thrown off. Su Chen turned around and quickly grabbed Kochou Shinobu's little feet. Su Chen. Backquote. Kochou Shinobu. Asterisk omega asterisk. Su Chen could feel that Kochou's legs were shaking noticeably, and through his trembling muscles, Su Chen could sense his nervousness. Take it easy. The massage ghost hand appears. Su Chen could feel that the other party's trembling feet immediately calmed down. Kochou was shocked. Has this already started? And the other person's big hands are so warm. The warmth from the boy's hands dyed the girl's face red. Kochou Shinobu felt warm inside and her trembling feet immediately stabilized. She looked up at Su Chen's profile. His features were sharp and angular, and there seemed to be a faint smile at the corner of the boy's mouth. What a wonderful feeling. This was something Kochou Shinobu had never experienced before. Since childhood, Kochou Shinobu's parents were killed by demons, and then his sister was also killed by demons. Hatred filled the girl's heart. Every day since she joined the Demon Slayer Corps, she has been thinking about revenge. Even Kochou Shinobu took his own body into account. After learning that the demon that killed his sister was an upper-rank demon, Kochou Shinobu, who was well aware of his lack of strength, knew that he could not kill the demon through his own efforts. But she learned that Doma liked to eat women. Then this beautiful 18-year-old girl who had difficulty holding a knife actually started injecting toxins into her body. It can be said that Kochou Shinobu's inner world consists of nothing but the Haorian smile left by her sister. Only the butterfly house remains. Fortunately, Su Chen showed up. Only when Su Chen was actually standing here did Kochou Shinobu feel at ease. The girl quietly looked at the boy's profile. The sky outside the window was dark and the grass was growing wildly. It seemed that only at this moment, Kochou Shinobu's gaze towards Su Chen was eternal. The blush spread from the toes to the side of the girl's face. It's bright red and looks very beautiful. Kochou Shinobu's voice was full of trembling. Su Chen, you, be gentle. Advertisement. Su Chen looked at Kochou Shinobu and smiled. This smile made Kochou Shinobu's heart stunned. Then she felt the force coming from her feet. Soft and numb, Kochou Shinobu suddenly felt at ease. But since it was her first time to be touched by a man, her cheeks flushed. Su Chen's massage was very serious. This time he divided the massage into several steps, not only to relieve Kochou Shinobu's fatigue, but also because of the disease in his body. That's right, Su Chen actually wanted to improve the spread of wisteria toxin in Kochou Shinobu's body. As Su Chen's medical skills improved, he slowly began to notice the changes in Kochou Shinobu's condition. It can almost be said that there is no time to lose. So Su Chen decided to take advantage of his free time now and give Kochou Shinobu 3 massages every day. One is to prevent the toxins from spreading too quickly, and the other is to effectively improve the other person's body. A little stiff. Su Chen held Kochou Shinobu's ankle and found that the stiffness of the joint was a little beyond his expectations. Su Chen looked at Kochou Shinobu's pretty face and said, I'm going to start using force. Kochou Shinobu's voice was as quiet as words. Yeah. Su Chen started to exert force. With a click, comfort and sourness surged to my ankles at the same time. Kochou Shinobu felt so good that she almost screamed out loud. Fortunately, she covered her mouth with her hands in time. Kochou Shinobu glanced at Su Chen quietly and found that the other party did not notice anything unusual about him. At this moment, Su Chen turned his head and met Kochou Shinobu's eyes. Xiaonan's face turned red all of a sudden. At the same time. Outdoors, Zhao King, who had not left yet, had a strange look on her face. She sometimes looked at the door, sometimes in a daze. What are Lord Shinobu and Lord Su Chen doing in the room? The naive Zhao King didn't understand and didn't think much about it. She just wanted to go downstairs holding the wooden barrel. As luck would have it, a man in the Black Demon Slayer Corps uniform suddenly appeared in front of Zhao King. Zhao King saw the figure of the person coming and couldn't help but shout, Murata brother. Murata smiled and said, it's Zhao King. I'm sorry to bother you so late. Because it was night, Murata spoke very quietly. I heard that Su Chen was back, and I was so happy that I couldn't sleep, so I came to see him. Murata glanced in the direction of the door Zhao King had just looked at, and said, I heard that he has returned to the butterfly house now, right? Advertisement. Zhao King nodded. Yes, Master Su Chen is back. Murata grinned. Really? Where? Zhao King pointed to Kochou Shinobu's room. Oh, Murata suddenly realized, Su Chen is in there. I understand, I'll go in now. Don't. Zhao King grabbed Murata back. Murata said in confusion. What's wrong? Is Su Chen asleep now? Zhao King said unhappily. Brother Murata, this is Shinobu-sama's room. Oh, Murata nodded and thought about it, huh. Then he became suspicious. What is this? Zhao King explained mysteriously. This is treatment. Oh, Murata nodded. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. He also thought. After thinking it through, Murata decided to wait until Su Chen was done. Zhao King was also preparing to go downstairs. But at this time, Kochou Shinobu's cry came from the room. Ouch. Zhao King. Murata. Murata's expression changed. Oh no, has Lord Shinobu encountered any danger? As he said this he was about to rush in. But he was caught by Zhao King again. Murata turned his head and heard Zhao King say, Brother Murata, calm down. Master Su Chen is in there. What danger can there be? Murata was stunned. Yes, Su Chen is in danger inside, unless the danger is Su Chen. Murata dropped his hand from the door. At this time, a voice was heard in the room. Su Chen. Pain. Kochou Shinobu's voice was a little shy. It's my first time, a little bit. It's okay, I'll be gentler, you'll get used to it later. Hee. Inside the room, Kochou Shinobu tried his best to hide his voice. But there's nothing I can do. Su Chen's skills are so good that I can't control myself while pressing. And after massaging for such a long time, Su Chen touched almost all of her feet, and Kochou Shinobu's face turned red. Kochou Shinobu was a little shy, so she had to cover her face with the quilt. She just left her jet black hair outside. As for the face and everything else, I buried it all in the quilt. Chapter 193 Massage Master. As for Su Chen, he was in the realm of clarity and didn't feel much about the changes in Kochou Shinobu's expression. I just think Kochou Shinobu is quite cooperative. It's been so long and I haven't moved my toes at all. The massage for the two was in full swing. The two people in the room also listened to it with great enthusiasm. Murata looked thoughtful. I say, is this really a massage service? Xiao Qing nodded. Of course, Master Su Chen is a professional, and those who have used it say it's good, and some even want to subscribe to it monthly. Monthly subscription. Murata was surprised. As Su Chen starting to take on this kind of business now? Xiao Qing looked proud. Of course, Master Su Chen knows everything. Murata couldn't help but shake his head, a feeling of inferiority filling his heart. Then the next moment, Murata was about to go downstairs. Xiao Qing was puzzled. Brother Murata, haven't you seen Master Su Chen? No, Murata said meaningfully, I'd better come tomorrow. After all, it's a good time and beautiful scenery. It would be bad to delay Master Su Chen. Murata's figure became farther and farther away, leaving only Zhao King with an innocent face. What's the meaning? Zhao King put down the wooden barrel in her hand and looked towards the window outside the corridor. Is this scenery just like that? The naive Zhao King will probably never understand what Murata meant by what he said just now. At this time, Murata, who was walking away, also sighed continuously. As expected of Master Su Chen, now you have captured Master Kochou of the Demon Slayer Corps as well. Having said that, Murata glanced in the direction of the butterfly house with some admiration. I admire you. Su Chen, are you okay? Not yet, just a little bit. Su Chen, are you okay? It's almost done, just wait for me a moment. Su Chen, are you done? Alright. In Kochou Shinobu's room, Kochou Shinobu, who was covered in the quilt, would ask questions every once in a while. Su Chen also urgently accelerated the process at hand. After all, it's getting late, and if I delay any longer I won't be able to sleep tonight. Fortunately, Su Chen completed the massage with his professional techniques. You continue to perform massage movements, and your massage experience increases. Closing square bracket. You perform thousands of repetitions tonight, and your hand speed increased. Closing square bracket. Advertisement. You start to think, summarize, reflect, and draw inferences from one instance. Your experience increases, and you start to recall your previous experiences. You observe. Closing square bracket. Your thoughts are clear, and you have an epiphany. Based on the massage ghost hand, you have learned a new skill, massage master hand. Closing square bracket. Call. Su Chen sighed. There is even a feeling of wanting more. Through today's practical massage, I have unknowingly brought my skills to the pinnacle. This made Su Chen want to massage a few more times. Kochou Shinobu also has the same feeling. Only she, the person involved, knew that when Su Chen stopped, her feet were so hungry. I thought I could finally have a good rest. What a refreshing massage. As a result, when Su Chen's massage stopped, Xiaonan felt her feet were empty. The burning feeling was gone. What remains is only the afterglow of the sun. Kochou Shinobu's eyes quietly opened from under the covers. What a wonderful feeling. I pressed it but felt shy and wanted to stop. I can't help but feel itchy. Ahem, Su Chen, you should go back soon, it's getting late. Okay, you take a good rest. After saying that, Su Chen returned to his room the same way. When he left, he took the foot washing water away. Kochou Shinobu stared at Su Chen's leaving back in a trance. During this time, she quietly retracted her feet. It's so warm. Kochou Shinobu kept muttering. The residual heat from the toes lingers for a long time, and it feels warm as if they were being roasted by fire. Suddenly, Kochou Shinobu smiled. There was a hint of shyness unique to young girls in her smile. If other people in the butterfly house saw this, they would definitely exclaim that it was impossible. As we all know, anyone who has seen Kochou Shinobu's smile knows that Kochou Shinobu's smile is a classic fake smile. Such girlish shyness would never appear on the face of their lord. How could Lord Shinobu, as the insect pillar, have the side of a little girl? But it turned out that Kochou Shinobu was really excited by Su Chen tonight. Although Su Chen didn't flirt with her on purpose. Advertisement. But Kochou Shinobu had already fallen. So, some things now just need an opportunity, that is, who will break the window paper. The night is exceptionally quiet tonight. But Kochou Shinobu was not sleepy at all. There is no other reason. I slept for a whole day in the afternoon. Who can sleep now at night? Moreover, her heart was beating so fast that it almost reached the highway. Xiaonan was too excited now, so she couldn't fall asleep at all. The next day, when Su Chen and Kanzaki Aoi came again with the foot washing water. The sharp-eyed Kanzaki Aoi immediately noticed Kochou Shinobu's dark circles. Kanzaki Aoi asked with concern, is Shinobu-sama so busy now? You must have been worried about the butterfly house and the Demon Slayer Corps last night, right? Kochou Shinobu. Yeah. Kochou Shinobu sounded a little embarrassed, but didn't explain further. Instead, he focused his attention on Su Chen. The two looked at each other and smiled. Then Su Chen continued, Xiao Kui, please go out for a while. Okay. Kanzaki Aoi put down the foot washing water sensibly and then left the room. It was not until Kanzaki Aoi's figure completely disappeared in front of the two that Su Chen smiled and said, what's wrong? Can't sleep. Kochou Shinobu smiled a little embarrassedly and said, yes, a little, but why is it so early today? It's only the early morning. You have blisters on your feet. I'm afraid you can't lie down and will get up and walk around to rub the wounds. Su Chen explained patiently, so I came early today. What about Xiaokui? She was worried about you, and she couldn't sleep so she wanted to do something, so I asked her to help bring the foot washing water. Kochou Shinobu smiled and said, Su Chen, why do you have to massage my feet? Then the girl's tone became soft again. Actually, I'm not that delicate. Having said that, but the legs stretch very frequently. Su Chen. This question also puzzled Kochou Shinobu for the whole night. She had an answer in her mind, but she wasn't sure. So she wanted to confirm it herself. Su Chen sat down skillfully, and stretched out his hand to skillfully pinch Kochou Shinobu's little feet. Kochou Shinobu's voice instantly became quieter. It felt like Su Chen was pinching my throat and I couldn't utter a single word. Su Chen then answered Kochou Shinobu's question, because you are sick. Kochou Shinobu's expression changed. PFF'd, FFFF, I didn't. Chapter 194 At least I can live well in heaven. Su Chen shook his head. If he is sick, and it is not a mild illness. Kochou Shinobu didn't believe it at first, but Su Chen's massage skills started to attack the acupuncture points on the soles of Kochou Shinobu's feet. Immediately following, a heart-wrenching pain surged through Kochou Shinobu's entire body. It feels like being cut by a knife, like being torn apart, like being pierced by thousands of arrows. Fortunately, the pain began to dissipate quickly after a moment. Kochou Shinobu looked at Su Chen with lingering fear. At this moment, Kochou Shinobu finally understood what disease Su Chen had just mentioned. Su Chen's expression suddenly became serious. You know what, Ren, if you continue like this, your body will be broken down ahead of time. Kochou Shinobu stopped talking. A pair of eyes quickly calmed down. The pain just now made her sweat profusely, and in just a moment, the clothes on the bed were wet. Kochou Shinobu gave a wry smile. Su Chen, I seem to be a little sick. Su Chen, do you regret it? Kochou Shinobu. No regrets. Then Kochou Shinobu looked up at Su Chen and said, I regret it a little now. What if there is no treatment? Su Chen's words were like an ice knife, piercing deeply into Kochou's heart. Kochou suddenly realized for a moment. What if it can't be cured? The girl almost subconsciously looked in Su Chen's direction again. His eyes crawled down the young man's face, greedily wanting to take in every inch of his skin. Yes, what if the treatment is not effective? Kochou felt a little disappointed. But she never had to think about these issues before. Kochou Shinobu found the answer in his subconscious actions. This is Su Chen. The appearance of Su Chen added a little fear to her calmness about death. The fear grew thicker and thicker until it became thicker and thicker. Now Kochou Shinobu couldn't bear to die. I have no choice. Kochou Shinobu's eyes darkened. I want to avenge my sister. Kochou Shinobu opened up to Su Chen about his inner feelings. This was the first time she told someone a secret about herself. It's not just about the wisteria flower toxin, but also the concern that has troubled her for half her life. Su Chen looked at her quietly. Advertisement. But the girl looked up, and tears blurred her vision. Su Chen, I don't have any more. I have nothing left. My mom, dad, and sister, they were all taken away from me. I'm too weak to snatch them away. They bared their fangs and savagely snatched my sister away from me. As he spoke, Kochou Shinobu tightly grasped the Haori beside him. His eyes were red. I don't miss her for a single moment. There's no moment when I don't want to kill it. It's fine. Su Chen gently stroked Kochou's back. The tone is gentle. I have killed 4 of the upper strings. It will be the next prey. It can't escape. The mist in Kochou Shinobu's eyes grew thicker. So, Su Chen did all this for her. Why did you do this? Aren't you afraid of death? Su Chen suddenly laughed. Death. Of course I'm afraid, but why would I die just by relying on them? Su Chen's eyes suddenly became stern. I've met Doma. Kochou Shinobu was stunned. Then her expression became ferocious. In Su Chen's eyes, he clearly saw that the blood circulation in Kochou Shinobu's body had become faster. The girl was silent, her anger was palpable and the silence was deafening. I'm going to kill it. After a while, the girl managed to utter these few words. Su Chen comforted him, so you're going to use your life to drag it down with you. Kochou Shinobu was silent for a moment. Yes. Su Chen. Is it worth it? Kochou Shinobu. It's worth it. At least I can live well in heaven. Su Chen shook his head. But have you ever thought about what will happen to the remaining people in Butterfly House after you leave? You are only 18 years old, and they are even younger. Kochou Shinobu stopped talking. It can be said that the Butterfly House was the only thing she couldn't let go of before. Oh no, at least there is one more Su Chen now. Kochou Shinobu looked up at Su Chen, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. To be honest, she didn't know what to do. Advertisement. Su Chen met Kochou Shinobu's eyes that were asking for help, and analyzed rationally, there is no paradise in the world. If we have a good way to solve the problem, why do we have to perish together? Kochou Shinobu blinked. She is a very clever girl. Hearing Su Chen say this, I knew that the other party must have some solution. Su Chen, help me. Kochou Shinobu curled his legs together and hugged his knees tightly. A pair of eyes filled with requests for help. Su Chen said calmly, I have met Doma. To be honest, his strength was beyond my expectations. But after fighting once, I have a rough idea of his strength. What? Kochou Shinobu was surprised. Chen thought Kochou Shinobu was surprised that he knew the situation, but then he saw Shinobu suddenly jump up from the bed in panic. Then he began to check Chen's injuries. There was also a lot of concern in his tone. You fought Doma. Are you injured? Are you hiding something from me? The smile on Kochou Shinobu's face had disappeared. Instead, there was a deep sense of worry. There was also a hint of anger mixed with worry. Chen smiled. Ren, are you worried about me? Kochou Shinobu was stunned for a moment, then realized that his reaction seemed a little too extreme. But she remained terribly stubborn. Humph, why am I worried about you? I'm worried that there are not enough doctors in Butterfly House and I can't keep up with the work. Unexpectedly, Chen shook his head again. The situation is even worse. You have been lying in bed for the past 2 days, and I have been doing all the consultations at Butterfly House. I really can't keep up with the work. Kochou Shinobu's body trembled. Then she said with some concern. Then, are you okay? It's okay. Chen waved his hand. Let's start today's treatment first. After all, you can take revenge only when you are better. Speaking of revenge, Kochou Shinobu's eyes became serious again. Then she stretched out her feet without hesitation. The movements are much more agile than yesterday. Chen was not polite when he saw this. Kochou Shinobu's acceptance of treatment means that the other party has listened to what he said. This way, Kochou Shinobu won't be involved when Doma dies. So let's get down to business. The goal is to curb Kochou Shinobu's illness first. Chen took a deep breath and recalled yesterday's content about the massage master. You have entered the realm of transparency. Closing square bracket. A transparent world appears in front of you. Closing square bracket. You observe the tendons, veins and blood vessels in the other person's feet. You have a clearer understanding of the blood vessels and blood flow. Closing square bracket. Chapter 195 I'm not that kind of person. You have deduced a set of massage methods that best suits the other person's body. Closing square bracket. In just a moment, Chen got the hang of it. The technique is still skillful. And when Chen's big hand touched Kochou Shinobu's feet, Kochou Shinobu knew. Master Sus craftsmanship has improved again. The first thing I felt was still the burning sensation. The warmth spread from Chen's fingertips to Kochou Shinobu's toes, making Kochou Shinobu's entire body feel extremely comfortable. The 2 blisters on the soles of my feet have almost disappeared. Under Chen's careful care, Kochou Shinobu recovered quickly, but the big problems in his body were still not solved. At the same time, outside, Kanzaki Aoi was standing outside the door, a look of curiosity and confusion on her face. Yesterday, Zhao King said something happened in the room, so she came over today to listen. But I didn't hear any sound. Just then, a sound suddenly came from outside the house. A male figure appeared in front of Kanzaki Aoi. Murata. Hey, here I go again. You're here again. Again. Murata scratched his head. You knew I was here yesterday. Kanzaki Aoi nodded. Of course, Zhao King told me yesterday that I didn't expect you to be so persistent about Master Chen. Of course, Murata said with some pride. Ever since I learned that Chen was the pillar and heard of his glorious deeds. Murata has already become Chen's little fanboy. If I can't see Chen when he comes back, wouldn't it be a waste of my trip? So Murata must meet Chen. But when he arrived, he found that the door was the same as it was yesterday. It's locked tightly and there's no way to get in. Murata looked at Kanzaki Aoi. Is Chen in there? Kanzaki Aoi. Yeah, Murata looked a little strange. You didn't come out all night. Kanzaki Aoi. Why are you asking this? Master Chen just went in. Oh, Murata nodded nervously. So this is the second one, right? What do you mean the second time? Kanzaki Aoi asked to herself. You mean the second time? Master Chen is treating Master Shinobu. You can't go in now. I understand. Murata nodded. Advertisement. But I feel a little lost in my heart. In order to see Chen, he got up early just to talk to him. What Murata didn't expect was that Chen also got up early and went straight into Lord Shinobu's room. It seems that people in the passionate love period are really inseparable. I can't bear to be separated for a moment. After learning the conclusion, Murata suddenly had an idea. Should I help Chen promote it? After all, this is a happy event for the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, Lord Shinobu has quite a lot of suitors in the Demon Slayer Corps. But the next moment Murata felt that he was asking for trouble. Chen is the number 1 person among the pillars. Why should you worry about Chen if there is nothing wrong with you? Murata shook his head and was about to leave. Kanzaki Aoi saw this and asked in confusion. Aren't you going to wait for Master Chen? Why are you leaving again? Murata replied. Chen is busy, I'd better not disturb him. Kanzaki Aoi waved her hand. It's okay, Master Chen will be out soon. Murata raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Has Chen been in for a long time? Kanzaki Aoi shook his head and said unhappily. What are you talking about? Master Chen just went in. With Master Chen's skills, it only took a few minutes to finish it. I basically spent the rest of the time just chatting with Shinobu-sama. So fast. Murata was a little surprised. He glanced at the door silently, as if he saw Chen holding his waist and gasping for breath behind the door. It seems that God is still relatively fair. Although Su Chen is so strong, he has a short time. Kanzaki Aoi continued to say proudly, Master Su Chen's skills are getting better and better. Master Su Chen's skills have improved since he went back yesterday. Today, I saw Master Shinobu screaming with pleasure. After this was said, Murata's face immediately turned red. There's no need to explain it in such detail. I'm leaving first. I'll come back when Su Chen is free. Murata left again, returned empty-handed. Kanzaki Aoi didn't think so much. After Murata left, she also went downstairs carrying the bucket. Kochou Shinobu and Su Chen were the only ones left in the room. How are you doing recently? I heard you went out to look for me. Su Chen pressed Kochou Shinobu's little feet and spoke as if chatting. Kochou Shinobu listened and sighed, finally coming to this point. Otherwise she would have thought that Su Chen was going to forget about it. It's okay, I'll just go out for a walk. Kochou Shinobu subconsciously chose to avoid this matter. Advertisement. Seeing that Kochou Shinobu was about to cry, Su Chen quickly stretched out his hand in front of the other person. Oh, Su Chen raised his lips, aren't you going out shopping? Death Su Chen, stench Su Chen. Su Chen was amused. It seemed that Kochou Shinobu was jealous. Kochou Shinobu's little face pouted slightly, as if the anger in his heart was stuck in his mouth, and his whole face was like a big balloon. Although she believed that Su Chen definitely did not do anything, she still couldn't help feeling sad when Su Chen said that. Really? The villain in her heart kept hitting Su Chen. He said to himself, it seems that you are not worried about me. Kochou Shinobu sighed inwardly. Humph, men are really pigs. You know that I am worried about him, but you still make fun of it. You are so mean. As soon as the three words, Hyogokuya, came out, Su Chen's body shook visibly. Besides, Su Chen didn't do anything, so a man of integrity has nothing to fear. This scene happened to fall into Kochou Shinobu's eyes. Su Chen's brain reacted quickly. Su Chen smiled when he heard this. I didn't, Kochou Shinobu said stubbornly. I obviously care about you, but I always dare not admit it. Kochou Shinobu suddenly laughed. I heard you went to Kyogokuya in Hanamaki. Gently wipe away the tears. Su Chen was slow for a moment. Su Chen smiled and explained. Why? Are you jealous? Why is he panicking? Since Kochou Shinobu said so, it means that Kochou Shinobu must know everything about the Flower Street. Su Chen. A magnetic voice sounded. Okay, you still don't know who I am, Su Chen. Am I that kind of person? Women are like that sometimes. Kochou Shinobu pursed his lips and stopped talking. Kochou Shinobu immediately became anxious when he heard the tone. No way. He turned his head and saw Kochou Shinobu's signature sinister smile. So Su Chen said calmly. Yes, I went. However, there is one thing Kochou Shinobu has not yet settled with Su Chen. But there was a slight mist in his eyes. Su Chen is used to Kochou Shinobu's thin-skinned nature. HMPH. Kochou Shinobu turned his head and retracted his feet. Then go ahead, why did you come back? Chapter 196 Time Domain. It's hard to say. Kochou Shinobu looked at Su Chen with resentment. Why else would you use Shinazugawa's name to talk about it? Don't you have done anything wrong? Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. After hearing what Kochou Shinobu said, he knew that Shinazugawa must have also gone to the Flower Street. What did you encounter there? Why did Shinazugawa end up at Kyogokuya? No, Kochou Shinobu turned his head away. She wouldn't tell Su Chen. It's this guy's fault for bullying me just now. Really not going to tell. Su Chen confirmed with a smile. Kochou Shinobu shook his head like a rattle. No, I won't tell you. Really? Su Chen suddenly smiled. Then should we make a bet? What are you betting on? Kochou Shinobu turned his head curiously and looked into Su Chen's eyes. Can you guess it? Su Chen. Yes, if I guess right, then you have to listen to me in the next few days. If I lose, then we'll turn it around and I'll listen to you for the next few days, how about that? Well, Kochou Shinobu rolled his big eyes. Obviously he was moved. If there was a chance to control Su Chen, she didn't want to miss it. But failure is also costly. I don't know what purpose Su Chen had in making this request. Although Kochou Shinobu's brain is usually quite useful. But the conditions given by Su Chen seemed to have magic. When Kochou Shinobu thought that Su Chen would obey him unconditionally, he couldn't help but agree. Okay, I promise, don't break your promise when the time comes. I won't break my promise. Su Chen smiled mysteriously, and then revealed a cunning look. Seeing this, Kochou Shinobu's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, her heart suddenly began to panic. Su Chen, are you here prepared? But Su Chen was not there at the time, so how could he know about her and Shinazugawa? Kochou Shinobu is not good enough. How can he lose today? Su Chen just closed his eyes slightly. Open black lens bracket backtracking status is enabled. Close black lens bracket. You observe the traces on the other person's body and begin to trace back. Closing square bracket. You analyzed Kochou Shinobu's clothing and the degree of wear and tear on his body and concluded that he had undergone strenuous activity the day before yesterday and needed to rest. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. You look down. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. The transparent area is opened. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. A transparent world appears before your eyes. Close black lens bracket. You start to observe the opponent's muscle and bone damage, the degree of movement, and you start to reverse the time and start to deduce. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. You observe the other person's mental state. Close black lens bracket. Chen uses his eyes to break down Kochou Shinobu's body frame by frame. Start using the rewind state to reverse the flow of time on the other person's body. It is worth mentioning that, now that Chen uses the transparent field, he basically doesn't need to open his eyes as long as he doesn't move. Because he can remember all the surrounding scenery in 1 second. So in order to improve your concentration in meditation, Chen closed his eyes deliberately. Enhance your retrospection by reducing your 5 senses. The retrospective state mainly relies on Chen's mental activities as the underlying force to operate, and the longer the retrospective time, the greater the consumption of Chen's mental energy. After a long time, Chen entered his own memory palace. The sky is divided into 5 parts, brilliant and colorful. Chen walked towards the lobby without looking back. The palace door was pushed open with a creak. With a few fingers in the air, countless fragments of memory emerged. Characters, scenes, dialogue boxes, and scenery fragments come one after another. You watched your own memory fragments and recalled the fight between Hanamaki and Gyoko. Closing square bracket. You watched your own memory fragments and recalled the killing process of Hanazai and Daki. Closing square bracket. You watched your own memory fragments and recalled the battle between Hanakai and Hantangu. Closing square bracket. You watched your own memory fragments, recalling the process of escaping from the Flower Street and the battle against Doma. Closing square bracket. You watched your own memory fragments and recalled the process of fighting Akaza on the infinite train. Closing square bracket. You observed your own memory fragments and recalled the process of your conversion of Akaza. Closing square bracket. Chen went over all his memories from Flower Street to Butterfly House. Countless details emerged, combined with the detailed information obtained from Kochou Shinobu. Chen's brain started to work frantically. Since this is Hanamaki Kyogokuya, then the corresponding fragment should be here. Chen murmured, and then replayed the scene in his mind of himself pretending to be Shinazugawa and entering Kyogokuya to gather information. You watch the scene where you enter Kyogokuya and meet Hinazuru. Closing square bracket. Advertisement. You re-watched the scene where you entered Kyogokuya and met Hinazuru. Closing square bracket. Every picture has corresponding character information behind it. All of them were also analyzed by Chen. Hinazuru, the madam, Majolang, Chen himself, and the onlookers. Fresh faces seemed to appear around Chen again. Your observation state has reached a meticulous level, your retrospective state has broken through, and you have an epiphany. Closing square bracket. You have combined the transparent realm with the retrospective state to comprehend the time realm. Closing square bracket. In the time domain, you find that your ability to control time has increased. Closing square bracket. You can freely deduce the speed of your own time flow in your mind, and all appearances cannot escape your eyes. Closing square bracket. Unconsciously, Chen had combined the retrospective state and the transparent field. Then a new field skill was created. Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Kochou Shinobu inside the house couldn't help but feel flustered. Could it be that Chen really knew about this? Now Kochou Shinobu has begun to wonder who leaked the secret. Logically speaking, he should not have told anyone and no one else would have known about it. Even if Hinazuru was in the Flower Street, she wouldn't be bored enough to send such a message. And if the message was sent to Diwu, he should have heard about it after returning for 2 days. Is Shinazugawa the difficult path? It has to be said that Kochou Shinobu now suspects Shinazugawa whenever he can't figure out something. If Shinazugawa were here, I'm afraid everyone would be numb. But Kochou Shinobu had no idea, and Chen knew nothing about it. And he pushed all these things into his mind. Yes, it's that hardcore. In the memory palace, Chen's brain seemed to have a flash of inspiration. Then, the scene of first encounter with Hinazuru Kyogoku in his mind suddenly began to change. The traveler in the scene is moving backwards with a smile on his face and his toes pointing forward, but his steps are moving backwards. The madam showed a flattering smile, with the corners of her mouth slightly wide open, but then it strangely retracted the next moment. Hinazuru, who had just come downstairs, fell back. Chen, who had just entered the room, also retreated. This scene in my memory actually started to rewind. Moreover, it actually went back to the time before Chen entered the house, and the scene inside the house continued to reverse. Chapter 197 Your Backpack. Chen was relying on the analysis in his mind to figure out what happened before he entered Kyogokuya. The next moment, Chen opened his eyes suddenly. The flow of time in the room quickly returned to normal. Then, as Chen thought about it, the speed of time in the room increased by 2 times. In the time domain, Chen can freely rewind the time he has experienced. Soon, the double speed was adjusted to triple speed, quintuple speed, 10 times speed, and 32 times speed. The picture at this moment is almost blurry. Most of the images in the middle are calculated by Chen. These images are not very accurate, so Chen used a fuzzy search method. 2 seconds later, the timeline soon came to the moment when Kochou Shinobu entered Kyogokuya. Next to her is Shinazugawa. Opposite her was still the brothel owner whom Chen met last time. Mr. Shinazugawa, are you here for whoring? Kochou Shinobu in the picture looked at Shinazugawa in astonishment and suddenly asked a question. Shinazugawa also looked confused. IPR Street UTED myself. The scene inside the house began to be restored one-to-one in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Shinazugawa actually went there. Originally, I used Shinazugawa's name because he looked fierce and had no connection with things like Hyogokuya, so I used its name. As a result, he ran into the gun barrel directly. I should compensate Shinazugawa properly next time. Su Chen decided that next time he meets Shinazugawa, he must emphasize again how to use the stripes and the fact that one cannot live past 25. He is such a good man. The scene changes, and in Su Chen's memory, Kochou Shinobu and Shinazugawa start talking again. Including the expressions of the two people, everything is very faithful to the original. Especially Kochou Shinobu, because Su Chen had used the transparent field to scan him in advance, so now Su Chen can restore Kochou Shinobu's expression most clearly. After reading it, Su Chen had almost figured it out. So this is the situation. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief quietly. Fortunately, my black stockings have not been exposed. Because in the picture, Su Chen saw Hinazuru taking Shinazugawa and Kochou Shinobu upstairs. Then Su Chen began to reason about the scene after going upstairs. But here Su Chen's brain power is a little exhausted. After all, it is a heaven-defying method, so it is normal to have some side effects. After only watching for half a minute, Su Chen's mind started to feel confused. Advertisement. Shinazugawa's voice was muted and blurred by Su Chen. Because his brain power was consumed so quickly, Su Chen would not be able to continue calculating if he had to restore every sentence. So every word of Shinazugawa was replaced by Su Chen with a beep sound. As for the conversation between Hinazuru Kochou Shinobu, it is the focus of Su Chen's concern. A bead of sweat dripped down Su Chen's forehead. I breathed a sigh of relief only after watching the entire process. Fine, I haven't exposed this little thing of mine. Then Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Then, his eyes met with Kochou Shinobu's. You are lying to me. Su Chen gave a meaningful smile. Then 2 lines of blood suddenly flowed from the tip of his nose. I laughed because I knew that Kochou Shinobu knew that he actually knew his limits and didn't do anything fancy. Nosebleeds are a sign that the brain is overloaded and blood vessels are slightly broken. Kochou Shinobu was stunned. Su Chen, what did you say? You don't look very happy. Kochou Shinobu sounded a little worried. I don't know what happened to Su Chen. Aren't you supposed to guess? Then he closed his eyes, had a nosebleed, and looked pale. Why? Kochou Shinobu didn't understand, but she knew that Su Chen seemed to have hurt himself. I'm fine. Su Chen wiped the blood from the tip of his nose, and then said based on the scene he just saw, I have figured it out. Calculated what? Kochou Shinobu looked at Su Chen eagerly, his heart almost jumping out of his throat. No way. Could it be that Su Chen was thinking about these things when he closed his eyes just now? Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but have a bold idea. Could it be that Su Chen was just trying to figure out what he and Shinazugawa did in the flower street? Isn't this too much? Is this something a human can do? But Kochou Shinobu thought back to Su Chen's talent. But she still didn't believe it. Just when she wanted to ask Su Chen, she saw Su Chen snap. His head fell straight down. His head hit his own feet. Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu's anxious voice echoed in the room. Advertisement. ... Kochou Shinobu said suspiciously, you are up to something, Su Chen, tell me what's in there. Kochou Shinobu said angrily, what are you talking about? I don't know what you were thinking. Your nose started bleeding and you fell down. Su Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. Then he found himself seeming to be talking, and while talking, he suddenly fell on a white foot. Kochou Shinobu and Su Chen are the only 2 doctors in Butterfly House. As long as they don't faint at the same time, the other one can save his life. Su Chen felt a little guilty. Why are you always looking at me? He never panicked even when fighting with the upper ranks. It seems like I took a bite. The 2 were still in Kochou Shinobu's room. Su Chen held his head and asked, what happened to me? Why am I lying down? My mind was searching for the memories before I passed out. Until, Su Chen. Su Chen reacted immediately. I'm begging for your service. Sister Shinobu's massage is really good, ha 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 ha. Now he, a dragon pillar, is actually panicking. This is when the usefulness of a doctor comes into play. Su Chen licked his lips subconsciously, and it seemed a little sweet. It seems like there is one in my room. Su Chen panicked. There was a sudden solemnity in the air. Kochou Shinobu said nothing, staring at Su Chen thoughtfully. Kochou Shinobu said seriously, you know what? My sister told me before that when a person is embarrassed, he will often say, ha, several times. You just said 4 hectares. Because this black backpack looks a little familiar. What are you licking? Kochou Shinobu was examining Su Chen's body when he saw Su Chen sticking out his tongue and licking something. Really? Kochou Shinobu stared at Su Chen motionlessly, and there seemed to be other meanings in his eyes. Only this time it was Su Chen lying on the bed. Really? Su Chen panicked for a rare moment, maybe you remembered it wrong, haha. Su Chen's mind suddenly twitched, and he said, I'm licking you. Su Chen scratched his head. In the room, the one who took care of him was Kochou Shinobu. Kochou Shinobu suddenly took out a black backpack. Why did Su Chen make a expression? It was already night when Su Chen woke up again. Chapter 198 What a fool. Su Chen was stunned. You didn't open it to see. Upon hearing this, Kochou Shinobu frowned. What are you thinking? Is your sister Shinobu that kind of person? Kochou Shinobu said seriously. This is your thing, I must get your permission before I can open it. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but not much. My throat is still blocked. But if the bag is not opened, it means there is still a chance for a turnaround. But Su Chen still couldn't figure it out. How did you get this backpack? This. Kochou Shinobu smiled sweetly. I didn't take this. Xiaokui found it. Kanzaki Aoi. Su Chen was stunned. How could that be? I remember that I had already hidden myself. Then the next moment Kochou Shinobu answered his own question. Xiaokui found it when she was cleaning. You are such a fool. Why didn't you bring out the gifts for everyone? Kochou Shinobu's tone was somewhat reproachful. But there was tenderness in his words. That's right, Kochou Shinobu now regarded this backpack as a gift from Su Chen. And the backpack is so big, which means that everyone may have a share in the butterfly house. When Kochou Shinobu thought about the gift he was about to receive, his face lit up like a flower. At this moment, Su Chen even wanted to die. What the hell is going on? It turns out that I died at the hands of Kanzaki Aoi. Everyone knows that Kanzaki Aoi is famous for her hard work. Even in the drama, Kanzaki Aoi is either washing clothes or drying quilts. Anyway, I am always on the road of working. There was no doubt that it must have been Kanzaki Aoi's carpet cleaning, and then the backpack that I had hidden was discovered. Don't blame Xiaokui. Kochou Shinobu looked at Su Chen and explained, she told me that this was brought back by Tanjiro. She said you left it in the car and it's yours. And you won't let them open this back, right? Kochou Shinobu's tone was full of anticipation. It seems that you want to wait for me to come back and give us all a surprise, right? Su Chen's mouth twitched. Yes, yes. It's no use saying anything now, let's stabilize the situation first. However, it was terrifying enough that the black stockings were treated as a surprise. Su Chen could feel that if Kochou Shinobu knew the purpose of the black stockings, that would be the day when he would be shattered to pieces. Xiaokui almost couldn't help but open it when she was cleaning, but she told me that this was a surprise you prepared and you should open it yourself. Kochou Shinobu smiled happily. Then Mr. Su Chen, you open it first. Kochou Shinobu was still very happy. It was a pity that he got out of bed and carried Su Chen up. Otherwise, Su Chen doesn't know how long he will have to hide. Advertisement. Just now, Kanzaki Aoi told me that Lord Su Chen is very mysterious and he would not open this bag casually. But she guessed it was something for Shinobu-sama, so she took it. Kochou Shinobu clutched the black bag tightly in his hand. His eyes have already started to light up. It's hard to imagine what kind of gift is inside. Is it a flower, a knife, or candy? If it is clothes, that is also acceptable. In this way, I can wear a haori on the outside and the clothes that Su Chen buys for me on the inside. He. As she thought about it, Xiaonan couldn't help but laugh. It's so beautiful. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect Kochou Shinobu's smile from the heart to be so beautiful. Unfortunately, she is destined to be disappointed. In order not to disappoint her, I cannot let Xiaonan see this thing. How brightly Xiaonan is smiling now. How brilliantly will Su Chen die later. Actually, that's Shinobu. Su Chen suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Kochou Shinobu turned to look at him. Yeah, that's the one. Actually, I made sure I prepared a gift for you. I know. Kochou Shinobu raised the bag in her hand happily. Isn't it right here? Not that one. Seeing that Kochou Shinobu was about to open, Su Chen acted quickly. He jumped off the bed. He rushed straight to Kochou Shinobu. Pressed the other person's little hand. Kochou Shinobu was stunned. The first thing that surprised her was Su Chen's speed. So fast. Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but sigh. Just now, Su Chen almost turned into a shadow and ran over. It's so fast that it seems like flying. Even he, the insect pillar whose speed was his advantage, couldn't see it clearly. This is enough to show how terrifying Su Chen's current speed is. However, Kochou Shinobu was not always surprised by Su Chen's speed, but was wondering about Su Chen's purpose. Su Chen, what are you doing? Nothing, it's just that it's best not to open this. Advertisement. Why? Because. Su Chen thought quickly and said, because it's not ready yet. Kochou Shinobu blinked. I'm ready. No, I'm not ready yet. Hearing this, Kochou Shinobu finally put his hand down. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but remained calm on the surface and said, actually, the materials in this backpack are there. I plan to take you to the knife forging village to make a knife. Kochou Shinobu's eyes lit up. Is it the knife ring you gave me last time? Yes. Su Chen nodded repeatedly. He couldn't help but admire his own intelligence. However, he had originally intended to arrange a Nichiren blade suitable for Kochou Shinobu. So this plan was just brought forward. Kochou Shinobu was also very happy to return the backpack to Su Chen. Su Chen held the black backpack and finally felt relieved. He clutched his backpack tightly, confirmed with Kochou Shinobu that they would set off tomorrow, and then left in a hurry. And after Su Chen left the room, Kochou Shinobu picked up a pair of black elastic pants from the bed and looked at them curiously. I don't know what it is. Kochou Shinobu's cheeks felt a little hot, and looking at the fabric in front of him, he knew that this should be a pair of pants. This is what Kanzaki Aoi took out from her backpack just now. Kochou Shinobu took it out at that time. The following words were just for Su Chen to hear. What a fool, Kochou Shinobu muttered as he stared at the direction Su Chen left. It's just a pair of pants, why are you afraid to wear it? Dot 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 dot. Butterfly House, Su Chen's room. After coming back, Su Chen hid the backpack again. But this time he didn't hide in the room. Instead, he hid in the yard. As for why not throw it away? Are you kidding? This was a gift from his friends. It's not appropriate to throw it away. So Su Chen still plans to stay. It's better to be prepared just in case, right? So this time Su Chen sealed the backpack in a box, and then sneaked out of the house at night and buried the box. Returned to the room, Su Chen meditated on the ground again. Chapter 199. Could it be worn? I also gained a lot from giving massage to Kochou Shinobu these 2 days. Regarding massage techniques, Su Chen feels that his progress has been very obvious. So he had to stop for a while and make some technical summaries. My massage skills and control of strength are better than before. Su Chen summed up himself. He did not forget his identity and the doctor of Butterfly House. And Butterfly House currently also owns shares. So Su Chen felt that he needed to boost Butterfly House's finances. Massage is also a type of treatment. Therefore, Su Chen's study in massage can be considered as not doing his job properly. Because massage is also considered a medical skill, Su Chen studied it very seriously. I was careless this afternoon. I almost exposed myself because of a momentary dispute. Su Chen still feels a little scared when he thinks back to what happened in the afternoon. It seems that no matter how powerful I am, it is impossible to calculate everything. First of all, he underestimated Kanzaki Aoi's ability to clean the house. Otherwise your backpack won't be exposed. Then, because of Kochou Shinobu's bet, his brain was overloaded and he had a nosebleed. Not only did he embarrass himself in front of Kochou Shinobu, but he even fainted. Su Chen still holds a critical attitude towards this matter. First of all, I am already a shareholder of Butterfly House. If you still do things carelessly, you will inevitably damage your dignity. Secondly, I fainted. This in itself is a bad thing for the column. As a man who has fought with the upper ranks, Su Chen now fully understands the importance of vigilant perception. Although he had a perception compass, after he fainted, even though the compass warned him, he was powerless to do anything. So next time, this kind of thing must never happen again. Then what I want to say is that Su Chen has gained abilities now. Time field. A new field skill. Su Chen was still far from his last comprehension of domain skills. The time interval is not very long. I didn't expect that by coincidence, I would once again break through my domain skills. Time field. It's not energy saving that slows down the flow of time, this flow of time is for Su Chen personally. Advertisement. Not only can you jump back and forth through your past memories, but you can also slow down your perception of your surroundings while fighting. According to the theory of relativity, if you feel that the surroundings are slowing down, then your speed relative to the surroundings is equivalent to speeding up. That's why Kochou Shinobu was so shocked when he saw his own speed in the afternoon. Su Chen, unknowingly, has become one of the fastest men in the group. But Su Chen always felt that something was not right. Although I gained a lot this afternoon. But he always felt like he was missing something. Then he looked towards the yard. Suddenly realized. That's not right. Didn't Kochou Shinobu agree to the bet with me? How could I have forgotten about it? That's right, Su Chen actually forgot about the bet he made with Kochou Shinobu. But Kochou Shinobu promised me that he would listen to my orders during this period. Ha ha ha, Su Chen rarely roared towards the sky. In this way, if Kochou Shinobu listens to me, wouldn't I become the largest shareholder of Butterfly House? Imagining the days ahead, Su Chen actually felt a little excited. That's right, Su Chen had already regarded Butterfly House as his home. The people of Butterfly House are naturally family. But Su Chen definitely has ideas about his position as the father of the family. Although I am the youngest, I am the strongest and have the highest emotional intelligence. Therefore, the position of the owner of the Butterfly House belongs to him. The night is dark. Time flies. Su Chen was still summarizing his skills and taking stock of his gains. And we are still trying to construct some new skills. In one room, the lights were still on. It is Kochou Shinobu's room. At this moment, Kochou Shinobu was standing in front of the mirror, holding the black stockings in Su Chen's backpack in his hand, comparing them constantly. Strange, how should I wear this? It doesn't look like pants, and it's too thin. Kochou Shinobu had a big question mark on his head and his eyes were full of confusion. She has experimented with this black stocking many times. But it doesn't look good no matter how I wear it. Compared to the beginning, Kochou Shinobu put it on the head. Then, when I looked at myself, I suddenly saw two girlish ponytails growing on my head, and the whole person looked a lot more wretched all of a sudden. Then Kochou Shinobu put it on again. Advertisement. More specifically, it's in your own hands. Seeing this scene, Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that my clothes haven't changed for several years. The hesitant little Shinobu turned back and forth in front of the mirror for a few times. Get up and wash your hair tomorrow. A new Demon Slayer Corps uniform. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere, but I also always feel like I haven't seen it before. Why do I feel like I've seen it on Hinazuru? Although he didn't know why he had this idea, Kochou Shinobu just wanted to show his good side to Su Chen. Then she made the decision unilaterally. Finally, Kochou Shinobu once again used the black silk pen on his legs. Then Kochou Shinobu combined his own understanding of ninjas and suddenly understood how to wear the black stockings in front of him. Kochou Shinobu was troubled. Because Hinazuru is a woman like himself and a ninja, Kochou Shinobu has a very deep impression of her. A Haori belonging to my elder sister. Kochou Shinobu picked up the black silk and stared at it with sharp eyes, then suddenly remembered that this might be what Chen brought back from the red light district. Finally she made her decision. A classy Kochou hairpin. Originally, Kochou Shinobu thought that Chen would take him to the swordsmithing village tomorrow, so he should dress himself up. Kochou Shinobu almost got into trouble. So, Xiaonan, who wanted to try a new style, naturally looked at the black stockings given by Chen. I seem to be exactly the same as I was a few days ago when I went out. After putting it on, Kochou Shinobu suddenly realized. Then she took it down again. No, I must change. It was in the flower street. Tengen Uzui had said before that his wives were all ninjas. Then Kochou Shinobu encountered another problem. At this moment, Hinazuru's legs suddenly appeared in front of Shinobu. Speaking of Hanamaki, Kochou Shinobu subconsciously thought of Hinazuru. How to wear it? I didn't know how to wear this thing for a long time. No, this thing is so small and so tight, how can it be worn on the legs? Plus, Uzui Tengen particularly likes to show off his wife, so Kochou Shinobu knows a little more information. Xiaonan's eyes suddenly widened. Could this thing be worn on? After both hands were put in, Kochou Shinobu found that he couldn't get his hands free. Kochou Shinobu had certainly seen Hinazuru. It's like it was copied. Chapter 200 Who Can Only Breathe Flowers. The next day, early morning. Chen got up very early. After a simple wash, he left the room and walked into the yard. Chen, hurry up. As soon as he went out, Chen ran into three little girls, Zhao King, Xiaocheng and Xiao Saihui. When the three little girls saw Chen, they raised their hands high, full of energy. Good morning. Chen nodded and responded politely. Chen is an adult now. Following closely behind is Kanzaki Aoi. She was holding a wooden barrel in her hands, and inside the barrel were white clothes. Master Chen, do you need a change of clothes? Having said that, Kanzaki Aoi walked towards Chen's room and took out Chen's dirty clothes while asking. Chen refused on the surface, but after several refusals he finally handed the clothes over. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. She is worthy of being the most hardworking person in Butterfly House. Butterfly House cannot be without Kanzaki Aoi, just like the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Chen turned around and walked towards the yard. Skillfully avoiding the wounded resting in the front yard, Chen came to the courtyard and saw Kanao doing morning exercises. Kanao saw him at a glance. Chen. Kanao quickly put down the sword in his hand and rushed towards Chen like flying. Seeing this, Chen couldn't help but nodded. Well, the speed is pretty good, much better than the last time I met Kanao. His reaction was also pretty good. He found me the moment I arrived and accurately identified my identity. Good morning, Kanao. Chen smiled and intercepted Kanao who was rushing towards him. He said gently, be careful. You're my stepson's teammate, but you're still so careless. Kanao smiled shyly. For some reason, when Chen held her, she felt numb all over and didn't want to say a word. I just want to hold each other quietly like this. After a moment, she raised her head. Chen, are you going to the sword forging village? Chen was stunned, then quickly reacted. It should be Kochou Shinobu who told the other party, after all, it is not a big deal. Since we are going, we can just take Kanao with us. After all, there are only 2 Demon Slayer Corps members in Chuya who need Nichiren blades, so bringing Kanao along is just right for a fight. Chen, who is proficient in swordsmithing, is still able to distinguish Nichiren blades. Advertisement. Take the one in Chen's hand right now. In fact, Chen found it very inconvenient to use. All the ghosts killed before were Nichiren blades that Chen had adapted to himself. Instead of adapting the Nichiren blades to yourself. Therefore, Chen's combat power is limited. This time when he went to the swordsmith village, Chen also planned to make a Nichiren blades for himself. One for each person, exactly 3. Kanao saw the thought in Chen's eyes, and she buried her head gently in Chen's chest. He asked affectionately, Chen, can you also forge Nichiren blades? A little. Then can Chen make me a pair of Nichiren blades? Chen. Of course, this time we are planning to build a batch of Nichiren blades for our butterfly house. Really? Kanao smiled and said happily, then Chen, wait for me for a while. After saying that, Kanao stepped on the small rag and left. After a moment, the girl reappeared at the edge of the courtyard. At the same time, she also had a Nichiren blades in her hand. It is not difficult to see that Kanao should have gone to get the Nichiren blades just now. Chen remembered that Kanao used a wooden sword when he practiced swordsmanship just now. And now holding a real sword should be related to what Kanao said just now. Kanao ran to Chen and handed the Nichiren blades in his hand to Chen. Chen, my Nichiren blades are too light. Light. Chen briefly glanced at Kanao's Nichiren blades. Then he picked it up gently, and the weight of Nichiren blades was immediately held in Chen's hand. The weight is neither light nor heavy, which is enough for ordinary Demon Slayer Corps members. But it certainly won't work for players with pillar-level strength. Chen knows that quality is power. When a person swings a knife, the quality of the blade is also very important. Often the heavier the knife, the greater the force with which it can be swung. Could it be that now that Kanao has the strength of a pillar, the Nichiren blades are too light for Kanao now? Wrong. After awakening the time domain, Su Chen's reaction and thinking abilities have been qualitatively improved. After a little thinking, Su Chen figured out the general idea. Is it the queen flower breathing technique that caused your strength to increase? Advertisement. Kanao nodded. This indirectly proves the correctness of Su Chen's analysis. Su Chen gently stroked the Nichiren blades in his hand. It seems that this Nichiren blades is indeed not suitable for you at the moment. If you are strong enough, the Nichiren blades of normal quality will feel too light. I can't use my full strength. It's okay. I promised Kanao that I would make a Nichiren blade specifically for Kanao when I go to the swordsmith village. Okay. Kanao responded obediently. Su Chen. Kanao looked up again, with some nervousness in his eyes as he looked at Su Chen. What's wrong? Su Chen saw Kanao's entanglement and simply asked, is there any problem? Is it about cultivation? Is it about breathing techniques? Kanao was like a well-behaved baby, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. And Su Chen also knew Kanao's purpose and problem. Spending a long time together allowed Su Chen to know the other person's problems just from a few words. I will first correct the incorrect movements of your super flower breathing technique, and then I will teach you a new breathing technique. A new breathing method. Kanao's little face froze for a moment. It seems that he didn't understand what Su Chen meant. What does it mean to just teach a whole new breathing technique? Is there any other way for me to breathe besides the breathing of flowers? A moment of confusion was written on Kanao's fair little face. Generally speaking, for the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, everyone only needs to learn one breathing method. Like Kanao's previous flower breathing, this is the breathing method that suits her best, and then she only needs to develop vertically on flower breathing. In other words, Kanao only needs to keep grinding the breathing of flowers, and she will become stronger and stronger. This is also the training method of most members of the Demon Slayer Corps. And now Su Chen casually said that he was directly teaching a whole new breathing method. That's why Kanao was shocked. This is really a niche way of chatting. Su Chen, are there any other breathing techniques I can learn? Kanao looked at his hands unsurely, feeling a little confused. I also have some inferiority complex. Su Chen smiled and said, of course. Who said Kanao can only learn flower breathing? Chapter 201 Drill. But, Kanao was still a little confused, but can I really do this? This breathing method was taught to me by my master. Kanao's master is naturally the former style, Kochou Shinobu. Ever since Kochou Shinobu adopted Kanao as his stepson, he passed on the breathing of flowers to Kanao. Kanao left behind not many legacies, Kanao being one of them. Don't worry, you can use flower breathing and the breathing method I taught you at the same time. You don't have to give up flower breathing. Su Chen knows. In the Demon Slayer Corps, the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps usually work to improve their own strength. I will not practice two breathing methods. There are very few swordsmen like Su Chen who have made horizontal progress, or almost none. It is difficult for most people to learn one breathing method, let alone two. For someone like Kanao, just practicing a breathing method is difficult enough. Kanao said, Su Chen, do I really have the energy to practice two breathing techniques? Of course. Su Chen said confidently, you can demonstrate it in front of me later, and then I will modify a breathing method for you based on your movements and breathing methods. After the words fell, Kanao was stunned again. What? Changed now. Is this true or false? There was no less than a massive storm brewing in Kanao's heart. Su Chen means that you can modify your breathing method according to your movements and breathing patterns, right? Did I hear it wrong? Can this really be done? But Kanao only paused for a moment, and his eyes became firm. Because Su Chen would not lie to her. Su Chen nodded. It seems that our Kanao is ready. Next, I will briefly explain what you need to do later. Kanao, use your flower breathing and queen flower breathing to practice in front of my eyes. I will guide you on the correctness of your movements based on your actions, and at the same time make your moves more perfect. Then I will develop a set of breathing methods that are most suitable for you based on your movements and breathing methods. This will improve your strength faster. Kanao blinked, then nodded. I understand. Su Chen smiled and said, don't worry Kanao, the breathing method based on your movements is definitely suitable for you, and the training speed is also the fastest. You have to know that flower breathing is not completely suitable for you. Not suitable for me. Kanao blinked. Then he used the breathing technique of flower breathing to control the circulation of oxygen in his lungs. Very comfortable, very at ease, and felt like there were no obstacles. Advertisement. Isn't this a perfect fit? Or is it that Su Chen feels that this is not the most suitable one? Thinking of this, Kanao couldn't help but look forward to Su Chen's next move. The two looked at each other. Then Kanao stood in the courtyard, holding a real sword, and concentrated his fists and sucked them in. Flower breathing freestyle red flower clothes. Kanao's body trembled and her speed suddenly increased. Soon an afterimage appeared in the air. But in Su Chen's eyes, all these were extremely slow. Su Chen sat quietly on the wooden board in the corridor and looked up quietly. Every movement of Kanao in the air fell into his eyes. Breath of flowers style of freedom red flower dress. The flower breathing form uses a special twisted trajectory to slash from bottom to top, and the trajectory of the sword is as graceful as a feather robe. Kanao's proficiency in this knife technique is perfect. Nichiren blades lightly sliced through the air. It seemed as if a flower from the other shore bloomed in the sky. Good, Su Chen commented slightly, but it was not perfect. These imperfect points are also the direction of Kanao's future practice. In about a minute, Kanao had practiced all the moves. Then the next one is the Queen Flower. Before performing the Queen Flower breathing technique, Kanao secretly glanced at Su Chen. Since Su Chen had been staring at her, their eyes just happened to meet. Kanao's fair little face turned red instantly. Relax, just do it as usual. Yeah, Kanao pursed her lips, still feeling a little nervous. Normally she would practice sword alone in the courtyard. Although Kanzaki Aoi, Kokyo Kasumi, and Konoe often pass by here. But Kanao doesn't think there's anything to be nervous about. But it would be different if Su Chen was the audience. Kanao always feels awkward in front of Su Chen. To put it bluntly, it's the fear of losing face. Kanao frowned, wondering, what a weird feeling. Don't be nervous, Kanao. Su Chen's voice came from a distance. Advertisement. A broken picture from the future appears before you. Closing square bracket. The Nichiren blades flashed with a cold light, and the power of this blade was shocking. Su Chen moved. You understand everything with a single thought, practice makes perfect, and you have mastered the ability to predict time. Closing square bracket. Suddenly, Kanao jumped high into the air. This moment. A clash of forces. As brilliant as a flower. Critical moment. You have opened the time realm. Closing square bracket. Bawang Hu's final breathing form, a thought blooms. Kanao smiled. Su Chen suddenly stopped right below Kanao. Impossible. A transparent and slow world appears in front of you. Closing square bracket. Through the realm of time. Time foresight, you can inadvertently see a moment of the future 2 seconds later in the time field. Closing square bracket. Her words were full of tenderness. Isn't it just a breathing method? Just do it. Then he landed safely in the courtyard of the butterfly house. Didn't I practice swordsmanship every day just for Su Chen? Why are I backing down now? Kanao's sword has reached the pillar level. After the two landed safely, they found that Kanzaki Aoi, Kokyo, Kasumi, and Kone were all approaching. Almost at the moment of collision, Kanao was blown away by Su Chen's strong wind. He swung his arms, and then a bladeless black rope tornado burst out. The sword that fell from the sky was swung out in an instant with a simple movement. The young man hurriedly stood up, leaving a dark shadow on the ground. You estimate the damage and find that this knife is extremely powerful. You start to act and you want to stop it. Closing square bracket. Su Chen jumped and caught Kanao in midair. If this knife falls, the flowers and trees in the courtyard will be in trouble. This time Su Chen was really amazed. You suddenly open your eyes, and through the might of the opponent's Nichiren blades, you see a messy courtyard. Closing square bracket. Practice makes perfect. After repeatedly pondering over what happened after this sword strike in the time domain, you suddenly get an epiphany. Stop. The Nichiren blades rubbed against the air stunningly, beautifying Su Chen for a moment. How can a little girl like Kanao resist Su Chen's fierce attack? Chapter 202 Characteristics. They were attracted here by the noise just now. What was that noise just now? I heard it in the room. Yes, I was just passing water to the patients, but a gust of wind blew over and spilled the water. Sister Aoi, you're here too. The three little girls talked about their experiences, and then they noticed Kanzaki Aoi standing nearby. Kanzaki Aoi said helplessly, I just want to know where the strong wind came from and blew away all the sheets I just dried. Upon hearing this, the three little girls all showed sympathetic looks. This is too miserable. Several people were waiting in the courtyard. After seeing Su Chen carrying Kanao down, they immediately understood everything. Let's go. It's fine if it's Master Su Chen. Master Su Chen, please remember to tell us next time that Sister Aoi's clothes were blown away. After Su Chen landed, he listened to the girls' complaints. Looking embarrassed. After several assurances, the girls dispersed. Su Chen, am I in trouble? Kanao said with a guilty look on his face. Don't think too much. Su Chen waved his hand, asking Kanao not to think too much. But you are blamed because of me. Kanao wanted to say more, but Su Chen quickly brought the topic back. I will explain your question now, do you want to listen? Yes. Kanao immediately shut his mouth and looked at Su Chen obediently. Su Chen, there was nothing wrong with the breathing method you used just now. It's mainly because the Nichiren blades don't really fit you, so you can't quite control your strength. Yeah, Kanao nodded obediently. What Su Chen said were indeed her most pressing issues at the moment. Su Chen's words continued to ring out. Then there were some wrong moves. Su Chen then took over, grabbed Kanao's hand and gave him one-on-one instruction. This is how you swing the Nichiren blades. Su Chen grabbed Kanao's hand and slowly let Kanao follow his movements. Kanao was also very quick in understanding and quickly understood what Su Chen meant. Rapid progress. Advertisement. Time passed quickly and half an hour had passed. Kanao has corrected all the wrong moves that Su Chen mentioned. Next it is time to teach the breathing method. At this time, Kanao couldn't help but get nervous again. Even with Su Chen's comfort, it's still impossible to say that I'm not nervous. Especially, this tension is mixed with a hint of excitement. No one can remain as steady as a rock after learning that they can learn 2 breathing techniques. Under Kanao's expectant gaze, Su Chen said slowly, Kanao, do you know what the King of Flowers is? Kanao shook his head. I don't know. Su Chen slowly explained. The breathing method that suits you best is indeed the breathing of flowers, but the breathing of flowers needs to be refined. After all, not all flowers are suitable for you. Kanao was confused. Su Chen, what do you mean? Su Chen, what are the moves in flower breathing? Kanao thought for a moment and said, flower breathing type 2 mycage plum, type 4 red flower cloves, type 5 fruitless peony, flower breathing type 6 whirlpool peach, type 7 red eyes on the other shore. Su Chen nodded. That's right. Flower breathing, type 2 mycage plum. Slashes around itself and scatters plum blossom petals to disrupt the enemy's attack. Flower breathing, type 4 red flower robe. A slash with a twisted special trajectory from bottom to top. The trajectory of the sword is as graceful as a feather robe. It is a gorgeous and powerful move. Flower breathing type 5 fruitless peony. Perform 9 consecutive attacks in an instant. The trajectory of the knife is as beautiful as a blooming peony. This is the move with the largest AoE damage range. Flower breathing land type Uzumaki. Twist the body in midair while swinging a spiral lateral slash. Wherever the slashing blade passes, pink petals will fall. Flower breathing, final form, red eyes on the other shore. This overloads the eyes and increases their dynamic vision to the limit, allowing them to see through all attacks. However, using this move will risk blindness. Su Chen continued to explain. These moves are quite comprehensive and are indeed the most suitable for you if you are just starting out. But now, Su Chen changed the subject, you are stronger now. Although you can still use the previous moves, they are useless now. I have more than enough energy. Kanao listened in a daze, nodding from time to time. Su Chen's words were inspiring and powerful. Kanao's strength has increased, which is an advantage. You should use it as it should, so the previous flower breathing is not suitable for you. For example, the king of flowers, the peony. Finally, the movement of a move slowly took shape in his mind. The color is bright, the fragrance is like jade beads, and it has a very beautiful atmosphere. In the sunlight, in the courtyard, the light and shadows on the ground are sparse and mottled. The peony is known as the most beautiful flower in the world. It is large, colorful, beautiful, magnificent and elegant. It has been regarded as a symbol of peace, happiness and wealth since ancient times. Advertisement. Then the lungs swelled slightly. He leapt into the air. And the king of flowers I just mentioned is intended to help you practice breathing techniques through the characteristics of different flowers. With a click. Total concentration. Su Chen continued. For example, roses, peonies, etc., using the characteristics of different flowers to develop moves. Thus discovered this. Kanao was lost in thought. He knew that Kanao had started thinking. This flower is the peony. Kanao thought quietly, while Su Chen waited silently beside him. Different characteristics, Su Chen said, pointing to the flowers in the courtyard. Flower breathing type 1 gorgeous peony. Now all you need to do is wait for the other party to finish thinking and then look at the results. About 5 minutes later, a fierce aura burst out from her. Su Chen recognized Kanao's next move almost instantly. The tip of the knife moved, and a flower of medium size lightly jumped out in the air. This move is designed to perform 9 consecutive strikes in an instant, and the trajectory of the knife is as beautiful as a blooming peony. Breathing of flowers type 5 fruitless peony. Su Chen suddenly drew his sword. Su Chen saw this and did not disturb him. The girl was wearing a pure white feather robe, like an elf in the sun. Kanao whispered softly, then slowly lowered his head. The flower is gorgeous in color, has a jade-like fragrance, and is elegant and graceful. It is known as the king of flowers. Just now, Su Chen analyzed Kanao's movements frame by frame through the time domain. In an instant, countless moves that had been used in the past were rehearsed in Su Chen's mind and disintegrated. Kanao's eyes slowly opened. Is this the king of flowers? Chapter 203 Stamp. It is the move with the largest AoE damage range. But at the moment when Kanao was spinning in the air, the knife's momentum suddenly changed. It changed from being sharp to being gentle. The direction of the blade suddenly became complicated, and even Su Chen took some effort to understand the final direction of Nichiren blades. Rub. Su Chen suddenly pulled out his Nichiren blades and shouted to Kanao in the sky, Kanao, attack me. Kanao didn't hesitate when he heard this. He immediately directed all his attacks towards Su Chen. At the same time, the name of the move came out of her mouth, flower breathing type 5 fruitless peony. Oink oink. Nichiren blades cut out 9 peony flowers in the air in an instant, and the blade moves became complicated in an instant. The trajectory of the knife is as beautiful as a blooming peony. After Kanao combined the characteristics of the peony with the established operating logic of flower breathing 5 types, fruitless peony. Created new sword moves. Kanao looked pleased. She felt it almost as she performed the move. My own strength has ushered in a qualitative breakthrough. She even began to worry about Su Chen who was standing below. Would this move of mine hurt Su Chen? But Kanao was obviously worrying too much. I saw Su Chen below exhaling slightly. Then his eyes turned, and the same momentum emerged from the other person. Just like when Kanao first met Su Chen. The other party's posture is exactly the same as mine. This is. Kanao couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw Su Chen's actions. How could she not know? The first time Su Chen and I fought, Su Chen did this move, and then used the exact same sword technique as I did. But the previous breathing of flowers was not created by himself, so Kanao thought that Su Chen must have seen the breathing of flowers many times before, and then he realized it himself. But now this speculation has been directly broken. Now his own moves are Kanao's own original creations. Moreover, Su Chen had never mastered a similar sword move before. But now Kanao saw the same sword moves on Su Chen as his own. Could it be that Su Chen learned his sword moves and used them against him the moment he used the fruitless peony? Advertisement. The next moment, Kanao knew that his guess was correct. Because Su Chen did use the exact same moves as Kanao. Flower breathing type 5 fruitless peony. Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly. That's a very good move. It seems that he has a good talent. But now, this trick belongs to Su Chen. That's right. The moment Kanao used this move, Su Chen copied it directly. Then after deducing in his mind, Su Chen immediately found a way to counter it. Boom. The two men's sword moves collided violently. Because Su Chen deliberately restrained his strength and used the same sword moves, the two fought to a draw. Su Chen said appreciatively. Not bad, this move perfectly inherits the method of using flower breathing, and also inherits your strength very well. This move is currently Kanao's most powerful move in my opinion. Kanao is amazing. Where? Kanao's face turned red again. At first, she listened to Su Chen's words very seriously. Then suddenly someone said, Kanao is really awesome, which made the calm Kanao lose his mind. I'm really shy. Kanao felt his face burning after hearing the whole thing. The whole person can't speak clearly. It's all Su Chen's fault. It's all Su Chen's fault. Kanao smiled and then quietly put his hands behind his back. There was a smile in his eyes and he was in a very good mood. Next time, try again with all your strength. Su Chen said. Kanao blinked and said nothing, then rushed over with the Nichiren blades as Su Chen instructed. This time, Su Chen directly used countermeasures and actually unloaded the force through a gap. After the fight, Kanao clearly felt that he had lost. Any new discoveries? Su Chen's voice sounded appropriately in Kanao's ears. Kanao said truthfully, I felt like all the strength was taken away from me, as if I had hit a body of water, and I didn't feel anything after the strength went in. Su Chen nodded. That's right, Kanao will find the reason next. Oh, Kanao's voice sounded a little lost. Advertisement. Su Chen couldn't help but ask, what's wrong, is the problem too difficult? Or is it because you don't know how to develop the subsequent sword moves? Kanao only needs to observe the flowers with different characteristics, and then find the flower that suits him so that he can keep honing his sword skills. Kanao still didn't say anything. Just when Su Chen was confused, Kanao spoke up. What I know, is that after Su Chen finished teaching me, I don't know when I will speak next time. When he said the second half of the sentence, Kanao lowered his head, almost burying it in his chest. The sound is also small, like a mosquito. Su Chen suddenly realized what Kanao meant. It turns out that Kanao was not troubled by problems in cultivation, or rather, this girl has never been troubled by problems in cultivation. Kanao is troubled because of himself. So she cares more about my care and teaching, and the time I spend with her. Rather than practicing. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Kanao's purity made Su Chen feel a little ashamed. Su Chen had gotten used to viewing people with evil intentions without knowing when, but Kanao's purity seemed to make Su Chen find the innocence he had when he was a child. There is even a little bit of feeling of premature love. Yes, it would be a lie to say I'm not tempted. Kanao in front of you has watery eyes, legs together, and stands in front of you gracefully. Then he looks at you lovingly and says words that touch your soul. Anyone who sees this will be confused. Ahem. Su Chen quickly pulled himself back to his senses, but his eyes still softened. Kanao, you continue your training. I'll always be with you. Really? Kanao was very happy after hearing Su Chen's words. Really? Su Chen confirmed again. At the same time, he stretched out his hand. If you don't believe me, we can make a pinky promise. Seeing Su Chen stretch out his familiar finger, Kanao couldn't help but think of what Su Chen and Shinazugawa said when they were competing. Kanao immediately extended his fair palm. Stamp. We'll keep this promise for 100 years. The little fingers are connected and the thumb is stamped. The agreement between the two was entangled between their palms. The next moment, the two people's hands separated immediately. Chapter 204 Be gentle. Su Chen, I'm going to train first. I won't let you down. Kanao took the hand. Because she knew that Su Chen should have other things to do, so she knew the limits. Because Su Chen does not belong to him alone. Next, Su Chen will go find his master, right? Therefore, Kanao must improve his strength as soon as possible. Because Kanao himself also wants to protect Su Chen and master through his own efforts. She didn't want to be the one holding back. I will definitely protect you. Kanao said this in his heart and didn't let Su Chen hear it. After watching Kanao practice sword moves for a while, Su Chen thought there was no problem and left. Su Chen began to walk towards the ward in front. Kochou Shinobu has been out of bed since yesterday. But she didn't go to the laboratory, but went to the front to see a doctor today. Su Chen saw through the room through the transparent field. There is no longer enough queue in front of Kochou Shinobu. Su Chen walked straight in the direction of Kochou Shinobu. The moment Su Chen appeared in the treatment room in front of the butterfly house, everyone looked over. When they found out it was Su Chen, the crowd immediately became agitated. Ah, it's Master Su Chen. It's Master Su Chen that I've been thinking about day and night. Master Su Chen is so handsome and I love him so much. I don't feel any pain in my body after just one look at him. Master Su Chen, look at me, look at me. Is Master Su Chen here to treat me? Wow, I'm so touched. The crowd suddenly made a commotion. But for a moment no one dared to step forward. At this time, the hint Su Chen had given to the crowd came into play. The current era is not as crazy as Su Chen's era in terms of star chasing, so everyone is still relatively rational. Although they admire Su Chen very much, everyone knows what they should do when they come to the Demon Slayer Corps. So when everyone saw Su Chen, although they wanted to step forward, they remembered what Su Chen had said before about training well, so they didn't move. Su Chen came to Kochou Shinobu's side. He exchanged glances with Kochou Shinobu. Advertisement. Su Chen found that Kochou Shinobu seemed a little hesitant to look him in the eye. As long as the eyes meet for more than 2 seconds, the other person will lower his head unconsciously. Then you will end up with a big red face. Su Chen was left confused. Master Su Chen, are you seeing patients today as well? The Demon Slayer patient in the front line saw Su Chen coming to Kochou Shinobu and his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he asked the question that all the people in the queue behind him were most concerned about. Su Chen looked at the man and smiled. Of course, I came here to see patients. After all, I am also a doctor at Butterfly House. Wow, all of a sudden the crowd went wild. Oh my god, is Master Su Chen finally going to see patients? Yes, yes, yes. The last time I came to the Butterfly House, I was already astounded by Master Su Chen's craftsmanship. I didn't expect that I could finally enjoy it today. What's wrong? What are you talking about? Isn't Su Chen-sama the Lord Zhu? Can he treat illnesses like Kochou-sama? Some were shocked, some were excited, and some were very confused. Most of these confused people were those who heard of Su Chen's name later. These people were obviously not among those who participated in the previous Butterfly House rescue competition. An enthusiastic audience member explained. No, buddy, you don't know this. Aren't you too uninformed? The man was puzzled. Ah, then explain it to me. You knew about the last time Lord Shinazugawa came here, didn't you? Master Shinazugawa came to Butterfly House to compete with Master Su Chen, but he was defeated miserably. What? The man who was confused before was obviously shocked. Could it be that Lord Su Chen could have defeated Lord Shinazugawa at that time? Why do I remember that the winner was decided between Lord Su Chen and Lord Shinazugawa on the ring? You don't know this. The enthusiastic member of the Demon Slayer Corps said with a little pride. Master Shinazugawa came to the Butterfly House to look for Master Su Chen before. Although I don't know why, they did start competing. Then Lord Shinazugawa lost to Lord Su Chen, and the competition at that time included a medical-related competition. Wow. The enthusiastic member of the Demon Slayer Corps said excitedly, do you know that when Master Su Chen was holding a massage competition, it was simply amazing, and everyone who used it said it was good. Following the introduction of this enthusiastic teammate, the uninformed members of the Demon Slayer Corps all showed strange expressions. Is it really that magical? They heard someone say that Master Su Chen's skills could heal bones, and that anyone who was massaged by Su Chen could have their injuries healed instantly. Others said that just being touched by Master Su Chen would be enough. Anyway, the rumor was getting more and more outrageous, and even Su Chen didn't know that the rumor had spread to this extent. However, Su Chen saw that when the Demon Slayer Corps members, especially the women, heard that their injuries could be healed as long as they were touched by Su Chen. Advertisement. Each of them revealed a look as fierce as that of a wolf or a tiger. They looked at Su Chen, wishing they could rush over and eat him right then and there. But Su Chen is not so easy to be controlled. Quiet. It was like a dragon's roar, shaking the human soul. Su Chen's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. The scene suddenly became quiet. The person who spoke first didn't even dare to breathe. He is the closest to Su Chen, so his feelings are the most intuitive. Su Chen's shout just now made him feel as if the person standing in front of him was not a human. Instead, it is a huge beast that is intimidating without even getting angry. As long as he dared to move or disobey his orders, his soul would seem to be torn apart by this power. Very strong. The team member sighed. Is this the power of being a pillar? This is the rumored most powerful pillar in the Demon Slayer Corps. He was so scared that he was sweating all over and didn't even hear Su Chen calling him. Hello, sir. Are you feeling unwell? Ah, no, no. The team member looked a little panicked. He glanced at Su Chen and then quietly ran away. Su Chen narrowed his eyes calmly and said nothing. Next. This little episode passed quickly. The second patient in line saw that he was being treated by Lord Su Chen. The whole person rushed over excitedly. Kochou Shinobu glanced over here calmly. When she found out that Su Chen was looking at a female team member, she bit her lip slightly. I'm in a very bad mood. Hiss. Lord Kochou, be gentler. The patient who was being given an injection by Kochou Shinobu suddenly felt a tearing sensation in his arm and couldn't help but grimace. Just ask. Chapter 205 Brother, it hurts. Who could have known the feeling of having a needle inserted into your body and having the nurse stirring inside you before the needle was even removed? The patient suddenly felt unwell. Sitting on the bench, one hand tightly pinched his thigh. One hand is at the mercy of Kochou Shinobu. Unable to help himself any longer, he gently prompted Kochou Shinobu. Ah, excuse me, Shaokui, come here and take this patient downstairs to get him bandaged. In the back, Kanzaki Aoi, who had just finished looking for the bed sheets, heard Kochou Shinobu's instructions. He immediately came over and took the patient away. Since then, the patient has received a big gift package of bandages. Kochou Shinobu said somewhat out of character. Next. Suddenly, the patients waiting in the back looked at each other, and then a young man came up. He also saw what happened to the patient just now. Although he believed in Kochou Shinobu's craftsmanship, he couldn't help but say, "Lord Kochou, be more steady." Kochou Shinobu nodded. "Don't worry, I've been doing this for half my life, there will be no problem." The young man heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. "That's good, small problems are acceptable." After saying this, he stretched out his hand without hesitation, with an awe-inspiring look. Kochou Shinobu started treatment. Coincidentally, this patient also needed an injection. So I called Kanzaki Aoi and prepared some equipment for her. At the same time, Su Chen's speed in seeing patients was as fast as a rocket. Due to the daily lack of manpower in the butterfly house, only the simplest surgery department is open among the 4 major departments invented by Su Chen. The Demon Slayer Corps fights outside all year round, so the most members suffer from skin injuries. Most of the people queuing up had minor injuries. It's also easier to treat. For those with more serious cases, just lie down and wait for Kochou Shinobu to have time to treat you. For the rest of the simpler cases, Kanzaki Aoi will be in charge of it. If the situation is more serious, the person will go directly into the ghost stomach without even having to come here. With Su Chen's current level of medical skills, he could treat these injuries every 15 seconds. The only time-consuming process is the handling of the equipment and simple bandaging. Kanzaki Aoi would come to change the bandage or hand over the equipment from time to time. Pliers, scissors, needle, advertisement. Su Chen looked after the patients in an orderly manner, and his hands were not idle either. He took care of several patients in the queue in a short while. And Su Chen also entered a mysterious state. Open black lens bracket. You have entered the time realm. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your concentration has improved. Close black lens bracket. In order to be dedicated to his work, Su Chen directly opened up his own time field. Now Su Chen's domain skills can basically be used for just 15 minutes without depleting his mental abilities. Therefore, whenever Su Chen needs to deal with something, he will directly open the domain to solve it. Very good, next one. Soon, Su Chen finished seeing another patient. The patient's injury was in the arm. Broken bones, scratches. Su Chen learned this through analyzing the wound. It was obvious that he was beaten by the demon first, then his bones were broken. Then when the two sides were fighting with bayonets, this member of the Demon Slayer Corps was lucky. Nichiren blades cut in the wrong direction. But his opponent anticipated the situation and tilted his head, just in time to let his neck fall under the knife of his teammate. Thus, the most wrongly killed soul in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps was born. And his scratches were also predicted, as he was scratched by a ghost. I have to say that this person is very lucky to be still alive and to come to Butterfly House for treatment. Go down and practice your skills, don't try to predict the situation when there is nothing going on. Oh, the team member was stunned at first. Then when he thought that the other person was Zhu, he smiled embarrassedly. It turns out that Zhu knows about my story. It seems that I am really famous. Next, Su Chen shouted to the back of the crowd. Immediately afterwards, a little girl from the Demon Slayer Corps rushed out. He rushed directly to Su Chen. Brother, it hurts. Su Chen asked calmly. Where does it hurt? Then the female teammate grabbed Su Chen's hand and pressed it against her chest. Su Chen was startled and took his hand back immediately. Respect yourself. The female team member secretly thought it was a pity, and seeing that the plan had failed, she simply said, Brother Su Chen, my heart aches. The tone is so numb and corny as it can be. Snap. There was a sound of glass breaking. Advertisement. Xiaonan, who was giving an injection to a patient, suddenly crushed the glass injection bottle in her hand. The young man who was getting an injection in front of her was stunned. Then he saw his blood flowing back through the needle hole and quickly flowed out. But he didn't cry out in pain. It's not that I forgot, but that I dare not. He is a relatively clever guy. After all, everyone knows that Lord Kochou is the weakest among the pillars. But now he suddenly crushed a small glass bottle with his bare hands. What does this prove? You know, although this glass bottle is small, it is really hard to crush. But Lord Kochou crushed it without even blinking an eye. The young man looked at Kochou Shinobu calmly. But she found that Kochou Shinobu was always staring in the direction of Su Chen, and she didn't even notice that her blood was flowing out and onto Kochou Shinobu's hand. Then the young man looked in Su Chen's direction. Wow, the girl over there calls me brother so sweetly. I almost stood at attention. My goodness, I'm not going to survive in the butterfly house tomorrow. Everyone knows that Lord Kochou and Lord Su Chen are a perfect match. In the young man's opinion, snatching Master Su Chen from Master Kochou was tantamount to seeking death. I don't know what that female team member was thinking. Why? Thinking of this, the young man couldn't help but sigh. Why am I the one who got hurt in your matter? As if sensing the younger man's emotions, or perhaps the heat of his blood, Kochou Shinobu suddenly came back to his senses. Kochou Shinobu just looked up at the young man. In a gentle tone. Oh, sorry, I was so rash, I'll change another one for you. No. No need, the young team member said tremblingly. Compared to this, he wanted to escape more at this moment. It's okay. Kochou Shinobu smiled again, if you don't ignore the two huge hashes on her head. It's okay. Kochou Shinobu repeated mechanically, it's okay. Master Kochou, are you okay? The young man asked with some concern. Mainly, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave the room today. Kochou Shinobu smiled and said, it's okay. It's not a big deal as long as you don't die. The young man's teammates. Chapter 206 No hee. Is this what I mean? I said small problems don't matter, just say you won't die. The young man was sweating profusely. Is this butterfly house serious? I can't cure it. After saying that, the young man wanted to get up in a hurry, but was pulled down by Kochou Shinobu. Kochou Shinobu smiled widely, but his tone was a little stiff. Moshimoshi, what's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with my treatment? The young man noticed that when Kochou Shinobu said this, he was also looking in the direction of Chen. And the strength in his arms was gradually increasing, which made him even more panicked. Best of all, the guy didn't know how he sat down. Anyway, in the end he left with a pale face and purple lips. One look and you can tell there's a lot of blood. This scene was very frustrating to the other patients. The audience in the front row were fine, as they knew what was going on. But the patients waiting in line behind were confused. How come I came to see the doctor, and when I left, I felt even sicker? At this time, Chen's treatment was also over. This was the slowest time for him to receive treatment. Chen stated that it was not because of her own technical reasons, but because she had to treat the other person while protecting her own chastity. So it took a little more effort this time. The handsome boy looked up and instantly saw that the line in front of him had grown longer. And most of them are young and beautiful women. The next female patient standing opposite Chen had sparkling eyes. After waiting for so long, is it finally her turn? You know, she has been waiting in line for a long time today. I have heard for a long time that there is a Master Su in the butterfly house who has very profound massage skills. This time she had already planned out her purpose, which was to enjoy Chen's massage service. Now it's her turn, how can she not be excited? As soon as she saw the patient in front of her leave, she immediately pounced towards Chen. His eyes looked like he wanted to eat Chen alive. But at this moment, a figure appeared faster than her. The front yard of the butterfly house. A colorful haori fluttered slightly, and Kochou Shinobu's petite figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen's desk. Advertisement. Just happened to block the female patient who was rushing towards him. He hugged the other person and said with a smile, hello, cannibalism is not allowed here. Although Kochou Shinobu was smiling, his tone was cold. The pronunciation seemed gentle, but each word was as cold as Nichiren blades. The female patient felt as if she was falling into an ice cellar after hearing these words. Kochou Shinobu raised his head, gently, and smiled at the long queue in front of Chen. Please line up according to gender. Male patients line up behind Mr. Chen, and female patients line up next to me. Why? A woman standing behind Chen protested loudly. The people with the loudest voices are the ones at the front of the line. They have been waiting for a long time and finally their turn is coming, but just one sentence makes them give up Chen's service. But Kochou Shinobu is the insect pillar, and his words are still very intimidating. Kochou Shinobu tilted his head and winked playfully. Oh, then there is really no way. What do you think we should do? Kochou Shinobu's tone remained cold. The female student she was hugging was already trembling. She is the person closest to Kochou Shinobu. When Kochou Shinobu was speaking just now, she could clearly feel the anger in Kochou Shinobu. And there is also a sour taste. She knew that she had smelled this scent before on Master Iguro Kobane. She had an idea and immediately stood up and left in a hurry. As she walked away, the people in the queue behind her were also stunned. At this time they also reacted. Damn, Kochou Shinobu is the insect pillar. How dare they resist the pillar? Seeing the male patients around them changing their positions, they thought about it, gritted their teeth, and ran to Kochou Shinobu. This scene fell into Chen's eyes, and immediately made him look strange. What is going on? Chen understood something, but he didn't say it. Only then did Master Su understand that Kochou Shinobu was serious. Although he had always been fearless, for the first time he felt a subtle fear of Kochou Shinobu in this state. Soon, the team was divided into men and women. Chen sees male patients, and Kochou Shinobu sees female patients. The two worked together quickly. However, the patient opposite Kochou Shinobu always looked in the direction of Chen. She also shows a crazy expression from time to time. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Kochou Shinobu's smile faded. When inserting the needle, I couldn't help but add a bit of force. This meant that every 1 or 2 minutes, Chen could hear a miserable scream coming from the table next to him. Chen didn't even dare to turn his head. Are you kidding me? Is this something he can watch? Saving your life is important. So Chen looked at the patient in front of him carefully, with his head facing forward. This also resulted in him reading very quickly, and he finished it in no time. After the two of them divided the work, they finished seeing the patient quickly. At this time, Chen was cleaning the table while looking carefully to his side. At this time, Kochou Shinobu was silently packing up the medical tools in front of her, and Kanzaki Aoi was assisting her. The only difference from before is that the smile on Kochou Shinobu's face has disappeared. Kochou Shinobu. No hee. Chen tore off a clean tissue and then dipped it in some alcohol. He slowly walked to Kochou Shinobu and wiped the sweat from his forehead and little hands. This action made Kochou Shinobu pause. Then Su Chen clearly felt Kochou Shinobu's body tremble slightly. Su Chen joked. Strange, why does this face get redder the more you wipe it? Kochou Shinobu pretended to be angry. You're going to die. Kanzaki Aoi secretly covered her mouth and laughed. Master Su Chen is teasing Master Kochou again. Kochou Shinobu looked at Kanzaki Aoi and said, you go down first. Kanzaki Aoi pointed at himself. Me. Kochou Shinobu points out. Kanzaki Aoi couldn't help but slap himself in the face. Look at this face, he couldn't control his expression, so he was driven away. Kanzaki Aoi went down. Just as Kanzaki Aoi left, Kochou Shinobu looked at Su Chen, his mouth curled downward and he asked, were you very happy when you were treating those female players just now? Su Chen's heart tightened. How could it be? Kochou Shinobu. Then you are so devoted to your treatment. Kochou Shinobu's voice was very low when she said this, but Su Chen could still hear the jealousy in the girl's mouth. Su Chen laughed and said, no way, I am the face of Butterfly House. If I don't get better, what if I ruin your reputation? Kochou Shinobu. Tisk, you better stop seeing patients in the future. The Butterfly House is in chaos when you come here. Chapter 207 Human Ghost Transaction. The girl said stubbornly. I don't need your help. Su Chen said happily. Okay, I'll listen to you. How could Su Chen not know that Kochou Shinobu was taking possession of him? But if I don't come, I can have some free time, so I can go out and learn breathing techniques from Tanjiro and the others. But Kochou Shinobu didn't know what Su Chen was thinking. But very happy. The smile returned to her face. Oh, yes. Kochou Shinobu suddenly said, I have already contacted the Swordsmith village. The village chief over there said he's free this afternoon, and you're also a pillar level member, so we can go straight over. Su Chen. What about the quota for making the sword? That's enough. Kochou Shinobu said, I went to see the Lord this morning, and he gave you a quota. You can build as many as you want. Su Chen was slightly stunned. So many. Kochou Shinobu smiled. Of course, you are now the treasure of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Lord will unconditionally support whatever you want to do. Su Chen didn't expect that his privilege would be so great. But it seems that the Demon Slayer Corps is indeed not short of money. Then I'll just try my best to make it. After a brief conversation, the two decided to take Kanao to the Swordsmith village in the afternoon. At this time, on a hill 500 meters away from the Butterfly House. A patient who had escaped earlier walked towards the depths of the jungle with a panicked look on his face. The scenery along the way is covered with lush vegetation, and a lot of light is blocked by the trees. Gradually, a shadow area appeared. This place is artificially blocked by large pieces of wood, and there is a long tunnel underneath. Someone spoke from the shadows. Coming. The patient looked panicked. Here it comes. The voice came again. Tell me. Yes, Su Chen has returned to the Butterfly House. I saw it with my own eyes. The figure in the shadows was silent for a long time. I understand, you can leave and continue to monitor Su Chen's whereabouts. Be sure to track his location before the adults arrive. Okay. The patient nodded in agreement. But after saying that, he couldn't help but remind her, what about what you promised me? Advertisement. HMPH. A disdainful voice came from the shadows. After Su Chen dies, you will naturally accept the blood reward from Lord Kokushibo, don't worry. Okay. Okay. The patient nodded repeatedly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. The patient's name was Luo Chuan, and he was the one who had just escaped from Su Chen. As for why making a deal with ghosts, it was because he was diagnosed with a terminal illness a month ago and visited several doctors during his mission but to no avail. Not only did he spend all his money, but his body was also getting weaker. In fear of death, he was afraid. That's why he thought of becoming a ghost, so that he could not only be saved but also gain eternal life. He was also the one who exposed the location of the Butterfly House. During a mission by chance, he met a ghost who worked for Kokushibo. He was unable to defeat the enemy at that time, so in order to beg for mercy he exposed the new location of the Butterfly House. It just so happened that this ghost also knew about Su Chen, so this happened. The power of demons has begun to infiltrate the intelligence of the Demon Slayer Corps. In the shadows, the light is dim, making it difficult to see what is deep in the darkness. A voice continued to come from the dark abyss. Why don't you leave? Luo Chuan looked a little hesitant, and after thinking for a while, he decided to say, Sir, I have a friend who said he also wants to join the big family of Guisi. The figure in the shadow paused. Who? A guy named Kaigaku, who's good at using thunder breathing. He's pretty powerful. What's it worth to me? Luo Chuan gritted his teeth with a pale face, and after struggling for a moment, he said, he knows more information than I do. At this time, the figure in the shadows finally became interested. Tell me about it. At this time Luoxuan stopped talking again. The shadow ghost said in an unhappy voice. Tell me, then the master will naturally give you more blood. Luo Chuan smiled widely. Yes, yes, yes. Luoxuan knew that he could only gain benefits when he could satisfy the other party's appetite. However, afterwards, the other party will forget about you within the time it takes to eat a meal. So Luoxuan found a balance. Just then, a Kaigaku guy came to him. If he didn't get some benefits, why should he introduce Kaigaku? Luoxuan said, his name is Kaigaku. He is a former disciple of the Mingzu. He is very powerful and a rare swordsman of the breathing method. He has been in the Demon Slayer Corps for a long time and knows a lot of things I don't. For team members like Luoxuan, they basically know a place called Butterfly House. Advertisement. But the locations of places like the Sword Forging Village and the Lord's Mansion are unknown. Normally, the Lord also uses crowbars to contact each team member. But Kaigaku is different. Before, he had been to many places with the predecessor, the Sound Pillar. The pillar has high authority and can go anywhere, so Kaigaku is more or less mixed up in two places. Sure enough, after Shadow Ghost heard the news from Luo Chuan, his expression immediately became excited. It is also a little devil, but it also has dreams. Its dream is to become the new Lower Moon. I've heard that the current 12 Kazuki position is very empty. So the Shadow Ghost is also trying to perform. It recently worked under Kochou Shinobu, and when it met Luoxuan, it knew that it might not be far from the Lower Moon. Sure enough, the current situation did not disappoint it. Tell me, what does that Kaigaku guy know? Luoxuan looked up, his eyes full of mystery. For example, Ubuyashiki's mansion. After noon, the sun gradually became hotter. Before the season change, the power of the autumn tiger should not be underestimated. Su Chen, Kochou Shinobu, and Kanao set off on their way to the swordsmithing village. After just walking for a short while, several people were covered in sweat. However, it wasn't them who were sweating, but several members of Hidden. Due to the confidentiality of the swordsmith village mechanism, Su Chen and his companions would use hidden members to pick them up and drop them off when they went to the swordsmith village. But only Kanao was blindfolded, introduced according to the rules of hidden members. Members above the pillar level don't need to be blindfolded, and the only one here who is not a pillar is Kanao. So Kanao was blindfolded. Su Chen looked at the hidden member who was carrying him, and saw that he was sweating profusely, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? How about I come down and walk by myself?" "No need. It is our honor to serve Lord Longzhu." The hidden member who was carrying Su Chen looked very excited. If you didn't know, you would think he was carrying his new wife. Looking at the excited expression of the man, the female hermit who was carrying Kochou Shinobu and Kanao cast envious glances. Now Su Chen's achievements are known to everyone in every department of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 208 Knife Ring. When I learned that Su Chen was coming to the sword forging village, the two female hermits jumped up with joy. Then he decisively recommended himself to the organization and was successfully selected. But due to Kochou Shinobu's gender requirement, the two female hermits could only carry Kochou Shinobu and Kanao on their backs. And Su Chen landed on the head of a man. Looking at the male hidden look of enjoyment. The back teeth of the two female hermits were instantly broken. Arrive. After reaching the destination, Hyde, who was carrying Kanao and Kochou Shinobu, immediately put them down with an expressionless face. Then this turning point will be exchanged and carried by another hidden. After repeating this process, Su Chen, Kochou Shinobu and Kanao finally arrived at the swordsmith village. At the village gate, the sun was still high in the sky, but the village chief's upright dwarf figure had already stood at the entrance of the village. This morning, the chief of the swordsmith village, Tichikawahara Tetsujin, hurried over as soon as he received the order from his lord. Although it was already afternoon, his figure had not moved at all. Even the two muscular men who were lifting weights beside him couldn't help but persuade him, "Village chief, go back first. We don't know when Lord Longzhu will come." Another man agreed, "Yes, you go back first, and when Lord Longzhu comes, we will bring him here." Tetsuji Kawara Tetsujin shook his head. "No, you don't understand. Mr. Su Chen is too important to the Demon Slayer Corps. Besides, the sun is not very bright. If you can wait, why can't I?" Tichihayuan Tiejun is very stubborn. He has been waiting since morning and he has not lost his temper at all. "I just want to see Su Chen as soon as possible." The two weightlifting men wanted to continue persuading her when they saw this, but fortunately, a hidden figure finally began to appear on the distant horizon. And on Yin's back, there happened to be three humans. They were all wearing the uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps. "Village chief, someone is coming." Tetsuji Kawara Tetsujin. "I know, I'm not blind yet." The few people did not go forward to check immediately, but continued to wait where they were. Many people came to the swordsmith village today, but none of them was Su Chen. So in order to save some energy, they have become accustomed to observing from a closer distance. "Ada, have you met Lord Longzhu?" Advertisement. A tough guy asked. "No." Another Iron Man Tieshue Sen answered. "Look at yourselves. You came here with me, but you don't even know Mr. Su Chen. I'm embarrassed to tell anyone." The two weightlifting men lowered their heads in shame. Everyone knows about the last match between Su Chen and Shinazugawa. But they were so obsessed with sword forging that they didn't go. So naturally they had heard of Su Chen's reputation but had never seen him in person. Taidi and Yuan Tiejun are different. He went to find out about Su Chen. So he knows a lot about Su Chen. That's right, in fact, he had never met Su Chen either. Therefore, he could only use some clever methods that Tichi Kawahara Tetsujin thought of himself. The way that Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin identified Su Chen was very simple. He heard that Su Chen was a doctor at Butterfly House, had good massage skills and was handsome. Looking at the face is the first method of Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin. After a few people approached, Tetsuchi Heian Tetsujin's eyes suddenly widened. "Mr. Su Chen is here." This shout immediately woke up Tieshueson and another tough guy. The two of them looked over when they heard the sound. "Where is he?" Is it the person from before? Wow, you're so young. You look even younger than Tokido-sama. Next to them are Lord Kochou and her stepson. Lord Ryuju is also from the butterfly house, so this is certain. The village chief is amazing. He recognized the person right away. Tetsuchi Heian Tetsujin smiled complacently. Of course, after all, he noticed Su Chen's looks at first sight. His hands couldn't stop touching it. I have tried all the methods one by one in the past few days, but it still doesn't work. At this moment, Taidai Heian Tiejun realized that handsome is a pronoun, and this word is used exclusively for Su Chen. Although his tone seemed nonchalant, his expression revealed a loss that could not be concealed. The three of them held knives and touched each other from head to toe, as if they had seen some peerless beauty. Advertisement. Your Nichiren blades are currently the best proportions. I can't find a better way to modify them. Kochou Shinobu smiled and said nothing. After all, Su Chen's appearance is really eye-catching. And if it's too heavy, your Nichiren blades won't work, so this ratio problem is very difficult to solve. Kochou Shinobu smiled and got off Yin's body, and greeted Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin as soon as he came up. Wait, Master Insect Pillar, can you let me see the Nichiren blades on your waist? He said. Master Chongzu, who did this? After Yin, who was carrying the three people from Diwu, approached. Tetsuchi Kawahara Tetsujin recognized it at a glance, it was the real thing. There was a hint of helplessness in Tichiheiwan Tiejun's tone. Really? Kochou Shinobu subconsciously looked in the direction of Su Chen and smiled slightly. It's the dragon pillar. Finally, Tetsuji Kawara pointed the last three rings on the Nichiren blades at Kochou Shinobu. In the history of the Demon Slayer Corps, it is very rare to find a Demon Slayer swordsman like you who has very little strength, and things like the Nichiren blades are not easy to control because of their weight. Then I watched it with Tetsujin Kawahara. Tetsuji Kawara Tetsujin took the Nichiren blades and stroked it gently. Tichiheiwan Tetsujin immediately came over. When Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin saw Kochou Shinobu, he suddenly remembered something. Yes, Miss Insect Pillar. It's about the last time I improved your Nichiren blades. Kochou Shinobu did not refuse, pulled out the Nichiren blades from his waist, and handed it to Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin. At first glance, the handsome guy's brilliance cannot be concealed at all. Village Chief, you are still too enthusiastic. If it's too light, it will break at the touch, and the Nichiren blades won't have the chopping or piercing effect they deserve. Hearing this, Taidai Heian Tiejun was a little embarrassed. No, I didn't find it. At this moment, the usually calm and composed Tichikawahara Tetsujin's eyes suddenly lit up and his tone suddenly became slightly excited. What? Hello everyone in Butterfly House, I am Tetsujin Tetsuchikawahara, the village chief of the Swordsmith village. Welcome to the Swordsmith village. The village chief, Tichiheiwan Tiejun, welcomed them loudly, and Tiegzensen and Ada also said in unison, your arrival brings honor to our Swordsmith village. Kochou Shinobu blinked. Oh my, could it be that the village chief has found a way to crack this? He is worthy of being the village chief. Seeing their master so curious, Tieshwasen and Ada also moved closer. His eyes became brighter and brighter as he looked. Chapter 209 Iron River Iron Treasure. Tetsuji Heian Tetsujin, Tetsukenomori and Ada exclaimed at the same time. This was actually done by Lord Longzu. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Kanao on the side suddenly felt something was wrong and asked. This is a big problem. Taidai Heian Tiejun couldn't help but say. After adding this knife ring, the weight has changed very little, and if I am not mistaken, it is filled with poison, right? Tessanomori nodded with a look of satisfaction. Yes, this is a very good idea. If I didn't have a good grasp of the precision of the Nichiren blades, I wouldn't dare to change it casually. Ada also nodded. An insect pillar Sama's Nichiren blades are very light and will break with just the slightest amount of force, so the person who did this must have not only perfect strength, but also a good working device. Finally, the three of them looked at Su Chen together, their eyes full of admiration. Kochou Shinobu standing by also had a bright look in his eyes. She didn't know what that meant, but she knew that Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin was the best swordsmith in the Swordsmith village. If you can get the recognition from Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin, it means that your forging skills must be very good. But there are only a few round holes added on the knife. Is it really that exaggerated? Moreover, although Tetsuchi Kawahara Tetsujin and others were not clear about it, Kochou Shinobu was very clear about it. Su Chen didn't have any professional equipment at the time. He simply used stones from the roadside and his own Nichiren blades to carve it. Not only is the carving perfect, but the way Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin talks about it seems like proof of his strength. Kochou Shinobu also looked at Su Chen. I was confused. How much is there about Su Chen that he doesn't know? Could it be that Su Chen was really a sword forging genius as he said at the beginning? While Kochou Shinobu was thinking, Tetsuchi, Kawahara, and Tetsujin had already moved towards Su Chen. Chattering non-stop, Lord Longzu, can you forge a sword? Lord Longzu, please tell me what you think of this idea. Alright, both of you go down, Lord Ryujuru, we are here to get the Nichiren blades. As the village chief, Taidai Heian Tiejun's words were naturally effective. With just one sentence, he convinced Tieshwasen and Ada to go back. Then he walked up to Su Chen. Master Ryuju, I am Tetsujin Kawara. You came here to request a few Nichiren blades. Su Chen nodded. Hello, village chief, I plan to get 3 this time. Advertisement. Are 3 enough? Tetsuchi Kawara Tetsujin asked uncertainly, do you want me to give you a few more? I heard that the Nichiren blades of your pillar-level team members often wear out or break. No need. Su Chen explained. Nichiren blades are about quality, not quantity. Even if there were more, I wouldn't be used to using them. So whatever suits you is fine. Okay. Tai-Dai Heiyu and Tiejun took the lead and then changed direction. Then come with me, I'll let Tieshuisen help you build it. Su Chen, Kochou Shinobu and Kanao followed behind. Su Chen suddenly said, Village Chief, I want to make my own Nichiren blades. Is that okay with you? Tai-Dai Heiyu and Tiejun was stunned when he heard this. Although we just learned that Su Chen might know some techniques of Nichiren blades, forging Nichiren blades is different from modifying them. Forging starts from scratch, and if any step is wrong, it will not be successful. The modifications are made based on the finished product. If the changes are not major, they will basically not affect the feel of the Nichiren blades. Could it be that this legendary dragon pillar also knows the art of forging? Tai-Dai Heiyu and Tiejun thought about it, and finally said, of course, Lord Longzhu can do whatever he wants here. After saying that, Tai-Dai Heiyu and Tiejun waved his hand to call Tieshuisen and said, Tieshuisen, go and receive Lord Longzhu. Then he said to Ada, take Master Chongzhu to find a house to stay. Thank you, village chief. Kochou Shinobu squinted his eyes and smiled, his voice sweet. It's all right. Tetsuchi Kawahara Tetsujin also smiled. But after laughing, he began to feel resentful. It was strange, he didn't remember Kochou Shinobu's smile being like this. Although Kochou Shinobu could smile before, and always smiled, his eyes were like dead water. As an old guy who has lived for decades, Tai-Dai Heiyu and Tiejun still has some vision. Tai-Dai Heiyu and Tiejun looked towards Su Chen's position. The other party is Kanao. Without saying anything, he just looked at Tieshuisen and smiled quietly. Tetsuji Heiyu and Tetsujin was a smart man and he figured out the key to the problem almost immediately. Then Tetsuji Kawara Tetsujin set his sights on Kanao's face next to him. He, Tichi Kawahara Tetsujin, almost suspected that he had seen it wrong. What did he, Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin, see? Advertisement. That is, Kanao also has a very serious autism and a fear of communicating with others. If Kochou Shinobu's smile in the past was likened to the smile of an iceberg, then Kochou Shinobu's smile now is more like a flower after a spring breeze, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. But now, therefore, Tetsuji Kawahara was deeply impressed that Kanao's character was not simple. The insect pillar master and his apprentice were chatting and laughing. He knew this kid named Kanao. For a moment, Tieshuisen thought he had encountered a human machine. That means the child has hidden his inner self. Tetsuji Kawara Tetsujin raised his head and said, in front of us is where our swordsmiths forge Nichiren blades. Very strange. So swordsmithing. And this character is at the very center of the current era. Could it be that this kid has figured it out? His impression was clear. Later, it was Kochou Shinobu who stepped in and finally settled the matter regarding Nichiren blades. As they were thinking about it, they soon arrived at a fork in the road. Maybe the other party can really do it. Both the flower pillar and the insect pillar had brought her here several times before, and her Nichiren blades were made by the Iron Cave Forest. At this moment, Tai-Dai Heiyu and Tiejun realized that the man named Su Chen in front of him was probably not simple. That's right, Tichi Kawahara Tetsujin still remembers that once Tieshuisen came to his house and talked about this matter. That is, a new character appeared in the Butterfly House. It is very likely that everyone in Butterfly House has changed because of Su Chen. But when he smiled today, Tetsuji Kawahara Tetsujin didn't feel the same feeling as before. If there is any difference between before and now. He didn't move at all, and occasionally said a few words, but the content was irrelevant. When Tetsunomori came to Kanao's house to make a sword, and then asked him about his requirements for the sword. At this time, Kanao was walking and talking and laughing with Kochou Shinobu. Chapter 210 Knife. Standing in front of them was the place where the swordsmiths in the sword forging village forged swords. Under the sun, a group of men were forging their own Nichiren blades. In fact, most swordsmiths forge Nichiren blades by themselves. But some people cannot do it alone, so some swordsmiths choose to work together. The forging place is plain, but bustling with activity, and the atmosphere gives people a sense of fulfillment. The village chief turned around and looked at the others and said, Masters, the forging room of the Iron Cave Forest is ahead. These words were directed to Su Chen. This means that Su Chen will go to the forge in the Iron Cave Forest to make Nichiren blades. Kochou Shinobu and Kanao were assigned to the rooms first. The village chief smiled and said, Lord Longzhu can complete the work in Tieshuisen's forging room. If there is anything you don't know during this period, you can ask Tieshuisen. Tessanasan patted his chest and assured, Don't worry, village chief, with me here, Lord Longzhu will definitely be able to forge Nichiren blades today. The village chief nodded. He believed in Tieshuisen's strength. After saying a few words to Su Chen, he left. After the village chief left, Tieshuisen also took Su Chen to his forging room. And began to introduce it to Su Chen tirelessly. Lord Longzhu, look, this is our swordsmith's room. All the materials are in there. If you run out of any material, just tell me. If you are tired, we have a natural hot spring here. You can lie in it and relax your body and mind. Before he could finish his words, Tieshuisen saw Su Chen walking towards his forging table. Wait, Dragon Pillar. When the words came to his lips, Tieshuisen stopped immediately. Because when a swordsmith is creating, he is not allowed to be disturbed. So Tieshueson chose to wait and see. Let's take a look at Su Chen's operation first. What if they really have information? Wouldn't it be a slap in the face if I said it first? So under Tieshueson's gaze, Su Chen finally took his first step. Step 1. Hold the hammer. Just this moment, a small movement. But it made Tieshueson's eyes light up instantly. Professional. Absolutely professional. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether something is good or not just by taking a look. Advertisement. With just a small movement, Su Chen allowed Tieshueson to instantly judge the other party's experience. Clean and neat, without any drag. The moment Su Chen raised the hammer, he threw the red ore material next to him into his workbench. This is the ore that Tieshueson received a few days ago. The Nichiren blades are also made from this ore. The raw materials for Nichiren blades are iron ore and ores from the Sunny Mountain, which is closest to the sun. This mineral has the property of absorbing sunlight, and evil spirits fear sunlight the most, so Nichiren blades can become a weapon to kill evil spirits. The materials of Nichiren blades are mainly composed of Gorilla Crimson Iron Sandstone and Gorilla Crimson Ore. The blade will appear different colors depending on the user, and some will change color during combat. This magical property makes this ore a favorite in the knife forging village. After Su Chen got the ores, he raised his hand and instantly, the sound of ping-pong began to be heard. Ding dang dang. The clanging sound of metal continued, and the speed was getting faster and faster. And Su Chen also entered into a mysterious state. The time domain is open. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. A transparent world appears before your eyes. Close black lens bracket. Your perception of the speed of time around you has increased. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your concentration has improved. Close black lens bracket. Your reaction speed has improved. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your patience has improved. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your learning ability has improved. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. The creative state is fully activated, combined with Su Chen's own advanced forging skills. His creative speed is really fast. What a fast speed. Tieshueson, who was standing by, almost stared with his eyes wide open. Because Su Chen's speed is too fast. Originally Tieshueson wanted to test Su Chen's ability, but he just saw Su Chen lifting the hammer. Then I couldn't see anything. Su Chen's operating speed has left an afterimage. Iron Cave Forest can't see anything. Ding 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 ding. So as early as the very beginning, Su Chen had already carved the piece of ore in his hand countless times in his mind. Advertisement. You are forging Nichiren blades. As you continue to hammer Nichiren blades, your forging experience increases. Closing square bracket. Su Chen started quenching the forged iron block directly. Alloy properties, by adding other metals to improve the alloy properties of forging materials, further optimizing the performance of the knife. This is the result of maxing out your perception and reaction points. There are countless costs of being wrong. Therefore, Su Chen needs to achieve a delicate balance in the carbon ratio within the ore through continuous quenching and hammering. Quenching, through quenching treatment, changes the molecular arrangement structure of the forging material to enhance its hardness and toughness. He immediately ran closer, wanting to watch Su Chen's steps more closely. First, remove impurities, such as sulfur, from the forging material to ensure the purity and uniformity of the material. In fact, it's not Tieshueson's fault. The time around Su Chen in the time field is slower than that of Su Chen. He remembered that sword forging mainly included the following steps. Tieshueson's eyes were finally able to follow a little. Next step, multi-level forging. Use multi-level forging technology, such as Damascus forging, to achieve better blade performance. After all, he had promised the village chief that he would ensure that Lord Longzhu would forge the Nichiren blades. The process of forging the sword was gradually memorized in his mind. It happened that when Su Chen was being observed in Tieshui Forest. Soon, Su Chen stopped hammering. This step is quick, mainly because it happens a lot. It can give Su Chen more reaction time. Otherwise, it would be bad if I accidentally let Su Chen fail to make it. Because Su Chen always starts with deduction and then takes action. Su Chen moved quickly and had already started using multi-level forging techniques. For him who has maxed out his observation ability. Now, Su Chen is just restoring the best version in reality. And the method is to fix the proportion of carbon. Su Chen's eyes were clear, with only Nichiren blades in them. So for bystanders, Su Chen's speed becomes faster in relative terms. This step is difficult and requires the forger's ability to grasp the target. But all this is nothing in front of Su Chen. Too high a carbon ratio will make the material brittle, while too low a carbon ratio will lack hardness. Dang dang dang. By adjusting the proportion of carbon, the hardness and toughness of the forged material are ensured to be optimal. 8 UC Chapter 211, Iron Tomb. Well, yes, you are indeed an expert. Suddenly, a third person's voice appeared in the room. The sound did not affect Su Chen, but it scared Tieshueson. It's you, Iron Mound. Why are you here? The person who came was Gantizong, who was also a blacksmith. Tieshueson didn't know when the Iron Tomb came, but it appeared here without anyone noticing. I was attracted by good works of art. While watching Su Chen's forging carefully, Tidujong spoke in a profound manner. Tieshueson couldn't help but complain. You are still so shameless. Tiedizong didn't answer, but continued to stare at Su Chen's operation. Tieshuisan. Do you see it clearly? Titetsuka shook his head. I can't see clearly. Then why are you watching so enthusiastically? But I can smell it. This smell of red-hot iron is so fragrant. Tieshuisan looked strange. So, you came here by smelling the smell? It's me. Tanjiro came out at some point. I brought Mr. Tetsuzuka here. Tanjiro ran out and said, today he also came to Mr. Tetsuzuka to get a knife. As a result, when Mr. Tetsuzuka learned that his Nichiren blades had been broken again, he was very angry and did not mention the sword at all. Instead, he just picked up a knife and chased Tanjiro. Then when Tanjiro was running away, he smelled the scent, and by the way, Iron Mound was finally attracted here. What a fast hand speed. Although Titetsuka was wearing a mask, Tieshuisan still saw stars in his eyes. Tieshuisan couldn't help but feel a little proud when he saw this scene. Humph, I wasn't making such a fuss just now, Mr. Su Chen. At this moment, Tanjiro had completely recognized Su Chen. His surprised and joyful voice successfully woke up Iron Mound, who was trying to observe. What Su Chen? Titetsuka asked in confusion. It's Mr. Su Chen, Mr. Longzu Su Chen. After Tanjiro's excited voice fell, Tituazuka finally understood the person in front of him. It was Su Chen whom he had been thinking about so much. Advertisement as the saying goes, Su Chen's glorious deeds have spread in the Demon Slayer Corps. Now, except for the Lord, no one is more famous than Su Chen in the Demon Slayer Corps. So naturally, Iron Mound knew him. However, this is not the reason that makes Gantetsuzuka so obsessed with it. So he is Su Chen, the one who broke my Nichiren blades during the last competition. Ah, on such an important occasion, you actually broke my Nichiren blades. Now everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps knows that my Tetsuka's Nichiren blades will break. As he spoke, Titetsuka's body suddenly grew in size, and his huge muscles made him look extremely contrasting. Tieshuisan suddenly became nervous. We can't let Steel Tomb hurt Lord Su Chen. Lord Su Chen is now in the critical period of forging Nichiren blades. If Lord Su Chen's forging fails due to the problems of the blade forging village. What should I do then? Just when Tieshuisan was about to stop Titetsuzuka. But suddenly I found that the Steel Tomb had stopped again. Before Tetsukasa could figure out what was going on, Tetsuka grabbed Tanjiro's ears. It's all your fault. Why didn't you stop him when you were there? Tanjiro, who was suddenly caught in the crossfire, couldn't help but feel confused. No, could this be related? Tieshuisan's brain was pounding, but fortunately, Tiedizong finally remained rational and did not interfere with Su Chen. Otherwise he wouldn't know how to get through, and Iron Mound naturally knew this. He just saw Su Chen forging a knife, so he would not disturb Su Chen, because in the eyes of a knifesmith, a master forging is very sacred. Don't be disturbed at any time, therefore, even if there is fire in the Iron Tomb, it cannot break out. So in the end, Tanjiro became the carrier of Katsuzuka's anger. After seeing this scene, Tieshuisan just wanted to say, Tanjiro, just pamper him. Dang, just when several people were arguing. There was a loud hammer sound, and the hammer fell to the ground with a bang. Several people turned their heads and looked in the direction of Su Chen. Any smart knifesmith would know that this means Su Chen has completed his work. Everyone ran over immediately. In order to take a look at Su Chen's work, Tieshuisan ran very fast. There is no reason, I'm just curious. The prelude is so strong, what will happen after it is released? The entire blade is smooth, it's a good sword, advertisement. Then an amazing gap was left in the iron ore. Tiedizong was also shocked. He looked at the knife in Su Chen's hand for a long time and was speechless. Is this hardness high? Then a hammer hit the forged Nichiren blades. Just when Tetsuzuka was about to reach out and take a look at Su Chen's Nichiren blades. Mr. Titujong, Mr. Su Chen, whose knife is this? Although he is not a swordsmith, he is a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. No wonder Su Chen said his knife was broken. Cut off the iron ore with one knife. Good toughness. During the forging process, the metal grains are refined, which improves the toughness of the material and makes the tool less likely to break when impacted. The best one is the one in Su Chen's hand. High hardness. Forged knives are usually harder than cast knives and can better resist wear and cutting resistance. There are no cuts on the knife. Is it very tough? Take the Nichiren blades that Katsuzuka made for him, for example. Forged knives usually have high hardness, good toughness and wear resistance. Oh my god. This knife is so sharp. Tanjiro standing by also had a lingering fear on his face. So Tanjiro really wants a good knife now. It turns out he has this trick up his sleeve. He took a broken knife and ran to chop off Shion's dog's head, and almost died there. Tieshuisan opened his eyes wide, then the weapon didn't come to him to finish off the enemy. It's sharp enough to kill the demons behind the lower string, but it always breaks. What did he see? This knife can actually cut iron ore. He is the best at killing ghosts in daily life, so he knows best what a sharp and useful Nichiren blades means. The sharp-eyed people Gangtezuka and Tieshuisan were very connoisseurs and immediately saw the power of Su Chen's knife. Wear resistance. The surface hardness of forged knives is high, and they have good wear resistance, so they can remain sharp during long-term use. And he saw all of those qualities in the knife made by Su Chen. Iron Mound has begun to question his own skills, and it didn't take any effort at all, and there was no sign of damage left on the knife. I almost died the last time I fought the lower string on Spider Mountain. Let me see. But Su Chen immediately put down the Nichiren blades. Su Chen took the knife in his hand and gently scratched the iron ore next to him. Chapter 212 Forging State Steel Mound. Tieshuisen. Oh my god, Lord Longzhu, what are you doing? The two men glared at each other, condemning Su Chen's behavior, but no one dared to step forward and question Su Chen. At the forging table, Su Chen was hammering on his work and shaking his head. Su Chen was still not satisfied with his masterpiece. After all, the first one was just a test piece for me to practice with. This kind of knife is very common. Although it is good, it is not suitable for Kochou Shinobu, Kanao or any of myself. Su Chen wants to create 3 Nichiren blades that are suitable for the characteristics of the 3 people in Butterfly House. As a test piece, this knife still meets the basic requirements. But it's just too ordinary, without any particular highlights, and fails to bring out the strengths of the Demon Slayer core members. So Su Chen still needs to find the feeling first. So the Nichiren blades was remade, but Tieshuisen and Titetsuzuka don't know. Tituazuka was the first to get anxious. What are you doing? Let me see, I beg you. The words fell, then Su Chen struck again with the hammer. Tieshuisen. Steel Mound. Tanjiro. Tieshuisen. Ah, no, I can't let you live, Tiedizong. Lord Longzhu, what are you doing? If you don't like me, just say so. Why torture such a good sword in front of me? Both of them are experts in knife forging and are very passionate about the knife forging industry. Especially when they saw how good the characteristics of the Nichiren blades made by Su Chen were. They all loved it, but what is Su Chen doing now? He actually destroyed his own work with a hammer, he just threw away such a good work. It's such a waste of resources, let me see, please. Tiedizong was so anxious that he almost cried. Is he going to disappear after just taking a look at such a great work? He had never seen any knife that could cut iron ore so easily. Tiedizong thought Su Chen was angry with him, so he immediately went over and whispered, Lord Longzhu, please give me some face. I care about the broken Nichiren blades above. Su Chen just swung the hammer by himself and ignored him. Just as Titetsuga thought, when an artist is doing his work, nothing around him can disturb him. Advertisement if so, it means you are not focused enough. And Su Chen can basically achieve zero interference in the time field. Therefore, the sounds from the iron tomb basically could not reach Su Chen's ears. Dang dang dang. Su Chen struck the Nichiren blades in his hand again, and the room was immediately filled with a tinkling sound. This blow also hit Tituazuka and Tieshuisen in the heart. What does it feel like to see a beautiful work of art destroyed right in front of your eyes? I wanted to tear him apart on the spot, yes, that's the feeling of Iron Cave Forest and Iron Mound right now. But he couldn't beat the other party, so in the end he could only swallow his anger. Tanjiro was the most rational one, because only he knew that Su Chen was a relatively rational person. Since Lord Su Chen can forge this knife, he must be able to create another one. Mr. Tituazuka has been paying attention to this knife, why not pay attention to Lord Su Chen? Tanjiro stood quietly by. The only sounds left in the room were the clattering of hammering and the cursing of the 2 blacksmiths. Even in such an environment, Su Chen was still not affected at all. Under such a high-pressure environment, the second knife was polished out directly. Titetsuka and Tieshuisen immediately shut their mouths. Nice one. A good blacksmith can tell the value of the treasure with just one look. Su Chen slowly picked up the second Nichiren blades. The unique luster of the metal shone brightly on the blade, making it look extremely sharp. Nice knife. Bang! Tetsutetsuka and Tetsukanamori slammed the table at the same time. His hands were shaking and his eyes were burning. Then, the next moment, Su Chen raised the Nichiren blades again and gently scratched the iron ore next to him. A huge and hideous gap suddenly appeared on the ore. At this point, the forge was completely silent. There was only the heavy breathing of Titetsuzuka and Tieshuisen. This knife is better than last time, there is no doubt about it. What really shocked the 2 blacksmiths was that Su Chen actually took such a short time to forge the Nichiren blades. And the quality is not ordinary high. Usually, the difference between the first and second swords of a blacksmith is too large, so this situation does not exist. But what if Su Chen was just unskilled the first time? Advertisement only Tanjiro was left standing there with a touched look on his face. Yes. That's why the difference in quality between the second and the first is so huge. Me? Sure enough, Su Chen's talent was just as rumored. What? The village chief said that Kochou Shinobu's sword ring was installed by Su Chen. At this time, Su Chen has picked up his Nichiren blades again. However, he was not blinded by the huge profits. Su Chen said calmly, for you. Tanjiro couldn't help but touch the Nichiren blades in his hand, and he couldn't let it go at first sight. Tanjiro instantly felt her face flush with excitement. When I looked up, I saw Tieshuisen and Tituazuka staring at me with sharp eyes. As a result, Su Chen didn't care whether Tanjiro wanted it or not, and directly stuffed it into Tanjiro's arms. Instead, I think Su Chen made a mistake. Tanjiro was stunned. Hey, Mr. Su Chen, what is this? Tieshuisen's breathing gradually became uneven. Su Chen uttered one last sentence, then turned his head slightly and swung the hammer again. As for Su Chen's disciple, the village chief could tell at a glance that Su Chen had never had any contact with blacksmiths before. Even if Lord Su Chen can forge swords, he only forges them for himself. That's what Su Chen learned when he was making the first one just now. So that's how it is. It can be said that Su Chen does have some basic skills, but if he has not received formal sword forging training in the sword forging village, it would be difficult for him to forge a complete Nichiren blades. And this also happens to explain why Su Chen destroyed his first knife with his own hands. Tia Shuisun suddenly remembered. Who am I? Now there is only one possibility left. That is how is this possible? He handed it to Tanjiro instead. This one doesn't suit me. When Tia Shuisun was thinking about life. I have been learning to forge knives since I was a child, but now I am not as good as Su Chen. But at this moment, he suddenly found two pairs of eyes staring at him viciously. Tanjiro suddenly had a bad feeling. His eyes widened, with only one thought in his mind. Chapter 213. The rebellion. Then Ketsutsuga's hands reached out and grabbed the Nichiren blades in Tanjiro's hand. Tanjiro. No, this is something that Master Su Chen gave me. Master Gangizong, you don't want it. Tanjiro pulled back the Nichiren blades and shouted. Unexpectedly, Tiedizong said shamelessly, it's okay, I'll take it back and study it, and return it to you in a week or so. You don't want your Nichiren blades to break, right? Hearing this, Tanjiro's clenched fingers loosened a little. Tetsuka Mori shook his head as he watched. Tanjiro dotes on Tetsuka too much. Iron Mound naturally realized this. After noticing that Tanjiro let go, he snatched the Nichiren blades. After the robbery, Tituazuka immediately ran towards his forge without stopping. While running, he was still tightly clutching the Nichiren blades on his chest, looking like a guilty thief. If you don't know, you would think he stole something. Tanjiro was shocked. Only then did he realize that the Nichiren blades given to him by Master Su Chen had been taken away by Katsuga. Finished, Tanjiro walked tremblingly in front of Su Chen, looking pitiful. Master Su Chen, I lost your Nichiren blades. Su Chen said without even turning his head. It's okay, it's just a defective product anyway. Tanjiro. Defective goods? Tia Shuisun was stunned. Is this just a defective product? Tia Shuisun was also a little unsure. Could Su Chen create even more powerful Nichiren blades? Tia Shuisun couldn't help but take a look at the cut iron ore beside him, and was shocked. Could it be that Su Chen could create Nichiren blades that are even more powerful than cutting iron ore? Then Tia Shuisun looked at the direction where Tetsuzuka had left. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't run as fast as my friend, otherwise I would have missed it. Fortunately, I have a mission, otherwise I would have looked a bit stupid if I had followed Iron Tomb to snatch a defective product. Not bad, not bad. Tia Shuisun sighed 3 times in a row. Advertisement. Fortunately, I didn't run out with that idiot Tetsuga just now. He happily took a defective product back to study it. Thinking of this, Tia Shuisun's eyes lit up. If Su Chen finishes his work later, can't I borrow it to study it? It just so happened that the village chief had given me a task, so I would take on this task to quickly improve the relationship between myself and Su Chen, which would be a great thing. By then my forging skills will have improved. The village chief is mine. Thinking of this, Tia Shuisun's expression immediately calmed down. His eyes were not as fiery as before. He just watched Su Chen making the weapon quietly. You can definitely learn it with your own skills. Tasanamori showed a confident smile, which formed a sharp contrast with the expression on Tanjiro's face. Everyone fell silent. Su Chen looked straight ahead and gradually got into the state. The time domain is opening. Close black lens bracket. You are swinging a hammer, hammer swinging experience +1. You are observing, research experience +1. You are hammering, forging experience +1. You discovered the changes of metals by hammering them, and you observed the forging process of weapons in your hands. Your control over metals has improved. You observe your own hammer swinging movements and keep improving them. Your movements become more and more standard. Your muscles are adapting to your movements. You are beginning to perfectly control every muscle in your body. You can skillfully control your own strength. You have swung the hammer 500 times. Your experience has increased. Practice makes perfect. You have mastered the forging state. Forging state. When you concentrate on doing one thing, your concentration and learning ability will be multiplied. You have activated the forging state. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. In the forging state, his all-round perception ability increased again. But this is not the perception of the surrounding environment. But what I am doing has improved my perception ability in all aspects of weapon making. Dang dang dang. Su Chen's speed increased again, and his hands almost left an afterimage. And a new Nichiren blades began to take shape in Su Chen's hands again. As if he had sensed something, he suddenly looked up at the sky. Advertisement. He discovered that Luoxuan was secretly communicating with ghosts. This made the young and energetic Kaigaku very unhappy. Kaigaku read the contents of the letter in his hand and couldn't help but smile strangely. This gave Kaigaku the upper hand over Luoxuan, and he was about to report him directly. There are only a few scattered members of the Demon Slayer Corps. We must not let Su Chen get away. My talent is obviously the strongest, so why can't anyone see it? He originally didn't want to care about Luoxuan's mission. In this way, he would become the new sound pillar. Kaigaku frowned. The crow flew into Kaigaku's hand, and Kaigaku pulled the letter from under the crow's feet. Unexpectedly, Luoxuan actually informed me that Su Chen had come to the sword forging village and asked me to observe Su Chen's movements quietly. Among them, Kaigaku soaked in one of the hot springs. So Kaigaku still did not report the other party, Luoxuan? Then invite Kaigaku to be a ghost together. He remembered clearly that Su Chen's name was everywhere in the Demon Slayer Corps these days, and it was difficult for him not to hear it. The sky was dark and dusk had arrived before we knew it. Kaigaku was stunned at that time. Then he used his invincible thunder-breathing technique to kill all 12 Kazuki with one strike. But the meeting with Luoxuan, today was the day he came to collect the Nichiren blades. So there are usually not many people here now. I have already entered the game, and then I called out 12 Kazuki. In the last battle with the ghost, his violent operation directly broke the Nichiren blades. It is currently the busiest time for swordsmiths, and in about an hour someone will come to soak in the hot spring. The sun set behind the mountain, casting its last rays of light over the hot springs of the swordsmith village. What does that mean? How could he, Kaigaku, the chief disciple of the Sound Pillar, accept such a request? Haha, Zenitsu, you're such a loser that Grandpa actually recognized you and said you'd be his successor. I don't believe you'll still be recognized by the old man after I killed 12 Kazuki. In the darkening sky in the distance, a lone crow suddenly flapped its wings and flew towards Kaigaku. But this was not what was bothering him now. As a result, Luoxuan counterattacked with a set of silky small combos, and directly promised to make Kaigaku stronger, saying that he knew a big shot like 12 Kazuki. But the name Su Chen is well known. It's not that he was tempted, but because Kaigaku decided to go big. Chapter 214 Try. Instead, young people like Su Chen and Tokito Muichiru are put in the position of pillars. Are the top leaders of the Demon Slayer Corps all idiots? Kaigaku expressed his dissatisfaction and said that he wanted to prove himself by killing the upper moon. But now after seeing Luoxuan's news, Kaigaku, who didn't like Su Chen in the first place, immediately planned to expose Su Chen's location to Luoxuan. He just didn't believe that Su Chen could still be killed. As long as Su Chen consumes the power of the upper ranks first, he can then reap the benefits. Isn't this a good thing? So Kaigaku put on his clothes, packed himself up and left the hot spring immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the forging room of Iron Cave Forest, the sound of tinkling echoed throughout the room, swaying back and forth. Apart from the sound of Su Chen swinging the hammer, there was no other sound. Su Chen held the hammer and hit his 5th Nichiren blades again and again. That's right, this is the 5th one. He has already created Kanao and then his own Nichiren blades. The last remaining Nichiren blades belongs to Kochou Shinobu. Kochou Shinobu is relatively weak, but is good at using poison and is fast. Su Chen wants to try to build an upgraded version of the Nichiren blades currently used by Kochou Shinobu. This is quite difficult, so Su Chen spent some extra time on it. Tia Shueisen on the side stared with his eyes wide open. The 3rd one. This is the 3rd one already. Ever since Kaotsuka took the Nichiren blades from Su Chen has now made 3 more. Now Tia Shueisen was convinced. Su Chen is superior to himself in both quality and speed of production. He can even be compared to the village chief of their sword forging village. Apart from the village chief, Tia Shueisen didn't know anyone else whose skills were better than Su Chen. Was this kid really just a swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps before? He even believed that this craft had been passed down from generation to generation in the sword forging village. But, Tia Shueisen looked towards Su Chen's position and narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Chen made the first 2 Nichiren blades very quickly, but the 3rd Nichiren blade was noticeably slower. Are you striving for excellence? Advertisement. Tia Shueisen didn't know Su Chen's purpose. He just thought that Su Chen was training his skills over and over again. Then make a weapon for yourself. Master Su Chen is so amazing. Tanjiro on the side stared at Su Chen intently. There are always stars shining in his eyes. He had been staring at Su Chen's position since the beginning. Whether it is fighting or forging Nichiren blades, Lord Su Chen is very serious about everything he does. That's why Lord Su Chen can become a pillar. Tanjiro has taken Su Chen as a role model. Without saying anything, I'll go back and do a day of devilish training to strengthen myself. Moshi Moshi, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a sweet voice came from the door. The sound was like soft and sticky candy, instantly catching the ears of Tanjiro and Tiexiasen. Tanjiro turned back. The visitors were Kochou Shinobu and Kanao from Choya. The 3 musketeers of Butterfly House are finally gathered here. Kochou Adult. Kochou Adult. The 2 men greeted Kochou Shinobu with a fist bump, and Kochou Shinobu responded with a smile. Hey, I see there are so many of you here. What are you doing here? Kochou Shinobu asked as his lively eyes began to look around the room. The next moment, she immediately found Su Chen's location. Beside the forging table, Su Chen's forehead was covered with sweat, and he was working with a hammer in his hand. Next to them were 2 freshly baked Nichiren blades, the result of his morning's labor. At this moment, Su Chen was sweating and his focused look was particularly noticeable in Kochou Shinobu's eyes. Kochou Shinobu instantly remembered Su Chen at this moment. Kanao also does the same thing. As soon as she entered the room, she began to look for Su Chen's location. She's just a little faster, because she was taller than Xiaonin, she could see Su Chen's position at a glance. Answer Lord Kochou. Lord Ryujura is currently crafting the Nichiren blades and we are watching here. Observe? Kochou Shinobu blinked. Observe what? Aren't you a swordsmith? Tetsukinsen answered truthfully, yes, but Lord Longzu has better skills, so I am here to learn from him. Kochou Shinobu's eyes moved slightly. Advertisement. Then, with a smile in the corner of his eyes, it seems that Su Chen is indeed very talented. He helped me transform Nichiren blades before. At that time, I thought Su Chen was very powerful, right? Yes, yes, yes. Tieshinsen and Tanjiro nodded repeatedly. Su Chen's weirdness is obvious to all, and now that Kochou Shinobu deliberately brings it up, the two of them of course answer truthfully. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a hammer hitting the ground was heard. Suddenly everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Because that's the direction of Su Chen. Su Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, soaked the last Nichiren blades in water, and took them out. White steam surrounded the blade, the water surface was boiling like boiling water, and a golden Nichiren blades was finally held in Su Chen's hand. Nichiren blades. Tasanamori's eyes lit up instantly. What exquisite Nichiren blades. The whole body of Nichiren blades is golden, as if it were gilded all over, making it look very impressive. The last Nichiren blades made by Su Chen is so exquisite. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Suddenly everyone moved towards Su Chen. I just don't know what the quality is like. Iron Cave Forest Road. He knew that usually after Su Chen made the Nichiren blades, he would practice it subconsciously. But this time he felt a little bit uncertain. I didn't see it clearly just now, but now that I'm closer, I realize that the Nichiren blades made by Su Chen are too small. Yes, it is the very light and thin Nichiren blades. These Nichiren blades are lightweight and allow the person using them to be faster. But the disadvantages are also obvious. Although the person using it becomes faster, he also needs more strength. Normally these Nichiren blades can't cut off a demon's neck. The only way to do this is to be a very strong swordsman, such as Su Chen, Shinazugawa, and Obanai. And how could a swordsman who couldn't even lift a heavy Nichiren blades choose this Nichiren blades? At this moment, Tieshuisen had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Kochou Shinobu. He is not a fool. He knows that there are people with weak strength in the Demon Slayer Corps who know Su Chen. This knife was made by Su Chen for Kochou Shinobu. Try. Su Chen picked up the two Nichiren blades in his hand and handed them to Kanao and Kochou Shinobu respectively. Kanao and Kochou Shinobu's bodies trembled at the same time. Chapter 215 Sword Chi. A feeling of being touched filled their hearts at the same time. They had just followed the village chief to his lodgings, and had only just returned a moment ago. I didn't expect that Su Chen had already built the Nichiren blades. Although I know how strong Su Chen is, I still can't help but be moved. Kanao stretched out her hand, and the moment she grasped the Nichiren blades, her expression changed immediately. Very heavy. That's right, her Nichiren blades are heavy, completely different from the ones I used before. Although it looks the same, it weighs more than 5 times more than before. Su Chen brought Kanao to a huge iron ore and whispered, "Try it." Kanao nodded. Then her beautiful eyes became sharp, her lungs swelled rapidly, and a large amount of oxygen began to squeeze into her lungs. Total concentration. Kanao poured all his strength into his hands, and with a move of Lily, he instantly swung the Nichiren blades out. A surprising scene appeared. After Kanao swung it, invisible ripples suddenly appeared in the air, and then it hit the iron ore with a loud bang. A huge and hideous gap suddenly appeared on the huge ore. Tieshuisen and Tanjiro's eyes suddenly dropped to the ground. What kind of power is this? Tieshinsen rubbed his eyes, then took a step forward and looked at the iron ore that Kanao had just chopped. I was shocked. Isn't this iron ore weighing several hundred kilograms? How could it be broken by a girl's knife? Tieshuisen is really not good enough. How could a girl have so much strength? So the next moment, Tetsukane took out his own Nichiren blades from the side and chopped directly at the iron ore that Kanao had just chopped. The sound of metal clanging was heard, and as the sword and the ore collided, the blade trembled and a sound of acid compression was heard. Tetsukane Mori's entire body shook as Nichiren blades did. Now he was convinced. The recoil of the force immediately made him obedient. Tetsukane Mori seemed to understand something, and then kept staring at the Nichiren blades in Kanao's hand. On the other side, Tanjiro blinked. Advertisement. He is a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps and had led the Butterfly House before. Naturally, he knew that although Kanao was very strong before, he was definitely not as strong as this one. At that time, Tanjiro caught up with Kanao through hard work. Is Kanao's sword so powerful now? Tanjiro also glanced at the Nichiren blades in Kanao's hand. Suddenly I felt heartbroken, because his weapon was taken away by Steel Mound just now. The last person to experience emotional changes was Kochou Shinobu. She watched Kanao's swings and fell into deep thought. If her inference was correct, considering Kanao's actions just now. This Nichiren blades should be very heavy. Moreover, Kanao's movements just now seemed a bit stiff, which shows that Kanao is not used to using this knife. But a gap was still found in such a large piece of iron ore. What does this mean? Has Kanao become stronger? No. Kochou Shinobu knows his apprentice very well, although Kanao has been training hard every day recently. But the strength is not that exaggerated. The problem should be with the Nichiren blades given by Su Chen. Thinking of this, Kochou Shinobu looked at the Nichiren blades in his hand. I don't know how effective my Nichiren blades are. Can you also increase your strength? To be honest, Kochou Shinobu was really envious when she saw Kanao could swing such a powerful attack just now. The most shocking thing was Kanao himself. She held the knife herself, so she didn't know how it felt. Kanao nodded. I think Kanao has noticed this Nichiren blades. Yes, it is 5 times heavier than the original one. Su Chen replied. Of course, not only can it not split the iron ore, it can't swing the sword. I guess everyone saw Kanao swing the sword just now, right? The smile was hidden at the corner of his mouth and couldn't be hidden. Each of us has our own strengths and weaknesses. The original Nichiren blades were designed to be universal, so most of them were more comprehensive, but they were unable to highlight the characteristics of the team members. Advertisement, 5 times. Tia Shueisen exclaimed, "It's so heavy, how can a little girl lift it?" You are very strong, so when Nichiren becomes lighter, although it is still very powerful, it cannot fully utilize your strength. Before Su Chen learned the sword energy, Shinazugawa in the Demon Slayer Corps also knew this skill. At this time, after a brief silence, Tia Shueisen, who had been thinking, said, "But Lord Longzhu, even if the blade becomes 5 times heavier, it is impossible to split the iron ore, right? But the effect is still so terrifying." Seeing that Tia Shueisen didn't answer, Su Chen continued, "This is also the second point I want to tell you. The training of sword energy is very demanding and also depends on talent. With Kanao Kochou Shinobu's current ability, it can be said that it is almost impossible to do it. Because the blade was 5 times heavier, Kanao's movements were a bit stiff and stuck. Because from what I've seen, your speed can get even faster, but after the Nichiren blades became lighter, your speed can't be increased any further. Sword energy. Kanao is strong but also flexible, which are her strengths. I will take these into consideration when creating the Nichiren blades. Obviously it was impossible to do before. So I made you a heavier Nichiren blades. I hope you like it." Kanao was also confused. Could it be that this Nichiren blades could give itself a buff? It actually split the iron ore weighing more than 200 kilograms into a big gap. However, Su Chen solved this doubt for everyone. Su Chen looked at Kanao. "Kanao, didn't you say before that Nichiren blades are light?" Su Chen smiled slightly. "So the original Nichiren blades are not actually suitable for you." Kochou Shinobu could still vividly remember the invisible, heart-pounding wave in the air just now. A look of love that cannot be put down. "Similarly, I think your speed is actually due to the lightness of the Nichiren blades." "Yes, how is this sword energy swung?" Kochou Shinobu and Tanjiro reacted at the same time. There's a weapon for everyone. After Su Chen's reminder. They only learned about sword energy later. Of course, Su Chen explained generously, didn't Kanao just pick it up? And everyone saw its power. "I like it." Kanao pursed his lips and gently hugged Nichiren blades to his chest. "I was so immersed in the fact that Kanao split the iron ore hole with one knife that I forgot about Kanao swinging his sword." She was still a little uncomfortable after she swung the knife just now. Chapter 216 Broken Nichiren Blades. But I did it today. It's very strange indeed. Could this also be related to the Nichiren blades? Tia Shueisen couldn't help but exclaimed. Kanao also looked at the knife in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was the knife. Su Chen then slowly answered, "Yes and no." Su Chen looked at Kanao. "I did add other metal elements to the knife, but they only played a small role after all. Whether one can wield the sword depends on the swordsman's ability." The meaning of this sentence is very clear. What this means is that this is all Kanao's own effort. It has nothing to do with me, Su Chen. Kanao was deeply moved by these words. The fair little face suddenly turned red. Kanao pinched the scar of Nichiren blades, and his heart was pounding. Su Chen is really something, praising her in front of so many people. This made Kanao feel a little embarrassed. At the same time Kanao gripped the Nichiren blades tighter. This is a gift from Su Chen to her, she must take good care of it. Meanwhile, Tetsu Anamori and Kochou Shinobu heard other meanings in Su Chen's words. "What do you mean? You added something else to the knife?" Tia Shueisen's expression changed immediately. "You know, in the sword forging village, only one kind of material is used to forge swords. That is the orangutan crimson iron sand and orangutan crimson ore. The reason is simple. Nichiren blades made of other things can't kill ghosts. These two kinds of minerals usually grow on the top of high mountains, absorbing the essence of the sun at high altitudes for countless days and nights, so the power of the sun is very pure. But other materials are of no use at all, no matter how good the raw materials are. Naturally, there are ores of other metals in the forging room of Iron Cave Forest. But those were all used for making tools, such as hammers and other things. How could they be used to make Nichiren blades? Only at this moment did Tia Shueisen realize that most of the materials Su Chen had just made were other ores. It was also because the other party's hand speed was too fast. Tia Shueisen, who didn't see clearly, subconsciously thought that Su Chen was holding the gorilla red iron sand and gorilla red ore. It's over now. Advertisement. Without the key thing, sunlight, nothing is useful. Tia Shueisen couldn't stop shaking his head. He had been very optimistic about and admired Su Chen, and thought that his forging skills were first rate. But unfortunately, the choice of raw materials is not clear enough. It seems that these knives may be wasted. Kochou Shinobu on the side had a different understanding. After she heard what Su Chen said, the expression on her face became unpredictable. It's very simple, because Su Chen just said that it was all thanks to Kanao's own efforts. Not that Kochou Shinobu envied Kanao's progress. After all, Kanao's strength is the result of her hard work and is also an advantage she already has. What Kochou Shinobu was concerned about was the move Kanao had just used. She almost forgot about it, and she wouldn't have remembered it if it wasn't for what Su Chen said just now. The breathing method Kanao uses has changed. Although it is also the breathing of flowers, as a pillar, Kochou Shinobu is so sensitive to the changes in a person's breathing pattern. She immediately noticed the change in Kanao's breathing pattern. That peony move is really stunning. Kochou Shinobu narrowed her beautiful eyes and quietly looked in the direction of Su Chen. Damn Su Chen, he actually taught Kanao such a powerful move but didn't teach me. That's right, Kochou Shinobu can think of it with his feet. This must be Su Chen teaching or guiding Kanao, otherwise how could a kid with Kanao's personality come up with a move of this level? Kochou Shinobu took a deep breath. Kochou Shinobu frowned. Kochou Shinobu jealousy. Su Chen actually taught Kanao instead of her. The smile on Kochou Shinobu's face suddenly disappeared. His eyes were cold and his whole face showed unhappiness. Unfortunately, Su Chen did not notice anything unusual about Kochou Shinobu. Instead, he picked up the second knife and kept looking at the light on the roof. At this time, Tieshwei-san couldn't help but ask, Sir Longzu, excuse me, I think this problem is quite serious. Su Chen. You can say it anyway. Tieshwei-san looked into Su Chen's eyes and said, the materials used to make Nichiren blades are the most important. If the materials used to make Nichiren blades are wrong, no matter how good the blade is, it will be useless for killing ghosts. I know what you mean. Su Chen smiled slightly. Ghosts are only afraid of two things. Advertisement. One is the sun. The second is to have your head chopped off by specially crafted Nichiren blades. This is the setting in the original book. However, as the plot becomes richer later, it is revealed that other means such as wisteria flower poison and Muzan curse can effectively curb the life of ghosts. Among them, using Nichiren blades to chop off the heads of demons is an effective way for humans to prevent demons. The forging conditions of Nichiren blades are also very tricky. One of the points is that you must use orangutan crimson iron sand and orangutan crimson ore. But, doesn't Su Chen know how to use this ore? Of course he knows. He knew that special minerals were needed to kill ghosts. But who said that all of it must be made of orangutan crimson iron sand and orangutan crimson ore? Can't I just use some? Can't I use these and other metals to make alloys? Su Chen looked at Tieshwei-san and said solemnly, Master Tai, have you ever heard of the term alloy? Alloy. Tieshwei-san seemed a little confused. Is this some new synonym for metal material? But I have never heard of it. Tieshwei-san looked confused, but he was not a person who cared much about his reputation, so he knew that Su Chen was giving him a reminder. So he clasped his hands together and said, please give me some advice, Lord Longzu. Su Chen smiled and said, I can't say I gave you any advice. I just blended other materials into the materials of the orangutan scarlet iron sand and orangutan scarlet ore. Since only weapons made of gorilla scarlet iron sand and gorilla scarlet ore can cut down demons, I'll add a little. But Master Tai should have realized a problem, that is, the Nichiren blades made of gorilla scarlet iron and gorilla scarlet ore are easy to break, right? Hearing this, Tieshwei-san was shocked. Su Chen's words really touched his heart. Almost every knife smith encounters this problem. The Nichiren blades equipped by the Demon Slayer core members will eventually break no matter who uses them. In fact, this is not the knife maker's problem. It's because metal weapons made from ores like orangutan crimson iron sand and orangutan crimson ore are not strong enough. This is a hard condition and knife makers have no way to change it. Among them, few newcomers broke Nichiren blades. Because apart from perverted newcomers like Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, the others were eaten up before the Nichiren blades could even cut them off. Chapter 217 Personal Characteristics. Secondly, the ones whose Nichiren blades were most seriously damaged were the pillar level members. Pillar players are the opposite of rookie players. This is because they are too diligent in killing demons and don't pay much attention to the maintenance of their Nichiren blades, so their Nichiren blades often have problems. People like Shinazugawa, who is aggressive with his knife, and Tokito, who starts chopping at the slightest disagreement, are both experienced swordsmiths who frequently come to the swordsmith village to replace their Nichiren blades. All in all, it is a common problem that Nichiren blades break. Unsolvable problems. But now Su Chen raised this point in front of him. What does this mean? The meaning is self-evident. Please give me some advice, Lord Longzu. Tieshwei-san's face was filled with excitement, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. But he still suppressed his emotions so that he didn't look so abnormal. In fact, his reaction was relatively small. If Tetsuzuka had heard it, he would probably have jumped up on the spot. Because the Nichiren blades he supplied almost all escaped the fate of being cut off in the end. Especially Tanjiro, who would be interrupted after completing almost 1 or 2 missions, which made Kaotsuka doubt his own abilities. At the same time, he was also laughed at by his peers. He said that the Nichiren blades produced by the steel mound are all disposable. Tieshwei-san suppressed his emotions and waited quietly for Su Chen to speak. Tanjiro, Kanao, and Kochou Shinobu beside him also looked over at him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Chen slowly explained, alloy is a combination of different metals in different proportions. If you mix metals in different proportions, you make alloys. Usually the properties of alloys are much better than those of a single metal. I just took advantage of this. Su Chen certainly didn't lie. Just now when he was tempering Nichiren blades through the time field. Realized the forging state. Su Chen remembered this while he was forging. That is, since Nichiren blades made of gorilla crimson iron and gorilla crimson ore are very brittle, why not add some steel to it? According to Su Chen's memory from his previous life, he remembered that the strongest metal for forging metal knives was Damascus steel. Damascus steel is a steel forged using a special process. It has unique patterns and excellent performance and is considered one of the best materials for making knives. However, the forging process of Damascus steel is very complicated. It usually uses wootz steel as raw material and undergoes special processing by Persian craftsmen. There is no wootz steel here, so the conditions can be said to be very simple. Advertisement. However, it would take a lot of time to do it slowly by himself, so Su Chen directly ruled out this option. So Su Chen set his sights on alloy. Try to match the ratio of crimson iron sand to crimson ore and steel. The main thing is the ratio between steel, gorilla crimson iron sand and gorilla crimson ore. If they are matched well, it may produce miraculous effects. So Su Chen has been hammering just now, which is actually controlling the proportion of carbon inside the metal. Su Chen simulated in the memory palace in his mind while practicing on the spot. Until he had simulated it tens of thousands of times and had been busy in actual combat for several hours. Su Chen finally succeeded. He successfully discovered the alloy ratio between orangutan crimson iron sand and orangutan crimson ore and steel. The finished products are the 3 knives in front of Su Chen. Alloy. Tieshweisan muttered to himself. I guess he was thinking about what Su Chen just said. Su Chen was not in a hurry either, but gave Tieshweisan time to think. After all, knowledge has directly risen to a higher level. Unless one has an extremely high level of understanding, these things usually sound very difficult. Su Chen picked up the second knife. This knife is crystal clear and is the last one made by Su Chen. This Nichiren blades is from Kochou Shinobu. Taking into account the characteristics of Kochou Shinobu, Su Chen was specially designed for this purpose. The knife was held tightly by Kochou Shinobu, who seemed calm and didn't even say a word. Su Chen glanced at Kochou Shinobu. I found that the other person's expression was exceptionally calm. What's going on? Su Chen couldn't understand. Weren't Kochou Shinobu's eyes still sparkling just now? Perhaps Su Chen would never realize until his death how hard it is to guess a girl's mind. However, Su Chen was actually quite happy. Because this means that Kochou Shinobu is beginning to have more and more of the mentality of an 18-year-old girl. This means that he is gradually getting over Kanae's death. Try. The tip of the sword is also in the normal Nichiren blade's shape, and the rest of the blade has been hollowed out in half. Su Chen replied. Yes and no. You don't have to run back often to replace the toxin in your Nichiren blades. Advertisement. The whole body is shining with gold, and there are several knife rings inlaid on the back of the blade, which looks quite creative. Kochou Shinobu weighed the Nichiren blades in his hand. Now Kochou Shinobu couldn't hold back anymore. A shadow flashed in the air, and the air was instantly cut in half by Kochou Shinobu. Then he gently grasped the Nichiren blades. The strange weight instantly changed the girl's expression. Kochou Shinobu points out. Build Nichiren blades according to the player's characteristics. Kochou Shinobu responded in an imperceptible voice. Kochou Shinobu blinked. Could it be possible that the attack I just swung out afterwards was so fast? Tieshweisan on the other side's eyes suddenly lit up. Kochou Shinobu's anger had mostly subsided. This time, Su Chen upgraded the knife ring again, raising the storage capacity of toxins to a higher level. Kochou Shinobu still remembers it now, ever since Su Chen modified the Nichiren blades for him. Su Chen continued, Xiao Shinobu, only the tip of your Nichiren blades is made of orangutan scarlet iron and orangutan scarlet ore. I also blended alloys into it. The rest is ordinary metal. Kochou Shinobu blinked and waited quietly for Su Chen's next answer. Kochou Shinobu swung the Nichiren blades in his hand again. Lord Insect Pillar is not strong enough to cut off the demon's neck, so it doesn't really matter whether or not to use the Gorilla Crimson Iron Sand and Gorilla Crimson Ore. Sword Ring Kochou Shinobu knew that this should be the same as when Su Chen modified Nichiren blades for him before. Her little face was filled with shock and disbelief, and the Insect Pillar's expression management was completely out of control. What a fast speed. It is specifically used to store toxins. Su Chen said tentatively. The weight of this Nichiren blades is very light. Really, this guy is still so thoughtful. Its appearance is very similar to the one I had before. Unusually light. Why she felt the Nichiren blades in her hand lifted up. You don't even need the Gorilla Crimson Iron Sand and Gorilla Crimson Ore, because as long as you can ensure the speed of the Insect Pillar, that's enough. She raised her head and looked at Su Chen. Is mine also alloy? Moreover, Su Chen, who was at the closest distance, could even hear a faint sonic boom. Chapter 218. Knife Testing. At this moment, Tieshweisan finally understood what Su Chen meant when he said that Nichiren blades should be built according to the characteristics of the team members. Kanao is very strong, so the heavy Nichiren blades were built based on Kanao's strength. Kochou Shinobu's strength is relatively weak, so we created a lighter and thinner Nichiren blades based on his weak strength. But what a pity. Tieshweisan still shook his head. In fact, this is not difficult to think of. But there are great restrictions. For example, the swordsmith must have a high level of familiarity with the swordsman, which can only be achieved if the swordsman and the swordsmith frequently work together. However, most members of the Demon Slayer Corps have short lives, so this can rule out many people. Most of the rest are people like Tanjiro, Murata, and the pillar-level members who are qualified to come to the swordsmith village to repair their swords. Others didn't even have the chance to enter the swordsmith village. And Su Chen is from Butterfly House. Kochou Shinobu and Kanao live in Butterfly House, so it is normal for them to be familiar with each other. Therefore, Su Chen's method is not universal. Tessonamori raised his head and looked towards where Kochou Shinobu was. Compared with the characteristics, he is more concerned about what the alloy means. I don't know how powerful it is. Kochou Shinobu in front also looked curious. According to what Su Chen said just now, the entire body of the Nichiren blades in her hand, except for the tip, is made of an alloy of red sand iron and red ore. Orangutan crimson iron sand and orangutan crimson ore are not used anywhere else. This is also what Su Chen created based on the characteristics of Kochou Shinobu. Kochou Shinobu is good at killing with poison, so orangutan scarlet iron sand and orangutan scarlet ore are not necessary for Kochou Shinobu's Nichiren blades. Just a little bit on the tip of the blade will be enough. In other places, Su Chen used harder and thinner metals. This way, Kochou Shinobu can not only fully utilize his speed, but also due to the hardness of the alloy, the power of Nichiren blades is raised to a higher level. Kochou Shinobu silently pulled out a small purple bottle from his pocket. Open it and pour the blue-purple liquid inside onto the knife ring. This is the wisteria flower venom that Kochou Shinobu carries with her, and she usually uses it to replenish the toxins of the Nichiren blades. Now that she had a new knife, of course she had to try out how the Nichiren blades and the poison felt when combined. Kochou Shinobu stared at the scene in front of him carefully. Advertisement. When the crystal clear wisteria flower juice flows down the knife ring, a magical scene happens. It just starts from the knife ring. Fine lines like spider webs began to spread towards the blade. Hold the knife horizontally, blade facing downward, and hold for 3 seconds. Su Chen's voice came appropriately. Kochou Shinobu immediately did as he was told. With a flip of her little hand, she immediately held the Nichiren blades horizontally. Just see. Dark mysterious purple lines covered the entire body of the Nichiren blades. Kochou Shinobu held the blade vertically, and those dark purple lines spread downwards. Soon the entire Nichiren blades was covered with a faint layer of dark purple, looking mysterious and dangerous. The blade of the Nichiren blades also changed color. From the original silver to purple. Kochou Shinobu's eyes lit up. This knife can actually be integrated with the wisteria flower toxin. To be honest, Kochou Shinobu was really shocked. She had trouble poisoning Nichiren blades before. Usually Kochou Shinobu would prepare the scabbard himself in advance and then pour the strong wisteria poison into it. After it is marinated, use a fork of the knife to immediately poison the Nichiren blades. However, this is very troublesome. Not only does it waste a lot of wisteria flower sap, but the poisoning is also very troublesome. Put the knife back first and then pull it out after the poison is applied. Generally speaking, if facing a lower rank demon, Kochou Shinobu can do this move. But if you face an upper rank being, it's hard to say. In a battle of this magnitude, if I lose focus for even a moment I'll die instantly, so I don't have the time to make any extra moves for Kochou Shinobu. So this has always been a difficult problem for Kochou Shinobu. But what about now? This problem was actually solved by the Nichiren blades created by Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu was shocked, and Tetsuanomori was even more shocked. He was now extremely grateful that Iron Tomb had left and he did not follow him, otherwise he would have missed the opportunity to see such treasures again. What did he see? He saw that the Nichiren blades made by Su Chen could actually charge toxins. Although this scene is very gorgeous, only a swordsmith like Tieshuasen knows how difficult it is to achieve this. Advertisement. Take the simplest forging as an example. Can you guarantee that the blade is covered with dense veins? Just now when Kochou Shinobu turned the knife over, the wisteria flower toxin liquid flowed through the gaps inside the knife. Finally it flowed to the blade, making the entire Nichiren blades full of poison. Just thinking about how to create this gap is enough to stump Tieshuasen. How to play, or spider web-like veins. What kind of craftsmanship does this require? Tieshuasen was already numb, and he was now in awe of Su Chen's skills. Now it depends on how useful this knife will be in Kochou Shinobu's hands. However, Tetsukanomori is sure that Kochou Shinobu's combat effectiveness will at least double because of this sword. That's the advantage of a good weapon. Only the tip of this sword is made of an alloy of Gorilla Scarlet Iron and Gorilla Scarlet Ore. I used other higher quality alloys for the rest of the sword. Although the knife itself cannot cause direct damage to ghosts, it will be different if it is smeared with wisteria poison. And you don't need to recharge frequently. Basically, you can use it for a long time after recharging it once, and the dosage of the extracted wisteria flower toxin will be about 3 times less than before. 3 times. Kochou Shinobu blinked his beautiful big eyes and stared curiously at the Nichiren blades in his hand. She turned the blade over and found that the wisteria flower juice in the blade ring had disappeared. I guess it must have flowed into the knife along the lines just now. But Kochou Shinobu just put in a little bit of wisteria poison. It seems that Su Chen did not lie, the amount consumed is indeed much less than before. Kochou Shinobu took 2 steps back and found an open space that looked reasonably spacious. Then he tried swinging it twice. Rustle. Just like before, the air was cut cleanly and a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. The Nichiren blades controlled by Kochou Shinobu in the air were swung by her directly, leaving afterimages. This is enough to show how fast Kochou Shinobu was just now. Kochou Shinobu was surprised. The speed has become twice as fast as before. Kochou Shinobu couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. She was deeply moved. First, Su Chen promised her on the roof of the butterfly house that he would make Nichiren blades for her. She thought Su Chen was just talking. Chapter 219 Su Chen's Nichiren blades. Unexpectedly, Su Chen really remembered this incident. Moreover, to be able to forge such an excellent work, it is unknown how long Su Chen has been secretly practicing forging techniques. Kochou Shinobu's eyes were slightly moist. Yes, Su Chen is only a few years old. Even if he has a good understanding, it must have taken countless days and nights of hard work to hit this kind of Nichiren blades. She felt so moved that she wanted to cry when she thought of Su Chen's previous battle with the upper ranks and how he took time out to study his Nichiren blades. Kochou Shinobu, Kanao standing by, was also very moved. She glanced at the Nichiren blades in her hand, which were also made by Su Chen. A Nichiren blades that suits her very well. Kanao set his sights on Su Chen. The love in his eyes could not be stopped. Su Chen gave himself another gift, but he had no gift for him. Kanao's thoughts raced, and he soon thought of other things. Mr. Su Chen, where are your Nichiren blades? Inside the forging room. Tanjiro, who had been silent until now, asked. Just now, he watched Kochou Shinobu and Kanao successfully obtain the Nichiren blades that suited them. While he was happy, he also felt a little envious. After all, as a swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps, who wouldn't envy others for having such a good Nichiren blades? Even the kind-hearted Tanjiro is no exception. Tanjiro couldn't help but feel a little regretful. You know, Lord Su Chen also gave me a Nichiren blades just now. Unfortunately, Tanjiro didn't cherish her well, and now he really regrets it. The Iron Tomb has misled me. However, although Tanjiro felt it was a pity, he thought that it was lost. After all, if he said something nice to Katsuzuka later, he would probably get the knife back from him. Compared to this, Tanjiro now wants to see the full effect of the Nichiren blades created by Su Chen. Now that Kanao and Kochou Shinobu's Nichiren blades have been demonstrated, it's Su Chen's turn. Mine. Su Chen smiled slightly, then picked up his Nichiren blades. The blade appeared before everyone's eyes in an instant. Several people looked at it one after another, but no one could see what it was. Because there is basically no difference between Su Chen's Nichiren blades and ordinary Nichiren blades. Advertisement. The only difference is that there is a vague dragon head on the handle. This. Tieshuesan thought for a while and said, Lord Longzhu, I think this sword is nothing special except that it looks good. Tanjiro was also curious and asked, Master Su Chen, is this knife also heavy? In Tanjiro's opinion, Su Chen is also very strong, so will Su Chen's knife also have increased weight and mass like Kanao's? Su Chen. No, Kochou Shinobu. Then the speed has become lighter. Su Chen shook his head. Not really. Kanao. Is it more powerful? Su Chen. Yes and no. Su Chen, the riddle man, has stumped everyone. Everyone looked at each other, and then looked at Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu's voice was full of laughter. Hey, Su Chen, stop teasing us, just tell us. Su Chen took out the Nichiren blades. This Nichiren blades has a good performance in carrying elements. After saying that, Su Chen started the demonstration without any explanation. He, like Kochou Shinobu before him, found a patch of air and began to warm up. During the process, he also explained, this Nichiren blades can allow some elements such as fire and thunder to stay on it longer. Tieshuesan's eyes widened. What? Nichiren blades also have this function. How come I didn't know that? Tanjiro, Kanao, and Kochou Shinobu lowered their heads in thought. When Su Chen learned the breathing of flame before, he had already successfully left the flame temporarily on the Nichiren blades. This is also the biggest highlight of breathing of flame, which can materialize the power of elements. Several people looked at the Nichiren blades in Su Chen's hand at the same time. I couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation in my heart. Could it be that Su Chen's Nichiren blades can also create and carry other elements? Kochou Shinobu's eyes were fixed on Su Chen. You know, it is basically impossible for elements to appear in the real world, except for the sword energy of the Wind Lord and Su Chen's flames. Kochou Shinobu has basically never seen anyone who can make elements appear. In the open space of the forging room, Su Chen took a deep breath. Of course he knew that elemental power could not normally be manifested. But when he was making Nichiren blades just now, he discovered that there were a lot of good things in the forge of this guy Tieshuesan. I won't talk about the basic ones like magnetite and hematite. Su Chen also discovered many iron mines that he couldn't even name. Advertisement. I didn't expect Tieshuesan was also a collector. Thinking of what the village chief said, the materials here can be used freely, Su Chen did not hesitate to use his learning ability to practice many times. Finally, one metal after another was successfully extracted. These metals are then mixed in different proportions to find the best quality alloy. The workload of this job is huge, and if it were someone else, they would definitely give up. You have to know that in reality, there are countless combinations of metals and the matching of proportions. Many blacksmiths don't have the energy to do it. But Su Chen is different. He directly started the deduction mode in his memory palace and deduced tens of thousands of times in 1 minute, trying out many alloy combination proportions. The best of them is the one in Kochou Shinobu's hand. The second one is Kanao's. Then there is Su Chen's. But it's not that Su Chen himself doesn't want a good knife. But because suitability is the most important thing. Su Chen is proficient in all breathing techniques, and each of them is top-notch. So it was actually very difficult for Su Chen to find his own characteristics. Because he couldn't find that he had all the advantages except for his age. Then, after racking his brains, Su Chen decided to create a versatile Nichiren blades. Then the basic model came out, which was the Nichiren blades used by ordinary demon slayers. Facts have proved that the masters in the knife forging village had studied it and knew that this type of knife had the greatest universality, so they developed it vigorously. Su Chen gently picked up his Nichiren blades. He used a lot of materials this time, so much so that he used almost all types of metals in the forge. But the effect is surprisingly good. Just like what Su Chen is doing now. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and a large amount of oxygen in the air began to quickly enter his lungs through his breathing duct. At this moment, the role of Qianji in the whole concentration began to emerge. Since the cells that had been regenerated previously became stronger than before, Su Chen's oxygen storage also increased. Su Chen kept exhaling for dozens of seconds, and the oxygen in his lungs had reached its peak. The next moment, total concentration. Boom. Suddenly, thunder burst out in the room. Chapter 220. Take a hot spring bath together. In Su Chen's memory palace, the sky above was suddenly filled with thunder. The thunder dragon in the clouds roared loudly. Thunder dragon breathing form one breaking through the air. Nichiren blades hummed softly. Then Su Chen's figure disappeared like a ghost. The venue was still too small, and when I saw Su Chen again, he had already run out of the room. Everyone followed. I saw Su Chen running in circles outside, and then suddenly there was a burst of electric sound coming from the Nichiren blades. You start to spin, and you use your high-speed movement to accumulate ions in the air. Closing square bracket. You have accumulated current, and the charge is still rising. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. You are trying to control the electric current. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You failed, you keep trying. Close black lens bracket. You start to deduce in your mind, and eventually you become proficient at it and understand how to control the electric current. Control electricity. Closing square bracket. You speed up again, your charge is still rising, you begin to amplify the current, accumulating it into thunder. Closing square bracket. You also shake the Nichiren blades. Closing square bracket. The next moment. With a loud bang, thunder appeared. Thunder actually appeared on Su Chen's Nichiren blades. Then Su Chen stopped, holding the Nichiren blades in his hand and swung the Nichiren blades towards the forest. A brilliant lightning firework bloomed in the air, like the scythe of the god of death, splitting the big tree in front into a charred black. Intimidating, powerful, and suffocating. All the audience members stared with their eyes wide open, unable to recover for a long time. What era is this? Nichiren blades can actually throw out thunder. Is the breathing of thunder real? Kochou Shinobu blinked. She remembered that from the past to now, there seemed to be no sound pillar who could really use thunder. Including flames, of course. Normally, people would only feel this way when the sound pillar and the flame pillar used thunder breathing and flame breathing. For example, the swordsmanship of the flame pillar will make people feel burning, while the swordsmanship of the sound pillar will make a thunder-like sound when used. But Su Chen actually used thunder and fire. How did Su Chen do it? Kochou Shinobu said he couldn't understand it. Advertisement. There are so many things about Su Chen that she doesn't understand now. Kanao agreed. She remembered that when she first met Su Chen, he was still a newbie who knew nothing. At that time, when he was sparring with me, he was also secretly learning my own sword move, flower breathing. What moves is Su Chen learning now? It's simply not something that ordinary people can understand. Tanjiro looked confused. Is this really a human brain? Why Lord Su Chen can always do something unexpected? He remembered that Zenitsu's lightning breathing wasn't that powerful. In the end, only Tieshuisen had a pair of extremely deep eyes. He set his sights on Su Chen's Nichiren blades. He knew that the problem must be with the weapons. Su Chen mentioned at the beginning that his Nichiren blades can allow elements to stay on them. At first Tieshuisen didn't know what this meant, but now he understands. Retaining the elemental power means keeping elemental power such as fire, thunder, and storm on the sword. Tieshuisen's breathing couldn't help but quicken. Is this really something a swordsmith can do? Tieshuisen's eyes were burning, and his expression when he looked at Su Chen became complicated. Su Chen was actually able to create such a magical weapon. In the sunlight, Su Chen gently put the Nichiren blades in his hand back into the scabbard and turned around gently. Facing the crowd, he said, "How was it? Was that strike just now okay?" "That's amazing, Master Su Chen," Tanjiro said with an uncontrollable expression. Is this really something a human can do? Tanjiro's tone was excited. He could never have imagined that while he was still working hard to hone his skills, Su Chen had already started to play with AoE damage. Su Chen's visually impactful move just now had a great impact on the young man with a scar on his forehead. Kanao and Kochou Shinobu also gathered around Su Chen, staring at the Nichiren blades in Su Chen's hand without blinking. Don't get too close, the thunder above hasn't dissipated yet. Su Chen smiled and took the knife away to prevent the remaining lightning on the Nichiren blades from hurting the two. But he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the crowd, especially Tieshuisen, who forced himself to lean forward. This weapon is so powerful that Tieshuisen is determined to take a good look at it. However, Su Chen did not have the time to continue explaining to Tieshuisen the purpose of the knife and how to use it. Advertisement. Su Chen smiled and said, "Master Tai, if you really want to learn, then this knife is not the right one for you yet." Su Chen was right about Tieshui Forest. It is still too difficult for the opponent to build Nichiren blades like Su Chen at his current level. As for the strength of the Iron Cave Forest, Su Chen thinks that the Nichiren blades like Kanao are more suitable. Master Tai, there are 2 unused Nichiren blades in the room. I think this Nichiren blade is more suitable for you at the moment. What? Tieshuisen's eyes lit up when he heard Su Chen's words, and then he immediately ran back along the route he had just taken. Since Su Chen said it is suitable for my research, then it must be suitable for me. Looking at Tieshuisen running back excitedly, Tanjiro opened his mouth and then closed it again. Su Chen kindly reminded, "You have it too." Tanjiro ran back with a whoosh. Su Chen, thank you for the gift. After Tanjiro and Tetsunomori left, Kanao began to express his gratitude. Thank you, Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu also laughed. Su Chen waved his hand. Where's the hand? I promised you before, so I will definitely do these things. So do you have anything else to do now? Kochou Shinobu suddenly asked. Su Chen glanced at the Nichiren blades in his hand, and then looked towards the direction of the Iron Cave Forest. One more thing, what's wrong? Anything else? Kochou Shinobu blinked. Originally, she thought Su Chen was fine, so she wanted to invite Su Chen to take a hot spring bath. It's strange, Kochou Shinobu originally thought that it would take at least 3 days for Su Chen to come here to make Nichiren blades. As a result, Su Chen finished it in half a day, so that Kochou Shinobu didn't even know if he and Kanao had wasted their time looking for a house in the morning. Su Chen, then you finish your work, and we'll go to the hot springs together. Kanao naturally knew what Kochou Shinobu meant, and seeing that she was too embarrassed to speak, Kanao simply assisted her. Bubble hot spring. Su Chen was startled. Then he pointed at himself, Kochou Shinobu, and Kanao. We, together. Kanao was confused and asked, what else? That's all right. Su Chen suddenly looked righteous. Completely forget what happened just now. Chapter 221. Seeing his serious expression, Kochou Shinobu and Kanao burst out laughing. All right, just go do whatever you need to do. Kanao and I will be waiting for you. Come on, Su Chen. I heard that the hot springs in the Swordsmith village are very comfortable. I will definitely wait for you. The two girls greeted each other, took the Nichiren blades given by Su Chen, and left with a smile. Su Chen touched his nose. To be honest, I really can't bear it. Have we really been waiting for this day? You feel your full concentration, your breathing suddenly becomes disordered, and your Tao heart tells you to stay calm and not be a slave to your emotions. Closing square bracket. Su Chen slapped himself. Wake up, Su Chen, what are you thinking about? Is now the time to think about women. Now hurry up and finish your work. Then the important thing is to quickly gather at the hot spring. Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately walked towards the forging room of Tieshuisen. Su Chen's goal was clear, to find Tanjiro. The relationship should be almost connected now, it's time to learn sun breathing and water breathing from each other. Su Chen wanted to collect the 5 basic breathing techniques, and he had not forgotten this goal. The headquarters of evil spirits, Infinite City. A dark shadow shuttled between the rolling buildings. Suddenly, at a corner, it smoothly passed through the window and entered a room. The room is simply decorated, it is a small room with a quaint style. As for the things, there was only a table, a mat, a knife and a robe. Your Excellency. The shadows gathered 5 meters away from Kokushibo and transformed into human form. Judging from its appearance, it was the shadow ghost that had talked with Luoxuan before. Kokushibo had already noticed the other party. He said calmly, Found it. Found it. The shadow ghost replied. Su Chen was in the butterfly house just now. Kokushibo was silent for a moment, then drank the blood tea in his hand. Then he slowly stood up and put on his knife. Just planning to walk out the door. Advertisement. Wait a moment, Kokushibo-sama. Kokushibo paused, then suddenly turned around. The huge, ferocious eyes that were watching all directions appeared clearly in front of the shadow ghost. Horrible, hideous, and ugly. When the shadow ghost saw Kokushibo's 6 eyes, he was actually stunned for a moment. Kokushibo's 6 eyeballs rolled around, and then an impatient voice suddenly rang out in the room, Speak. This sentence completely awakened the shadow ghost. It immediately knelt on the ground and said, It's Su Chen. I heard from Luoxuan that Su Chen has gone to the sword forging village. Sword village. Kokushibo frowned and stroked his chin. The whole person's thoughts seemed to have entered into ancient memories. He remembered that when he first joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he also went to the Swordsmith village. The village was still small at that time. But now, the Swordsmith village that I had seen before should have disappeared. Kokushibo's 6 eyes turned to the shadow ghost. Is there anything else you haven't said? Shadow ghost immediately replied. Yes, we are not sure about the location of the sword forging village, and we don't know where the boy named Luoxuan is. Kokushibo was stunned when she heard this. So you came here just to play a trick on me. Hearing this, Shadow Ghost sweat dropped. I dare not, sir. That's what I came here to say. Luo Chuan said that he has sent a message to his accomplices. Now his accomplices are monitoring Su Chen's location and are also trying to pass on Su Chen's location. After hearing this, Kokushibo put down his Nichiren blades. The Shadow Ghost breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Then, Kokushibo slowly raised his head and waved his hand gently. A faint sword energy flew past in the air. With a puff. Before the Shadow Ghost could react, both of his hands had been chopped off. Kokushibo's cold tone came across appropriately. If you come here with no useful information, then there is no need to go back. Kokushibo's tone was icy. The Shadow Ghost felt unwell after hearing this. It felt like there was a sledgehammer in my heart, and every word Kokushibo said was like the sledgehammer hitting me again and again. Evil, powerful, and terrifying. The shadow ghost trembled and said, "Yes, Lord Kokushibo, I have a blood ghost technique called blood tracking. When I met Luoxuan, I implanted my shadow into his body. As long as he passes on the message, my shadow can enter the message and find his accomplice in the swordsmith village. She is always used as a staff member of the teleportation array. After all, I have a lot of power." Advertisement. Kokushibo suddenly pulled out his Nichiren blades. Kokushibo glanced at the shadow ghost pretending to be dead beside him and said sparingly, "Where are you going?" "Damn it, I'm going to kill you. I'll let you keep ordering me around." The shadow ghost swallowed, then nodded heavily. "I am clearly under the direct command of Lord Muzan, but every ghost that comes in wants to order me around. It's really annoying." "I understand, Lord Kokushibo. This is a long journey and the transmission may be a bit bumpy. Please be careful." "Dear." Then he quickly reported a place. At the same time, the moment Kokushibo disappeared, Nakime began to play the piano violently. Bass. Another piano sound was heard. Who was she? Nakime, Muzan-sama's personal assistant. Kokushibo and the shadow ghost disappeared in an instant. Nakime in the attic lowered her head slightly and curled the corners of her mouth. "The shadow ghost is so emo, do we still need to kill it?" "She doesn't take ordinary ghosts seriously." Kokushibo nodded and said coolly, "No problem." The piano sounded, and Kokushibo and the shadow ghost appeared in front of her in an instant. "Dear shadow ghost." The shadow ghost lowered his head timidly, and then sensed the shadow he had cast on Luoxuan. "I have a clue about Su Chen. Send me out to have a look. Also, tell Lord Muzan that I won't be back for dinner tonight." Dear. However, Kokushibo was obviously just playing around with his sword. He said slowly, "I hope you can find Su Chen, otherwise you will be the first ghost to die under the moon breath in recent years. That way we can find them. This is why she doesn't like meeting other ghosts in Infinite City." With each of her calls, a sound like a storm tearing apart could be heard from the place where Kokushibo had just disappeared. "Yes, Lord Kokushibo, I'll get you out right away." Sanakime generally doesn't take most 12 Kazuki seriously. However, Kokushibo is an upper rank one, and his strength is infinitely close to that of Lord Muzan, and he is definitely someone she cannot afford to offend. Although she was upset, her hands were still very honest. "Excuse me, where are you going, sir?" Kokushibo gently pushed open the room, raised his head, and spoke to Nakime in the sky. Chapter 222 Water Breathing. Nakime laughed crazily. Then he smiled with a look of triumph. At this moment, she could imagine the scene of Kokushibo and that stinkbug suffering in there. "I want to laugh when I think about it. Ha 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 ha." "Nakime, what are you laughing at?" A magnetic and familiar voice came, and Nakime's expression froze instantly. "I thought to myself, oh no. My boss saw me having a tantrum at work. ... At the same time, the scene changed. It was already afternoon. The sun in the sky has passed its most scorching period, and the temperature is not as hot as at noon. The temperature is dropping now, and more people are coming to the hot springs in the sword forging village. Hot springs. Kaigaku was hiding in a grove of dense vegetation. Her eyes were fixed on the place where the boys were taking a hot spring bath. Just now he got the news that Su Chen would come to the hot spring after forging the Nichiren blades. So he was on high alert here, trying to catch Su Chen as soon as possible. After all, Kaigaku is the man who wants to defeat the upper rank and become a pillar, so it is still necessary for Luoxuan to complete his mission now. He squatted down slightly, hiding himself completely in the woods. At this moment, Kaigaku suddenly felt like he was in the process of training. It's just that the time is a bit difficult. There were also mosquitoes flying around, and from time to time there were some crying and laughing sounds coming from the women's bathhouse next door. This made Kaigaku feel a little itchy. Fortunately, after waiting for half an hour, he finally saw Su Chen's shadow on the opposite side. Kaigaku's eyes lit up. He is 8 feet tall, handsome, elegant and suave. Yes, this completely fits the label that the public has given to Su Chen. Although Kaigaku has never seen Su Chen in person, he is sure that this is Su Chen, there is no doubt about it. After seeing him in person, Kaigaku felt a little sour. I never thought that my peerless beauty could be outshined by a little kid of 13 or 14 years old. But now that Su Chen's position has been confirmed, there is no need for Kaigaku to wait any longer. I'll send a message to Daiya Express later and tell Luoxuan directly. Advertisement. So Kaigaku stood up, slapped the mosquito that was sucking blood from his butt, and walked away in shame. Only the shadow on the ground is left, which seems to be swaying slowly. After Kaigaku leaves, Su Chen, who had already soaked in the hot spring, opened his eyes slightly. Leaving, Su Chen muttered. Just now, Su Chen's perception compass directly sensed that he seemed to be being spied on. You know, this is a bathhouse. If someone discovered me in the bathhouse, with my current fame, I would probably be spied on by female fans. Su Chen is not someone who would suffer a loss. To be on the safe side, Su Chen wrapped himself in a bath towel. Only then can you soak in the hot spring steadily. As soon as he entered the water, a strong warmth slowly climbed up Su Chen's limbs and bones. The water temperature is neither cold nor hot, just right. The warm current, like a mother's caress in childhood, gently swept away Su Chen's fatigue. Su Chen let out a satisfied sigh. I didn't expect the hot springs in the swordsmith village to be so good. Taking a bath in it makes me feel like my body and mind are healed. No wonder those knife makers take a bath here after work every day. It seems that coming here by myself was the right decision. But, Su Chen glanced at the women-only hot spring next to him. It's just that this artificial wall is a bit of an eyesore. Su Chen originally thought that what Kochou Shinobu and Kanao meant was. Oh, I won't say any more. It's all tears if I say too much. I can only blame Su Chen for thinking too much. Su Chen moved his body and changed to a more comfortable position. The whole person began to enter a state of meditation. Open black lens bracket, enter the time realm. Close black lens bracket. The flow rate around you slows down, and your all-round perception increases. A transparent world appears before your eyes. Closing square bracket. Su Chen fell into deep thought. Just now, he re-entered the Forge in Iron Cave Forest. Met Tanjiro again. Su Chen made his request to Tanjiro. That is to see Tanjiro's swordsmanship using water breathing and sun breathing. Advertisement. Water breathing form 2 water wheel. Naturally, he recorded all of the other person's actions. After Su Chen figured out some basic principles of water breathing, he immediately learned all the moves of water breathing. The steps are graceful and used to dodge attacks. A kind of sword technique that falls from the sky. When it is launched, it is as powerful as a boulder falling into the sea. Now that Su Chen has arrived at the hot spring, he used the perception compass to determine that there was no one around. He then opened the time field and began to digest these breathing methods. Water breathing form 5 merciful rain from a dry sky. Water breathing form 1 water surface slash. He was even afraid that Su Chen would have to wait for a long time, so he just took out the Nichiren blades that Su Chen had forged before and started dancing. And this time the condition is better than any previous time. You are recalling, you have entered the memory palace. Closing square bracket. These water breathing techniques were instantly deduced thousands of times in Su Chen's mind and were immediately imprinted in his mind. Water breathing type 9, water stream and splashing. Su Chen watched from the side. The footsteps are like flowers. The person using this sword move will move faster and move in a coquettish manner. Wherever they pass, waves will burst out, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Charge and slash, fast and direct. Twist your body in the water, creating a hurricane-like vortex. Water breathing type 4 striking tide. Continuously spins and attacks, each spin increases its power. The most lethal of the water breathing, in the shape of a blue and white water dragon. After all, it is a basic breathing method designed for most swordsmen to learn, so the difficulty of learning it is definitely easier than other breathing methods. Water breathing form 8 Takatsubo. You continue to watch Tanjiro's fire god Kagura, and you feel something in your heart, and comprehend the sun breathing technique. Closing square bracket. In water breathing, this is the fastest attack, with almost no latency. You began to replicate the opponent's movements one-to-one. You watched the entire process of Tanjiro's sword dance. You felt something in your heart and realized the breathing of water. Closing square bracket. Upon hearing that Su Chen had a need, the enthusiastic Tanjiro immediately agreed. It dances and spins in the air like a wheel. Water breathing land form, twisting vortex. Su Chen learned water breathing very quickly. When in the air, attack the enemy, swing the sword like a tide, and cut off the target with an extremely fluent sword technique. Water breathing form 7 Shizuku ripple strike. The third form of water breathing, flowing dance. You walk into the lobby and start looking through the memory information from half an hour ago. You start observing. Closing square bracket. A gentle attack can cause a ghost to die painlessly. The form of water breathing, endless flow. Chapter 223 Breath of the Sun. Water breathing is easy, but sun breathing becomes more difficult. Sun breathing is unique both in terms of the complexity of the moves and the restrictions on the person performing it. No other breathing method can compare to it. It can be said that sun breathing combines the advantages of all breathing methods. But it also gathers all the difficulties of breathing methods. Anyone who can learn sun breathing is a genius of the Demon Slayer Corps. As long as they can learn sun breathing, becoming a pillar-level member is just around the corner. Su Chen closed his eyes. Just now, it encountered difficulties from the very first move. The first form of the sun's breathing. I have deduced this in my mind a full 100,000 times. Then the second form, 50,000 times. This is the number that Su Chen completed after he had gained experience in deducing the first form. Type 3, 40,000 times. Just like that, Su Chen mastered the sun breathing move by move. And start deducing. Su Chen discovered that all the other breathing methods he had used before were extremely easy for him. You can even change it yourself, changing breathing of flame to breathing of flame. Change the insect's breath to the bee's breath. But the sun breathing doesn't work. It's perfect. For the current Su Chen actually has a feeling that there is nothing wrong with him. This is enough to illustrate the complexity of sun breathing. If one wants to use sun breathing, one must be a genius like Yorichi Sugakuni. Others basically don't understand it. It took Su Chen a long time to digest the breathing of the sun. At the same time, inside the memory palace, the sky, which was divided into 4, changed again. The 4 towering dragons standing on 4 legs suddenly began to circle and fly restlessly. In the distant sky, another sky blue cutting line cuts through the flame dragon's territory. Then a sky as light blue as water suddenly appeared. A lifelike water dragon flew out, puffing out smoke and hovering in the sky. It's not over yet. I saw that the originally white sky began to change again. Advertisement. Originally, there were 4 dragons in the sky above Su Chen's memory palace. Fire dragon, wind dragon, thunder dragon, and white dragon. The white dragon is the most common dragon. All other dragon species actually evolved from the white dragon. For example, a white dragon plus thunder becomes a thunder dragon, and a white dragon plus wind becomes a wind dragon. However, although Beilong was fortunate enough to become a template, he did not have elemental power, which led to his relatively low status. He is often bullied by the thunder dragon and fire dragon next door. Beilong feels wronged. But now, Beilong has felt the changes in himself. It knew that its chance had come. The owner did not abandon it. A heat began to spread from the white dragon's body, and this change immediately attracted the attention of the thunder dragon and fire dragon next door. Especially Yanlong, his face was full of horror. This burning feeling made it feel palpitations. The temperature is so terrible that I feel my flame is not as powerful as the other parties. Su Chen also appeared inside his memory palace at this moment, looking up at the sky, quietly watching the changes of the white dragon. Noticing his master's gaze, Beilong's expression became excited. Originally it felt a little painful from the heat, and even the scales on its body were almost roasted. But now that it has noticed its owner's attention, the pain is gone immediately. The dragon head raised up, flew up into the sky with a majestic look, and turned around twice happily. As it turned, a fiery red flame burst out from the white dragon's body. The flame patterns began to spread from top to bottom along the white dragon's original scales, and soon the white dragon turned into a fire dragon. But it's different from the flame dragon next door. The flames on the white dragon were brighter and hotter, as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Even the territories of the dragons next door and opposite were illuminated by the flames on the white dragon. The thunder dragon subconsciously moved away from the white dragon's territory because it was too hot. And Yanrei was shocked. The white dragon that was usually bullied by it has actually transformed at this moment, and it seems to be of the same species as itself. It's not scary to have the same element types, but whoever is weaker will be embarrassed. Yanlong originally wanted to go up and prove the difference in strength between himself and Beilong. But as soon as it raised its head and flew forward twice, it was repelled by the terrifying high temperature in the white dragon's territory. Su Chen, who had been watching from below, saw this scene and began to think. This wave was purely caused by the combination of bloodline suppression and attribute restraint, which made the flame dragon completely emo. Connect all sun breathing forms 1 to 12 and dance. Advertisement. But the sun dragon can fly freely in the territories of all other dragons. Because in Su Chen's eyes, he saw that after the white dragon transformed into the sun dragon, the distribution of the surrounding sky changed again. Once you learn it, you can use the breathing of the sun continuously to fight. The elemental dragons are afraid of the white dragon, which shows that breathing of the sun is the first of the 5 basic breathing methods, or even all breathing methods. This should be the specific manifestation of sun breathing on white dragon. Suddenly, Su Chen's hair stood on end. Su Chen was a little worried that a new round of bullying would occur. In the original story, Tanjiro learned it only after the final battle with Muzan. Rylong nodded quickly, and Su Chen then exited his memory palace. Otherwise, if it happens, the first one to be questioned will be Rylong. All breathing methods must be avoided temporarily. It's just a side job anyway, he has a high level of understanding, there's nothing I can do about it. However, Su Chen had traveled through time and space, so he naturally knew this in advance. Since he had already learned the sun breathing, he simply arranged for the 13th form as well. Unexpectedly, the white dragon in his memory palace actually underwent a transformation. A water dragon was moved in next door, which warded off this thing. There was still a faint hot breath lingering in his nostrils. This actually illustrates a point very well, sun breathing type 13. Other elemental dragons are fan-shaped, and they can only move within their own areas. This made the other dragons very envious. The other one next door evolved into a sun dragon, burn it. This is the most difficult part of sun breathing, but also its most powerful move. After soaking in the hot spring for a long time, Su Chen opened his eyes calmly. In his mind, the perception compass was beating wildly at this moment. Now it is the worst. The white dragon, now known as the sun dragon, has a territory that forms a circle. Outside, at the hot spring in the sword forging village. Secondly, the sun breathing did give rise to the 5 major breathing methods. Just now, he went over the sun breathing in his mind again, but this time he connected all the previous moves together. Especially the flame dragon. The oxygen consumption is also very small. So Su Chen ordered the sun dragon to maintain friendly relations among all the dragons around it and not to allow fighting to occur. Chapter 224. Waiting for a day of clouds 10 minutes ago. In the swordsmith village, outside the number 2 forging room in the Iron Cave Forest. The sunlight in the sky has dimmed, and before we know it, night is about to fall. In the forging room, Tia Shuisen was busy. At the moment, he was looking for something in the forging room. Outside the forging room, a short and thin figure was standing quietly outside the door, as if waiting for him. Tokido Muichiru looked up into space, his eyes empty and lifeless. It's dark. He lowered his eyes and looked towards Tia Shuisen in the forge. Master Tai, it's getting dark, and I haven't found my knife yet? Almost there, Tia Shuisen's anxious voice came. He was extremely embarrassed at this moment. I had spent too much time in my large forge room exchanging ideas with Su Chen and studying the weapons made by Su Chen. As a result, I forgot that I was going to change the knife for Tokido Muichiru today. Then when Tetsuana-sen came back, he found Tokido was already waiting there. Since Forge number 2 is Tieshuisen's home and Forge number 1 is just his studio, Tieshuisen would go to soak in the hot spring for half an hour after finishing his work every day. Then I go home and go to bed. That's right, after he finished researching Su Chen's weapon in the number 1 forging room, he went to soak in the hot spring for half an hour before coming back. When Tia Janamori saw Tokido standing here with a lively look, he couldn't help but ask, "How long have you been here?" Tokido replied, "It was here this morning, Tieshuisen." "I deserve to die," Tieshuisen said uncomfortably. "Why don't you come later?" Tokido said without blinking, "You asked me to come earlier." Tieshuisen, "I deserve to die, so we should not be too honest." However, this was Tieshuisen's own fault, so he has to solve it himself. Found it. After a lot of hard work, Tetsukane Mori finally found the Nichiren blades for Tokido. This is a Nichiren blade that glows with a light blue light. The blade jaws are composed of 4 hollow rhombuses, which looks very simple and elegant. The blade is made of typical Nichiren blades made of red sand iron and red sand ore. Although not as good as the one Su Chen made with that so-called alloy. Advertisement, but this is also the Nichiren blades forged by the strongest strength of the Iron Cave Forest. Give. Before Tinemori could finish his words, Tokido took it directly. He said calmly, "Not bad." Tokido held the Nichiren blades in his backhand and raised it to his shoulder, weighing it and nodding with satisfaction. "The weight is also very good, it suits me very well, and I can exert my strength perfectly." Tokido praised in a robotic tone. Then, he raised his head, looked at Tieshinsen, and thanked him. "Thank you, Master Tai, I will come to you next time when Nichiren blades breaks." Tieshuisen shuddered all over after hearing this. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable when he heard the word Nichiren blades break. Ever since he witnessed the power of Su Chen's forged knives in the afternoon, Tieshuisen is no longer satisfied with his own work. Just now Tokido Muichiru kept praising the knife. But to Tieshuisen himself, it was more like an irony. What's so good about a knife? Sometimes you really shouldn't say anything nonsense. Tieshuisen felt that he really should find out what was wrong with him. Has your experience in sword forging increased over the years? Su Chen, a junior, has such great forging experience. As a senior, even if my talent is not as good as his, I still have to fight for my reputation. Master Tai, goodbye. Tokido said, turning around and about to leave. Hey, Lord Shaju, wait a moment, Tieshuisen hurriedly called him. Tokido paused and uttered a soft, "Oh." Then he turned around calmly and looked at Tieshuisen expressionlessly. Master Tai, is there anything else? Tieshinsen said a little embarrassedly. Well, you waited for so long here today. It was indeed my fault, so in order to make up for it, I plan to make another Nichiren blades for you. Tokido shook his head mechanically, no thanks. I'm very skilled, and I've recently been inspired to make even better Nichiren blades than this one. No, try it, I just learned this technique today. No, alloy. Have you heard of alloy? The Nichiren blades I forge with it won't break? No, I'm so F******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* I'm sorry, Master Shaju, but what I said just now is true. Please come back to get the knife in 2 weeks, and I will give you a better knife. Advertisement Tieshwesen said somewhat unwillingly. This was invented by Lord Longzhu himself. Although Lord Longzhu has just entered the industry, his level is really amazing. Damn it. Only at this moment did Tetsunamori understand how much influence the stories behind the Pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps had on them. Tieshwesen. This is really too domineering, isn't it? Tieshwesen blinked. Oh, originally, Lord Kasumibori didn't want the second Nichiren blades he made. I do. Shaju nodded. Okay, I will make it break on time. When talking about Su Chen, you can clearly see Tokito's eyes suddenly light up. That's how you play it, right? He himself said that he wanted to make another Nichiren blades, so what can you do if you agreed to first? Is it my illusion? Tia Genomori looked at Tokito again and found that the child spoke a little stubbornly, very much like a child without a heart. At this moment, Tokito's eyes seemed to have a hint of color, and his words didn't seem so cold anymore. Dragon Pillar? You mean Su Chen? Good, 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 good. Is this young man's brain unable to understand what is being said? Tieshwesen's face was almost the same color as the mask on his face. Red and warm. Tieshwesen choked. After all, every battle of the Demon Slayer Corps is very difficult. Who would gamble with their most trusted Nichiren blades in battle? Do you really not want an alloy knife anymore? But Tokito explained. Since it is Su Chen, he should not lie, so I believe him. Tieshwesen noticed this very well and thought to himself that it was bad. Tieshwesen blushed again and decided to take back what he had just said. However, Tokito's eyes were dull, and he explained in a light tone. Just break the Nichiren blades and then fight. Anyway, I will control the Nichiren blades to break after killing the demon. I shouldn't. Tieshwesen was stunned and looked up at Tokito in astonishment. Now he says that Nichiren blades is Su Chen's current fighting method, and he just learned it. Who would use it after hearing this? No, why do you think differently from me? Tieshwesen was a little overwhelmed. Chapter 225. Kokushibu appears. Tetsukinomori had been making the Nichiren blades for Tokito for a long time, but in the end, he decided to make his own Nichiren blades after hearing about Su Chen's name. This made Tieshuesan suddenly feel a chill in his heart. Fortunately, Tokito agreed to his request. This made Tieshuesan feel a little relieved. It just seems like something is wrong. I always feel like I am a great knife maker and I give away knives but people still despise me. Tieshuesan couldn't help but think of Su Chen again. It seems that the name of Lord Longzhu is still useful. Next time when dealing with these pillars, just say Su Chen's name first, and you may be able to skip the communication process. Talking to these pillars is sometimes really tiring. The two had a lot of awkward conversation, but in the end Tokito agreed to Tasanamori's proposal. Decided to come back for surgery in 2 weeks. And Tokito also gave the extra assurance that the original Nichiren blades would not break and that they would definitely come in 2 weeks. Because of the time it took Tieshuesan to forge the knife, he felt that he would need 2 days. Finally, the two of them made a happy decision. After making his decision, Tokito Muichiru turned and left. After the two said goodbye, Tokito planned to go home. However, the journey is quite long and you have to pass by a hot spring area in the middle. I have to say, while I was communicating with Tieshuesan just now, the sky had already darkened. There are very few streetlights around the sword forging village, and it is basically dark everywhere. Even Tokito, who has relatively good eyesight, had difficulty seeing. Slowly, Tokito came to the hot spring. He walked up the stone steps one by one, slowly going down along the faint flames beside the surrounding hot springs. The night is particularly dark, and the shadows of the night always make people feel vaguely uneasy. Suddenly, a slight sound of splashing water could be heard in the hot spring. In the forest, you can hear the cold wind blowing on the leaves and the rustling sound of the leaves falling. The temperature seemed to have suddenly dropped by several degrees. Suddenly, Tokito slowly stopped. The boy's thumb gently pressed against the blade's jaws, and the cold light of the Nichiren blades was faintly visible in the darkness. Hide and seek or something like that, I don't think I like it very much. Tokito's tone was casual. He turned around slowly, his eyes as calm as water, staring intently at a corner in the darkness. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that you would find me. Are you a pillar? The shadows in the darkness condensed into substance. Soon it changed into a human form. Advertisement. Tokito didn't even blink. Ghost? The boy asked with a hint of doubt. Why would a ghost appear in the sword forging village? That's so strange. As he spoke, Tokito's hand had already pulled out the Nichiren blades hanging from his waist. The boy bent over to gather strength. At the same time, the air seemed to be quiet for 2 seconds. A faint mist suddenly appeared, hiding the young man's figure. The knife is unsheathed, one stroke of the soul. Before the shadow ghost could react, he suddenly found that the sword was placed on his neck. So strong. The shadow ghost cursed in his heart. He was just showing off on the road, but in the end he was going to die. At this moment, Shadow Ghost understood the gap between the strength of the pillar-level players and ordinary players like Luoxuan. But how can I die here? I want to be the lower male ghost of 12 Kazuki. The Shadow Ghost's eyes flashed, and then he suddenly shouted, Upper rank, save me. Upper string? Tokito's eyes finally showed a ripple. Then he noticed that there was suddenly a very powerful aura behind him. It's a fight, and the fighting spirit is very strong. Civ. Almost instantly, Tokito's figure flashed, and he instantly distanced himself from his original self. At this moment, Tokito finally saw the appearance of the person behind him. Just one glance. Tokito was deeply shocked. The robe is black and purple, the hair is red, and the length reaches the waist. There are 6 eyes. If you look closely, you can see that the 6 eyes are rolling around. But because the light was too dim, Tokito couldn't see the number in the other person's eyes. But, Tokito discovered another point that shocked him even more, that is, the opponent had Nichiren blades on his waist. What's going on? Tokito's brain was a little overwhelmed. Could it be that this man was a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps before he became a demon? Time suddenly passed on the battlefield, and Tokito's brain was working rapidly. Demon Slayer swordsman. Demon. So will the other party use breathing techniques? What are they specifically? Advertisement. Upper rank, the threat level is the highest, and should be eliminated first. Tokito said this, but he suddenly found that he couldn't move. Tokito lowered his head and looked at his hands. I actually found my body trembling slightly, his breathing had become disordered. Starting from the chest, then the hands and feet, and finally to the Nichiren blades that he held tightly. They are all trembling slightly. Tokito's face turned slightly pale. Myself, is this fear? Is she afraid of the man in front of her? Tokito didn't understand, but his body had already sent him a warning. That is, don't resist, because there is only one outcome of resistance. That is, death. What's wrong? Aren't you going to do it? In the darkness, the 6-eyed evil ghost suddenly spoke. He slowly took 2 steps forward. If I had tried to do that just now, you would have been dead, so you should be thankful that you can still talk to me now. As the other person's figure moved, finally, it came within the range of the fire. At this moment, Tokito finally saw the other person's appearance clearly. And there is a number in the other person's eyes. Upper moon, 1. The first of the upper strings. Tokito Muichiru's eyes narrowed slightly. This was his first time encountering an upper rank, and he never expected that he would encounter a hell level of difficulty right from the start. But Tokito was worthy of being a pillar, and he quickly regained his composure. And calm your mind again by fully concentrating. Kokushibu stroked his chin and said with interest, Oh, you calmed down so quickly, it seems you have a good character. Tokido looked up in surprise. However, he reacted quickly, and seeing that Kokushibu's hands were not holding the Nichiren blades, he sensed an opportunity. So while Tokido pretended to be surprised, he quietly tightened his grip on the Nichiren blades. But Kokushibu's eyes became more interested. Oh, you were able to use sword moves even when you were afraid of me. That's pretty good. It's a good plan. You know how to divert my attention. Well, it looks like a powerful sword move. It starts very quickly, and will hit me directly on the left shoulder. The amount of bleeding is pretty good too. It looks like it is. Shaw? Kokushibu's self-acted speech made Tokido feel disappointed. But, how is this possible? Chapter 226 Strength Gap. How can the other party know what you want to do in advance when you haven't even drawn your sword? Moreover, he could actually tell the type of his breathing method through his hidden starting posture. This, Tokido felt panic for the first time, and the unsteady trembling came back. At this moment, Kokushibu finally lowered his jaw. Suddenly he said, "Are you here?" Bite. Tokido's figure flashed, and the Nichiren blades in his hand were unsheathed. The boy's Nichiren blades clenched tightly, and collided with Kokushibu's drawn Nichiren bloodblade. The response was good and the awareness was good. Kokushibu said to himself, "Looking at your body, you should be only about 13 years old. You are indeed a one-of-a-kind genius." The more Kokushibu spoke these light words, the more horrified Tokido became. This person actually saw through all his actions. You can even analyze your own age. Well, now it's my turn. Bang! In an instant, Kokushibu's blade turned, but Tokido reacted quickly and counterattacked in time. But Kokushibu's move was just an illusion. He wanted to change his sword moves. After a few fake moves, he stretched out his right hand, grabbed Tokido and slammed him against the tree. Nichiren blades even chopped directly towards Tokido's hand holding the knife, but fortunately Tokido dodged in time and the knife only chopped off his thumb. Even so, Tokido couldn't fully hold the Nichiren blades. Yes, just do it like that. The shadow ghost in the corner suddenly laughed. I won't even mention how pretentious that damn ghost hunter was just now. The Nichiren blades even cut halfway into his neck. The shadow ghost now wishes Tokido would die, so he has been there to encourage Kokushibu to kill Tokido Muichiru. That's it, Lord Kokushibu, kill him. You are my god. The Demon Slayer Corps will lose another pillar because of your heroic deeds. Go ahead. What are you waiting for, Lord Kokushibu? The shadow ghost kept egging on. However, Kokushibu was disgusted by the excessive enthusiasm. It's so noisy. Advertisement. Kokushibu drew out his sword and chopped the shadow ghost on the other side into heroic fragments. Although ghosts have strong recovery abilities, if they are cut into pieces, they will basically die if it weren't for the upper 6 strings recovery abilities. The shadow ghost was still smiling before he died, and he couldn't figure out why he was dying. And he died so suddenly. After killing the shadow ghost, Kokushibu looked at Tokido Muichiru again. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Tokido's forehead was covered with sweat, and he shook his head. Kokushibu slowly explained, because your body is special, and I can feel it. You are my descendant, so logically I should be your ancestor. Tokido was stunned. Ancestors? What does it mean? Has this ghost lived for a long time? Kokushibu explained. What is your last name? Tokido hesitated for a moment, then said, Tokido. Tokido? Kokushibu's eyes flashed with reminiscence. Is that so? The surname Sugikoku has almost disappeared now. Tokido. What do you mean? Who are you? Who am I? Kokushibu seemed to be asking himself. I should be your ancestor, but it's been so long, it's normal that the younger generation doesn't remember me. But you should still have my blood flowing in your veins. After hearing this, Tokido was stunned. A feeling of coldness from head to toe instantly spread throughout the body. How long has this ghost lived? And the other person's identity turned out to be his own ancestor. Tokido is not a fool. He also knows his talent and knows that it should be due to the power of his genes. Then, the person in front of me is my ancestor, and he must be very talented. So now comes the question. The other party may have been practicing for hundreds of years. Now try to defeat him. Tokido said that he couldn't do it and felt very disappointed. Fighting against one's own ancestors, who would believe this if I told anyone else? Tokido looked confused. At this moment, he felt more confused than despair. It can be said that he was a little too calm. Seeing Kokushibu making another move, Tokido did nothing. Are you going to die? Tokido's mind became more active. Advertisement. A demon has entered the Swordsmithing village, and it's a very powerful upper-ranked demon. It looks like this place is doomed. This scene made Tokido feel confused. The 6 eyeballs were tightly shrunken together. But can ghosts also awaken their markings? After Su Chen's previous popularization, every pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps knew about this black pattern. Who is he going to see? When Kokushibu finished what he was doing, he looked up at him and said, Become a ghost. Your talent is rare. You have a good future as a ghost. In the end, he could only watch Kokushibu touching him. She must have been so angry that she couldn't help but tremble. Just spoil him. These lines seemed to come alive and began to spread across Kokushibu's face, like bizarre tadpoles, vivid and lifelike. Tokido was shocked. Today, Tokido's worldview can be said to be constantly being refreshed. Otherwise, this problem cannot be solved. Tokido walked through the revolving lantern at a very fast speed. But soon, Tokido's brain gave himself an order. The most urgent thing to do is to escape immediately and get help. My lord, please arrange a few more pillars next time. If the shadow ghost who died tragically just now saw this scene. Brown. Kokushibu suddenly picked up Tokito's thumb, then tore off Tokito's clothes to make strips of cloth, and finally wrapped Tokito's thumb back to his right hand. Suddenly, strange black lines appeared on the other person's face. Then the next moment, Tokito suddenly felt the hand that was holding him let go. But if I leave, someone will die. Tokito was shocked. Moreover, Tokito also saw. In Tokito's sight, Kokushibu suddenly walked slowly towards the hot spring. Since Chen is here, there shouldn't be any problem. After all, that guy is an upper-rank Terminator. Tokito frowned and was about to refuse when he saw Kokushibu's expression change instantly. Unfortunately, his memory had been sealed for so long that he couldn't remember anything. This upper-rank demon is actually trying to stop his own bleeding? He didn't make such a big noise when I was fighting with him just now. Why did his expression suddenly change now? These patterns that look like the ones on a ghost's body are actually stripes. Tokito was confused, but the severe pain in his hand prevented him from exerting his full strength. However, Tokito seemed to remember that the love pillar was also in the swordsmith village, and it seemed that Chen was also there. Don't move. Chapter 227. Do you know me well? According to the priority of life, the life level of the pillar level team members is the highest in their precious combat power. Then there are the swordsmith village chief, master craftsman, property, etc. Tokito made a decision immediately and disappeared from the spot in an instant. But Kokushibu didn't care and continued walking towards the hot spring. Over there is where Chen takes a hot spring bath. It was dark and an owl was hooting on the branch. Kokushibu walked slowly into the hot spring changing room along the night. I found a knife quietly placed against the wall. It can be seen that the swordmaster, who was taking a hot spring bath, did not seem to be on guard at all. At the same time, a sound came from the direction of the hot spring. Sir, since you are here, why don't you have a good chat? Kokushibu paused for a moment and quickly made a decision. It also placed the Nichiren blades against the wall, together with the other knives, and walked slowly into the hot spring. However, after Kokushibu left, behind it, another figure slowly appeared. And this person is Kaigaku. In fact, he has been here for a long time, just waiting for the upper rank one that Luoxuan mentioned to come and die. That's right, he, Kaigaku, wants to end the opponent's life with his own hands, and then prove that he is the new generation of Sound Pillar. Only your own strength can be recognized by everyone, not that shitty Chen. But the facts dealt him a heavy blow, because Kokushibu's aura is too strong. As soon as he landed, the powerful aura seemed to be tangible, and the fear as huge as a mountain instantly scared Kaigaku to death. Kaigaku frowned. Kaigaku worries. Kaigaku fear. Even Kasumibori was defeated almost instantly. Although Kaigaku thought he was stronger, it was always better to be safe. Therefore, Kaigaku simply became a coward and hid himself in his shell. But thanks to his behavior, his fighting spirit dropped to the freezing point and he became invisible, so Kokushibu didn't notice him. You know, these upper ranks rely on murderous intent to sense the enemy. And there was no murderous intent in Kaigaku. Advertisement. There was almost nothing, so Kokushibu didn't notice him. Kaigaku, who was hiding in the bushes, saw Kokushibu enter the hot spring and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Chen was inside, if there's that annoying guy there to attract attention. This way, you should be safe. Suddenly, Kaigaku clenched his fists, feeling unwilling. How pathetic. It's a shame that I hate Chen the most, but I still have to rely on Chen to ensure my safety. No, this is called safe. You must make careful preparations when stringing the instrument, otherwise what if you make a mistake? The more Kaigaku thought about it, the more unwilling he became. Since the Mist Pillar had just taken action, the opponent's strength should have been almost exhausted after such a fierce battle. That's right, although Kaigaku was so scared that he didn't even watch the battle. But he was very sure that the Haze Pillar must have had a fierce battle with this upper moon. Then this upper rank finds Chen again, and the two of them fight again. Then he would wait outside the door. As long as he was lucky, if the upper rank spirit escaped, he could take advantage of the situation outside the door. No, Kaigaku quickly denied the statement. This should be called waiting for the opportunity, which is a manifestation of patience. How can it be said to be picking up a bargain? He quietly walked in the direction Kokushibu had just gone. When Kaigaku entered the locker room, he saw the Nichiren blades in the locker room and immediately felt suspicious. I had heard from Luoxuan before that Chen could forge swords, and after coming to the forging village, I had also heard that the swords forged by Chen were peerless divine weapons. Kaigaku still felt a little disgusted when he heard others praising Chen like this. Since you are so good at swordsmithing, why don't you just become a swordsmith? Why does you have to join the Demon Slayer Corps and take up a pillar level position? Why? But is that magic weapon real? Kaigaku quietly glanced at the two knives in the corner. Yes, it must be because my weapon was too inferior. The swordsmith who made the Nichiren blades for me was not professional at all. Nichiren blades doesn't have a function that can automatically kill the upper string directly. It must be a problem with Nichiren blades. What does it have to do with him, Kaigaku? So Kaigaku blamed his mistake on his weapon, which seemed very reasonable to him at the time. So, now it's no big deal for him to secretly take a Nichiren blades, right? Since we are all members of the Demon Slayer Corps, it doesn't matter who holds the Nichiren blades, because we are all for killing demons. Advertisement. What's more, Chen is so careless that he didn't even take the Nichiren blades. He really brought this upon himself. With this in mind, Kaigaku quickly walked to the two Nichiren blades. Then he stole Kokushibu's knife. There's no other reason. Because Su Chen's knife looks too ordinary, almost exactly the same as Kaigaku's current one. The only difference is that the color of Su Chen's Nichiren blades is different from Kaigaku's. It just happened to be the light blue color that Kaigaku didn't like. In fact, Kaigaku doesn't like thunder breathing because he also hates the old man who was the former sound pillar. After getting the knife, Kaigaku felt very sneaky and wanted to escape. As I was leaving, I suddenly felt something was wrong, so I came back and took another look at the very ordinary looking Nichiren blades. He discovered that there was a dragon head on the handle of the knife. Kaigaku sneered. Haha, what year is it now? You're still carving a dragon head like a dragon pillar? Pa. Only a fool would take it. Then Kaigaku left happily. The environment inside the hot spring is relatively brighter than outside. It allows Su Chen to clearly see the identity of the other person. Kokushibu, Muzan's #1 warrior, the upper rank one. Kokushibu walked slowly towards Su Chen in the night, and told Su Chen his name when he saw him tidying up his clothes. His 6 eyes instantly became alert. Do you know me? Su Chen smiled slightly. I don't know you, but I've heard of you. Is that so? Kokushibu showed a hint of reminiscence. I didn't expect that even my own descendants had forgotten me, but there are still people who remember my name. Of course, I know that he is Yoriichi Sugikuni's younger brother. Kokushibu's body suddenly jolted. Sure enough, no matter where I am, I will be deeply touched when I hear this name. I always think of the time when I was ruled by Yoriichi Sugakuni's strength. Shut up and don't mention his name. Kokushibu looked visibly displeased. But Su Chen still said, but you are Sugikuni Yuichi's brother, right? Maybe I should call you Sugikuni Michikatsu. Kokushibu narrowed his eyes. It seems that you really know me. You even remember my name when I was a human. Then I will make your torture less severe later. Chapter 228 Forging a Meat Knife. No, I won't go with you. Su Chen waved his hands, not showing any fear of Kokushibu. It was as if he was just rejecting a very small thing. Kokushibu couldn't help but ask, why, you're not afraid of me? What are you afraid of? Su Chen said with a smile, aren't they all transformed from humans? This is the first time I've seen a ghost. Am I still shy? Kokushibu suddenly smiled. Your idea is quite interesting. Kokushibu immediately started his official signature line. Why don't you consider becoming a ghost? You have good talent. I can see that you can have a better future as a ghost. No, thank you. At this moment, Su Chen had almost put on all his clothes. That's right, Su Chen didn't put the clothes in the dressing room. In order to prevent some crazy female fans from doing irrational things, Su Chen always carries his chastity with him. Look, it came in handy right away. After all, the other party has 6 eyes, and it only takes a moment for him to see through me. Su Chen didn't want his disgraceful image to remain in the other party's mind when the fight broke out. How about it, do you want to fight? Su Chen looked at Kokushibo with a very calm expression, as if he was talking about a very ordinary and trivial matter. This calm and composed feeling made Kokushibo feel a little strange and wrong. For so many years, no one except Muzan could give him this kind of pressure. Originally, Muzan's order was to capture Su Chen alive. Kokushibo didn't think the task was that difficult, and Muzan had rarely let him do anything over the years. Since he actually came to me this time, it was bound to be an unusual thing. I hope you can satisfy me. Kokushibu's eyes suddenly lit up, and the 2 eyeballs in the middle began to twitch. The number, 1 of the upper moon, loomed in his eyes. Then the shape of a knife emerged from Kokushibu's arm, and Su Chen saw the other party pull the knife out of his arm. This is a black knife with shiny black parts and red patterns all over it. The lines on it are very smooth, and there are 2 rotating eyeballs on the knife, which makes people feel quite uncomfortable. Su Chen curled his lips. You really don't have martial ethics. Do you see that I have a knife? Kokushibo said calmly, your body has been tempered by thousands of blows, and it is worthy of my sword. Su Chen sighed. Advertisement. Does this count as Kokushibu's approval? So should I be happy or sad? But Kokushibo really has no moral principles. And didn't I use the transparent world to see that Kokushibo had put the knife back? This kid actually still has this trick up his sleeve. Su Chen is thinking. Kokushibo suddenly frowned. Can't see through. Su Chen's inner thoughts are hard to read. This is the first time I have encountered such a thing. In the past, I could always see through the thoughts of those Demon Slayer core swordsmen, just like when I saw Tokido before, I could see Tokuto's purpose clearly. But now he couldn't see through Su Chen's thoughts. Then there is only one possibility. The other person, like him, has the ability to read the other person's thoughts or see through the world. But Kokushibo could read the problem from Su Chen's eyes. He suddenly explained. This is the meat knife on my body. In fact, I haven't drawn my sword against humans for a long time. Humans are too weak. Perhaps humans are more powerful than you think. Su Chen got ready. Come on then. Kokushibo moved suddenly, like a gust of wind passing through the air, and suddenly came behind Su Chen silently. The blade flashed. Breathing of the moon. Form 1 dark moon, palace of the night. A normal flat slash. In the night, Kokushibo's sword drew a bright and transparent crescent moon. Mysterious, hot, powerful. Kokushibo stopped at the figure and turned back to admire. You were very quick. You were the first swordsman in recent years who was able to dodge my first strike. Su Chen and Kokushibo, 10 meters away, stared at each other. But Su Chen's expression is now very solemn. In fact, Su Chen had already opened the time realm at the very beginning. His perception of time and speed around him was already at its maximum, but Kokushibo's speed still surprised him. Kokushibo drew his sword so quickly that even Su Chen couldn't see it clearly. I only saw Kokushibo's body move, so Su Chen dodged subconsciously. Advertisement. Although he got the recognition from Kokushibo, Su Chen was not happy. Kokushibo felt much more satisfied when he saw Su Chen's expression. That's right, this is the expression I should have, this is how others should look when they see me. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Kokushibo actually felt very proud. He liked to see the expressions of those who were called strong when they were conquered by him. Kokushibo's voice was somewhat teasing. What's wrong? Are you giving up already? No. Su Chen's voice came faintly. I just need a knife, although the process of making it is a bit disgusting. Then, Kokushibo saw a scene that made his heart, which had been immersed in it for hundreds of years, beat violently. Su Chen's face was as pale as water. Your time domain is fully expanded. Closing square bracket. You begin to recall the previous battles, and you begin to observe the memories of the previous battles. Closing square bracket. You watched Kokushibo's sword forging process and you were impressed. You felt that the process was very simple. Closing square bracket. You follow the process of Kokushibo before and start controlling your blood and muscle movement in your body. Closing square bracket. You begin to use your control and self-healing abilities to make knives. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. You start controlling your blood. Close black lens bracket. Next, in front of Kokushibo. He saw Su Chen cut another cut on his arm with his fingernails. The blood slowly flowed down Su Chen's arm, but the miraculous thing was that the blood did not drip. And it condenses and takes shape repeatedly in the air. The shape of a sword embryo gradually condensed and took shape in the air. Then, veins began to grow inside the Nichiren blades. Dense veins covered the entire body of Nichiren blades, and a small heart, neither too big nor too small, began to beat at the handle. Kokushibo understood Su Chen's identity in an instant. Ghost Eater. This is actually the Ghost Eater. The so-called Ghost Eater is one who feeds on the bodies of ghosts and monsters, thereby gaining some of the ghost's abilities temporarily or permanently. And judging by Su Chen's proficiency in controlling vampire magic, he must have been a Ghost Eater for quite some time. But that wasn't what shocked Kokushibo the most. What shocked him was that Su Chen had just glanced at the process of him condensing the meat knife. The result was exactly the same as his, and he condensed the meat knife. Even Kokushibo himself when he was still a human did not have such talent. Chapter 229 Breath of the Moon. Even that man, even a man like Yoriichi Sugumi can't do it. It really opens my eyes. I can even learn blood magic. Kokushibo's tone was indescribably cold. For some reason, he felt the same sense of powerlessness that he had felt from Yoriichi Sugakuen before. The other party always does something that you can't expect. So, can you learn this, too? The handle of the meat knife in Kokushibo's hand suddenly grew spikes and pierced his palm. The blood flowed down and then attached to the flesh, and a magical scene happened. The meat knife was like a big tree crying for food. After absorbing the blood as nutrients, it began to grow rapidly. The blade became longer, and countless spikes began to split and bloom from the main blade. In just a short moment, a terrifyingly long sword with blades all over it appeared in front of Su Chen. Blood Demon Art. Demon Sword Transformation. This is Kokushibo's most commonly used blood demon technique, and also his only blood demon technique. Kokushibo stared at Su Chen with a tight gaze. Well, can you imitate this? Su Chen smiled and said, no need. Just a knife is enough. Why do anything extra? Kokushibo was silent. He just silently raised the magic sword in his hand, took the initiative, and rushed towards Su Chen again with explosive speed. Breath of the Moon. Form 1 Dark Moon Palace. Kokushibo draws his sword and strikes horizontally at a speed that the opponent cannot react to. A crescent-shaped trajectory appeared in the air. At the same time, along with this slash, irregular crescent-shaped tiny blades appeared around it. Their length and size change from time to time, they have no fixed shape, and are difficult to understand. But Su Chen handled it very well. He seemed to know that this move was very fierce, so he avoided it directly. He distanced himself from Kokushibo. But Kokushibo knew it, he knew Su Chen would dodge, so the moment the Aikikata was swung. The power of the second form has also been turned on at the same time. Breathing of the Moon, second form, pearl flower playing with the moon. Kokushibo suddenly swung the Nichiren blades in the direction Su Chen sped away. While releasing two slashes, its tiny crescent blades will disrupt and scatter to launch a messy and small attack. This move is hard to guard against and is insidious. Although these small attacks are not very destructive, they are difficult to defend against. Advertisement. Generally speaking, the opponent will subconsciously block two large blows, and then subconsciously ignore the small crescents flying in the sky. As long as the opponent is hit by the crescent, Kokushibo can take advantage of the opportunity when the opponent's speed decreases and kill the opponent with a thrust. Now, Kokushibo is just waiting for Su Chen to be caught. As a result, Su Chen suddenly did something that Kokushibo had never expected. The moment Zuhu Anong Yu approached Su Chen seemed to subconsciously ignore the two large moon slashes. He swung the Nichiren blades in his hand in all directions, blocking all those tiny crescents. Kokushibo frowned and felt puzzled when he saw this. But it didn't think too much and rushed towards Chen again. No matter if it works or not, I will rush forward and release the third form again. Under Kokushibo's transparent field, Chen's defeat was already extremely clear in its eyes. Time dropped suddenly. When the two large moon slashes approached Chen, the blade in Chen's hand suddenly grew strangely. Then, with a very strange posture and arc, he directly bounced away the two large sword beams. Kokushibo paused while running. This is the concrete manifestation of the demon sword transformation. It seems that Chen has indeed learned this trick. The other party is indeed a genius. At this time, Kokushibo's eyes were already slightly sore. For Kokushibo, geniuses like Tokido are his favorite. But it doesn't like geniuses like Yuichiro Sugikuni. The reason is simple. No matter how talented the former is, Kokushibo is certain that his final achievement will not be better than his. But it's different if you have it. The other party's results will surpass yours. Then the younger generations will remember people who are more powerful than it, instead of Kokushibo. A hint of murderous intent had already begun to arise in Kokushibo's heart. After all, the title of Six-Eyed Lemon Spirit was not given for nothing. If you make Kokushibo's eyes sore, it will really kill you. Now, Chen has neutralized Kokushibo's attack. At the same time, he made a backhand move and his eyes suddenly lit up. Kokushibo was shocked for a moment. Because he was very familiar with the movements of Chen's hands, he could see the sword force from Chen the moment it came out. I have never seen this breathing method used in anyone else. A new moon suddenly appeared. Advertisement. Kokushibo also stopped. It stopped about 5 meters in front of Chen. Just like the way of attacking the heart. What kind of breathing method is this? I was actually injured. Another breathing method appeared again. Wind dragon form, first form, wind wandering in the sky. This is the breath of the moon. Chen seized the moment when Kokushibo paused. Chen's speed increased dramatically, and at the same time, he stretched the dark moon palace sword of moon breathing very long, and instantly cut Kokushibo's left arm under the armpit. Kokushibo looked at Chen again. And Chen still has a trick that he hasn't used yet. Because it is recognized as the strongest. After so many years, I was actually injured. Even after countless bloody battles, I had never shed a drop of blood. From left to right, a flash of light appeared in the night sky. The strongest Kokushibo. Kokushibo narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin. So Chen has to strike first, and it would be best to attack the opponent psychologically. If Kokushibo seizes the initiative, he will be in an absolutely passive position. Kokushibo is very strong, and I can only use my rich sword skills to resist the opponent's continuous attacks. Rub. Chen's thinking is very clear. Wind, thunder, rock, water, fire, insect, mist, flower. Moon breathing form 1. Dark moon palace. But now, his dignity has been ruthlessly dug away by Chen. Chen's power-gathering movement was seen as he sank slightly, the tip of the sword sank, and the sword's momentum moved upward, making it impossible to tell what kind of breathing method it was for a moment. At this time, Chen flashed to the left, found an open space, and began to accumulate power for his sword moves. The strongest upper rank 1. Guess the opponent's sword moves. A dazzling red light bloomed in the air, and Kokushibo, who had never taken Chen seriously, was stunned. At the same time, at this moment, Kokushibo started to show off for the second time. Kokushibo was angry, but also a little excited. It longs to become stronger. The stronger Chen is, the more interesting it is. The stronger it can become. Chapter 230 Kokushibo's Fear. Kokushibo paused again. This move suddenly gave him a strange feeling. For a moment it couldn't figure out what kind of breathing method this was. This power-charging move is similar to all breathing methods, but it is not just any breathing method. The vast amount of oxygen spread along the lines of Chen's breathing, and the air entered his lungs. The air suddenly became hot. A faint ray of sunshine blooms from the night sky. Bright, sudden, dazzling. This light suddenly gave Kokushibo a feeling of being in another world. This is the sun breathing technique. Kokushibo suddenly stopped moving. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why does he know the sun breathing technique? Kokushibo stopped where he was, his brain shutting down. Breathing of the sun, such a familiar yet unfamiliar name. As far as I can remember, no one other than Yoriichi Sugikuni has ever used it. Including himself. In the past, Kokushibo spent countless days and nights learning the sun-breathing method of Yoriichi Sugikuni, but he just couldn't learn it. In fact, it's not just him, Kokushibo, but all the swordsmen of the contemporary Demon Slayer Corps. No one can learn the sun-breathing. For this reason, many swordsmen still blame Yoshichi Sugikuni for not teaching them. Only Kokushibo knew that it was not that Sugikuni Yoriichi didn't want to teach them. It's because Sugumi Yoshichi's talent is too high. Others simply don't understand Yoshichi Sugikuni's breathing method. This is the gap in talent. Everyone can only look up to Sugikoku Yoshi, which is something Kokushibo will never be able to achieve. Kokushibo also wanted to have the same glory as Yoriichi Sugikuni. But it couldn't do that, so it felt deeply jealous. Later, he practiced diligently, and since he could not learn the sun breathing, he created the moon breathing on his own. Then keep working hard to become stronger. But later, when he realized that no matter how many times he tried, it was all in vain, Kokushibo's mentality collapsed for the first time. Time has become the most pressing issue. He doesn't have time to surpass Yorichi Sugikoku. He became a ghost so that he would have an endless lifespan to hone his skills. Advertisement. After he practiced again for several years. When he arrived in front of Yuichiro Tsuchikuni, he was already extremely old. Kokushibo fought his brother again, but still couldn't block a single move from him. The long-term frustration made Kokushibo deeply uncomfortable, and he also hated everyone who could use the sun breathing. Seeing this breathing method, Kokushibo seemed to see his own brother. This guy named Chen actually has the same talent as him. Brother, are you back? Kokushibo's eyes gradually began to waver. Psychological activities are also very rich. Now that you are back, brother, let's die again. After all, the world doesn't need two geniuses. Breathing of the sun. Round dance of one form. Sun breathing, one of the basic moves. Chen exerted force with both arms and slashed forward in a circular motion, with the blade wrapped in flames. A very brilliant move. Kokushibo also responded with the one kata. Breath of the moon. Form one dark moon palace. When you draw your sword, you chop it horizontally at a speed that your opponent cannot react to, leaving a crescent-shaped trajectory. Each slash was surrounded by regular crescent-shaped tiny blades, the length and size of which changed from time to time. There was no fixed shape, making it unpredictable. This time, Kokushibo is obviously much more serious than before. Veins popped out of his arms. It was a direct blow with all his strength. The dazzling moonlight shines in the night sky, complementing the all-consuming sunlight. This is a blow that spans hundreds of years. For Kokushibo, this is his inner demon, his nightmare, and his unspeakable thing. As long as you can defeat sun breathing once, you can defeat yourself. The sun and the moon shine together, colliding with each other in a night that belongs only to them. After a moment, the sun and the moon shone together, and the two lights merged together. Finally, only the daylight remained, but the nightlight was gone. Kokushibo stood there in a daze, not saying a word, but at this moment silence was more powerful than words. It lost. But I didn't lose to Chen, but to myself. Because at the moment of the fight, Kokushibo felt the unique warmth of the sun breathing, and the fear he had for Sugikuni Yorichiro reappeared in his heart. It's scared. The breath of the moon, it collapses without any attack. Advertisement. Chen turned to look at Kokushibo, his eyes flashing with an ambiguous light. Are you still fighting? Kokushibo silently put down the sword in his hand, paused for a moment, and thought for a long time. After a moment, it put down the Nichiren blades. You are very good, I will come back to see you later. After saying that, Kokushibo turned around, accompanied by an abrupt piano sound. Dear. The whole person disappeared in an instant. Gone. Chen's tense nerves relaxed instantly. It was impossible for him not to panic when Kokushibo came here. After all, Kokushibo was an arrow on the bow. Both strength, character and IQ are online. If it wasn't for Yuichiro Tsugaru coming to the rescue across servers this time, I'm afraid Chen will lose a piece of skin if he doesn't die. As soon as Chen thought about it, the meat knife in his hand disappeared in an instant. Just like a part of the body, when Chen thought about it, the meat knife changed again and attached directly to Chen's arm. Forming a large pattern. A feeling of weakness came over me. Only then did Chen realize that his lips had become extremely pale. It turned out that in the previous battle, his blood had been almost exhausted, and forging the meat knife with blood itself consumed a lot of blood. If Kokushibo had left a little later, Chen would have collapsed due to exhaustion. This was the first time in such a long time that he had overdrawn himself so badly from overdrawing in battle. In the past, Chen had basically consumed his mental and physical energy. This was the first time he had consumed so much blood and energy. This is Chen's first attempt to use blood magic to forge a meat knife. But the effect was unexpectedly good. Chen once again mastered new skills, which he might not have been able to achieve if Kokushibo hadn't come. Suddenly, in Chen's perception, the needle on his perception compass was quietly rotating. Could it be that Kokushibo has returned? Chen's heart instantly rose. If Kokushibo came back, he would have to gather a meat knife again. And with Chen's current energy, it is basically impossible to do so. So if this is really the case, his chances of winning are very low. Fortunately, the compass needle does not rotate very much. This means that the enemy's strength is not very strong and is within Chen's control. Chen lowered his head. In his perception, the other party was very close. Chapter 231 Cha-Cha Wan. It's about 1 meter. Finally, a bloody aura similar to mist appeared in front of Chen. Then a medium-sized cat appeared in front of the boy. This is. Chen looked carefully at the cat in front of him. Found it unexpectedly familiar. Isn't this Cha-Cha Wan? Almost instantly, Chen understood what was going on. He squatted down, put his hands on his knees, and said kindly, "Give my regards to Miss Tamayo." That's right, this cat is Cha-Cha Wan controlled by Yu Shilang. Cha-Cha Wan has extremely high concealment and can walk in the dark. If he didn't pay special attention to it, even Muzan wouldn't be able to detect its existence. However, Chen's perception compass has begun to target the dual perception of fighting spirit and vitality, so Chen can still sense when Cha-Cha Wan approaches him. At this moment, Cha-Cha Wan seemed to be looking at Chen, truly confirming Chen's identity. According to the instructions of its master, Yushiro, it must hand over the information to a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. However, its identification information is vague. I just know that the other person is very handsome. He is very tall, very young, and has a very handsome appearance. These characteristics were instantly confirmed when Cha Cha Wan saw Su Chen. Meow. Cha Cha Wan meowed twice, then gave the things on his back to Su Chen. After Su Chen took it, Cha Cha Wan left in the same direction he came from. Su Chen picked up the letter in his hand, unfolded it slightly and took a look. Hello, sir. I'm Akaza. I have successfully found Ms. Tamayo and expressed your intention to them. Although the process was a bit bumpy, I finally succeeded in convincing them with morals, and they finally agreed to our request. I found out that they are indeed researching some drugs related to ghosts, and the research progress is amazing. I really didn't expect that Muzan hadn't noticed this before. Sure enough, the power of anyone cannot be underestimated. My lord, I am very happy here. Please don't worry about me. Besides, I will write to you every week, yes, through the cat you saw. I found it surprisingly useful. This is a little ghost's blood vampire magic. At first, it agreed to help me pass the message. It was not very enthusiastic towards the other party, but under my warm service, it was finally moved by my sincerity. Advertisement. Goodbye, Akaza. After Su Chen finished reading the letter, he silently went over the words in his mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, somewhere on a busy street. With a helpless look on his face, Yushilang was controlling his Cha Cha Wan to return to himself. Next are Tamayo and Akaza. To be honest, Lord Akaza, I really didn't expect that you were also out of Muzan's control. Akaza smiled and said, it's just that I met a noble person. Tamayo nodded, but still said with some concern, but you only started taking blood recently, and your body may still be in a lot of discomfort. From now on, you must never go back to your old habits, and you must not take humans as food, otherwise the beast in you will be uncontrollable. Akaza nodded repeatedly. Here, it has long been impressed by Tamayo's wisdom. Apart from anything else, the other party's alchemy technology and decision to kill Muzan were enough to shock Akaza. At this point, Tamayo added, also, no more violence, Mr. Akaza. Hearing this, Akaza glanced at Yushilang and said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, this guy came up to me and got rough with me, and I couldn't hold back for a while. Akaza recalled it all at once. I met Tamayo by chance before, and then they saw me and recognized me, and I was scared at once. Among them, Yushiro stepped forward and stood directly in front of Tamayo. Meanwhile let Tamayo go first. Then Yushilang was knocked down with a punch. In fact, Akaza didn't want to use force, but Yushilang was so fast that his fist hit his face directly. What a brat. It's not good now. It seems that Yushilang has been defeated by me. Now I am still sending letters to myself. It's just that Akaza doesn't know it. Now Yushiro has another title, the King of Ninja besides the King of Vinegar. I will repay you with a knife one day. Got it, I won't do it again. Akaza-sensei said. The night is light and thin. Before I knew it, half of the night had passed. Kokushibo came out alone and sat outside the hot spring, sitting quietly outside the hot spring. At this moment, all it could think of was the sun-breathing technique used by Su Chen. Advertisement. Why Su Chen was able to learn the sun-breathing from his brother. But I can't learn it myself. Since I can't learn Kokushibo, I won't say anything. Then practice your moon-breathing technique diligently. The result is still the same. The breathing of the moon cannot defeat the breathing of the sun. In an instant, I no longer had the courage to face the breathing of the sun again. Kokushibo felt somewhat disappointed, just when it was thinking about life alone. Suddenly, it sensed a faint panting sound not far away. Kokushibo moved instantly to where the sound came from. This is a jungle, and it is quiet and silent all around. Normally, there is nothing here. When Kokushibo arrived here, he narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the situation. Kokushibo made a puzzled sound. Because it saw something that looked very familiar. Meat knife. Why is my meat knife here? Kokushibo suddenly remembered that he seemed to have placed a knife in the hot spring dressing room before fighting with Su Chen. But I didn't take it when I left. Generally, a knife that is out of one's control will disappear after a period of time. Unexpectedly, before the meat knife disappeared, it was stolen by someone. Kokushibo looked carefully at the figure in front of him and found that this person was also wearing the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps and was also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. But its chest had been pierced by its own meat knife. Kokushibo's meat knife was activated by it during the battle. So the same changes will happen to the meat knife outside. It will grow like a tree. But Kokushibo couldn't understand how someone could be so stupid as to be stabbed like this. Yes, this person is Kaigaku. His body had been pierced through and through. The demonic meat knife pierced every one of his internal organs and joints. Kokushibo would never have thought that Kaigaku was holding the meat knife like a treasure at that time. Therefore, the moment the sword transformed, Kaigaku was directly counterattacked. No, this person is still breathing. Chapter 232, Ghost. At this moment, Kaigaku felt as if he were pierced by thousands of arrows. But the breathing and heartbeat are still well preserved. The breath remaining at the tip of the nose is the best proof. He is not dead yet. It's quite suitable for him to be a ghost. It seems that his obsession with survival is unexpectedly strong. Kokushibo stroked his chin and said calmly, well, is there another goal to surpass? Kokushibo used the transparent world to interpret Kaigaku's inner thoughts. He saw into Kaigaku's heart. A goal in his heart. This is quite similar to Kokushibo. Kokushibo couldn't help but think of his younger brother, who also became a demon in order to surpass his younger brother. It seems that you have the same obsession as me. Looking at Kaigaku who was dying in front of him, Kokushibo couldn't help but sigh. It reached out and gently cut a hole in its arm with the knife. Well, I'll give you a chance to become a ghost. The rest depends on your luck. Kokushibo drips his own blood onto Kaigaku's wound. Then he watched helplessly as the blood flowed through Kaigaku's wound into the other person's body. Kaigaku's body suddenly changed. The wounds began to heal, the previously solidified blood began to melt, and new flesh and blood began to grow on some of the injured wounds. There are some side effects though. Kaigaku's eyes suddenly bulged out, his eyeballs turned pitch black, and even his rationality was diluted a lot. Usually when a person becomes a ghost, he can only remember his own obsessions. Kaigaku currently has 3 obsessions. One is to surpass Agatsuma Zenitsu. The second is to surpass Su Chen. The third is to kill the upper ranks to prove one's strength. So the moment Kaigaku regained his ability to move, he began to rush towards Kokushibo with a knife irrationally. Well, that's right. It seems you are very courageous. Even if you become a demon, you will subconsciously defend the dignity of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kokushibo couldn't help but show a hint of admiration in his eyes, thinking that he had found the right person. It stroked its chin, dodging Kaigaku's attacks while analyzing calmly. Is this a thunder? Looking at the 2 bright flashes of lightning passing by, Kokushibo continued to analyze. It's powerful and has a relatively complete set of moves, but why can't I see any of the Ichika moves? As the words fell, Kokushibo clearly saw that Kaigaku's aura was disordered again. Advertisement. It seems angry. Kaigaku's momentum surged, and soon his speed increased steadily, directly becoming twice as fast as before. He rushed towards Kokushibo aggressively. However, there is a gap in the strength of the two. Kokushibo directly stabbed Kaigaku's heart with his demon sword, pressing it against the opponent's sternum. Then he knocked the knife out of the other person's hand. Kaigaku then waved his hands like a mad zombie, and then clawed at the air in the direction of Kokushibo. You really are suitable to be a ghost. Kokushibo couldn't help but think in his heart. Logically speaking, turning the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps into demons is usually unsuccessful. Because the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are naturally repelled by demons, when a demon forcibly gives them blood, the blood vessels in their bodies will burst and they will die. Kokushibo had never seen someone like Kaigaku who had naturally merged with the blood of a demon. In the end, it can only be concluded that Kaigaku was born to be a ghost. You are strong enough to become an upper 6. Kokushibo wanted to continue playing Kaigaku, but suddenly received a message from Nakime. Muzan, sending it a message. Then, a piano sound was heard and Kokushibo disappeared. In the mottled woods, Kaigaku's consciousness was very vague. Its throat was hoarse and its stomach was growling with hunger. In fact, after becoming ghosts, most ghosts will fall into severe hunger, so they usually eat their family members or even their partners. Ghosts are irrational when they are hungry. And now Kaigaku was very hungry. It sniffed the air frantically, and suddenly found that there was human scent around. Kaigaku started running like crazy. The target is directly towards the taste. Soon, it found a little boy from the sword forging village, Xiao Tai, hiding behind a big tree. Xiao Ti started running immediately. Originally, Xiao Ti came out to pee, but he accidentally ate such a big melon, and he never thought that he would be in danger of death. Kaigaku was already hungry, and now that he saw humans, he couldn't bear it anymore. He ran straight towards the other party. The horizon, the mountain. Gradually, a hint of paleness appeared in the sky, which gave Xiao Ti hope. As long as you can hold on until dawn, you will be rescued. The sunlight burned Kaigaku's skin, causing him to wail. Advertisement. He wanted to use a big tree to avoid the opponent's pursuit. Xiao Ti looked back again and estimated the distance. In the previous fight, if I hadn't launched a surprise attack, I might not have been able to gain much advantage. And it wasn't even dawn yet, just a little bit off. So, after an intersection, Xiao Ti made a sudden turn. Love pillar Kanroji Mitsuri has a serious expression. Xiao Tai's heart sank when he saw this. However, Kaigaku did not have much time to react, and soon the sun slowly rose from behind the mountain. One knife, love roar. The attack just now was delivered by Kaigaku. Mi Li turned back to look at Xiao Tai. Are you okay? This is when the benefits of thunder breathing come into play. The meat knife in Kaigaku's hand was directly split into 2 halves. What a fast speed. Do people who become ghosts know how to breathe these days? He stood directly in front of Kaigaku. The strength of the person coming was so great that even Kaigaku, who had turned into a demon, was stunned for a moment. Only Love Pillar was left standing there with a confused look on his face. Xiao Tai was shocked. At this moment, a pink peach-like figure suddenly came whizzing over. A figure wearing white clothes and green socks on her feet flew over quickly. So fast that she didn't even react. Xiao Ti turned his head and was shocked to find Kaigaku holding a knife and breathing heavily. There was a sound of thunder, a flash of violent lightning, and then the uncle fell straight in front of Xiao Ti. Where did this thunder come from? Originally, that was the best opportunity to kill the opponent, but the opponent was too fast. I suddenly had a better idea of what was going on. Xiao Tai started to run, but was caught up after he had only taken 2 steps. Mitsuri raised her head and looked towards the interior of the sword forging village with a calm look in her eyes. Can you tell me what happened in the sword forging village? As long as you are good at using the terrain, you can steadily consume the enemy and then hold on until dawn. This is the sword forging village, his hometown. The terrain is complex, but he remembers it clearly. This is a very powerful ghost, but it doesn't seem to be very skilled in controlling its own body. Kaigaku's figure immediately turned into a flash of lightning and immediately flew away. FK. It's okay, Xiaoti said with some fear. Chapter 233 Tokido is in a coma. In the early morning, a ray of dawn passed by in the distance. It's dawn. Inside the forging base of the forging village Tieshuisan. Su Chen, are you okay? Su Chen, Kanao, Kochou Shinobu, Tokido Muichiro, and Tetsunomori are gathered together at this moment, discussing the sudden incident that happened last night. Among them, Kochou Shinobu and Kanao saw that Su Chen's lips were a little pale, and couldn't help but ask worriedly. I'm fine. Su Chen waved his hand and said indifferently. Tokido, who was coughing up blood, couldn't help but feel dazed. This is so strange, shouldn't I be the one who was most seriously injured here? Just as he was thinking about it, Tokido Muichiro suddenly coughed again and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Tetsunomori asked with concern, Master Tokido, are you okay? Tieshuisan was also very puzzled. Originally, he thought that he would not be able to see Tokido-sama for another 3 days. As a result, I had just packed up and took a short nap, and when I woke up, I saw Tokido Muichiro running in a panic. Tinomori thought he would have to wait 3 days before he could see Tokido again, but he met him again just 1 day later. He thought it was some strange fate. The Nichiren blades also broke, so it was a good time to make a new one. At that time, Tijanomori was quietly watching Tokido escape while thinking about these things. At that time, Tokido was holding the broken Nichiren blades in his hand, and was looking for something while running. Just then, Kochou Shinobu and Kanao came out from their bath. Several people met each other. Tieshuisan went over with his clothes on and heard almost everything that had happened. Wow, this is explosive news. Upper Gen 1, Kokushibo. He is also the ancestor of Tokido Muichiro. Tieshuisan once suspected that he had heard it wrong. What generation are Tokuto's ancestors? Who lived so long? This guy is more viable than Muzan. Tokido Muichiro also has the same doubts. He remembered the fierce battle with Kokushibo, but he never expected that Kokushibo's target was Su Chen. Tokido originally wanted to be first. Advertisement. It was time to ask Su Chen for help, but Kokushibo went there himself. Are you really okay? Despite his mental activity, Tokido had a blank expression on his face. He could only express his doubts in the briefest terms. Fine, Su Chen waved his hand again. He has already explained it just now. Kokushibo left on his own and was not injured. That's good. Kochou Shinobu and Kanao patted their chests and breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, they are also very regretful in their hearts. At the time, they were soaking in a hot spring not far away, but they didn't notice it. They only found out the news later when they met Tokido. This frightened Kochou Shinobu at the time. I was afraid that Su Chen had died there. Several people rushed towards Su Chen at a non-stop speed, and then found Su Chen standing there quietly. That was all they saw at the time. Except for Tokido, who was seriously injured, everyone else was basically fine. Tetsukane Mori at the side couldn't help but look at Tokido. Master Tokido, are you okay? Tokido wanted to say the same thing as Su Chen, but when the words came to his lips, he was choked by the blood that suddenly gushed out of his throat. I'm not. Cough cough cough. I'm fine. Cough cough. Tokitu's face turned pale when he spurted out this mouthful of blood. Then with a thud, the whole person fell straight to the ground. Let me see. Kochou Shinobu came to Tokitu's side immediately and checked his injuries. But I didn't see anything. Thick beads of sweat flowed down Kochou Shinobu's pink cheeks. He was seriously injured, and the treatment last night was not timely. Now he can only rest. But what? Tieshuisan also became anxious. He still liked this boy quite a bit. After all, he was his first pre-order customer for the alloy Nichiren blades. Besides, it has been so long that he has developed feelings for the swords he has forged. When Tokido got into trouble, Tijanomori was really a little panicked. Let me take a look. Suddenly, a heartwarming voice appeared behind Kochou Shinobu. Then a big warm hand was placed on Xiaonan's shoulder. Xiaonan's heart immediately calmed down. Advertisement. This is not your fault. Su Chen comforted him. You didn't know the situation at the time. The upper rank one would definitely prioritize dealing with the enemy when attacking the swordsmith village, so Tokitu's worsening injury has nothing to do with you. Kochou Shinobu pursed his lips slightly, his eyes a little dim. Don't worry, I'm here. Su Chen spoke softly. Kochou Shinobu nodded, then made way for Su Chen. Su Chen came in front of Tokido and immediately opened the time field. The time domain is open. Closing square bracket. A transparent world appears before your eyes. Closing square bracket. Su Chen is now very familiar with the use of the time field. The same applies to medical treatment. He first uses the transparency field as an X-ray scan. Find the problem first, and everything will be easy. Your eyes are the ruler, you are scanning the other person's body inch by inch. Closing square bracket. You find that the other party has a sternum injury, an arm injury, a leg injury, an ankle injury, multiple fractures, swelling, and appears to be unconscious. Closing square bracket. Wow, Su Chen was stunned. I really don't know how this little guy Tokido Muichiro can handle such serious injuries at the age of only 13. And went to fight with Kokushibo. You know, Tokido hasn't awakened his markings yet. Tokido and Kokushibo were fighting, and could only rely on the shadow to hold on. Chen didn't know what to say. He's hurt a little bit, I need some time. Tijanamori couldn't help but look worried. Master Longzu, Master Tokido should be safe, right? Not really. You won't die as long as I'm here. Chen waved his hand. But I need some medicine because he has been poisoned. Poison. Kochou Shinobu frowned. For someone like her who is good at using poison, she is very sensitive in this regard. It's the poison of the upper string. It should be the poison on the sword. You can also cure this poison. Kochou Shinobu nodded. Then leave it to me. Chen nodded, then looked at Tijanan. Tokido has an inner barrier and his memory loss is very serious. Now he needs to regain his memory, otherwise he will not wake up. Tesanamori was stunned. What do you mean, will Tokido-sama become a vegetable? Chen shook his head. Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. Tieshweisen's face turned pale. So what's the difference between this and death? Chen added. Tokido may wake up once during this period. There is only one chance. Chen didn't lie. This is a matter of life and death. Chapter 234 Demon Slayer Core Meeting. Tokido already has severe memory impairment and had fainted once before. It's a blessing to wake up. Chen could only say that he was extremely unlucky as the injury was so serious this time, and his old illness had relapsed. Now Chen can only wait for Tokido to wake up before talking about treatment. Chen turned around and immediately said to Kochou Shinobu, take him back to the butterfly house first. Tokido may wake up during this time. If he wakes up, call me immediately. After he finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence. A ray of light from the early morning illuminated the house through the window, heralding the passing of last night. It's daybreak. Ubuyashiki residence. Ubuyashiki Kagaya listened quietly to Mrs. Amane's report. I couldn't help but sigh. Is that so? Upper rank 1 invaded the swordsmith village, and Tokido also fell into a coma. Madame Amane nodded. Yes, it is said that this upper rank is the ancestor of Tokido, and his strength is also very strong. Ubuyashiki Kagaya wanted to get up, but his condition was so serious that he couldn't even sit up. With a slight effort, he finally fell into Mrs. Amane's arms. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's condition is now very serious. He could no longer see anything with his eyes, and could only see some vague outlines. Blood occasionally flowed from the corners of his mouth. Mrs. Amane was immediately distressed. Kagaya, why don't we go find Chen? Your illness has become more and more serious. I've been scared every day recently. Ubuyashiki Kagaya shook his head after hearing this. No, this is a curse that has been passed down for thousands of years. It is not a disease at all. Kagaya raised her head, her tone slightly excited. If Muzan is not killed, none of this will end. Mrs. Amane was silent. In fact, how could she not know? But looking at Ubuyashiki Kagaya's increasingly thin body, she really felt sorry for him. I have a plan next. Ubuyashiki Kagaya whispered in Mrs. Amane's ear. After listening to this, Mrs. Amane looked extremely solemn. Has it really come to this? Mrs. Amane's voice trembled slightly. She raised her head and stared at the other person closely. If you do this, you will die. Advertisement. Kagaya laughed, his tone still gentle. I know, but everything will end with me. The meeting is about to start. That afternoon, all the pillars who were in training or idle received the news. The current lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Kagaya, is about to hold another Hashira Council meeting. Normally speaking, the pillar meeting is usually held only once in a long time. Because the time of the column is very precious. Most of their time was spent on killing ghosts. Secondly, holding meetings all the time was not very efficient. Usually many things would be discussed at the same time in one meeting. But now it is being held again after the last Zuhei meeting, which means that there must be something very urgent to deal with. The pillars that received the message are rock, love, and water. And there are dragons. There are only 4 columns. Among them, the mist pillar is unconscious, the insect pillar needs to treat the mist pillar, and the other pillars are all out on missions and have no time for the current meeting. They could only learn the specific content of the meeting through the message transmission of crows. Originally, only one person would have to go to Butterfly House for this meeting. But Kochou Shinobu insisted on treating the haze pillar himself first, and Chen did not insist, so he simply held a meeting to listen to what Ubuyashiki Kagaya wanted to say. Ubuyashiki Kagaya Imperial Residence. Everyone was present in the meeting room. Mrs. Amane then slowly walked in from the door of the box with her 2 daughters. When she saw that there were only 4 people in the room, she didn't look surprised. Now is the time for the pillars to go out on missions together, and it is a rare thing to have 4 of them. The eldest brother, Rock Pillar, spoke first. Amatuofu, Lady Amane, has the Lord encountered any difficulties? The water pillar Giyu Tomioka and the love pillar Kanroji Mitsuri both looked in the direction of Lady Amane. Leonju's face was slightly red. Master Chen, do you know what happened at that time? It seems that God is not on the side of the Lord, and he actually let the Lord endure such torture. Amitabha, Rock Pillar clasped his hands together. Mr. Chen, this sentence is wrong. You are a member of our Demon Slayer Corps. They want to kill you because of your specialness. Lien Zhu was stunned for a moment, then quietly looked in the direction of Su Chen. Love Pillar also asked. I also know a little about the situation in the Swordsmith village, but I don't know it very well. Hopefully awaiting the answer. Advertisement. If I have to describe it in one word, it would be damn handsome. In the sunlight, an exquisite profile seems to be shining. If you are in danger, I believe that the Demon Slayer Corps will mobilize in full force no matter how heavy the casualties are. He knew that what he would talk about next would be what happened in the sword-forging village. Fortunately, this news did not cause huge casualties in the end. Why are you fighting with the upper ranks again? It is because of your specialness that our Demon Slayer Corps can kill so many upper ranks. Also, why do you look so natural when you talk about your fight with the upper moons? What? Upper string 1. Kanroji Mitsuri did not know the news about Su Chen. She received the message directly from her lord and rushed over immediately. I also went to the Swordsmith village this morning and saved a child from a demon. Water Pillar Giyu Tomioka's expression finally changed. The Rock Pillar lowered his head and suddenly 2 lines of tears flowed down. Su Chen shook his head. You can't say that. After all, the other party's target was me. What's the meaning? Only Su Chen looked calm. I heard there was a ghost in the village, so I immediately rushed into the village. Mi Li looked at Su Chen's profile and suddenly had an epiphany. Is this what a strong person looks like? He knows what's going on best, so Su Chen doesn't have to listen. Seeing that Su Chen spoke so casually, Mrs. Amane still explained in detail what Su Chen had encountered before. Sure enough, Mrs. Amane then told the whole story of the Swordsmith village. Water Pillar Tomioka Giyu raised his head, his tone inaudible and indifferent. Have you dealt with the ghost that invaded the Swordsmith village? Mrs. Amane smiled faintly after hearing this and said, You'll have to ask Mr. Su Chen about this. The Rock Pillar also remained silent. But by the time I reached the village, the ghost inside had disappeared and I didn't find it. Oh, Mrs. Amane said. Fortunately, Tokito and Su Chen fought to the death in the sword-forging village, otherwise the casualties in the sword-forging village would be immeasurable. Su Chen. Nothing. I fought with the upper rank, but he ran away in the middle of the fight. Mi Li nodded blankly, then suddenly came to her senses. Chapter 235. Pillars, gather for training. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I have other things to announce now. Suddenly, Mrs. Amane at the front of the room spoke again. There are still 2 things that have not been explained this time. The first thing is that a member of our team named Kaigaku turned into a ghost. There is a traitor in our Demon Slayer Corps. Kagaya has ordered an internal investigation of the Demon Slayer Corps. Giyu asked, Is there a traitor in the Demon Slayer Corps? Yes, Mrs. Amane nodded. The intensity of this investigation is very strong, and a traitor has been caught so far. Who? The Rock Pillar's aura suddenly changed. It's a man named Luoxuan, he's also an employee of our Demon Slayer Corps. Mitsuri asked worriedly, What did he do before? Does the incident in the Swordsmith village have anything to do with him? Yes, but not entirely. Mrs. Amane explained. We started with Decro and found that Luoxuan had contact with Kaigaku before. Then we followed up and found that Luoxuan acted strangely and had a strong sense of stealing. I also learned from his teammates that Luo Chuan always sneaks out alone, and no one knows what he does. But we learned from the Disc Crow that Luoxuan went out to pass on the message. The news about the Swordsmith village this time is probably related to him. Maybe he was the one who spread it. How so? Mitsuri looked sad. Aren't the Demon Slayer Corps a family? We are all one family. Why did something like this happen? Lady Amane. This move directly caused 12 Kazuki to exclude Muzan's top fighter, Kokushibo, and come to invade the Swordsmith village. Kokushibo first found Mr. Tokito, and after Mr. Tokito was defeated, he found Mr. Su Chen. Fortunately, Mr. Su Chen and Mr. Tokito resisted the attack tenaciously, otherwise the consequences would be. Mrs. Amane didn't finish her words, but the meaning was self-evident. The sword-forging village had been discovered by ghosts in the past, and all of them ended up with heavy casualties. The only ones who managed to escape were the few flames passed down from the sword-forging village. The Rock Pillar and the Water Pillar suddenly stood up and bowed directly to Su Chen. Their expressions were solemn. Thank you, Mr. Su Chen. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the children in the sword-forging village would be in great danger. Su Chen quickly stood up and pushed the 2 of them down. To be honest, he had never expected the 2 of them to have such a big reaction. The Rock Pillar said seriously, My former swordsmith is right there. If it weren't for you, he might have died. Regardless of public or private matters, I want to express my gratitude. Advertisement. Su Chen shook his head. Forget about thanking me. If you really want to thank someone, then thank Tokito. He is still in a coma. He is in a very bad condition after fighting with upper rank 1. They fell silent again, but their will did not weaken, but became even stronger. Kill them all. Demons are the eternal enemies of the Demon Slayer Corps. As long as the demons are not eliminated, the Demon Slayer Corps will exist forever. Mrs. Amane took in the scene before her, and then said calmly, It seems that everyone is determined, so I will have one last thing to do today. Several people returned to their seats and then listened quietly to what Mrs. Amane said. Madam Amane said calmly, The training of the pillar collection will begin soon. Training of the pillars. Tomioka Giyu looked a little surprised. Does it mean that all the pillars will start training? Yes, Mrs. Amane said firmly, all pillars must return to the base and begin pillar training.
So that's how it is. The rock pillar suddenly put his hands together and cried, after I went on a mission, the frequency of ghosts appearing began to decrease. Su Chen rarely spoke. Yes, the ghost will make a big move next. Mitsuri looked panicked. Huh. Really? Then what should we do? Mrs. Amane continued, don't worry, since they are planning something, but we will not sit idly by. So we need to increase the collective strength of the Demon Slayer Corps. After listening to this, several pillars expressed their agreement. The matter was quickly approved. I will send crow discs to each pillar for this matter, so please don't worry. She has fair skin and a pair of enchanting eyes. But Mrs. Amane was unwilling to give up. Just as he expected, Mrs. Amane came over to ask about Ubuyashiki Kagaya. His tone was also very awkward, as if he was very afraid of Su Chen's rejection. According to the plot line, Ubuyashiki Kagaya's condition should not be so serious now. Everyone stood up and left the room one after another. After saying this, Mrs. Amane's arms trembled noticeably. Amane knew that Su Chen was an expert in the medical field. Advertisement. Su Chen vaguely guessed something. Mrs. Amane, you can say whatever you want. What if the other party has a solution? And there is no need to hide it. If one meets the other person's eyes, those with weaker willpower will probably be distracted by the other person. But when Su Chen was about to leave, Mrs. Amane called him back. This concludes the meeting. Just now he was too far away to see clearly, but now at a close distance, Su Chen found that there was not even a single spot on Mrs. Amane's face. Many doctors have seen this disease over the years, but none of them has been able to cure it. After listening to this, Su Chen fell into deep thought. Plus, Su Chen looked at the other person's face. Then he whispered, Mr. Su Chen, you are a doctor, may I trouble you with something? Yesterday, Ubuyashiki Kagaya told Amane not to look for Su Chen because he had already given up. Mrs. Amane saw that the other pillars had left. After all, it is no secret among the top leaders of the Demon Slayer Corps that the illnesses of the Demon Slayer Corps' successive lords are curses. Because of Su Chen's own interference, many plot lines were brought forward. As for the time, let's choose a week later. By then, the other pillars will have almost finished their missions, which will be the best opportunity for training. Su Chen looked back in confusion. What's the matter, Mrs. Amane? Amane said awkwardly. Just can you help me check Kagaya's condition? Everyone will listen to the rock pillar in a few days. The training matter will be decided by yourselves. The time period in which the plot takes place is greatly shortened. If it follows the original timeline, Ubuyashiki Kagaya would not be terminally ill now. It was really amazing. She had heard the legend about Su Chen a long time ago, especially when he was in Butterfly House. Later, no doctor was willing to come because no one wanted to treat an incurable disease. Several people nodded, but judging from Mrs. Amane's expression, Su Chen was sure that Ubuyashiki Kagaya's condition was already very serious. Even things have changed. Chapter 236 Curse. Is it because of me? Su Chen thought silently, or maybe this is really a curse, and it's not a curse fixed in time. It only follows the timeline of the plot, but it's the original time. His arrival brought about a huge change in all this. This is the self-induced Kochou effect. Soon, Su Chen quickly made a decision in his mind. Ubuyashiki Kagaya offered himself a spot in the Demon Slayer Corps. He let me join Butterfly House, allocated me shares of Butterfly House, and took care of me in everything. In addition, he is the Dragon Pillar, and the other party's character is also very noble. It is not reasonable for Su Chen to sit idly by. Let me see. Su Chen looked into Mrs. Amane's eyes, and then Mrs. Amane took Su Chen to the room where Ubuyashiki Kagaya was resting. The house was pushed open. A weak voice sounded. Is it, Su Chen? Looking at the extremely weak Kagaya in front of her, Mrs. Amane said with tears in her eyes. Yes, it's Su Chen, I'll ask Dr. Su to come and see you. As that's so, Kagaya lay quietly on the bed with his eyes closed, a circle of white bandage wrapped tightly around his eyes. For this man, there was no light at this moment. He looked as if he was seriously ill. To be honest, Su Chen was a little surprised to see this scene. Is Ubuyashiki Kagaya's condition so serious? At this time, Ubuyashiki Kagaya was lying flat on the bed, still speaking weakly. No, Su Chen, I know my condition very well, and I don't have much time left. Don't talk yet, let me see. Su Chen sat quietly beside Ubuyashiki Kagaya and heard Kagaya's discouraging words before the meeting even started. Su Chen immediately stopped him. The boy sat next to Kagaya, his eyes closed, and quickly checked Kagaya's injuries. The time domain is open. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. A transparent world appears before your eyes. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. You scanned the other person's body and observed his internal organs, and found that his body activity was very low. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. Respiratory failure, renal failure, lung failure, close black lens bracket. In less than a minute, Su Chen had detected more than 10 diseases in Kagaya. And each of them is a very difficult disease. This discovery made Su Chen frown. What's wrong? Su Chen, can you tell me what's going on? Mrs. Amane, who was standing by, couldn't help but get nervous when she saw Su Chen's expression. Ubuyashiki Kagaya was optimistic, and seemed to have long been accustomed to his fate. Don't worry about me, kid. I know my body very well. It's useless. Su Chen did not answer the two people's questions because he was already in a state of meditation at this moment. You begin to scan the other person's body further, and your eyesight focuses on a certain point and gradually changes. Your eyesight has improved. You have been using your eyes for a long time. You have accidentally discovered another way to use your vision in the field of vision. Your eyes have changed. You saw the depths of the other person's body, you discovered the cells in the other person's body, and you began to observe the activity status of the cells in the other person's body. Closing square bracket. You find that the cells are failing quickly and mutating. Closing square bracket. Curse. Su Chen murmured inwardly. The whole person couldn't help but feel confused. He has never trusted such things, but according to the original work, the Ubuyashiki clan did get this disease because of Muzan's transformation into a demon. And after Muzan died, the disease disappeared because of Muzan's death. If Su Chen remembered correctly, he remembered that Ubuyashiki Kagaya's son Ubuyashiki Yorya became the longest-lived person of this era. Su Chen fell into deep thought. This condition was very similar to the cancer he had heard of before. The body may be healthy, but once cancer breaks out, the body's immune system begins to become paralyzed, and then all kinds of diseases will come flooding in. Due to various exhaustion and chemotherapy, the whole body will begin to move towards irreversible death. Su Chen couldn't help but think of another point. Stripes. Activating the stripes prematurely will lead to premature death. Su Chen had also learned about this information from the original work before. This is a sequelae caused by overconsumption of his own potential, and it is precisely because of this that Kokushibo has the idea of becoming a ghost. So did the marked swordsman die in the end due to the failure of various organs? Maybe the two are not related, but Su Chen has a hunch. Advertisement. Can Kagaya activate the stripes, overdraw the activity of the cells in advance, and then allow the cells to gain the so-called rebirth before they have time to become exhausted? Feasible. Su Chen thought he could give it a try, so he immediately began to circulate his fighting spirit. You begin to adjust your breath, and you begin to use your fighting spirit to infuse it into the opponent's body. Closing square bracket. There are many restrictions on the awakening method of the stripes. One is a talented player like Yuichiro Sugikoku. The second is acquired efforts, which are activated at the critical moment of life and death. Currently, there are only these two types of Demon Slayer core circulating. But Su Chen had a new insight. When he obtained the complete concentration, 1,000 machines, the activity of the cells in his body became very high, and almost every cell died and was reborn. After many transformations, it has long gotten rid of the so-called premature overdraft of cell activity caused by the spots. It can be said that although the current Su Chen has the markings of an acquired awakening, there are almost no side effects. Moreover, Su Chen can also use this breathing method to transfer some of his fighting spirit and vitality, allowing the other party to be infected with some of his aura. And now, all Su Chen has to do is try to help Kagaya awaken the markings. Open black lens bracket. You have exited the observation state. Close black lens bracket. Su Chen regained his composure, and then the sounds around him re-entered his ears. Mrs. Amane was keenly aware of this, and she quickly stepped forward and asked, Su Chen, what's going on? Ubuyashiki Kagaya also turned his head and looked in the direction he had determined. Although he didn't have much hope, Su Chen was always able to create miracles. He couldn't help but turn his head and look in the direction of Su Chen. Su Chen looked solemn. Suddenly he said to Ubuyashiki Kagaya, it may be a little painful next, but I have a certain way to succeed. As soon as these words came out, the air suddenly became quiet for 2 seconds. Mrs. Amane was the first to react. She looked stunned at first, and then her surprise was evident in her words. What did you just say, kid? Mrs. Amane almost suspected that she was hallucinating. No one knew how sad Mrs. Amane was as she watched Ubuyashiki Kagaya become increasingly thinner over the years. No one knows the deep despair in the heart of every doctor when he walks out shaking his head. Chapter 237I, Su Chen, never joke. Although Su Chen said there is a certain way, it is not completely certain. But he gave himself hope. Mrs. Amane couldn't help but ask Su Chen again because she was too scared. I was afraid that this was an auditory hallucination, afraid that this was a dream. Even Ubuyashiki Kagaya smiled, but he couldn't see and his hearing was a little fuzzy. You don't need to comfort me, kid, you've done good enough. Suddenly, Su Chen grabbed Ubuyashiki Kagaya's hand tightly and said in a deep voice, Su Chen, never joke. Perhaps it was the warmth coming from the other person's hand that touched me. Ubuyashiki Kagaya nodded as if possessed by some mysterious force. Oh, I see. Mrs. Amane hurried forward. Su Chen, we know, do you have any solution? Su Chen nodded. There is a way, but it's too dangerous. What danger? Mrs. Amane's mood at this moment was like riding a roller coaster, going up and down and feeling very uncomfortable. But she soon felt relieved. Of course, it would be extremely dangerous to deal with such a powerful curse. Besides, it has come to this point. Could the result be worse than this? Ubuyashiki Kagaya, who was lying behind Mrs. Amane, sighed softly. It has come to this point, what danger are you still afraid of? So you agree, Su Chen said carefully. This step is very critical, because if he treats him rashly, he is worried that Ubuyashiki Kagaya will not be able to bear the pain and die suddenly. Because Su Chen wants to transport the fighting spirit into Ubuyashiki Kagaya's body. For ordinary people this may be very exciting and refreshing. But for Ubuyashiki Kagaya, whose functions were almost exhausted, it was a disaster. It is difficult for a terminally ill person to accept sudden external energy. Agree. I agree. Kagaya had a blank expression on her face. Mrs. Amane's voice was trembling. In fact, things have almost come to this point. It's just that the result came earlier, and Mrs. Amane felt that the process was a bit abrupt. It's just a little hard to accept for a while. But Ubuyashiki Kagaya knew he didn't have much time left. If I could extend my life, it would be very useful for my next plans. As for death, Ubuyashiki Kagaya also thought very clearly. Because he knew he would not die. Advertisement. He will not die at the hands of Su Chen, and he will not die with such a ridiculous excuse as lack of willpower. Bring it on. Ubuyashiki Kagaya closed her lips and waited quietly. Su Chen and Mrs. Amane exchanged a look. Finally, Mrs. Amane compromised. She was originally a woman, and in that era, Mrs. Amane obeyed Ubuyashiki Kagaya unconditionally. Su Chen took 2 steps forward, but saw Mrs. Amane holding him back again. Su Chen turned his head and saw that Mrs. Amane looked a little aggrieved and struggling. Su Chen, if you fail, I won't blame you. Su Chen was stunned. He originally thought that Mrs. Amane would say something like, try your best to save my husband's life is in your hands. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Amane's first thought was to reduce the pressure on herself. If I fail, I won't blame myself. I was actually thinking about myself. Su Chen's heart is not made of iron, and he was still deeply moved when he saw such a scene. The boy's eyes were firm. Next, the process will be very painful. If his willpower is not strong enough, he may die, but I will not let him die. Mrs. Amane's eyes were filled with tears and her voice was choked up. Thank you so much. After saying that, Su Chen sat down. He placed his hands on Ubuyashiki Kagaya's chest. Palm facing the heart. The boy took a deep breath. In an instant, a large amount of oxygen began to spread into his lungs. Su Chen is ready to go. In the room, there is the Demon Slayer Core Lord, Ubuyashiki Kagaya, lying on the bed on the floor. He is a terminally ill patient. A husband to 1 woman, a father of 5 children, and the successor of the Ubuyashiki clan. He is also the contemporary lord of the Demon Slayer Core and the spiritual leader of everyone. Standing nearby was Ubuyashiki Amane, a child from the priest family. She is a man's wife, a mother of 5 children, and an heir of the priest family. She is also the mistress of the Demon Slayer Core. She has a gentle and generous personality, and treats the children of the Demon Slayer Core like her own children. There was also a young man with a solemn expression in the room. At this moment, he was doing something that no one had ever done since the establishment of the Demon Slayer Core. There are actually people who try to get rid of the curse through treatment. It can be said that Su Chen has once again set a precedent. And one dares to do, one dares to cure, and one dares to watch. Call. Advertisement. Suck. There were footsteps outside the house and the whistling of strong wind outside the window. There was nothingness before his eyes. Then it becomes a straight line that never jumps again. Bo. Is this the new skill that comes from the collision of the wind ear and the time field? Su Chen carefully observed the green lines in front of him. Open black lens bracket. A transparent world appears before your eyes. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, Su Chen has recognized that this is a data visualization line he created through the other person's heartbeat. At this moment, everything disappeared. The boy closed his eyes tightly, and seemed to be screaming hysterically in his heart. Originally, Su Chen wanted to inject Dochi directly, but Ubuyashiki Kagaya's physical condition was worse than Su Chen expected. This is Ubuyashiki Kagaya's lifeline. Suddenly, the already weak lifeline weakened a little more. The amplitude of fluctuation has become smaller again. It can be seen that Ubuyashiki Kagaya's life condition is very poor now. So, in the outside world, Ubuyashiki Mansion. A peaceful and rhythmic heartbeat world appears before your eyes. Closing square bracket. You have opened the time realm. Closing square bracket. Inside the room, in the eyes of Mrs. Amane, the boy's hands, with his eyes tightly closed, suddenly moved. Yes, only the heartbeats of Su Chen and Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Su Chen came to his memory palace again. There is a sound in the lifeline. The rustling sound of the trees swaying in the woods, and the barely audible sobbing of Mrs. Amane beside them. As this, a lifeline. Su Chen's ears were clear of all noise. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. The boy closed his eyes. But this time he went directly into the core of the palace. Suddenly, you have opened your ears. Closing square bracket. Just a little bit more. Su Chen, forget your heartbeat. The world seems to be quiet at this moment. From time to time, a green wave stripe flashed in front. I found that it was beating very slowly and the ripples were not very large. It looked as if it would calm down at any time. Su Chen knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Chapter 238 Comfortable. Su Chen folded his hands together. Moved towards Ubuyashiki Kagaya's chest. Su Chen wants to infuse fighting spirit into the opponent's heart. A person's energy and vitality are carried by the oxygen in the blood. It can be said that without oxygen, the human body can do nothing. Only with oxygen can humans develop breathing techniques, sword moves and other combat skills time and time again, and only then can they have weapons to protect themselves. The oxygen is carried by the blood. The blood is exchanged in the atria. Therefore, Su Chen has to start from the heart and give priority to strengthening Ubuyashiki Kagaya's heart. This then drives blood flow, allowing oxygen to flow more smoothly throughout the body. Su Chen's arm suddenly moved downward. A white energy suddenly gathered in his hands. Ubuyashiki Kagaya suddenly felt warm in his chest, as if something was rushing into his chest. Well, Ubuyashiki Kagaya suddenly exclaimed. But this cry was not because of pain, but because it was so comfortable. Su Chen's hand was just like his mother's touch when he was a child, making him feel warm and unable to help but babble. But this scared Mrs. Amane, who was watching the fight from the side. Did the side effects start so quickly? Kagaya, don't give in. Mrs. Amane immediately exclaimed, Kagaya. It's okay. Ubuyashiki Kagaya said with difficulty, feeling a little embarrassed at the same time, I'm fine. Mrs. Amane's hands clenched. I didn't expect Kagaya would endure so much pain. If I had known, I would have let Su Chen start later. You know, no matter how painful Kagaya was before, no matter how helpless he was, no matter how much blood he vomited, he never cried out like he did now, just by being touched. What does this mean? It means that Kagaya is suffering an unprecedented pain. This scene made Mrs. Amane heartbroken. She couldn't help feeling a little regretful. It should have started later. This also allows them to be mentally prepared. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's inner thoughts at this moment were similar to Amane's. Advertisement. So comfortable. It's just too comfortable. This kind of comfort can really make people fall in love with it. No wonder Su Chen said at the beginning that he had to strengthen his willpower. It turned out that he was afraid of getting lost in his childhood memories of his mother. Su Chen is indeed a good boy. Fortunately, Su Chen reminded him, otherwise he might have really fallen into the trap. Ubuyashiki couldn't help but think in his heart. However, what exactly is in Su Chen's hand? Ubuyashiki Kagaya felt his chest warm, as if he was regaining vitality, and even his breathing seemed to be smoother. This was a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. Ever since he fell ill, he hasn't breathed a breath of sweet air again. Every breath was accompanied by the disgust of the disease and the sweet smell of blood. This kind of sensory stimulation reminds me all the time. I am a patient. Moreover, he is a patient who is about to die. Ubuyashiki Kagaya had been angry and roared, and in his inner world, he even bit everything inside like a mad dog. But in the end he had no choice but to accept reality. He chose to bid farewell to this world with his gentle side, just as this world welcomed him in the first place. Ubuyashiki Kagaya didn't know why he had so many psychological activities. It was just when Su Chen's strange energy came in. So many thoughts popped up in his mind, and he felt that his body seemed to be better. Is this already starting to happen? Well, Kagaya, are you okay? Mrs. Amane didn't care about anything else and rushed to the other side of Ubuyashiki Kagaya and sat next to him. In an excited tone, he said, if it's painful, we won't treat you. Ubuyashiki Kagaya couldn't see it, but he felt that Amane was crying. Because the tears from Amane's eyes dripped onto Kagaya's mouth, and Kagaya licked it, it tasted salty. It turns out that my sense of taste has also recovered. Ubuyashiki Kagaya suddenly felt hot inside. Su Chen's behavior gave him hope. This made him speak more coherently. Amane, don't worry, I'm comfortable now. Well, Su Chen divided Ubuyashiki Kagaya's treatment into 3 stages. Advertisement. Ubuyashiki Kagaya once again made a pleasant sound. Seeing that Ubuyashiki's heart had almost recovered, the next step was to let the heart drive the blood in the blood vessels to start flowing. Really, I'm not lying to you. I really feel very comfortable. The noises I made before were because I felt so comfortable that I couldn't help myself. Her face was instantly filled with joy. At this moment, Su Chen, with his eyes closed, suddenly moved. Mrs. Amane looked at Ubuyashiki Kagaya who was blushing and felt somewhat suspicious. After saying this, Ubuyashiki Kagaya himself felt a little embarrassed. Seeing Ubuyashiki Kagaya saying, oh, repeatedly, Mrs. Amane's worries were instantly swallowed back into her stomach. Okay, then you can take your time to heal. I'll stand at the back and not disturb you. The speed at which the energy in his hands gathered suddenly increased. Therefore, Su Chen's goal is to prioritize strengthening the heart in a short period of time. Because it would bother the doctor. In this era, doctors are usually not allowed to have other people around when they are treating patients. If only this amount is given, Ubuyashiki Kagaya's body will just slowly eat up the energy. That's why Kagaya feels comfortable. But this time, after Ubuyashiki Kagaya's explanation, Mrs. Amane finally believed it. But this amount is obviously not enough. This means that the blood is rising. It's just treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Mrs. Amane was stunned. Mrs. Amane quickly climbed up and stood behind the 2 men. At the same time, inside Su Chen's memory palace. She looked up at Su Chen and found that Su Chen was still maintaining the same posture as before, and it seemed that the treatment was still going on. Once his fighting spirit is consumed, his body will return to its original state. That's right, the amount Su Chen used before was very mild. Su Chen was worried that Ubuyashiki Kagaya's body would not be able to withstand such a huge blow for a while, so Su Chen gave priority to sending fighting spirit to the heart, so that the heart could continue to fight under the effect of the powerful dose later. This is called laying a solid foundation. Because if you want to kill the cells and then reassemble them like Su Chen, you must use strong medicine. Kagaya actually blushed. Comfortable. What do you mean? Are you starting to talk nonsense, Kagaya? Oh, very firm and solid. The young man looked at the gradually improving lifeline in front of him and said to himself, the heart has almost recovered. We should be able to start serving the main course next. Chapter 239 Pain. Stage 1. Cardio Vitality. First restore the heart, and then let the heart drive the blood to flow throughout the body, thereby purifying the blood in Ubuyashiki Kagaya's body, allowing the fighting spirit to use the blood as a carrier and enter the opponent's whole body. This step is mainly to purify the blood in Ubuyashiki Kagaya's whole body. The second stage is to treat the internal organs. Let the fighting spirit in the blood enter the internal organs, first curb the deterioration of the disease, control the condition, and allow the organs to return to a level where they can function normally. The third stage, open the stripes. After the body briefly recovers its basic activity, it allows Ubuyashiki Kagaya's body to transform once again, allowing the body to enter the spotted state, making Ubuyashiki Kagaya's body stronger. This way you can basically last a long time. Then after Su Chen finds a way to cure the problem of short life of stripes, he will solve the follow-up problems of Ubuyashiki Kagaya. The plan is this plan. Today Su Chen must complete the first 3 stages, which means that Ubuyashiki Kagaya's markings must appear today. Otherwise, all the work done before will be in vain. This task is extremely difficult and will test Ubuyashiki Kagaya's will. Because as long as the opponent relaxes, all the cells in his body will disintegrate instantly and be overwhelmed by the fighting spirit in a moment. What Su Chen needs to do is to let the fighting spirit circulate throughout his body as quickly as possible within the maximum range of Ubuyashiki Kagaya's willpower. Let's get started. The young man closed his eyes and began to increase the efficiency of the transmission of Do-Chi in his hands. Then let the fighting spirit flow from Ubuyashiki's heart to various parts of the opponent's body. In the house, Ubuyashiki Kagaya noticed something was wrong and his expression suddenly changed. It seems like it hurts a little bit. Not sure. Give it a try and feel it out. Damn, it hurts so much. A sharp tearing sensation came from Ubuyashiki's heart. What was even worse was that the pain was rapidly moving towards his heart. Instead, he launched a fierce attack on all his limbs and bones. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's defense was broken once again. The tremendous pain made him unable to hold back and scream. Mrs. Amane, who was standing by, nodded excitedly. It's really a miracle, doctor. Kagaya's screams are getting louder and louder. The effect is so good. The husband Kagaya is about to cry out of pain. It's not because of a fragile mood, but because the pain was so severe that Ubuyashiki Kagaya's tear glands could no longer be controlled. My eyes popped out almost instantly. Mrs. Amane became even more excited. Kagaya, you have to control yourself. You are crying out of excitement, please control yourself. Advertisement. Another scream. Then Ubuyashiki Kagaya was speechless. Because there is a kind of pain that is so painful that it is silent. He only felt that there seemed to be countless bloodworms parasitizing in the blood vessels all over his body. Then these bloodworms began to slowly spread to his limbs and bones. It was gnawing at his flesh and blood inch by inch, and bursting his blood vessels inch by inch. This feeling of excruciating pain made Ubuyashiki Kagaya's brain go dazed for a moment. He knew that it was bad, and this time he might really be in trouble. This time, he saw his mother again. But it's different from before. The last time I saw my mother, she held me in her arms and whispered to me. At that time, Kagaya couldn't help but sigh that his mother was so beautiful. But this time, the mother changed into a tight outfit and held a rattan stick in her hand. Then, without any explanation, he hugged me by the waist and started beating me. The mother had a ferocious look on her face and kept whipping her own butt with a cane. Even though the body was covered in blood and flesh, this lady mother showed no mercy, and the strength in her hands was growing stronger and stronger. During this period, Kagaya tried countless times to rekindle her mother's love, but there was no way. Pain. It's so painful. Even the memories seem so hideous at this moment. Ubuyashiki Kagaya roared again with his throat open, then his head tilted and there was no movement. Mrs. Amane actually laughed out loud. But when he saw that Kagaya seemed to have fainted, his expression suddenly changed. What's going on? Fell asleep comfortably already. Mrs. Amane tried calling out twice. As a result, no one said a word when they were called. Mrs. Amane couldn't help but look delighted. Oh my god, he really fell asleep. Still sleeping so soundly. Kagaya hasn't had a good night's sleep recently, and Amane has been worried about it. After all, they are a couple, and who doesn't want to make their other half feel better? About a minute later, Su Chen's second phase of work was completed. Advertisement. Su Chen lowered his head, touched his chin with his left hand, and thought deeply. Su Chen slowly raised his hands, and the fighting spirit in his hands began to surge instantly. Su Chen began to breathe again. Focus. The interior of Su Chen's memory palace. Inside the house. Indicates that there is a possibility of rescue. But this situation is definitely better than the lifeline that Su Chen initially saw. However, this step is often referred to by Su Chen as a life or death moment. Su Chen believed that it would definitely be painful for Do-Chi to enter a patient's tendons. Su Chen couldn't help but worry as he looked at the lifeline in front of him that suddenly rose and fell. Su Chen could only close his eyes and continue to speed up the spread of fighting spirit. But what Amane didn't know was that Kagaya was already sleeping like a baby, and Amane couldn't see Kagaya's other side, which was full of hideous expressions. Finally, the cells die and then recombine. The rest of the third phase. Su Chen wasn't sure if Ubuyashiki Kagaya could hold on. Is it really too much of a stretch? But looking at this lifeline, he should be able to hold on. Because this represents the body's violent resistance. At this moment on the big screen, Ubuyashiki Kagaya's lifeline can be described as ups and downs. Just let Kagaya lie there and have a good rest. And the degree of pain might be the same as when he first learned the full concentration, Kionji. This is also the most difficult step. Chen needs to inject a large amount of fighting spirit into Ubuyashiki Kagaya's body in batches, and then it depends on Ubuyashiki Kagaya's willpower and body. Because for the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, this is the dividing line as to whether they can awaken the markings. Sometimes it was high, sometimes it was low, and even Chen didn't understand what was happening. So Amane didn't want to run over and disturb him. Breathe. Next, it all depends on Ubuyashiki Kagaya's willpower. Ubuyashiki Kagaya has fallen into a coma. But now that it has come to this, Chen can't give up. The long period of transmitting Do-Chi had begun to make Chen's lips turn a little white. If the other person persists, the body will wake up and be revitalized. Chapter 240 A Moment of Life and Death. Life and death are just a moment away. As the vast sea of fighting spirit poured into Kagaya's body, a layer of golden light gradually emerged on the surface of his body. Into the fighting spirit, Ubuyashiki Kagaya's body shook, and then he completely fainted. In the early morning, the sun after the rain shines through a gap in the clouds. At Ubuyashiki's residence, Ubuyashiki Kagaya opened his eyes again and found that everything here had changed. I stood up. Ubuyashiki Kagaya looked at her hands and legs in confusion, her eyes stunned. No, I'm not getting better, I'm just dreaming. And the tender body told him that he seemed to have returned to his childhood. Just when he wanted to enter the room to find out what was going on, a gentle voice sounded behind him. Ubuyashiki Kagaya turned around suddenly and found that the figure behind him was none other than his own mother. Mother. When he saw his mother, he looked a little surprised. But the next moment, a sharp pain struck his heart. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's whole body fell forward uncontrollably, but fortunately his mother caught him at the critical moment. The mother looked worried and asked, Kagaya, what's wrong with you? Kagaya. Mom, it hurts. Now Ubuyashiki Kagaya's whole body is shaking. The intense pain flowed through his heart into his limbs, into every joint, and tore at every nerve. His face was a little pale. Looking at his mother's face, he said weakly, Mom, I may have overestimated myself. You know what? Since you left, I have become the Lord of the Demon Slayer Corps. I don't want to disappoint my father's hope. I lead the Demon Slayer Corps and have been fighting against demons and my own curse. You know what? We have an incredible talent on our team. He killed many upper ranks, he pioneered the Demon Slayer Corps, and did things that many predecessors had not done. He is an amazing hero. I think his achievements will be even more dazzling, but I don't think I can see it. Mom, maybe I'll come over to accompany you soon. I'm a little tired, and I miss you a little. Ubuyashiki Kagaya showed her true feelings, with tears glistening in her eyes. Although he is the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, after all, he is just a young man barely entering the world. Advertisement. He thought his mother would forgive him, but suddenly she hugged him with a serious face. The mother didn't say anything. She just looked at him quietly, but Ubuyashiki Kagaya read the answer from his mother's eyes. This is a unique talent skill of the Ubuyashiki clan. Or it can be called telepathy, or mind reading. Ubuyashiki Kagaya is the strongest one in this clan in this ability. This is his innate talent, but also the curse that accompanies him throughout his life. Really? I see. Ubuyashiki Kagaya looked a little dazed. I will continue to lead the Demon Slayer Corps. My life has not yet come to an end. I know everything. Even though the pain was sweeping through my body, even though my nerves were shattered, even though the pain was so severe that I was almost losing consciousness. But his eyes remained firm and calm like water. One thought leads to enlightenment. The pain in the body suddenly dissipated like the tide, and an indescribable power boiled in my body. It seems to come from the depths of the soul and the depths of the body. Every bone, every muscle, and even every cell in the body. They are cheering, they are boiling, they are roaring. As if he was forced into a desperate situation, he began to let out the last cry of his life. Cells in his body began to die continuously, and cells began to be regenerated continuously. Thin black stripes spread across his neck, his body, and his entire skin. Wisteria flowers grew on his face. Warmth, long-lost warmth enveloped his body. Ubuyashiki Kagaya felt his mind unusually clear and he began to escape from his dream. His mother released him. He felt himself being detached from his body. Goodbye, Mom. Ubuyashiki Kagaya has woken up. Su woke up in his own room. Mrs. Amane was watching him beside him. Mrs. Tieni had a worried look in her eyes and looked much more haggard. Her eyes were red, showing signs of crying. I guess he was devastated after learning the truth. Advertisement. She had been in the room for a long time. Fortunately, Ubuyashiki Kagaya finally woke up. How are you, Kagaya? Are you okay? Mrs. Amane spoke in a worried tone. I'm fine, Ubuyashiki Kagaya said bewilderedly, and I feel like my mental state seems to be unusually good. He felt very strange, as if he had had a very long dream. In his dream, he also saw his mother and talked to her for a long time. Am I still alive? Product manager Kagaya asked this question for no reason. You're still alive. This time it was not Mrs. Tingyan who spoke, but Chen. At this time, Chen was sitting cross-legged on the side, quickly recovering his fighting spirit. But your body is still very weak. I have activated the markings for you. You don't need to worry about your physical condition for the time being, but you need to completely cure it. We need to think of other ways. Brown. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's face was blank. He subconsciously stretched out his hands, and sure enough, he found thin black lines on them. Then he opened his clothes again and found his own black lines on his neck. Before he could sigh, Mrs. Amane beside him spoke in shock. Kagaya, you can move now. It turned out that just now Ubuyashiki Kagaya lifted up her clothes. He sat up subconsciously, stretched out his hand and lifted up his clothes. The whole set of movements was smooth and flowing, and was completed entirely by him. You have to know that before these movements, it was very difficult to even breathe, let alone stretch your hands. Mrs. Amane was the most deeply moved. Seeing Ubuyashiki Kagaya moved her tears, which immediately welled up. Kagaya, please take a few quick steps. Let me see if you have fully recovered. Madame Tingyan spoke tearfully, and then her expression quickly cheered up. He grabbed Ubuyashiki Kagaya's body and pulled it upwards with all his strength. Ubuyashiki Kagaya was completely dazed, but after hearing his wife's push, he managed to stand up. Although he was a little shaky, he managed to steady himself after a moment and actually managed to stand up. I can stand up now. Ubuyashiki Kagaya looked a little dazed, and he kept repeating mechanically, I can stand up now. Then, the Lord of the Demon Slayer Corps started to dance with joy like a child. He staggered and almost lost his balance.
9 UC Chapter 241 Revolving Lantern. After Mrs. Amane helped him up, Ubuyashiki Kagaya immediately broke free again. Then he rushed to the mirror in one step. He looked at himself in disbelief. This is true. I actually stood up. I wasn't dreaming. Nyen's body had indeed recovered, and being alive at this moment had actually come true. Only then did I realize that there were dense black lines on his face. The most obvious thing is the 3 wisteria flowers on the right side of its face. The 3 flowers are of different sizes, but they bloom very beautifully, forming a clear contrast with her personality. Ubuyashiki Kagaya understood, and finally understood what was going on. It is the Lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, and he also knows the existence of the spots. But he never expected that he could also awaken the markings. Then everything makes sense. According to what Chen said before, the stripes can stimulate the activity in one's body. And these black lines on my body, they all reminded him that Chen saved him in this unique way. But, can the stripes also be given by others? Ubuyashiki Kagaya subconsciously looked in the direction of Chen, and suddenly felt that he had greatly underestimated the other party. Suddenly, Ubuyashiki Kagaya walked up to Chen and began to kneel down. This scene happened to be seen by Chen, who quickly stood up and helped the other person up. No need to be so polite. Chen was somewhat helpless. He was a doctor, and when he was treating patients in Butterfly House, many of his patients often knelt down to him. Something like the miracle doctor was merciful, and I thank him for saving my life. Then he slid down to his knees. This will shorten your life. Chen is only about 14 years old. You guys, a bunch of grown men, are kneeling in front of me shamelessly. What do you mean? Isn't this just a joke? It took a long time to help Ubuyashiki Kagaya up. Then in the room, Mrs. Kagaya and Mrs. Amane looked like they were crying. Don't be fooled by how gentle, powerful, and emotionally stable this demon slayer is to his lord on weekdays. But in the face of life and death, she also felt fear and confusion, and missed her mother at night. Now that he knew he had a chance of survival, how could he not be excited? Advertisement. Then the couple finished talking, came to Chen and knelt down again. Chen was overwhelmed. Don't you two like kneeling so much? You are the lord and mistress of the Demon Slayer Corps. Can you be a little more reserved? But what Chen didn't know was what it meant to the Ubuyashiki clan that he had pulled the husband Kagaya back from the brink of death today. This means that the curse brought by Muzan, a curse that has existed for thousands of years, was broken by Chen alone. He let Ubuyashiki Kagaya know that curses can be cured. Long ago, their ancestors died countless times from this curse. This resulted in the Ubuyashiki clan being short-lived. But when it came to Kagaya, it was broken. The Ubuyashiki couple raised their heads and looked at Chen. I feel excited. This is the Demon Slayer Corp's treasure. We must not let him get away. Mrs. Amane took the lead and said, Chen, let's not talk about anything else. No matter what happens to Kagaya in the future, we will remember your kindness today. The Demon Slayer Corps has made note of this. Ubuyashiki Kagaya also spoke up, Chen, thank you for your treatment. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. The two kept promising Chen benefits. Chen finally couldn't stand it anymore and fled. After running a long way, Chen found a place to meditate and rest. Compared with the rescue product Kagaya, Chen actually considered it very carefully. If Kagaya died, the Demon Slayer faction would be leaderless and fall into turmoil for a very long time. So it is reasonable for Chen to save his life. But compared to the product, Kagaya's promise, what Chen cares more about is actually his own gains. Just when he was transferring his fighting spirit to Ubuyashiki, Chen's experience and understanding of fighting spirit is also rising sharply. Whether it is production, transportation or application, it is like a duck in water. In just a moment, all the fighting spirit that had just been consumed was returned. This is a very tricky problem, but fortunately, Suzhou now has some clues on how to solve it. Moreover, Chen unexpectedly discovered that after his fighting spirit recovered to its peak, it unexpectedly broke through. Advertisement however, Su Chen also got some new problems. But the opponent's body was too weak, so Su Chen only tried once and didn't continue. It is well known that activating the markings will cause the person who possesses them to have a short life. If Yubayashiki Kagaya can stimulate spots, so can you. The sharp-eyed Su Chen has already noticed that Kochou is about to awaken, and the opportunity for the markings has been triggered. The reason is simple, because Kochou Shinobu is already 18 years old this year. That's right, what Su Chen wanted was to let Kochou Shinobu also escape the side effects of the stripes by learning the method of full concentration, 1,000 machines. Not even Su Chen can do that, but Su Chen is most worried about Kochou Shinobu. At the same time, fighting spirit is used to reshape cells. Su Chen overestimated the other party and underestimated himself. Su Chen believes that this discovery may also be applicable to others. Otherwise it will really become the Pillar Destroyer blade. Su Chen could only think of other ways. But others can't do that, such as the Flame Pillar and the Wind Pillar. There is no other reason. It turned out that his theory was correct, and fighting spirit could indeed be used to help people stimulate stripes. His fighting spirit was now as turbid as liquid, and every time he threw a punch, a faint sonic boom could be heard in the air. According to the original story, Kochou Shinobu did not awaken his markings before his death. Since Yubayashiki Kagaya, who had reached the Hell difficulty level, had passed it, how could others fail? Just now with Yubayashiki Kagaya, he wanted to use this method. Su Chen doesn't know whether this method is universal. It seems that reshaping your own body's cells hundreds or thousands of times is a rather troublesome and difficult task to persist in. That is how to solve the problem of short life of stripes. However, after Su Chen activated the all-in 1000 machines, this drawback was automatically eliminated. He didn't want others to die tragically in his hands before they reached the legal age limit for stripes. I don't know why, but this is both a good thing and a bad thing. But Su Chen discovered through the transparent world that Kochou Shinobu was actually only one step away from awakening the mark. If no solution is found, then she will die in a few years. Yubayashiki Kagaya has already started to go viral. This is enough to show how exaggerated the power of this punch is. Because he found himself after a cell remodeling. It was today's fighting spirit. He was wondering if he could activate the markings through fighting spirit. Chapter 242 Yellow-haired boy, Su Chen, where have you been? As soon as they arrived at the butterfly house, Kochou Shinobu saw Su Chen coming back and couldn't help but ask with concern. It's okay. I just stayed at the Demon Slayer Lord's house for a while longer. Su Chen looked up at Tokito Muichiru who was beside Kochou Shinobu. At this moment, Tokito Muichiru was lying quietly on the hospital bed. Look calm, and apart from some staff members of the butterfly house, no one came to see him. Su Chen asked. How is his condition? Kochou Shinobu shook his head. Not sure, he hasn't woken up yet. Kochou Shinobu continued, but I have already cured his external injuries. Then, Kochou Shinobu looked worried. Su Chen, do you think Tokito will really become a vegetable? Kochou Shinobu is also a doctor. She also knew a lot about Tokito Muichiru's situation. Even she, a doctor, couldn't gauge the probability of the patient waking up. It can be said that it was a narrow escape from death. But Su Chen shook his head. No, he just got lost. He will definitely wake up once in the middle, I believe him. Everyone who can become a pillar is not that simple. Their willpower is very strong, isn't it? Yes. Kochou Shinobu smiled, and then he seemed to remember something and asked Su Chen again. I heard from Madame Amane that the pillar level training will begin soon. Yes. Su Chen replied. He didn't expect Kochou Shinobu to receive the message so quickly. Before Su Chen could say anything, the news from Dai Ya reached here faster than him. Then Kochou Shinobu couldn't help asking Su Chen, what is your training? My training. Su Chen scratched his head, I haven't decided on it yet. What about yours? Su Chen asked. But Kochou Shinobu shook his head. I won't go to train anymore. The Lord has given me a more difficult task. What mission? Su Chen frowned, as if he had guessed something. Then he saw Kochou Shinobu pulling him out of the house with a mysterious look on his face. The two came to the corridor, when they were the only two left nearby. Kochou Shinobu and Su Chen leaned their backs against the door, creating a space just for the two of them. Kochou said cautiously, my lord asked me to work with a man named Tamayo. Advertisement. Su Chen nodded. Then what, unhappy? Happy? Kochou Shinobu curled his lips, and then his tone became a little angry. Of course I'm not happy. Ghosts are selfish creatures. I have always hated them. How can I possibly cooperate with them? Really, I don't know why I was given such an order, but this is the order of my lord, so I can only obey. But there's no way I'd enjoy working with a ghost. Kochou Shinobu said angrily. When it comes to the key points, his face puffs up like cheeks, which is very cute. Su Chen patted Kochou Shinobu's shoulder to show his understanding. In the original story, Kochou Shinobu is a real nasty ghost. Su Chen suddenly asked, Xiao Ren, do you really hate ghosts? Kochou Shinobu said without hesitation. Hate? Su Chen asked again. What if one day the person closest to you turns into a ghost? Kochou Shinobu hesitated for a moment, but this hesitation only lasted for a moment. Then he said with a firm look in his eyes, I will protect them and won't let anyone become a ghost. As long as I'm standing here, no one will become a ghost. If someone really betrays us and turns into a ghost, I will definitely put an end to it myself. What if the other party didn't eat people? This. Kochou Shinobu was clearly struggling internally. But soon, she said firmly, not eating humans doesn't mean they won't eat humans in the future. Ghosts' food is humans. Aside from Nezuko, I haven't seen a ghost that doesn't eat humans. And I hate them just as much. This doesn't change my opinion of ghosts. Really? Su Chen's expression changed slightly, but he said nothing. What's wrong? Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu saw the trance in Su Chen's eyes and couldn't help asking. Su Chen waved his hand. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of what I should train. Really? Kochou Shinobu suddenly smiled happily. You know what? The master just said in a letter that your training is the last one among all the pillars. The last one? Su Chen was stunned. He remembered that in the original story, the training of the rock pillar was the last one. Where is the yellow-haired boy here? However, Su Chen felt that he might be able to win by luck. Advertisement under the butterfly house, the two walked along the corridor towards the inpatient department. I didn't expect that Kagayo would give him the number for the last pillar training. As soon as Kochou Shinobu asked this question, he regretted it. As we all know, the more awesome and difficult the training is, the later it will be ranked. Just like now. After the second skill was copied, both sides knew it from the same master and no one could break it. Doesn't this mean that he is the most powerful one among all the pillars? Su Chen's observation ability can only be described as horrible, so it is obvious that this information was inferred by him. Kochou Shinobu tried hard to search for his memories. Yellow-haired boy. Kochou Shinobu blinked his beautiful eyes. What do you mean? Isn't it easy to win? How did you know he was with us? Oh, yes, she remembered. Keep a low profile. Su Chen showed a meaningful smile, and then asked Kochou Shinobu to lead the way for him. The previous part is basically some basic training. She seemed to have heard of the name Zenitsu. Cough cough. Su Chen always sees something that he doesn't expect. Su Chen followed behind Kochou Shinobu, his mind always thinking about what they had just talked about. This isn't the first time this has happened. Yes, that's the guy over there. Su Chen has never compared himself with Rock Pillar, so he doesn't know who is stronger. What yellow-haired boy? Who is the yellow-haired boy? Su Chen said. Oh, it's a little guy named Zenitsu. How come you see him? Wasn't the yellow-haired boy who always gave his children a lecherous look called Zenitsu? Let's not talk about this for now. Su Chen shook his head. I still have some other things to deal with. After all, my current cheat code is to copy the skills of whoever I fight with. And I am the last one in line. What does this mean? He is really just a yellow-haired boy. What is it? Asked Kochou Shinobu. Then Su Chen will make some upgrades based on this skill. It's useless to ask. Chapter 243 Senior Brother turns into a ghost? Kochou Shinobu pointed in the direction of the ward over there. Then Su Chen indeed spotted Zenitsu on the opposite side. This is the front building of the inpatient department. A large number of patients with trauma will be sent here after treatment. They will recover here and do some rehabilitation training. In a corner of the room, a yellow-haired boy was lying quietly on the bed with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. He just lay there, his yellow hair particularly eye-catching. Kochou Shinobu explained. He was on a mission a few days ago and got injured. When the team members found him, he was asleep and he hasn't woken up until now. I wonder if he's too sleepy. Maybe he has narcolepsy or something. It's okay, just fall asleep, it's good to fall asleep. Su Chen showed a meaningful smile. Just leave this kid to me, he's not sick at all. Okay, Shinobu, go get busy first. You probably still have a lot of experiments to finish, right? Su Chen ordered them to leave. Kochou Shinobu looked depressed. Really, when you need me, just call me Shinobu. When you don't need me, just call me Kochou Shinobu. Men are really pigs. I didn't see Kochou Shinobu's micro-expressions. After saying that, Su Chen walked towards Zenitsu. And Kochou Shinobu does have some experiments to do. Although she didn't know how Su Chen knew it, she wasn't surprised. After all, everyone in the Butterfly House and even the Demon Slayer Corps knew that Su Chen had very keen insight. Kochou Shinobu was about to walk towards the laboratory. A young man who came to help politely asked, Master Changzu, who is that person? Kochou Shinobu smiled, and suddenly said in a boastful tone, he is Master Su Chen, he is the signature of our Butterfly House. No matter what the disease is, he can cure it, it's not expensive, he'll be there in a while, don't disturb him. Ah. The young man who came to volunteer looked surprised. There were even more turbulent waves in my heart. It turns out that he is the so-called Lord Dragon Pillar. The member of the Demon Slayer Corps who is respected by everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps and has killed countless upper ranks. It can be said that he came here as a volunteer just to meet Su Chen. It can be said that every volunteer who comes to Butterfly House today has this purpose. The young man immediately showed an admiring look. Advertisement. It can be said that he is a volunteer here purely because of Su Chen's existence. I didn't expect to meet you today. He immediately felt it was worth it. He said with a solemn oath, Master Insect Pillar, don't worry, I will definitely assist Master Dragon Pillar in completing the task. Realizing that the other party was too enthusiastic, Kochou Shinobu smiled apologetically and said, well, it's not a mission, it's just a chat. Got it. I will definitely help them chat. After saying that, the young man rushed over. Kochou Shinobu. Kochou Shinobu gave a puzzled look, but didn't think much about it. What could be accomplished by just chatting? So she headed towards her laboratory. The other side. While the two were chatting, Su Chen also walked over to Zenitsu. Zenitsu was sleeping, but the moment Su Chen approached, he seemed to sense something and jumped up from the bed. When he saw Su Chen, he looked horrified. No, 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 don't come over here. He didn't forget what Su Chen said on the train. I still owe him something. I didn't expect to meet Su Chen again so soon. Damn it, Zenitsu thought. Before he fell unconscious, he had clearly told his teammates not to send him to the butterfly house. Finally, when I woke up, I was still here. What a sin. Oh, your senses are very sharp. Su Chen was actually quite surprised that he could react at such a fast speed. It seems that when the other person is asleep, his perception of the surroundings is no less than mine. Hello Zenitsu, I'm Su Chen. I know, that's why I didn't let you come over. Zenitsu said timidly, I'm really going to die. How come I happen to meet you in this place? It's okay, I'll just come over to chat with you, no need to be so scared. Su Chen smiled and signaled the other party not to be nervous. Yes, don't be nervous, I will answer Lord Longzhu's questions well. Suddenly, a sharp voice sounded beside the two of them. Su Chen and Zenitsu turned their heads at the same time. Su Chen laughed. Could it be that he was asking someone to come and trip him up? Advertisement. Fortunately, all the volunteers were quite obedient. As soon as Su Chen gave the order, they dispersed and went about their own business. Then the young man left with an excited look on his face. Zenitsu was completely confused. If it's not me, who are you? After everyone leaves. Ahem. Let's all go away. Then Su Chen's sharp ears heard their conversation. Su Chen suddenly looked at Zenitsu and spoke in a voice that both of them could hear. Zenitsu. When the young man and Zenitsu were arguing, Su Chen suddenly said, Stop arguing, young man, you step back first. I really don't know how lucky I am. Being remembered by Master Su Chen is something that many people dream of. Otherwise his eyes wouldn't look so stupid. Su Chen was puzzled and looked back, then he found that the other volunteers were staring at the person who was leaving with hope in their eyes. Zenitsu froze suddenly. Yes, that's right, it's a freshly graduated member of the Demon Slayer Corps who has just joined the company. His eyes were shining, and he seemed to admire the man's behavior. So, as you and Kaigaku's master, what would he do? Then I noticed that the guy who was talking to Kochou Shinobu just now stared at Zenitsu with a serious face and said, What happened just now were just some nonsensical actions by fans. The young man shook his head. No, you should answer Mr. Su Chen's question properly. He is no longer your senior brother, he is already a ghost. Wow, I'm so envious. I also want to talk to Master Su Chen. I really envy that man and that yellow-haired boy. Su Chen's expression was somewhat cold and his words were sharp. You know what? Kaigaku turned into a ghost. Yes, he also helped Su Chen. That man is so brave, he actually dared to talk to Master Su Chen. Tell the truth. The yellow-haired guy, get up and let me do it. Su Chen listened to these people talking to themselves and suddenly understood that these were his fans again. Zenitsu was visibly stunned. What, senior brother? Then Su Chen looked at the other person with those clear and stupid eyes. Before Zenitsu could react, he continued. The young man nodded. Yes, sir. Soon, he used the time field to deduce everything that had happened before. The young man said seriously. Me? I'm just a member of the Demon Slayer Corps passing by. Chapter 244. What did you say? Zenitsu looked a little dazed. Then the mind starts a brainstorm. He is not stupid. I know what Su Chen meant by this. Kaigaku is his senior brother and the heir to the breathing of thunder. And they also have a common master. That is the former sound pillar, Kuwajima Jigoru. According to the team rules of the Demon Slayer Corps, if the person you guarantee turns into a demon and betrays the Demon Slayer Corps, someone must pay the price. Just like Yoriichi Sugakuni in the past, his brother turned into a demon queen. Yoshiichi Sugakuni had no choice but to leave the Demon Slayer Corps and could not stay any longer. But Kuwajima Jigoru is not Sugakuni Yoriichi, so for the fact that his apprentice turned into a ghost, Kuwajima Jigoru can only apologize himself. And the worst outcome. Su Chen looked at Zenitsu, and his 37-degree mouth spoke coldly. The worst result is that your grandfather may be sharpening the knife to cut his own abdomen. Zenitsu's face turned pale. No, there's no way Grandpa would commit seppuku. Oh, you don't believe it? Su Chen asked, do you want to bet? No, I have to go back, I can't watch Grandpa die. Zenitsu said excitedly, then jumped down all of a sudden. But Su Chen grabbed him. Zenitsu shouted excitedly. Don't stop me, I want to go back, otherwise. Su Chen hurriedly calmed him down. It's no use for you to be anxious, why don't I take you back? Zenitsu was stunned. He looked at Su Chen in surprise. But there was no hesitation. At this critical moment of life and death, there was no time to waste on talking nonsense. So Zenitsu nodded decisively. Okay, let's go. Half a day later, Zenitsu and Su Chen stood in front of a mountain. The yellow-haired boy was staring at the top of his own hill in a daze. No, it's that fast. When Zenitsu and Su Chen set out just now, Su Chen took him directly down the mountain, then took the train and went straight all the way. After getting off the bus, he took another taxi and then found a small road and ran all the way here. Advertisement. The whole set of movements was smooth and there was no pause at all. If the other party was not the Dragon Pillar, Zenitsu would have suspected whether the other party was also such a person. Why does it feel like the other person is more familiar with the road than I am? But time was urgent and Zenitsu couldn't think about so much. Seeing that he was almost home, he hurried upstairs. But Su Chen stopped him again. Master Su Chen, Zenitsu was excited. If I don't go up, my grandfather will really die. Die. Do you know what dead means? Listening to Zenitsu's excited tone, Su Chen calmly picked his ears. Why are you panicking? Why aren't you panicking? If I don't go up, my grandpa will die. That's my favorite grandpa. Su Chen's ears were almost deafened by the yelling. He said calmly, don't worry, the butterfly crow that spread the news has not flown here yet. Your grandfather hasn't received the news yet, why die? Zenitsu. Then he reacted and his face instantly turned red. Are you kidding me? Su Chen said seriously. What are you playing? If I didn't speak more urgently, would you have come back so quickly? Zenitsu said angrily. Why should I believe what you say? Su Chen laughed. Because I was next to you when Mrs. Amane sent the message, and when I thought of this, I put your grandfather on the chat blacklist. If it wasn't me, what do you think would happen if your grandfather got the news? Zenitsu was stunned again. Indeed, if it weren't for Su Chen's behind-the-scenes manipulation, his grandfather would have gotten the news. It is very likely that something unexpected will happen. So, by not letting the message reach here, Su Chen actually saved his grandfather's life. I have to thank him. I'm so F********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* actually had the urge to hit someone at this moment. It turns out that I have been led by the other party for a long time. Why didn't you say so earlier? After enduring for a long time, Zenitsu still said so. Nothing else, I just need you to promise me one thing. What is it? Advertisement, I want to see your grandfather practice the thunder breathing technique again, Chen said slowly. But Zenitsu understood immediately. You want to learn secretly? Chen blinked. What are you talking about? How did I learn it secretly? Zenitsu said, Lord Ryuju, stop pretending. Everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps knows your talent. What moves can you learn by just looking at them? Then your request is to learn my breath of thunder directly. Chen waved his hands helplessly. Indeed. The people around him had already noticed his cheat. That is his own talent. His extraordinary understanding has become a common thing in everyone's mind. Now this excuse is indeed no longer valid. Chen simply stopped pretending. That's right, I won't pretend anymore. I just want to learn a thing or two. What team rules prohibit me from doing this? Zenitsu explained. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that I'm also the heir to the breathing of thunder. I can teach you. Chen thought without hesitation. It's useless. I've already learned your first form, and it's tasteless. I want to see other forms of thunder breathing. Zenitsu's face turned blue, then red, and then calmed down. No wonder Chen was looking for his grandfather. It turned out this was what he was thinking. It is true that his grandfather can use all forms of thunder breathing. He should be the last swordsman in the world who can use all forms of thunder breathing. No wonder Chen was so enthusiastic. Otherwise, if his grandfather kicked his legs and passed away one day, the other types of thunder breathing might really disappear from the world. So, you brought me here to learn the breathing of thunder? Zenitsu finally understood everything, and he asked Chen for the answer. Chen nodded as a matter of course. Yes, as an exchange, it's okay. Zenitsu thought about it and felt that Chen's request was normal. Besides, he did help him save his grandfather indirectly. So he finally nodded and took Chen up the mountain. The two walked up the mountain road, one after the other, and soon arrived at the wooden house that Zenitsu mentioned. Before I got there, I saw an old man in the distance, sitting on a chair and dozing quietly. The old man was not tall and had a lot of white hair on his head. The most noticeable thing is one of his legs, which is gone and replaced by a wooden leg for walking. This person looks gloomy and it is really hard to associate him with the legendary Thunder Pillar. Chen's eyes fixed. The opponent should be Kuwajima Jigoru. However, Chen did not know the other person's identity through these appearances. But something else. Chapter 245. Master's Kindness and Disciples' Filial Piety. Perception Compass and Fighting Spirit Perception. Ever since he helped Yubayashiki Kagaya transfer his fighting spirit last time, Chen's understanding of fighting spirit has surpassed most people. It can be said that Chen's understanding of fighting spirit is now at the master level. The moment Chen saw Kuwajima Jigoru, he noticed the aura emanating from him. Majestic, profound and powerful. The opponent's fighting spirit was as majestic as the sea, but its color was a little dark, and it seemed that it had been depressed for a long time. This must be due to old age, and the fighting spirit will become weak as the physical fitness declines. But it is not difficult to see that when the other party was young, he must have been a strong man. Because this fighting spirit is much stronger than any pillar without markings. Grandpa! Zenitsu saw Kuwajima Jigoru taking a nap. Tears of excitement welled up in my eyes. Then he trotted along, with electric light crackling in the air, and ran straight into Kuwajima Jigoru's arms. Kuwajima Jigoru stumbled and fell backwards with Zenitsu. He woke up. Awakened by pain. Since the pillars only have a strong sense of killing intent, the elderly Kuwajima Jigoru did not notice Zenitsu's arrival at the first time. Of course, another reason is that Zenitsu's lightning breathing has now reached perfection. It's normal that Kuwajima Jigoru didn't notice. Kuwashima Kigoro was a little angry at this moment, wondering who had ruined his beautiful dream.
As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that it was his good disciple, Zenitsu. Just as he was about to radiate some teacher love, he suddenly heard Zenitsu mumbling, "Wow, Grandpa, I'm so glad you're not dead. I thought you'd cut your stomach open." Jigoro. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Kawajima Jigoro's expression suddenly turned cold. Good guy, not only did he not care about his master the first time he came back, he even wished for his master to die. What a good disciple. Then Su Chen saw a flash of tears, which hit Zenitsu hard. Then, there was a burning smell in the air. Evil disciple. Kawajima Jigoro pushed Zenitsu away and flipped over with a somersault. He cursed Zenitsu. It's so rare to see you come back, and you come back just to curse me to death. You are so filial that you let me cut my stomach by myself. Why did you bring a knife for cutting my stomach with you? Advertisement. Su Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kawajima Jigoro then discovered that there were other people behind Zenitsu. The first emotion Kawajima Jigoro felt was surprise. What surprised him was that he was already very familiar with Zenitsu, so his body's perception would automatically be defenseless. But the young man in front of him had a very strong temperament. Why don't I feel it myself? Kawajima Jigoro carefully looked at the young man in front of him. He is tall, handsome, and has fair skin. He doesn't look very old, and is definitely a heroic man. Moreover, the other party has an extraordinary temperament and is obviously a good candidate. Judging from the attire of the other Demon Slayer Corps, he should also be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. As this aura a pillar. Kawajima Jigoro's feeling was not wrong. This majestic aura shocked him. But then the breath disappeared again. Kawajima Jigoro's expression changed again. Disappeared. Yes, it just disappeared. No, it appeared again. Kawajima Jigoro suddenly understood at this moment. The opponent's breath overflowed like the sea, and then quickly hid itself. This is a perfect control of one's own fighting spirit, and one is not even aware of the other party's existence. In other words, even the aura emitted by the other party may be intentional. Sweat actually seeped out of Kawajima Jigoro's forehead. He looked at his good disciple again. Zenitsu is still crying at this moment, as sad as he can be, just like crying at a funeral. When did my good disciple bring such a strong man with him? Could it be that he really wants to kill me? But it turned out that Kawajima Jigoro was overthinking. Because Su Chen showed a harmless smile the next moment. Hi. Mr. Sangdao, my name is Su Chen, hello. Hello, my name is Kawashima. Kawajima Jigoro laughed. His voice actually started to tremble. This made him pinch himself. Really, I'm a junior. I can't let others look down on me. Haha, Su Chen, right. I wonder if it's a pillar-level title. Kawajima Jigoro asked with a kind face and a grin. Advertisement. Su Chen said calmly. Dragon. Kawajima Jigoro paused for a moment. Dragon. Su Chen said slowly. Yes, dragon. Kawashima Kigoro was stunned again. What the hell? Dragon Pillar. The young man in front of him turned out to be the legendary Dragon Pillar. At this time, Kawajima Kigoro unraveled the characteristics shown by Su Chen and analyzed them one by one. I have long heard that the legendary Dragon Pillar is the representative of the new generation. He is not only handsome, but also has unfathomable strength. Especially his battle record, he is a ruthless person who treats the upper strings as a piece of music. So you are the Dragon Pillar. Come and sit down. Kawashima Kigoro immediately smiled and warmly invited Su Chen to sit inside. He even prepared tea specially for her. This scene made Zenitsu, who felt as if he was electrocuted all over, feel uncomfortable. Isn't he the disciple of his master? How come Su Chen got hit while drinking tea? Grandpa, I want to drink tea too. I want to have a seat too. Zenitsu stood up unconvinced, and then rushed towards Su Chen's tea, trying to drink it all in one gulp. All I can say is that Zenitsu is a worthy learner of thunder breathing. During the action, the ions in the air began to become excited. A flash of lightning appeared faintly behind him, and Zenitsu suddenly burst out with extremely terrifying speed. Nonsense. Kawashima Kigoro's expression suddenly became stern. Su Chen even saw the old man take the time to grin, and then gave his apprentice a middle finger. Then the air boiled. The entire surrounding space was covered with dense electric light. If Zenitsu's previous movements were just to make the surrounding ions move around him, then Kawashima Kigoro will let the ions assemble themselves into a cannon, and then attack the enemy automatically. How could Su Chen miss such a shocking scene with special effects? He immediately opened the time realm. The time domain is open. Closing square bracket. A slow and transparent world appears before your eyes. Closing square bracket. You are watching the actions of two people. Closing square bracket. You saw the violent movement of ions in the surrounding space, and you focused all your attention on Kawashima Kogoro. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have discovered something. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 246. Conversation with the former sound pillar. Under Su Chen's gaze, the fight between the master and the disciple ended quickly. Zenitsu was easily defeated by Kawajima Jigoro. Zenitsu rolled backwards, just like when he was trained by Kawajima Jigoro before, and was beaten up. After defeating Zenitsu, Kawajima Jigoro was also in a good mood. He also poured himself a cup of tea and then sat next to Su Chen. My dear Su Chen, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. No problem. Su Chen smiled slightly. It can be seen that you love your apprentice very much. Kawajima Jigero's hand holding the tea froze for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Oh, you figured that out." Then the two men burst into laughter. Of course, apart from the yellow-haired boy who had been beaten to an unknown place. During this time, the two people at the tea table had a pleasant conversation. Kawajima Jigero was also becoming more and more satisfied with Su Chen. They talked for a long time, starting from the first upper rank that Su Chen killed. Until the last incident in the Swordsmith village. Really? Kawajima Jigero's expression turned serious. Has the location of the Swordsmith village been exposed? Yes, Su Chen did not hide it. The current Swordsmith village has begun to move, but fortunately, the last invasion by Kokushibo did not cause any casualties. That Tokido kid is unconscious, Kawajima Jigero said with some emotion. He remembered that Tokuto's talent had been widely publicized by Mrs. Amane before, and he was also a person with extremely terrifying talent. I didn't expect that the battle with the upper ranks would end so easily. But this also indirectly proves how terrifying Su Chen is. Not even one of the upper ranks can defeat him. Kawajima Jigero finally realized that what the Demon Slayer Corps said about Su Chen being the hope of the Demon Slayer Corps was true. What Su Chen did and what he showed everyone. It is true that he is unprecedented and unrivaled in the Demon Slayer Corps. As for these things, from Kawajima Jigero's perspective, he has never seen any genius who can compare with Su Chen. Kawajima Jigero secretly glanced at Su Chen again. I feel relieved. I didn't expect that my beloved disciple actually has such connections. Advertisement. Kawajima Jigero is not stupid. He knows that the other party came to him probably for a purpose. But the opponent still came here with Zenitsu. There was no respect for Zenitsu at all. Kawajima Jigero didn't believe it. So his beloved disciple did not disappoint him. At such a young age, he has already established a relationship with a pillar, and it is the famous Dragon Pillar. If he becomes the stepson of the Dragon Pillar in the future, he won't have to worry so much about Zenitsu being bullied outside. It's my eldest disciple, and I don't know what's happening to him now. Kawajima Jigero's thoughts suddenly drifted far away. Until his beloved disciple suddenly appeared in front of him and interrupted him. Grandpa, why are you grinning? Are you still dreaming? Hearing this, Kawajima Jigero rolled his eyes and said, FKU. I'm not dreaming. Oh, you're back pretty quick. Kawajima Jigero was shocked. You know, when Zenitsu first went to the Demon Slayer Corps for the assessment, it took Zenitsu 3 days to get out of bed after this attack from him. Only half an hour had passed and the other party had already returned. Kawajima Jigero observed Zenitsu's clothing and found that he was basically uninjured except for some leaves and dirt on his body. It seems that the ability to resist impact has been improved. This shows that he has been beaten many times outside over the years. Kawajima Jigero put down the Nichiren blades beside him distressed-edly. Forget it, it's rare for me to come back this time, so I won't train you. Let's have a good talk. At least, there should be someone chosen to be the trumpeter of the pillar from now on. Zenitsu suddenly looked a little lonely. Grandpa, actually. In fact, Grandpa knows everything. Kawajima Jigero interrupted. Your senior brother has been bullying you all these years. I didn't help you because I was training you. Zenitsu shook his head. No, Grandpa, actually my brother. I know. Kawajima Jigero interrupted again. In fact, your brother is not a bad person by nature. He is just a little too competitive and feels that he is not as good as you. Hey, I wonder how your senior brother Kaigaku is doing these days. Zenitsu was anxious. No, Grandpa, listen to me. I know, I've always known that. Kawajima Jigero grabbed Zenitsu and held him in his arms. You've been wronged over the years. Feeling the warmth in the embrace, Zenitsu was speechless for a moment. Forget it, things are so beautiful now, just let things go. Kawajima Jigero turned around suddenly and tried to get his Nichiren blades. You evil disciple. Kawajima Jigero was furious. Kawajima Jigero closed his eyes in pain. Jigero's voice. Advertisement. Then he said solemnly. So, the one who exposed his position in the Swordsmith village that day was actually my apprentice, Kaigaku. Very soon, it turns out that his Nichiren blades had been taken away by Zenitsu at some point. Su Chen took a sip of tea slowly. Old man, why do you have to die? Kawajima Jigero yelled, give me the knife. I'm going to commit seppuku today. However, how could Su Chen let the other party die right in front of him? He also knew that he would not die today. After all, I don't want to make my grandfather sad. Grandpa, Zenitsu responded, hugging him tighter. My beloved disciple. Kawajima Jigero also burst into tears. Su Chen nodded. Yes, although there is no direct evidence, it is not difficult to guess. It's over, it's confirmed. 2 electric beeps were heard in the air one after another. Zenitsu also lost his temper and cried, if you don't want to give it to me, you can pay for it yourself. I won't give you the knife anyway. Kawajima Jigero was silent for a moment, lying quietly on the recliner, and waited for about half a day. He knew that Su Chen's meaning was very clear. Su Chen believed that with Kawajima Jigero's skills, it would be no problem for him to perform a manual seppuku. Zenitsu. Suddenly, a sudden word came out of Su Chen's mouth. Su Chen grabbed Kawajima Jigero's hand, and the old man stared at Su Chen, then let go of his hand. So, he was about to stab himself to death. Su Chen didn't know what the old man in front of him was thinking, but he knew he must be struggling and in pain. He stared at Zenitsu, and then saw Zenitsu nod as well. Your eldest disciple Kaigaku has turned into a ghost. Kawajima Jigoro suddenly let go of Zenitsu and then showed an incredible expression. Evil disciple. Squeak. The two of them hugged each other tightly. It was a perfect picture of a loving master and a filial disciple. Squeak. Chapter 247 I want to commit suicide. Painful. Kawajima Jigoro nodded truthfully. Yes, I want to commit seppuku. Zenitsu suddenly yelled, Grandpa, don't die, think about me, what will I do if you die? Kawajima Jigoro said sadly, that's right. Zenitsu was so excited that he was about to continue what his master said, but he heard Kawajima Jigoro continue, if I die, the one who will be most worried is you. I'll find you a good place so I don't have to worry. Kawajima Jigoro looked in the direction of Su Chen. I wonder if Mr. Su Chen would accept my apprentice as his stepson. As if afraid that Su Chen would refuse, Kawajima Jigoro hurriedly said, don't worry, his talent is rare. He was struck by lightning when he was a child, so his brain is not good, but he has good talent. Zenitsu. Kawajima Jigoro introduced incessantly, just wanting to find a good place for Zenitsu first. But what he received was Su Chen's cold rejection. I'm sorry, old man, I can't accept him for the time being. As that's so, Kawajima Jigoro closed his eyes in pain again, I want to commit seppuku again. Zenitsu. Zenitsu glared at Su Chen. Master Su Chen, even though you are a pillar, why do you say that about my grandfather? My grandfather. With a snap, Su Chen made a close contact with the back of Zenitsu's head, and Zenitsu fell unconscious. Kawajima Jigoro looked at Su Chen, and Su Chen explained, next, let's talk about ours. He is influencing your judgment. Kawajima Jigoro said to himself. That's right, the next scene is too bloody and not suitable for Zenitsu to see. Su Chen waved his hand. Grandpa misunderstood, that's not what I meant. Kawajima Jigoro asked in confusion, what does that mean? Since Lord Longzhu has no intention of accepting a beloved disciple, then please help me take a ride. Take Zenitsu away, take him to the Demon Slayer Core, and never come back. Feel the firmness in the other person's tone. Su Chen also started to get serious. No, I know Zenitsu's talent, but he is a little impatient now, so I can't accept him as my apprentice yet. These words seemed to bring hope to Kawajima Jigoro. Really, Kawajima Jigoro has lived for a long time, so he understood what Su Chen said. Su Chen, this is a test for Zenitsu. Your words are enough. I'm going to commit seppuku right now. Kawajima Jigoro had no regrets, he simply took the knife from Zenitsu's hand and stabbed it into his stomach. But at the critical moment, Su Chen stopped him again. Advertisement. Lord Longzhu, what does this mean? Kawajima Jigoro's face had darkened. According to team rules, I should volunteer to die. This is my punishment. Su Chen shook his head. This punishment may be too ridiculous. Kawajima Jigoro gave a bitter smile. How could he not know that Su Chen wanted him to live well? However, rules are rules and cannot be broken. Moreover, the people he had trained for more than 10 years were originally intended to join the Demon Slayer Corps and to protect the world's peace. But he turned into a ghost, Kaigaku turned into a ghost. This is something Kawajima Jigoro cannot accept. He must atone for his sins and give an explanation to the Demon Slayer Corps. So, he would raise the Nichiren blades and commit seppuku himself. Is this how you give the instructions? Suddenly, Su Chen said in a cold tone, if the disciple turns into a ghost, the master must commit suicide. What kind of rule is this? How do you know I'm thinking? Kawajima Jigoro looked puzzled, but was quickly interrupted by Su Chen. In my opinion, there are many jealous people, those who pursue power, those who are lost, and those who love money in the Demon Slayer Corps. These are uncontrollable and have hidden dangers. Try to prove it. There are many problems within the team, and many issues have arisen, but why don't I see anyone come out to vouch for them? Besides, why don't you think about cleaning up the mess yourself, instead of thinking about committing suicide and letting Kaigaku continue to do whatever he wants? Kawajima Jigoro stammered. But Su Chen did not give Kawajima Jigoro a chance to explain. Or do you want to give me the task of personally experiencing the portal, let me kill Kaigaku, and then you can go on the road with humiliation? Su Chen looked at Kawajima Jigoro and said word by word, what do you mean? Kawajima Jigoro is shocked. He glanced at Zenitsu subconsciously. It turns out that these are the words that are not suitable for Zenitsu to hear. Indeed, I am quite old, but I have never been scolded like this before. Cleaning up the house. Kawajima Jigoro looked thoughtful. It seems that he is moved. But in fact, it was because Su Chen cursed too badly just now that Kawajima Jigoro also came to his senses. Before this guy Zenitsu becomes famous, maybe the first incense will be his. Bang. Otherwise, I wouldn't have kept training myself after realizing my talent. Advertisement. Zenitsu suddenly woke up. Who hit me? Zenitsu said with great sorrow. Grandpa, please don't do this. Master will not commit seppuku anymore, so bring me my knife, I'm going to clean up the mess. No, what if you want to commit seppuku again? Thinking of this, Kawajima Jigoro took a deep breath. How can I have the nerve to do that? I really deserve to die. So Kawajima Jigoro decided, just when the two were arguing. Grandpa, have you figured it out? It is better for you to clean up your own house first, so that your ancestors will scold you less. I don't have the face to commit seppuku. I can't face my ancestors. Kawajima Jigoro figured it out. Kawajima Jigoro glanced at Su Chen calmly. Don't worry, old man. It's too hasty for you to continue like this. I can cut this abdomen later when I come back. If I go there and do nothing, I will definitely be despised by my ancestors. Why don't you clean up the house yourself? I'm so old, and I still have to ask a youngster to help me. No, I won't give it to you. Kawajima Jigoro said slowly, go, get my knife. He knew that his grandfather could be described in one word, stubborn. And, in this way, even my master will look up to me. Yes, if Zenitsu could get close to Su Chen, learn his skills and become his stepson, then he would be a great hero. In this way, you will be a great hero. Then, Kawajima Jigoro slapped Zenitsu on the face with a caring slap. Kawajima Jigoro slapped himself again and said, bullshit, I won't commit seppuku. Give me my knife. Zenitsu's temper also flared up, and he cried while holding the knife tightly in his arms. I'm going down the mountain to clean up the mess. Su Chen, who was leisurely drinking tea at the side, spoke up. It was he who promoted the success of Ming No. 1. Advertisement Chapter 248 Breath of Thunder. Oh, Kawajima Jigoro suddenly understood something. He stood up suddenly. My dear Su Chen, do you know where my evil disciple is? Su Chen shook his head. I don't know. It's just that I made a promise with Zenitsu just now. What agreement? Kawajima Jigoro looked confused. He is the one who wants to teach me the breathing of thunder. Who? Kawajima Jigoro thought he had heard it wrongly. Then he stared at his apprentice Zenitsu, pointed his fingers in the air, and finally said uncertainly, you. The air was briefly silent for a few seconds. Then Su Chen saw the little old man Kawajima Jigoro and burst into laughter. You only know the first form of thunder breathing, how dare you teach Su Chen? Kawajima Jigoro's laughter got louder and louder at the end, and he actually slapped Zenitsu on the shoulder and hit him right in the face. Zenitsu. Zenitsu first breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the old man was in a good mood at the moment and probably wouldn't mention anything about seppuku again. But the problem now is that I feel a little embarrassed. Zenitsu said grimly, it's alright grandpa, so in order for Ryuju-sama to learn the complete thunder breathing technique, you will be the one doing it yourself this time. Kawajima Jigoro's smile suddenly stopped. Stop it, your promise has nothing to do with me, Kawajima Jigoro. It's true, Zenitsu said, I promised it myself. Bang. Then Zenitsu was greeted with two violent blows. You evil disciple, don't you know that Su Chen is now the hope of the Demon Slayer Corps? How could I possibly have the ability to accept Su Chen as my disciple? How could I be qualified to teach him my clumsy thunder breathing technique? Why did you agree on my behalf? Qualified. Who said you're qualified? Kawajima Jigoro yelled, and then realized that the person who spoke was Su Chen. The old face suddenly drooped. Stop it, Su Chen, you are so outstanding, how can I have the right to teach you a lesson? Qualified. Su Chen nodded and said with a serious tone, the only one who knows the complete thunder breathing method today is the old gentleman. This advertisement. This Kawajima Jigoro thought about. It seems to be true. His eldest disciple Kaigaku knows all the skills except the first form of thunder breathing. His second apprentice, Zenitsu, only knows the most basic form of thunder breathing, and doesn't know any other sword moves. And now he is the person who has the most comprehensive thunder breathing. It seems that only Kawajima Jigoro is left. But Su Chen said slowly, I have learned the first form of thunder breathing, but I have never seen other sword moves. I hope the senior can give me some advice. Well, whatever. Kawajima Jigoro figured it out. Anyway, I will die in the end. And since Kaigaku has become a demon, it would be good for him to leave behind a legacy. Otherwise, his thunder breathing technique and all other sword moves might disappear in the world. Then I will demonstrate a few things. How much Su Chen can learn depends on his own ability. Su Chen, please go ahead. Then I'll make you look bad. Kawajima Jigoro reversed his decline and pulled the Nichiren blades out of Zenitsu's arms in a flash. Then he stepped back a few steps and came to an open space. Started practicing the thunder breathing technique. Squeak. A sharp thunder roared across the sky. Then, there was a flash of electricity, and Kawajima Jigoro took a deep breath of oxygen into his lungs. The whole person's body suddenly grew in size, and then his figure shot out like a rainbow. Su Chen decisively opened the time field and watched Kawajima Jigoro's actions. You have opened the time realm. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. A transparent world appears before your eyes. Close black lens bracket. You start observing the burn marks in the air and discover the other party's movement trajectory. Analysis interrupted. So fast. Su Chen exclaimed. This was the first time he lost his composure like this. There is no other reason. Just now, as Kawajima Jigoro continued to accelerate himself, his speed was gradually approaching the speed of sound, causing Su Chen's motion capture to lose its target for a moment. His eyes were like a high-speed motion capture camera, quickly locking onto the target again. Advertisement. Then Kawajima Jigoro landed and stopped. It was impossible for Su Chen to learn these sword moves from Kaigaku, so he targeted Kawajima Jigoro. This is the first time Su Chen has encountered such a situation. In addition, since he had seen Zenitsu use these moves before, Su Chen quickly deduced them. In one breath, he launched 5 consecutive attacks. It is a fast, high-burst, simple turn and move attack. A 6-hit combo completed after multiple charges. Just now he saw the first form of thunder breathing, flash of thunder. Su Chen muttered to himself. Thunder breathing form 1. 6 consecutive thunderbolts. What he needed now were the remaining sword moves from breathing of thunder. A fighting method that utilizes the speed of the Ichikata to the extreme, so fast that even the upper six cannot react in time. After simply adapting to the opponent's speed, Su Chen's visual dynamic capture ability increased again. But even with this one move, Zenitsu performed it to perfection. In other words, Su Chen can now use these sword moves. Looking at his posture, it seems that he wants to practice all the thunder breathing techniques in one breath. He began charging up the third form of thunder breathing. However, these sword moves, Su Chen saw Zenitsu use the first form. Thunder breathing, type 2 rice soul. If the situation is critical, opening the time field might allow us to develop something new. It's so fast that even Zenitsu said it can only be used twice, otherwise his foot will be directly disabled. It's a fatal move with side effects. Watch out for the next sword move. A further enhanced special move with 2 more movement paths, and higher damage than the 6-hit combo. However, Su Chen is not a vegetarian. Kawajima Jigoro roared, then kicked his old legs and his speed increased again. One type. The shape of the lightning released is similar to a horseshoe. It is released with one's own sword as the core, and the direction is not fixed. It is a thunder breathing method that tends to be close combat. For example, the simplest move of the Aikikata, the only move that Zenitsu knows. Its characteristics are fast charging, steady, accurate, ruthless and unexpected. It can kill demons instantly. It is Zenitsu's only move. Then there is the first form of thunder breathing, 8 thunderbolt flashes in a row. By repeatedly jumping sideways to avoid enemy attacks while rapidly approaching the opponent, the force and destructive power are stronger than the conventional thunderbolt flash, and it also completely makes up for the problem of the single action trajectory. In the original work, Zenitsu used this move to develop many sword techniques that were unique to him. Thunder breathing form 1. A flash of lightning with great speed. Kawajima Jigoro's hands holding the sword suddenly turned into afterimages. Chapter 249 Grandpa, you are awesome. Su Chen didn't know whether Kawajima Jigoro, this old man, could control it. Grandfather. Zenitsu on the side stepped forward worriedly. Don't be so stubborn, it will be bad if you get hurt. Kawajima Jigoro yelled, stand back, Grandpa can hold it, trust Grandpa. Then, Kawajima Jigoro decisively began the third practice of thunder breathing sword moves. Thunder breathing, form 3, gather mosquitoes into thunder. This move, concentrate the ripples of lightning and strike the opponent in different directions from all directions. In theory, it should have the same sound as a mosquito. And it turned out that Su Chen did hear a buzzing sound like a mosquito. Squeak, 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 squeak. It felt like there were 10,000 mosquitoes flying around Su Chen's ears. This dense sound, like the flapping of mosquito wings, is known to students who have studied electrical engineering as indicating that the voltage is incredibly high. And Su Chen has the deepest understanding of this move. You watched the opponent practice his moves, gathering mosquitoes to form thunder, and you learned something. Closing square bracket. You thought of the sound of birds chirping, and you came up with a new idea. You used the sound of birds chirping to replace the sound of mosquitoes, and developed a new move, Chidori flow. Closing square bracket. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Soon, a ball of electric light appeared in Su Chen's hand. However, unlike Kawajima Jigoro, his electric current was imaginary, while the electric current in Su Chen's hand was real. The sound is different too. The Chidori flow in Su Chen's hand sounded like real birds singing, as if 1,000 birds were singing at the same time. This is much better than the sound of a mosquito. And it is much more dazzling than Kawajima Jigoro. Su Chen held the ball of electricity in his hand and just stood there. This scene naturally also fell into the eyes of Kawajima Jigoro, who was practicing the third form of thunder breathing. Kawajima Jigoro was the first to raise the question. Is it his illusion? Why was it that the other party had already learned the third form of my thunder breathing, gathering mosquitoes into thunder before I had even finished practicing? And the other person's breathing method seemed to be innate. He clearly didn't know how to do it, but after watching for a while, he even learned the specific method of thunder breathing. Is this what genius is? Advertisement. Kawajima Jigoro sighed while still not forgetting to practice thunder breathing with Su Chen. But the ball of electricity in Su Chen's hand became increasingly dazzling, and the sound became more and more shrill. Kawajima Jigoro's eyes changed instantly. Wrong. This sound is so G wrong. How could this not be the sound of a mosquito? It doesn't sound like it. Instead, it's a bit like the sound of birds singing. From the sound it seems like there are more than one, many. Then, when Kawajima Jigoro saw the complete Chidori flow in Su Chen's hands, he was shocked. Kawajima Jigoro, with his eyes wide open, realized at this moment that the gap between himself and the genius was actually a chasm. The opponent was able to actually learn and improve his sword moves just by watching him practice them. Kawajima Jigoro has never seen anyone else do this operation. Kawajima Jigoro was a little excited. The quality of the Demon Slayer core is so high nowadays that there is actually such a genius. In his excitement, Kawajima Jigoro suddenly stopped practicing sword moves and he couldn't catch his breath. His body suddenly froze in place, as if there was phlegm stuck in his throat, and he looked ugly. Grandfather. Zenitsu ran up directly worriedly. But the other figure was faster. Su Chen flashed and appeared behind Kawajima Jigoro. With his massage magic hand, he instantly cured Kawajima Jigoro's old age disease. Kawajima Jigoro's face gradually turned red, and he thanked her randomly. I'm sorry, Su Chen, it's my fault. It's okay. Su Chen waved his hand. Grandfather. Zenitsu just ran over now, panting and saying, Grandpa, you're old, so stop making trouble. Evil disciple, you are old. Kawajima Jigoro said excitedly, I can fight again. Then Kawajima Jigoro glanced at Su Chen secretly, then picked up the Nichiren blades and was about to move forward again. Su Chen also nodded thoughtfully. Kawajima Jigoro breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen suddenly said, no need, old man. Advertisement. This is a long-range attack, a skill that discharges electricity in all directions through the body, but the effect is not particularly good. The sword in his hand suddenly became more powerful, thunder-breathing 5 forms Heat Realm Thunder. This move is stronger and more powerful than long-range thunder, with a wider range. It seems to be an enhanced version of long-range thunder, with greater power and a denser firepower network. However, Su Chen remembered that Kaigaku also integrated blood demon arts to strengthen the burning effect of lightning. Zenitsu directly mocked him for being too slow. Thoughtful. But who knew that Su Chen suddenly said, Grandpa, I already know the third form of thunder breathing. You can skip this sword move and start the next step directly. To be fair, this is the move that Su Chen thinks is the most powerful one of thunder breathing. Kawajima Jigoro's mood suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy. It is a good long-range consumption skill. Fortunately, the customer was satisfied, otherwise I would have no strength left in my old bones. Due to my age, the feeling of releasing this blow is like a high-voltage wire leaking electricity for a moment. Kawajima Jigoro is angry. Huh. Su Chen lowered his head. The seventh form of thunder breathing. Fire Thunder God. Jigoro's voice. This is to tell myself to take a good rest. At this point, Kawajima Jigoro's moves have been practiced. After Kawajima Jigoro landed, Zenitsu ran over happily. You see, my provocation is effective. You actually used all of your thunder breathing in one breath. Fortunately, Su Chen was sensible and knew that his legs and feet were not in good condition. He remembered the breathing of thunder and the unique move created by Zenitsu. He saw Kaigaku use this move in the original work. However, Su Chen's nod and Zenitsu's mocking gesture changed their meaning in the eyes of Kawajima Jigoro. Then he continued to prepare the third type of thunder-breathing sword move. Thunder-breathing sixth form lightning and thunder boom. Then he put on an evil gardenia expression and raised the Nichiren blades in his hand. Kawajima Jigoro needs to save some energy to clean up the mess. It would be bad if he sprains his waist here. Zenitsu's original new type of thunder breathing is created by combining the breathing methods of other models. It can slash at a completely imperceptible speed. When slashing, it will release a golden thunder dragon, and the speed and power are beyond ordinary people's imagination. He gnashed his teeth and roared, thunder breathing fourth form distant thunder. It is also a long-range skill that releases a single huge lightning bolt to electrocute the enemy. The lightning bolt has a high heat effect and can burn the opponent's skin. Grandpa, you're awesome. Chapter 250 Separation. Seeing Kawajima Jigoro didn't move. Zenitsu's heart skipped a beat, then he licked his face and said, Hey Grandpa, so you can take my knife away. You are really strong even at your age. I was just joking with you before. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Kawajima Jigoro remained silent. Zenitsu was extremely restless. Kawajima Jigoro smiled creepily. It's okay, Grandpa will tease you next time. Then, for a long time, Zenitsu kept screaming like a pig being slaughtered. The pleasant master-disciple relationship has started to play tricks again. At this moment, Su Chen was still summarizing what he had just gained. At this moment, he entered his memory palace again. Over the memory palace, Su Chen, in his own spiritual world, looked up at the sky. There, 5 huge dragons were circling in the sky, facing the rising sun. The strong winds of the wind dragon, the flames of the fire dragon, the vast ocean of the water dragon, and the lightning of the thunder dragon. And the roar of the sun dragon. The 5 big dragons used their respective powers to embellish the sky, making the sky colorful for a moment. However, Su Chen's attention was always on the thunder dragon. At this moment, great changes have taken place in the thunder dragon's body. First, its body size increased, and then the 2 horns on its head, as if because it was more mature, instantly became twice its original size. The dragon scales on its body are sparkling, and each scale is engraved with delicate, clear lines. As the real dragon swam, faint flashes of lightning could be seen on its scales. The thunder dragon has grown up, this is Su Chen's conclusion. After he learned the breathing of thunder and completed the expansion of the breathing of thunder, the status of the thunder dragon in his memory palace also rose. Su Chen silently counted the number of dragons in the sky. Fire, wind, water, thunder, and sun. The basic breathing methods are fire, wind, water, and thunder. The only thing left to complete the collection of all the basic breathing methods is rock. Su Chen did not forget that he still had a goal. That is to collect all the basic breathing methods except the derived breathing methods. Advertisement. Then use the basic breathing method to develop a breathing method that suits you and everyone, and even surpasses the sun breathing. His own dragon breathing is more like animal-like breathing, and it is more like a collection of all human breathing characteristics. So there is an upper limit to dragon's breath. But Su Chen has no limit. So Su Chen has always wanted to learn all the breathing techniques, and then create a more powerful breathing method that can adapt to all sword moves. This is a strong goal of his. Su Chen thought quietly for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, the sun in the forest was at noon, and the sunlight was strong and scorching. Su Chen's body was covered with a thin layer of sweat. And far away from him, Kawajima Jigoro and Zenitsu were still doing close master-disciple activities. Su Chen coughed, immediately breaking the beauty of intimacy. Ahem. Su Chen's voice was loud and long, and the two people in the distance heard Su Chen's voice at the same time. Then they stopped tacitly. Kawajima Jigoro stopped what he was doing. Zenitsu stopped crying. It's time to go, Zenitsu. Stop getting beaten up all the time and stop pretending. Kawajima Jigoro was stunned for a moment. Pretend. Then he saw Zenitsu suddenly stand up with a thunder and escape from his arms at the speed of light. This speed is completely different from when we first met. Kawajima Jigoro suddenly laughed. This evil disciple actually has such a hidden trick. He said unhappily. Why didn't you resist just now? Zenitsu said with a grin, because I want Grandpa to be happy. I can do anything as long as Grandpa doesn't commit seppuku. After listening to Zenitsu's words, Kawajima Jigoro lowered his eyes and suddenly felt inexplicably uncomfortable in his heart. Su Chen is right. What would happen if I rashly went to die and left Zenitsu behind? This old antique is really getting worse as he gets older. Old man, you are too old to go back. If there is any news about Kaigaku, I will let Zenitsu inform you. Su Chen shouted in the direction of Kawajima Jigoro. At first Kawajima Jigoro disagreed, but Su Chen and Zenitsu finally convinced Kawajima Jigoro. The main reason was that he couldn't beat Su Chen, so he had to compromise in the end. Advertised. On the way back, Zenitsu asked Su Chen, Lord Longzu, if Kaigaku is really found, do you really need to inform Grandpa? Su Chen asked back, what do you think? Zenitsu replied, I think we can solve it ourselves. With Lord Su Chen's ability, we can solve a. Su Chen interrupted directly. That's right, I'll leave it to you to solve it when the time comes. Zenitsu was stunned for 2 seconds, then panicked. Ah, are you kidding? This is Master Su Chen who can kill people. But Su Chen said seriously, I'm not kidding. What if everyone is locked in a mysterious space? What if the message can't be delivered? What if it's dangerous in there, and even Muzan, the Ghost King, is in there? Do you want your grandfather to come into such a dangerous place? He is already quite old. You don't really want him to go to the battlefield with a knife in hand, do you? No way, no way. Hey, seeing how timid you are, I should go back and call the old man back. No, Su Chen's move to turn back was strongly opposed by Zenitsu. Then Su Chen saw that Zenitsu, who was always timid, was crying and saying, I can do it too, no need to trouble Grandpa. I am also Grandpa's apprentice, I can also clean up the house, right? Zenitsu looked excited, but his tone was not very confident. Su Chen smiled and said, seriously, can you do it? Zenitsu shook his head subconsciously at first, but then nodded quickly. I can do it, I'm the best. Since my brother has turned into a ghost, such an unforgivable evil thing, I will put an end to it. Although Zenitsu said less this time than last time, he was a little more confident. Su Chen was not in a good mood as he listened to Zenitsu's bold words. Oh, that's great, he said a few simple perfunctory words, then turned around and went down the mountain with Zenitsu. But what Zenitsu didn't know was that the moment Su Chen turned his back to him, his eyes inexplicably became deeper. Demon Slayer Koro Yama. At the foot of Butterfly House Mountain. As the sun rose the next morning, Su Chen appeared in front of the door of the Butterfly House. After traveling with Zenitsu for a whole day yesterday, we parted ways at the foot of the Demon Slayer Core Mountain. Chapter 251 Contradiction. Zenitsu is going to find his friends, and says that he wants to prepare well for the next Hashira training, and strive to bring his strength to a higher level. Before opening the door, a burst of whispers reached Su Chen's ears. Have you heard? One of our people has turned into a ghost. Ah, who is it? It seems he's from the headquarters, and he's a swordsman who knows breathing techniques. Oh, who is it? I don't know, it seems he used the breath of thunder, and his strength is quite impressive. I don't know why someone with such potential would choose to be a ghost, it's really stupid. Ah, who is it? Hey, you know what? I heard there seems to be another person in the Demon Slayer Corps who is a demon. Ale, who is it? It is said that this man is the younger brother of Master Fengju, not Sichuan Genya. The guy who did the mission with me last time said that he saw him secretly eating meat by himself one time. Ah, you mean he ate alone without calling his teammates? No, do you know what he eats? What, ghost? Ah, the two people who were talking were startled, but the content of the conversation made Su Chen pause briefly. The two people inside continued to say, that guy was secretly eating ghosts by himself. How dare he do that? Is he really hungry? I don't know. My companion was also shocked that time and made the same sound as us. Ah, did he die then? He's not dead. Didn't he share this with me later? Then tell me quickly. The moment my companion fell, the demon eater over there also reacted, and my companion discovered that the other party's identity was Shinazugawa Genya. Ah, it's him. Don't disbelieve me. Genya was like a ghost at that time. His eyes were extremely bloodshot and his muscles were extremely exaggerated. When he saw my companion, he couldn't help drooling. It looks like this is a real ghost. Who said it wasn't true? Fortunately, my companion said that he had a strong aura and the other party ran away the moment he saw him. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Snap. There was a slight click from the lock of the butterfly house door. Then Su Chen appeared behind the door. The two people who were gossiping behind the door shut up immediately. When they saw that the person coming was Su Chen, their eyes suddenly lit up. Master Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. You guys leave. Advertisement. The two looked at each other when they heard this, and then reluctantly retreated. Goodbye, Master Su Chen. After seeing the two people leave, Su Chen's eyes flickered for a while, and no one knew what he was thinking. Really, I don't know what you guys want to do. Suddenly, a delicate cry came from under the floor. Then Su Chen heard the sound of feet stepping on wooden boards. It sounded like the sound was coming from the basement. Just then, a figure walked out of the door and appeared in front of Su Chen. This is Kochou Shinobu. Kochou Shinobu also noticed Su Chen, and his sullen face instantly turned into a smile. Hey, Su Chen, you're back. Su Chen nodded, his tone seemed quite calm. I'm back. Then he looked behind Su Chen. What happened just now? Oh, nothing. As if intentionally wanting to maintain a good image in front of Su Chen, Kochou Shinobu subconsciously smoothed the ends of her hair, and then said in a rather ladylike manner, it was just a dispute with a partner just now, it's nothing serious. Partner. Su Chen was stunned, and then he suddenly remembered. The partners that Kochou Shinobu mentioned should be Tamayo and Yushiro, right? But it's only been such a short time, the other party shouldn't have it yet, so there is only one possibility. Have you seen the cat? Su Chen asked tentatively. Kochou Shinobu looked surprised. How did you know? Yes, it turned out that Yu Shilang sent a kitten over. Cha Wan. Su Chen closed his eyes, and the perception compass in his mind began to consciously search for energy fluctuations around him. Sure enough, he sensed a tiny energy fluctuation in a subtle corner. It seems to be the direction that Cha Wan left. Su Chen opened his eyes and smiled at Kochou Shinobu, guessed. Kochou Shinobu punched Su Chen on the shoulder. You are such a naughty boy. Su Chen did not dodge, and Kochou Shinobu seemed to be in a better mood. His lips moved, but he swallowed the words back. Her red lips moved slightly, and she finally said, not really. If it's for everyone, I can still accept cooperating with ghosts. The only thing Su Chen cares about now is this butterfly house. Advertisement. Su Chen originally didn't want to use this ability. But for a genius like him, the field of transparency has become a part of his body, and sometimes he is in a state of physical and emotional self-protection. The time domain in Su Chen's eyes dimmed. It's really ridiculous when you think about it. I don't like it. She was not stupid, because this was not the first time Su Chen asked this question. Kochou Shinobu did not answer immediately. Is that so? Is it difficult for you to cooperate with ghosts? When you become stronger, so strong that there are no opponents around who are sufficiently equipped, you will be ahead by a huge margin. She looked at Su Chen's departing back, lost in thought. But there are also strong side effects. Kochou Shinobu was a bold and careful girl. When she saw Su Chen's actions, she immediately guessed that Su Chen had something to say. Su Chen thought that a sentence he had heard in his previous life was very good. He wanted to protect this house and everyone in it. There was one thing Su Chen didn't tell Kochou Shinobu, that is, people who have awakened the realm of transparency can perceive the other person's thoughts to a certain extent. That is, as you become stronger, you will feel confused, lose your emotions, and gradually lose your humanity. Kochou Shinobu was immediately confused. She didn't know what Su Chen was thinking. Because strictly speaking, he is also a ghost. His abilities are used subconsciously. The girl blinked, her beautiful eyelashes covered with morning mist, making her look like an otherworldly elf. This shows that Su Chen is very sensitive to this question, and that Su Chen is very dissatisfied with her previous answer, so Su Chen keeps asking this question. Only Kochou Shinobu was left with a dazed look on his face. What was your answer last time? What's wrong? Our master Su Chen seems to be worried. This is not like you. Su Chen was silent for a moment, then said, Xiao Ren. Same as Genya. It's okay. I'm going to go out for some fresh air. Isn't training about to start? I'll go and think about it. Su Chen simply said hello and walked out. Tragedy already has one Kochou Kanae, that's enough, there's no need to add another Kochou Shinobu. But Su Chen is not qualified to protect. Chapter 252 I will definitely cure Su Chen. Kochou adult. Suddenly, Kanzaki Aoi's shouting was heard outside the butterfly house. Kochou Shinobu looked over and saw Kanzaki Aoi running in a panic. Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but blink and asked curiously, what's wrong, Shaokui? Why are you running so fast? This is terrible, Master Shinobu. Kanzaki Aoi rushed directly in front of Kochou Shinobu, her voice reaching the sky. The sound was so loud that some saliva even sprayed directly on Kochou Shinobu's face. Kochou Shinobu touched his face helplessly and said helplessly, you are so old, why are you still so impatient when doing things? Kochou Shinobu's tone was full of blame. This made Kanzaki Aoi stunned. Nothing else. Because usually Kochou Shinobu-sama is very gentle to them, he would never look angry like he did today. What's more, he was still blaming her. If it had happened in the past, Kanzaki Aoi would never have seen this. It seems that Lord Kochou Shinobu is becoming more and more normal. Kanzaki Aoi couldn't help but think. Tell me, what's the matter? Su Chen just left and Kochou Shinobu was still wondering. Now Kanzaki Aoi ran into his trap. It would be strange if she wasn't depressed and angry. It's like this, Lord Kochou. Kanzaki Aoi panted, I heard that the Demon Slayer Corps has started a cleanup of the team. Well, then, Kochou Shinobu said, isn't this normal? Such a big thing happened last time, so it's normal for the team to check and calculate this time. No, Lord Kochou Shinobu, someone is investigating Lord Su Chen. What? Kochou Shinobu's expression changed. The delicate eyebrows were suddenly frowned. It's not that I suspect Su Chen, but why did the investigation fall on Su Chen's head? Su Chen is a member of the Butterfly House, and putting the investigation on Su Chen's head is just not giving face to Kochou Shinobu. Wait, Kochou Shinobu suddenly said, how did you know this? I don't know a single thing about this. Did you hear it from other gossips? Kanzaki Aoi explained, I heard it from one of our team members who was treating a disease before. Last time, there was a team member who came with Murata. After he arrived, he said that the Demon Slayer Corps was conducting an investigation recently. Kochou Shinobu frowned, and then the other party said that the Demon Slayer Corps recently questioned him. He heard that someone in the team was recently found to be a ghost. Kochou Shinobu frowned. Advertisement. Then he said that Shinazugawa's brother was also investigated recently. Kanzaki Aoi's expression was very unhappy. I heard that it was found out, it was a ghost. Ghost. Kochou Shinobu lowered his head and suddenly started thinking.
Shinazugawa Sanemi's younger brother, Shinazugawa Genya, is he a demon? Kochou Shinobu's brain went into a state of panic. He remembered that Shinazugawa Genya had come to him for treatment before. But he didn't tell the truth, and Kochou Shinobu didn't think much about it when he saw that the other party was able to walk in the sun. Could the other party be a ghost? Kochou Shinobu immediately thought of something. What does this have to do with Su Chen? Kanzaki Aoi's expression became serious. Some people said that they saw Master Su Chen turned into a ghost when they were in Duandao village. How is it possible? Kochou Shinobu suddenly became excited. We were all there at the time. How could Su Chen be a ghost? It can't be wrong. This is what the children of Duandao village said. Kochou Shinobu wanted to say something, but didn't open his mouth. Because she suddenly thought of the questions Su Chen had been asking her before. Is it difficult for you to cooperate with ghosts? Kochou Shinobu's face suddenly turned pale. She lowered her head, her mind full of what Su Chen had just said. The meaning of the words, which I never understood before, now seems so ironic. Could it be? No, that's impossible. How could Su Chen be a ghost? Xiao Kui, tell me what else you heard. Kochou Shinobu looked at Kanzaki Aoi, and his eyes, which were usually gentle, were now a little excited. Still a little anxious. Kanzaki Aoi knew that look. This was the look Kochou Shinobu showed the last time he lost his sister Kanae. Kanzaki Aoi once again told all the gossip that she had overheard while slacking off at work. Everything that happened since the Swordsmith village until now. Ghost Eater? Kochou Shinobu's expression gradually became numb. He kept repeating the word, Ghost Eater, in his mouth. Since Nezuko has a special case, then Su Chen should also have a special case. Advertisement. Maybe the Lord will interrogate Su Chen just like he interrogated Nezuko. Shinazugawa Genya had come to him for treatment before, but Kochou Shinobu had no way to treat this symptom. What did you say? Given Su Chen's keenness, perhaps he had known that this day would come. That's Tamayo. How she wanted to stay like this with Su Chen forever. Kochou Shinobu's brain digested this information rapidly. Kochou Shinobu was very anxious when he heard the news and immediately asked, where did Su Chen go? He went out. I don't know. Master Su Chen didn't say anything and just walked down the mountain. The inner situation is extremely complicated. There are also many people outside the door, saying they're here to look for Master Su Chen, and they are all carrying knives. Could it be that the headquarters sent people to arrest Su Chen? But there was one person who did. That's right, at this moment Kochou Shinobu already regards Su Chen as a relative. But will Su Chen agree? That's why he chose to leave before those people came. All this was within his plan. Precisely because he is Su Chen, he has no choice. No, it won't. Are you leaving our butterfly house? Oh no, Master Su Chen is gone. Kanzaki Aoi looked at Kochou Shinobu and couldn't help but said, actually, Master Shinobu, even if what they said is true, you know what kind of person Master Su Chen is. Kochou Shinobu's eyes twinkled a little. No, I have to develop a cure to turn Su Chen into a human. Thinking of this, Kochou Shinobu's expression couldn't help but become somewhat gloomy. At the entrance of the butterfly house, Kokyo, Kasumi, and Kane came running in one after another. The expressions on their faces were exactly the same as Kanzaki Aoi's before. That ghost. Kochou Shinobu said nothing. First of all, someone came to see Su Chen, and they were all carrying knives. The girl's soft and charming face was extremely pale, her eyes were wandering, and she was mumbling. No, it shouldn't. Although she knew about Nezuko's situation, it was still difficult for her to accept that her loved one had become a ghost. Su Chen, am I also part of your plan? Master Shinobu, where did Master Su Chen go? Why are so many people looking for Master Su Chen? Kochou Shinobu suddenly said firmly. Chapter 253 Breath of Light. Kochou Shinobu immediately walked down the stairs towards his laboratory. Seeing Kochou Shinobu leaving, Miracle Library immediately asked, Master Shinobu, what should we do with those people outside? Kochou Shinobu said without even turning his head, let them go. The sky was dark. Thick dark clouds covered the sky. Drops of rain, mixed with a few snowflakes, slowly fell towards the ground along the direction of the sky. Next to a mountain range, a young man sits under a waterfall. The rushing water fell from a cliff hundreds of feet high in an instant, creating a huge impact. But the boy was sitting under the waterfall, not a single movement. Such a character made the burly man next to him admire him very much. Donor Su Chen, your character is the best I have ever seen in the column. Is that so? Su Chen smiled faintly, but his tightly closed eyes did not even lift his eyelids. The rock pillar cried out in grief and clasped his hands together. Amitabha. Donor Su Chen, are you leaving? Su Chen calmly replied. How do you know? From your heart. Su Chen was stunned. Only then did I remember that rock pillars can also be transparent. Then can he also see some of my inner thoughts? The rock pillar said calmly. The Demon Slayer Corps has its own rules. Donor Su Chen is just doing an inspection. I believe everyone is willing to believe you. No, Su Chen replied. I just want to get some fresh air. I don't want to go through those meaningless tests. Then let's change the subject. How's your training preparation going? The rock pillar lowered his head slightly. I'm ready for the training, but I don't know if those kids can stick with it. Su Chen suddenly said, don't tell me your training is to wash the waterfall here, right? Yan Zhu was stunned, and he looked at Su Chen with some surprise. Although he couldn't see anything, Su Chen read a hint of surprise in the other person's lifeless eyes. Yes, this is exactly what I trained for, you guessed it right. The rock pillar couldn't help but rub his clasped hands together and said, is it really too difficult? But I train like this every day. If it doesn't work, I'll try another one. Su Chen shook his head. It's okay actually. After all, you are the last training level, so it's a good thing to be strict. In a duel between ghosts, the other party won't consider whether you have any difficulties. If you are not strong enough in your training, then when you encounter a ghost, you should just slit your throat and commit suicide as soon as possible. After listening to this, Yanju was thoughtful. After a while, Su Chen, who was washing under the waterfall, suddenly opened his eyes. Advertisement his body suddenly stopped, then the whole person flew towards the shore. Just now, after Su Chen came down the mountain, he came over and found the rock pillar, and then went straight to the point and asked to learn the rock breathing technique from him. Su Chen had saved Rock Pillar's master in the Swordsmith village before, so Rock Pillar agreed directly. Yanju didn't believe a word of the rumors that Su Chen was a ghost. After all, his apprentice has this kind of physique, and he knows that people with this physique can eat ghosts. Cannibalism? Don't be funny, if Genya dares to eat people, he will be the first to beat Genya. Su Chen watched the rock pillar perform the breathing of rock once, and then learned all of them. What's left now is for you to digest it yourself. At Yanju's suggestion, Su Chen also chose to meditate under the waterfall. The effect cannot be described as very good, but my concentration has indeed improved a lot. You are comprehending the breathing of rock. You have learned the breathing of rock. Open black lens bracket. You are in the process of enlightenment. Close black lens bracket. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The whole person came to the depths of his own memory palace again. The sky here began to split again. The original scene of 5 dragons dividing the country suddenly changed. Between the fire dragon and the water dragon, a space crack stretched for thousands of miles. A brown skyline appeared at the end of the sky. Next, there was a rock dragon. It has a pair of granite-looking horns on its head, 4 claws, and dark brown scales on its body. Now, I have collected all 5 breathing methods. Rock, fire, water, wind, thunder. Combine. Su Chen gave an order, and everyone in the sky was gone except the sun dragon. All the other dragons' territories merged together in an instant. The connected skylines began to melt away, and their respective skies became unified in color. Even the 5 dragons of different colors were under Su Chen's powerful mental control. Tightly adhered together. Its light. A brilliant light lit up from the place where the 5 dragons merge. Soon after, Rylong's territory merged with the territories of the other 5 dragons. Rylong narrowed his eyes slightly. A pair of eyes were fixed on the place where the 5 dragons merged, wanting to find out what was going on. Su Chen also looked up at the sky like Rylong. Logically speaking, the sun breathing technique evolved into 5 basic breathing techniques. Advertisement. So if Su Chen goes back through the 5 basic breathing methods, can he restore the sun breathing? Uncertain. Su Chen's answer is uncertain, because the derivative breathing methods of sun breathing are created based on the physiques of different people. Su Chen's breathing method is suitable for all body types. So what happens when you combine these 5 breathing techniques? Su Chen doesn't know, but he knew that this created breathing method must be more comprehensive, even more outrageous than the sun breathing method. Base. There was a dazzling flash of light in the sky. Then a dragon covered in golden light flew out from the clouds. It looked down upon everything and flew recklessly in the sky. Then it fell next to Rylong. The sun dragon and the light dragon stared at each other, and it seemed that their mental powers were secretly competing with each other. Su Chen felt that he could see the sparks in the air when the 2 people fought. Is this the beginning of the comparison? Su Chen stood below and watched the show without doing anything to stop it. Because he also wanted to know what the final result would be when comparing this new breathing method he created with the sun breathing method. Then Su Chen saw the answer. In the sky, the sun dragon and the light dragon looked at each other for a while. Rylong secretly withdrew his gaze. Rylong retreated. It was actually scared. Su Chen stared at this scene with great interest. It seems that the second breathing method I created is better than the sun breathing. In that case, I'll call you Breath of Light. Su Chen casually gave this breathing method a name. The next step should be a demonstration phase. Su Chen exited the memory palace. At the same time, next to the big mountain waterfall, a few scattered snowflakes were floating in the sky. Before he knew it, Su Chen was covered with a thick layer of snow. Ordinary people would have died in such a freezing environment. But Su Chen's body temperature was rising abnormally. Boom, in an instant. The snowflakes around Su Chen suddenly melted away. Su Chen opened his eyes. Chapter 254 Drama. A sharp sword light shot out from his eyes. In an instant, Su Chen pulled out the Nichiren blades from his waist. Several sword energies emanated from the Nichiren blades he wielded. The crystal clear snow floating in the sky was shattered by the sharp sword. In the snow, there is a young man holding Nichiren blades, as if dancing with the white snow scene. The rock pillar that was practicing under the cold spring water suddenly stopped. He suddenly raised his head and turned towards Su Chen. Although he was blind and could not see, he could still feel this incomparable and sharp aura. What is this breath? Yanju was extremely surprised. That's Su Chen's direction. Could it be that Su Chen did this? The rock pillar felt some familiarity in this breath, but more of it was strangeness. It felt familiar because he could faintly sense a hint of rock's breath inside. Moreover, there seemed to be the aura of other pillars' breathing methods. But together, it feels so strange. What a strange feeling. Rock pillar frowned. He is finding it increasingly difficult to understand Su Chen now. After about a quarter of an hour, Su Chen stopped what he was doing. Originally, due to the fierce momentum of his movements, not a single snowflake invaded the area within a radius of 10 meters. Now having stopped, the snowflakes continued to fall. Everything that just happened seemed to have never happened. Donor Su Chen, I wonder what kind of breathing method this is. In the distance, the rock pillar's shouts were heard. Su Chen looked calmly at the setting sun in the sky. The two of them practiced by the waterfall for an unknown period of time, and now the sun was slowly setting. But Su Chen's sword is still there. He has mastered his own unique power of light. Breath of light. Su Chen said slowly. The training of the Demon Slayer Corps was prepared very quickly. Advertisement soon, the training assembly order of the pillars was announced. Except for the Mist Pillar, the Insect Pillar, and the Dragon Pillar, other pillars have their own training. The first is the physical training of the Sound Pillar, then the Perseverance training of the Flame Pillar, the Flexibility training of the Love Pillar, the Swordsmanship training of the Snake Pillar, and the Unlimited Onslaught training of the Wind Pillar. And Waterfall training on Rock Pillars. Among them, Shaju was in a coma and unable to train. Changshi is busy preparing for cooperation with the Mayo to create a drug that can turn ghosts into humans again, so he has no time. As for the Dragon Pillar Su Chen, no one knew where he had gone. Some people heard that Su Chen would occasionally return to Butterfly House, and the rest of the time he would stay alone on a hill, studying some problems on his own. No one could capture his exact location. No one knows how strong Su Chen is now. The name of the Dragon Pillar is a thrilling existence in everyone's ears. Su Chen proves himself with his own achievements. The previous rumor about Su Chen being a ghost was also stopped by the sudden comeback of Yubayashiki Kagaya. With the intervention of Rock Pillar, the matter was finally stopped. But there are still some voices within the team. In short, the fact that Su Chen is a ghost has caused quite a bit of impact within the Demon Slayer Corps. In the Yubayashiki residence, Yubayashiki Kagaya, Mrs. Amane, and Rock Pillar are having a meeting. Yubayashiki Kagaya got straight to the point and said, Beimingayu, do you know who started the recent rumor that Su Chen is a ghost? Yenju shook his head, tears streaming down his face. I don't know, it's so sad. I didn't expect that Su Chen would be wronged by others. Mrs. Amane at the side couldn't help but say, maybe there is a problem inside again, just like the last Kaigaku incident. Yubayashiki Kagaya thought for a long time. I can't rule out this possibility, but I think it's the action of a ghost. Ghost? Mrs. Amane was stunned. But how is this possible? This is the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. It has not been exposed in 1,000 years. Could it be that the ghost has sneaked into the interior? No, it should be our internal problem. Yubayashiki Kagaya thought very thoroughly. Some rumors must have spread. I will handle this matter, so you don't have to deal with it. Although some rumors leaked out yesterday. But most people are actually the same as Rock Pillar, and none of them think that Yubayashiki Kagaya will be okay. The Rock Pillar is unbelieving. Among the pillars, his significance to Yubayashiki Kagaya is different from that of the other pillars. How could there be a turnaround? Advertisement. So Mrs. Amane spoke on behalf of Yubayashiki Kagaya. Lecture. There are currently only 3 people in the small house, Rock Pillar, Yubayashiki Kagaya, and Mrs. Amane. But my lord, are you really okay? About killing the upper rank? Yubayashiki Kagaya said slowly, Su Chen's ability is obvious to all, but we can't let Su Chen take on so much alone. So here comes the Rock Pillar. The Rock Pillar still looks incredulous until now. By the way, how is the training arrangement for the pillars going? Mrs. Amane asked curiously, what is the lecture about? Be sure to put Su Chen's training last. It would be even better if you can give a lecture. Then he heard Su Chen's name. Yubayashiki Kagaya suddenly looked at the Rock Pillar and couldn't help asking. Rock Pillar replied, it's almost done, but I don't know what Su Chen's training is yet. So there are some things that only the Rock Pillar knows. What's going on? It is an explanation about the training meeting of the Demon Slayer Corps. The Rock Pillar used the transparent world to sense the vitality of the other party's body. He already knew that Yubayashiki Kagaya's health was already seriously ill. Mrs. Amane nodded, but it's a bit too much trouble for him. I just asked him for help yesterday. He discovered that his lord not only did not feel weak, but his life force seemed even stronger. With these doubts in mind, Rockpillar couldn't help but ask Yubayashiki Kagaya this question. So what I'm thinking of is to let Su Chen hold a lecture so that everyone can listen to Su Chen's teachings and improve the overall strength of our Demon Slayer Corps. The next moment, the Rockpillar received a crow summon from Lady Amane. During this period, Mrs. Amane has been managing the Demon Slayer Corps on behalf of Yubayashiki Kagaya, and Yubayashiki Kagaya has been seriously ill. So the Yubayashiki couple staged a drama again, because yesterday, he heard from others that the Lord's health had improved. Is it possible that the Lord has really gotten better? I think it's good. Yubayashiki Kagaya looked at Mrs. Amane's hesitant look and patted her. It's okay, you can talk. From the number of people, it can be seen that Rockpillar indeed has a special place in Yubayashiki Kagaya's heart. Gradually, this denial began to turn into doubt. Chapter 255, Just a Minor Injury. Mrs. Amane still manages the Demon Slayer Corps on behalf of Yubayashiki Kagaya, and Yubayashiki Kagaya still remains weak. They are fishing. In response to Rockpillar's question, Lady Amane replied, My child, your lord's health has indeed improved, and he has the same markings as you have. Brown? The Rockpillar was suddenly shocked when he heard this. Because he had heard Su Chen say before that anyone who awakened the markings would not live past their 20s. As if he had seen through Rockpillar's concerns, Kagaya, the product husband, took the initiative to say, It's okay. I know my body. Su Chen said there is a way to deal with it later. Besides, you are also aware of my physical condition before. The current situation is much better than before. After hearing this, the Rockpillar remained silent. He finally understood. Su Chen first activated the Lord's markings using some unknown means, and then forcibly increased the Lord's vitality. But can't you escape this disaster in your 20s? But the situation is indeed as Yubayashiki Kagaya said, the current situation is much better than before. Su Chen did another big thing. The Rockpillar clasped his hands together and said sincerely, Su Chen is the hero of our Demon Slayer Corps. Now someone is tarnishing our hero. As a pillar, I should take action. My lord, please leave this matter to me. I will definitely find out the reason behind it. Yubayashiki Kagaya nodded slightly, then I'll trouble you. Time flies. A few days later, all the pillars who had completed their missions returned to the Demon Slayer Corps base. I also gradually heard about the training that was going to begin. At the same time, they also heard about another thing, which was the recent scandal involving Su Chen. The sun was shining high in the sky, and bright rays of sunshine were pouring down from the dome of the sky. However, since the season has completely changed, it is still freezing cold in the mountains, and many members of the Demon Slayer Corps have changed into winter clothes to resist the biting cold of winter. Outside the butterfly house, a figure stopped outside and gently knocked on the door of the butterfly house. Kanzaki Aoi hurried to the door, opened it, and after seeing the identity of the person who came, he immediately said, Snake Pillar Master, why are you here? Snake Pillar had an indifferent expression on his face and wore his signature black and white vertical striped plaid shirt. On the neck, a transparent dysprosium ball was wrapped around the Snake Pillar's neck, blinking from time to time with a look of curiosity. Iguro Obanai said indifferently, I'll get the medicine.
Kanzaki Aoi briefly glanced at Iguro Obanai's body, then asked curiously, Snake Pillar Master, are you injured? Advertisement. Iguro Obanai shook his head slowly. It's not me, it's Kabiramaru. After saying that, the snake on Iguro Obanai's neck cooperated by spitting out its tongue, and then openly showed the wounds on its body. Only then did Kanzaki Aoi discover that there was a small cut on the back of the snake, as if it had been scratched by something. Kanzaki Aoi looked suddenly enlightened. It seems that Lord Snake Pillar still loves his little snake so much. Zu, who didn't say a word when he was stabbed, only had a small cut on his snake, so he hurried to the butterfly house for treatment. Kanzaki Aoi brought the snake pillar into the house. The two walked one after the other in the corridor of the butterfly house. When the snake pillar walked, he always looked around vaguely. After a long time, he suddenly asked, Su Chen, where have you been? Kanzaki Aoi turned around and said, Master Su Chen has been practicing hard recently and rarely comes back. He should not be here at this point. Penance. Iguro Obanai narrowed his eyes. What the hell is Su Chen doing again? Iguro Obanai has been hearing news about Su Chen so much recently that his ears are almost calloused. But he was still very curious about the content of the news. For example, a new breathing method, or a big event in the Swordsmith village. He also heard that Su Chen had a fight with one of the upper ranks of 12 Kazuki. Iguro Obanai went from disdain at first, to confusion, doubt, curiosity, and finally shock. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer, so he ran over to ask Su Chen on the pretext of Dewan's injury. How did you do it? But the result disappointed Iguro Obanai. After coming here, I haven't seen any trace of Su Chen. Boast. Suddenly, Iguro Obanai and the Kabamaru around his neck raised their heads at the same time. Who? Their eyes all looked in the same direction in the butterfly house yard. It turned out that the person who came was Su Chen. Su Chen. Adult Su Chen. Kanzaki Aoi also discovered Su Chen at the same time. Su Chen has rarely returned to Butterfly House recently. Of course, Su Chen said on the surface that he was practicing recently, and he might have come back less often. Advertisement. Then he hurried out. Every time I come back, I have dark circles under my eyes. The purpose of coming back is basically to sleep. At first Kanzaki Aoi didn't suspect anything. But recently she found that Kochou Shinobu's performance was not right. He spends the whole day in the laboratory, tinkering with something, and he rarely even comes out to see his patients. Some members of the Demon Slayer Corps were still dissatisfied and went to the Lord's house to complain. Only then did Kanzaki Aoi understand. Is there a rift between Su Chen and his Lord Shinobi? Is it like the legendary bickering, or a quarrel between lovers? Of course, these were not things that a country maid like her who washed sheets could inquire about. She just needs to do her part. Su Chen jumped over the yard and said calmly after seeing the person coming, "Oh, it's Xiaobane." The young man dusted himself off calmly, looking a little tired. "I guess I didn't rest well last night. Where have you been?" Xiaobane looked at Su Chen who suddenly returned, and after thinking for a long time, she only asked this question.
I went to the mountains to have some fun and test out my new breathing technique. A new breathing method? Xiaobane's eyes sparkled. One of the reasons for his coming here was to see Su Chen's new breathing method. After all, Su Chen is now a ruthless member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and has killed many upper-ranked demons in succession. Xiaobane has always been curious about why Su Chen was able to kill the upper ranks. It can't be a simple crushing, right? So Xiaobane thought that Su Chen must have other means and secrets. And this is exactly the reason why Su Chen can kill the upper rank. Can you show me your new breathing technique? Xiaobane spoke a little embarrassedly. How to put it, because of some unpleasant things that happened before, his relationship with Su Chen was not very good. Even though it was one-sided, Xiaobane still felt a little uncomfortable. At this time, Kanzaki Aoi looked at Obane curiously and asked curiously, Snake Pillar Master, aren't you here to treat the injuries of the low-level Cabana? Xiaobane waved his hand decisively, it's okay, just a minor injury. Sunmaru. Chapter 256. Snake Pillar Xiaobane looked at Su Chen, how about it? Su Chen, if you practice it, the previous grudge between you and me will be written off. Su Chen smiled but said nothing, can't you just let me take a look? Su Chen. No, the Snake Pillar was at a loss. Why? Su Chen. Aren't you here to see a doctor? Why are you thinking about my breathing method? The Snake Pillar was suddenly speechless. Isn't this just curiosity? However, the Snake Pillar, who is trying to save face, chooses not to say it out loud. Then why did you come back? The Snake Pillar said curiously. Come back for treatment. Treatment? Now it was Snake Pillar's turn to be curious. Come back for treatment, what illness? At this moment, the Snake Pillar subconsciously looked at his Kabiramaru. As a result, Su Chen didn't even look at Iguro Obanai, but walked straight to the front hall of the Butterfly House. There it is. Kanzaki always saw the direction Su Chen was heading and followed him subconsciously. The Snake Pillar was originally following Kanzaki Aoi to see Kabiramaru, and the second target, Su Chen, also left, so he followed him. Su Chen walked around the front yard and went directly to the treatment room. Here, many patients are chatting and discussing whether Kochou Shinobu will cure their illnesses today. Many people are unaware that the Insect Pillar has been busy with experiments recently. Many sick and injured people who come here can only be hospitalized and receive the most basic treatment, but they can never see Kochou Shinobu. That means you can't see the attending physician. This made the patients very anxious, but they had no choice but to come here every day and try their luck to see if Lord Kochou would go out today. Fortunately, there have been no ghosts recently, and most of the team members who came here only had minor injuries. There is basically no such thing as broken waists or missing intestines. Most of them can be solved by just bandaging. Hey, what do you think Kochou-sama is doing these days? Why can't I see him around? I don't know. I've been queuing here for 2 days, but I haven't seen anyone. There are only a few girls applying bandages. Although there aren't many casualties recently, they seem to be too busy to handle it. No, don't you know? What's going on with Kochou-sama recently? Advertisement. What? As if their interest was aroused, the people discussing the matter immediately looked at the person who said the last sentence. The man continued, I heard that Lord Kochou was angry because he was heartbroken. Lost love. Someone exclaimed, what the hell are you talking about, kid? When did Lord Kochou start dating? You don't understand this, don't you? Lord Kochou has been with Lord Su Chen for a long time, don't you know? This. I really don't think I know this. FK, I figured it out. Several people stared at each other, that should be the case. I heard a few days ago that Master Su Chen didn't come home at night and often went out. Yes, I remember those female team members were running here every day a few days ago. Now Master Su Chen is not here, I feel that this place is a lot quieter. That's right, I saw a few female team members looking for something on the mountain today. It turns out they were looking for Master Su Chen. The discussion between them became louder and louder until it reached Su Chen's ears. Su Chen looked up at the hall expressionlessly. I saw a bunch of patients waiting for treatment. He said nothing, but sat directly on the examination table where Kochou Shinobu had sat before, and said, everyone who wants to see a doctor, come here. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the lobby. What is that? Someone exclaimed. More and more people looked towards Su Chen's position, and when they recognized Su Chen's identity, everyone's eyes slowly widened.
Su Chen. Su Chen is the big man. Su Chen. Why are you looking at me? Don't you want to see the doctor? Have a look. Someone immediately came over with a smile on his face. Then Su Chen started his day of seeing patients. At the same time, I began to feel doubtful. What is Kochou Shinobu doing recently? With so many people lined up here, why doesn't he come out to take care of it? In fact, Su Chen still wanted to be conservative. If he had come here a few days ago, he would have found that the number of people was actually much larger than today. Behind the lobby, Kanzaki Aoi and the snake pillar hurried over. When they saw Su Chen being treated, they had different thoughts in their minds. Kanzaki Aoi was thinking that Lord Su Chen had been away for so long, and this time he came back specifically to solve the patient's problem. Lord Su Chen is so responsible. The snake pillar was confused. Advertisement. Su Chen, why did you come back to get treatment? The snake pillar naturally felt it as well. The snake pillar spoke calmly. Good, but he won't spoil them like Su Chen. He turned his head and kept his eyes fixed on Su Chen. He said, my cabana is injured, I need to see a doctor. The snake pillar looked into Su Chen's eyes calmly. For example, training, passing on your experience in defeating the upper ranks to us. The people in the back line applauded. Su Chen shook his head and said, but I think it's just as important for me to see a doctor here. The snake pillar shook his head. I just think that you shouldn't be treating patients here. You should make some other contributions to the Demon Slayer Corps. But you seem a little sick. Su Chen looked at Shezu's face, which looked as if it had been cut by a knife. The boy's eyes were fixed on the bandage on his face, as if he could see through everything. Because of the rumors a few days ago, Su Chen was full of doubts within the Demon Slayer Corps, and some people doubted Su Chen's true identity. Xiaobane. But what? The next moment, the snake pillar sat down with a clang. As the snake pillar spoke, an inexplicably powerful aura spread across the venue. Su Chen. For example. Su Chen. What's up? That is, the behavior of the snake pillar undoubtedly aroused the dissatisfaction of the people behind him. Instead, he turned his head and said gloomily, you guys, when you get a little scratch, you run over here crying and screaming for a doctor. Do you think you're a man? But Su Chen shook his head. It's not sick, but. The snake pillar was silent for a moment. However, some people had doubts, and some even left the team directly. So, snake pillar ran over and cut in line and stood in front of Su Chen. The people in the queue at the back suddenly fell silent, and the few people who were talking loudly just now were now as timid as grandsons. I think what Su Chen said is right because they have been queuing here for several days. Snake pillar noticed the other party's gaze and asked unnaturally, what did you find? Su Chen was amused. Why are you sitting down? Or do you want to go against me, the pillar? But one thing is certain. Didn't he hear that Su Chen went out to practice breathing techniques? After a moment, he said quietly, okay, if you want to be cured, it's up to you. The snake pillar took the dartfish ball off his neck and placed it on the table. Chapter 257 Teachings. You've hurt your jaw. The snake pillar was stunned. He didn't expect that Su Chen could see his old illness so easily. This couldn't help but bring back some not so nice memories for the snake pillar. No, don't look at this. Snake Pillar's voice was not very natural, and Su Chen could easily detect a hint of panic in the other party's tone. There is even a hint of escape. Watching the snake pillar stand up as if he was about to leave, Su Chen spoke again. Really, you seem to have another disease. Snake pillar subconsciously asked. What disease? Su Chen smiled and said, lovesickness. The snake pillar was stunned again. He looked at Su Chen in disbelief, only to find that the latter gave him a meaningful look. Thinking of the recent rumors about Su Chen and Kochou Shinobu, Iguro Obanai struggled for a while, but then he sat back down. Please enlighten me, sir. Xiaobane's tone was sincere, completely different from his previous rebellious appearance. This scene directly shocked Kanzaki Aoi, who was standing behind Su Chen. What's going on? Didn't Lord Snake Pillar just have an expression that said he was displeased with everyone? How come you surrendered to our Lord Su Chen so quickly? But only Su Chen and Xiaobane himself knew why he acted like that. That's because Obanai had heard the news that Su Chen and Kochou Shinobu were together a long time ago, and heard that they were very sweet and happy in Butterfly House. Xiaobane couldn't help but think of herself. He thought Kochou Shinobu should be hard to catch. Although Kochou Shinobu is always smiling and gives people a very easygoing feeling, Obanai knows. Kochou Shinobu is actually very violent inside, and is very defensive against both humans and demons. So Su Chen actually caught up with such a tricky girl. What does this mean? This shows that Su Chen is very talented in killing ghosts, but he is even better at picking up girls. So, in order to pursue Kanroji Mitsuri, Iguro Obanai simply lowered his noble head. Choose to ask Su Chen for experience. Advertisement. Su Chen smiled faintly. Why, do you know your condition? Xiaobane nodded repeatedly. I know, do you have a way to crack it? Su Chen. Yes, but I haven't been out for a long time. Xiaobane immediately understood. Don't worry, my name of Zhu can also be put under the name of Diwu. The meaning of this sentence is self-evident. Wherever the name of the pillar is hung, that place can receive more funding. The consultation fee this time was quite high. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you succeeded in impressing me with your sincerity. But you can only choose one between using this money to treat your face and fulfilling your dream. I don't know what you will choose. Can you still heal my face? The snake pillar was surprised. Although he had guessed early on that Su Chen might know something. But he didn't expect Su Chen to say it directly, and he was sure that he could cure it. At this moment, he was in a dilemma. But this hesitant thought only lasted for a moment and then disappeared without a trace. I choose to dream. Su Chen nodded, then looked at the dysprosium ball on the table. What about its injuries? Hearing this, Dewan, who was lying on the table, looked towards Xiaobane with anticipation. But Xiaobane said without turning back, I choose my dream. Azuma. Su Chen smiled. I didn't expect you to be so persistent. Then I'll tell you. The snake pillar perked up and sat up straight. Please enlighten me. It's simple. You don't have to do anything. Just express your feelings directly. Obanai asked. No buddy, are you a professional? What kind of military advisor would teach people to attack directly when they arrive at a door? At this moment, Xiaobane didn't know what to say, and Su Chen just said it in front of so many people. This caused a murmur to be heard from the back of the crowd. What? Lord Snake Pillar wants to confess his feelings. Who is it? Advertisement. Who does Snake-sama like? Is it a female member of our team? Could it be Shinobu-sama too? Who is it? If it is really Lord Shinobu, then Lord Snake Pillar will be in trouble. Lord Su Chen will definitely not tolerate it. A bloody storm is bound to break out here. Who is it? Iguro Obanai turned back indifferently, and when those who liked to gossip met Obanai's eyes, their voices suddenly disappeared. Xiaobane turned around and looked at Su Chen. The two looked at each other for a moment, and finally Xiaobane slowly stood up. I understand, goodbye. Xiaobane walked very quickly. He didn't know if Su Chen's words were right or not. But he was not stupid and he quickly came up with a guess. Could it be that Kanroji Mitsuri likes me too? Thinking of this, the young man with different eye color began to walk unsteadily, and his whole body seemed to be shaky. No way, no way. It seems like this is really possible. Wait until the snake pillar goes away. Kanzaki Aoi, who was standing behind Su Chen, looked curious. Sir Su Chen, who does snake pillar sama like? Who is he going to confess to? How would I know? I'll know when I see you. Su Chen said casually. But Kanzaki Aoi said seriously. No, Master Su Chen, you don't look happy. Could it really be Master Kochou? Su Chen. Huh, Kanzaki Aoi, it seems so. I was thinking about it when those people were whispering just now. It seems to be just as I expected. Su Chen. Well, as long as you are happy. Kanzaki Aoi. But you don't have to worry too much, Master Su Chen. Because Master Kochou only has Master Su Chen in his heart, Master Kochou can no longer accommodate anyone else. Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen's silent expression, Kanzaki Aoi said mysteriously, it's true, Master Su Chen, I didn't lie to you. Master Kochou has been absent-minded recently. He has buried himself in the laboratory all day long just for Master Su Chen. Su Chen is now curious. For me. How do you mean? Kanzaki Aoi nodded, then whispered in Su Chen's ear. Of course, Lord Kochou has been working day and night to research a reagent that can turn ghosts back into humans. Su Chen's heart moved. It seems that the plot is still the same as before. Kochou Shinobu finally chooses to cooperate with Tamayo, and then this pair of best MVPs creates a drug that turns Muzan back into a human and makes Muzan age. This was within Su Chen's expectations. However, Kanzaki Aoi's next words made Su Chen freeze in place. Ms. Kochou hopes that Mr. Su Chen can change back, so she chose to cooperate with the ghost. In fact, she has always hoped that Mr. Su Chen can change back. Chapter 258 Tokido wakes up. Kanzaki Aoi said seriously, and we don't believe that Master Su Chen is a ghost, and even if Master Su Chen is, we believe that Master Su Chen is a good person. These have been the case since the day you saved Butterfly House. Kanzaki Aoi's words were serious, which warmed Su Chen's heart. At the same time, the boy couldn't help but ask, Kochou, is it really so? Someone come quickly. Inside the Butterfly House, Zhao Qing's voice instantly penetrated the wall, and the sound spread directly from the inpatient room in the inner room to the front desk. Master Tokido is awake. Name, Tokido, Muichiro. Age, 14. Identity, the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kasumi. No problem. In the room behind the Butterfly House. Su Chen, Kanzaki Aoi, Zhao Qing, Xiaocheng and Xiao Kaihui sat in front of a white hospital bed, looking at each other with sharp eyes. The person lying on the bed was Tokido Muichiro, who had been in a coma for several days. Now Tokido Muichiro just felt a little dazed, as if his whole body was light and floating. But in Su Chen's opinion, as long as he could wake up, everything was fine. After Su Chen asked Tokido these questions, he put one hand directly on Tokitu's head. What followed was the same operation as that which took place at the Ubuyashiki Kagaya residence. Open black lens bracket. You have entered the realm of time. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. A transparent world appears before your eyes. Close black lens bracket. After a moment, black cloud-like lines suddenly appeared on Tokitu's body. Tokido Muichiru's spirits suddenly lifted. It's really exciting. Su Chen said calmly. Don't think about things that you can't figure out recently. There are many mysteries in your head, but don't worry, they will automatically emerge when the time comes. Tokido opened his lifeless eyes and asked curiously, can you see the memories in my head? Su Chen. Yes, but you have locked those memories yourself. Can you open it? There was a glimmer of hope in Tokuto's eyes. It can be said that half of the reason he joined the Demon Slayer Corps was to unlock his past memories. Advertisement. Because he felt that there was a very important person in his memory. But now, he is gone. Don't worry. Su Chen comforted him. I have just helped you loosen the lock in your head a little. These memories will slowly come back. If you remember everything at once, it will cause you pain, and in serious cases you may fall into a coma again. Hearing this, Tokito nodded. He may not listen to others, but he will definitely listen to Su Chen. There is no other reason. Because Su Chen is kind. Seeing Tokito agreed, Su Chen didn't say much. He stood up and walked towards the door. Kanzaki Aoi looked at Su Chen after he went out and said nothing. Just when Su Chen was about to leave the butterfly house, a graceful girl in white stopped him. Su Chen said, Kanao, if you don't go to training, why are you stopping me? Kanao blinked his smart eyes, pursed his lips and said, Su Chen, are you going to leave the butterfly house again? Su Chen shook his head. No, I just went out for training and I have some new insights recently. Do we have to leave the butterfly house to train? Su Chen wanted to say something, but after seeing Kanao's stubborn eyes, he slowly closed his mouth. So, Su Chen is avoiding us. Kanao stared at Su Chen closely, his eyes seemed to pierce through him. Did Kanao do something wrong? Su Chen, tell me, Kanao promises he can change it. Su Chen closed his eyes and said calmly, Kanao, you don't have to change anything, it's just a recent rumor. Is it because Su Chen is a ghost? Kanao's mind worked quickly and he almost instantly figured out why Su Chen left. So the shy girl stood on tiptoe and suddenly hugged Su Chen. The girl's unique floral scent wafted into Su Chen's nose, and the smell made Su Chen feel dazed for a moment. He seemed to be back to the time when he first met Kanao. The other person's innocence, kindness, and caution. All of it was reproduced in Su Chen's mind once again. Slowly, a long-lost feeling crawled into Su Chen's heart like a worm. That's a feeling of peace of mind. The taste of home. Su Chen took a look at the laboratory where Kochou Shinobu was conducting the experiment, and then returned to his own room. Su Chen touched the other person's head lovingly. Yes, what's wrong? Advertisement. Kanao hugged Su Chen and said, what is Su Chen's training? I want to join Master Su Chen's training first. The white one is eerie, the red one is enchanting. With his brows furrowed, it was extremely difficult for him to just stand. Then he touched the other person's head and said, training will start in a few days, go train quickly. If you look closely at his face, you will find that Su Chen's lips have begun to turn slightly pale. Kanao sighed softly, what should I do then? It was getting darker and the hazy night had already filled the sky. Noticing that the other party still showed no sign of letting go, Su Chen said helplessly, I will leave, dear. Yes, breathing method. Teach everyone to learn the breathing method that suits them. Then she lowered her head again, like a child who had done something wrong. One afternoon. Instead, it's the same routine every day, seeing doctors, receiving treatment, and occasionally guiding Kanao in sword practice as before. Su Chen consoled him, Kanao can help me think about what I should train. Okay. Kanao smiled sweetly. He stood outside the door of the butterfly house. Hearing this, Kanao's eyes lit up, then Su Chen will teach everyone how to breathe. At noon, Su Chen left the butterfly house. Kanao, holding a wooden sword, suddenly ran over excitedly and asked Su Chen. Open black lens bracket, open the time domain. Close black lens bracket. Su Chen's tense body slowly relaxed, and after a moment's hesitation, he gently raised his head and hugged the other person. Kanao received her teaching last time and felt that the revised version of flower breathing was a great improvement for her, so she felt that she was very talented in discovering students' talents. Su Chen slowly closed his eyes. Su Chen said silently, I haven't thought about it yet. That night, Su Chen did what he promised Kanao and he did not leave the butterfly house. But after a while, his lips would turn red again. And in the following days, Su Chen did not leave. Su Chen understood. Kanao then let go of her hand and reluctantly looked away. Su Chen smiled faintly. Okay, I'll listen to Kanao. Su Chen comforted her a little, and then the girl returned to her room along the same path. Outside the window, Su Chen, I heard that Ju's training is about to begin. Breathing technique. Chapter 259 Out of control. Open black lens bracket. A transparent world appears in front of you. Close black lens bracket. This time, Su Chen used his eyes to examine his entire body. Just like the last time I gave Ubuyashiki Kagaya a full-body X-ray. Su Chen looked at himself from head to toe. Then he found that his blood was circulating faster. The lungs rise and fall faster, oxygen absorption increases, and every organ in the body begins to function at an astonishing speed. The oxygen consumption of organs such as the spleen, liver, and intestines increases dramatically. The oxygen transported in the blood is totally insufficient, and Su Chen can only continuously increase the amount of oxygen absorbed by fully concentrating. However, there may still be occasional brief periods of insufficient oxygen supply. This is why Su Chen's face occasionally turns pale. Su Chen's eyes were deep. You checked your body and found that your body is evolving at an astonishing speed. Closing square bracket. Your body seems unable to withstand this kind of evolution, and your body begins to wail. Closing square bracket. You think your body is becoming more and more like a ghost, and you begin to crave blood. You wish for blood, You wish for blood, you wish for blood, you wish for blood, you wish for blood. Su Chen opened his eyes. A strange scarlet glow bloomed in his eyes. At this moment, he finally realized that he had seriously underestimated the ability of Muzan's blood. Muzan is not scary. What's scary is Su Chen's own talent. The moment Muzan's blood entered Su Chen's body, evolution actually began. In the beginning, he obtained the blood of the Shinazugawa family, and then he obtained the blood of the Akaza family. Su Chen's blood has already completed an evolution after obtaining Muzan's blood from Akaza's body. And ever since Muzan's blood entered Su Chen's body, this evolution has already begun. Su Chen stared at his hands in a daze. On his arms, there were distinct fuzzy muscles with exposed veins, which seemed to be full of power. There is a bloodiness in his whole body. That's right, blood is evolving in Su Chen's body. It has now begun to affect Su Chen's internal organs. Su Chen breathed in deep gulps of the fresh air in the mountains and forests to satisfy his need for oxygen. But that's not enough. Su Chen could clearly feel the changes in his body. Fast, too fast. He needs more oxygen, maybe even blood. Advertisement. Su Chen had a hunch that he might become the Ghost King faster than Muzan. Because his body also possesses the characteristic of extraordinary comprehension. Damn it. Su Chen swore for once. He raised his head with a grim expression and looked at Diwu deeply. He is leaving again. Because he didn't want the people in the butterfly house to see this side of himself. At least until I fully master this power. But just as Su Chen was about to turn around and leave, a familiar white figure reappeared in front of him. She is Kanao. Before Su Chen could say anything, Kanao rushed over and hugged Su Chen. Outside the walls of the butterfly house, at the edge of the forest. The girl's body fragrance once again covered Su Chen's nose. Su Chen, who was gasping for breath, took a deep breath. What I smelled was exactly the faint floral scent on Kanao. A hint of ferocity appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Fragrant. It smells so good. At this moment, Kanao was like meat forcing its way into Su Chen's mouth. The girl's blood seemed to flow out of her skin, generating a unique fragrance that gradually formed into a poisonous snake, drilling into Su Chen's nasal cavity and seducing him fiercely. Desire and rationality struggled in Su Chen's brain. After a moment, Su Chen pushed Kanao away fiercely. Back off. But Kanao is also a stubborn person. Without saying a word, he stood up and hugged Su Chen. Su Chen shouted angrily this time, "Stay away from me." Su Chen used 3 points of strength this time, but still failed to push Kanao away. This time, because Kanao held him for too long, Su Chen could no longer hold back. The veins on his hands began to show. The expression on his face began to become uncontrollably ferocious. Just when Su Chen's hand was about to break free from his control, 2 crystal tears suddenly fell on Su Chen's palm. After his scorching hot hands felt a little bit of coolness, Su Chen was stunned. These tears are cold. He slowly lowered his head and focused his eyes on Kanao. I saw Kanao's big tears falling down. Advertisement. Su Chen hasn't felt this way for a long time. Su Chen could understand the meaning of the other person's eyes. Su Chen's face flushed instantly. If the previous feeling was that his heartbeat speeded up, the speed of blood circulation also increased. I can't bear to leave you. Kanao didn't say anything, but instead held him even tighter with his hands. That look seemed to say, this time, let me save you. At the same time, he muttered, Kanao, has the training of the Hashirashu started? Su Chen fell silent. Kanao wiped the remaining tears from the corners of his eyes, looked in the direction Su Chen was looking, thought for a moment and said, it started the day before yesterday. He fell ill, just like himself before, and then locked himself up. Su Chen suddenly raised his head and looked in one direction. It makes one's whole body swell up, as if it is about to explode and die in the next moment. Kanao, crying. Kanao's eyes were red. She raised her head, and her watery eyes looked at the other person quietly. As for whether she had done it or not, she didn't know and didn't want to know. But she knew that all she had to do was do it. She wanted to help Su Chen get out of the abyss. Su Chen's pupils shrank slightly when he recalled the original plot. Really, now it feels like all the blood in my body is boiling. The haze that had been weighing on Su Chen's heart disappeared. Did Kanao do something wrong? Kanao can change. Please don't leave. Kanao spoke, his tone slightly hoarse, his voice as distressing as a broken lark. Su Chen, are you really not leaving? Kanao already understood. The reason why Su Chen left Butterfly House frequently before was because of his own reasons. This feeling is like the spring sunshine, shining down and making people feel relaxed and happy. Su Chen hugged Kanao with his backhand and said softly, it's okay, I won't leave. But at this moment, the blood in Su Chen's body began to circulate faster again. It is the long-lost warmth. The restlessness in the body gradually subsided, and a unique warmth spread throughout the body. The air gradually became moist, and a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Su Chen nodded. Really? Kanao didn't want Su Chen to lock himself up and figure out a solution on his own. Su Chen, why are you leaving? Some tears fell on the ground, some tears wet her clothes, and some tears fell into Su Chen's palms. Chapter 260. How so? Su Chen was undoubtedly shocked to the extreme. Because just now, he suddenly felt the blood in his body boiling. That is the smell of meeting someone of your own kind. Su Chen's blood was obtained from Muzan. In other words, what Su Chen felt now was the breath of a ghost. And this breath is very powerful. The identity is easy to guess, because there are only 3 ghosts left. Doma, Kokushibo, Muzan. Su Chen was also clear about the strength of Doma and Kokushibo, and it was absolutely impossible for the other party to have such a level of strength. Doma is totally irrelevant. Kokushibo was just a little bit behind. The last time Su Chen and Kokushibo fought, Su Chen had some confidence in the opponent's strength. His strength was very strong, almost the same as Su Chen, who had not yet mastered the breathing of light, but Su Chen was still half human after all. So there is still a gap in durability. Well, after eliminating all the correct options, the answer is almost obvious. Muzan. Muzan arrived at the Demon Slayer core base. This is the unique scent of Muzan. The fierce aura that belongs only to ghosts. Dark, sinister, and cunning. The look in Su Chen's eyes was very cold. How so? Su Chen couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, Muzan's invasion should still be going on for some time. At least the training of the pillar set is coming to an end. The 3 little ones haven't started training yet, and Tanjiro seems to be injured. So, the timeline doesn't match at all. Plus, with Tokido here, Nakime shouldn't be able to find the Demon Slayer core, right? Besides, it's still in that direction. Could it be that my arrival caused the Kochou effect, so everything happened in advance? Su Chen believes that this possibility cannot be ruled out. Su Chen slowly lowered his head and looked in a different direction with a serious expression. Because, that is the residence of the Demon Slayer core lords for generations. Advertisement. ... At this moment, on the other side. The Ubuyashiki couple were waiting quietly in the room, looking solemn and serious. Suddenly, Ubuyashiki Kagaya seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly raised his head and looked in that direction. It was the long corridor in front of the mansion. Ubuyashiki Kagaya looked out the window. Before I knew it, it was dark. Thick dark clouds covered the sky outside the mansion, floating slowly. The cold and dull atmosphere was depressing and heavy, making people feel breathless. During this time, Ubuyashiki Kagaya kept his eyes fixed in a certain direction with a solemn expression. Mrs. Amane glanced at Ubuyashiki Kagaya, and then Ubuyashiki Kagaya turned his head and looked at her. The two seemed to be communicating with each other through their eyes. The eyes of both parties were calm and determined, as if they had already discussed this matter a long time ago. Yes, they do have a plan. Have you really thought it through? Mrs. Amane sat quietly beside Ubuyashiki Kagaya, with her left hand on Ubuyashiki Kagaya's shoulder, looking calm and uneasy. Ubuyashiki Kagaya put his hands on Mrs. Amane, and the other party was much better. At the same time, Ubuyashiki Kagaya's voice came slowly. Do you regret it? Mrs. Amane shook her head slowly. No regrets, I have never regretted it since the day I married you. The two of them snuggled up to each other, their eyes met, as if they were waiting for something. And at the same time, outside the gate of Ubuyashiki Kagaya's residence, a cloud of white smoke suddenly rose. The environment in the woods was depressing and silent. Under the gloomy and dark sky, only 2 sparse crows were seen flying by. They opened their mouths wide and cried loudly, and their voices were the only sounds that could be heard in the woods. Dear, snap. Suddenly, the door of Ubuyashiki's mansion opened automatically without any wind. The surrounding environment suddenly changed. Along with the inaudible sound of the piano, the thick white smoke suddenly increased dramatically. It was as if someone had a handful of dry ice in his pocket, and then quickly vaporized the solid dry ice, rapidly creating a thick smoke around him. Snap, snap, snap. Advertisement. Footsteps. The sound of footsteps slowly came from far away. The scene in front of the gate was completely dark, with fog forming a frame on all 4 sides, and a slender figure appeared in the frame. White gentleman hat, black gift, high-end leather shoes. An elegant gentleman in a black shawl walked through the fog, passed through the gate of the mansion, and walked straight into the gate. The sky was high and the moon was bright as the man in the suit walked deeper into the courtyard. The moonlight became brighter and brighter. Under the moonlight, the man came slowly towards them, spreading mist and carrying a repressive aura. Until it stopped in front of Ubuyashiki's master bedroom. The face of the man in the suit was immediately reflected in the eyes of the Ubuyashiki couple. This is our first meeting. Kibutsuji, Muzan. Ubuyashiki Kagaya raised his head quietly, and the figure of the man in a suit at the door suddenly came into his sight. There was a strong wind raging outside the door, and the fierce wind made Muzan's clothes rustle. He has long flowing hair and a pair of scarlet pupils that are as dazzling as gems. He had fair skin, and his smooth skin revealed a pale color that was almost sickly. But he was dressed like a gentleman, without a single spot of stain on his body, and there was not a single spot of dirt on his noble and clean clothes. This is Kibutsuji Muzan, the eternal enemy of the Demon Slayer Corps. At this moment, after seeing Kibutsuji Muzan, although Ubuyashiki Kagaya appeared calm on the surface, the anger in his heart was like a raging storm. The anger that could not be suppressed overflowed from the moment Ubuyashiki Kagaya saw Muzan. How ugly, Ubuyashiki. Muzan spoke, his lips gently opening and closing like a gentleman's whisper. And what he mentioned was only the last name Ubuyashiki. That's right, Muzan has never paid attention to the name of the current Demon Slayer Corps Lord. Because of his age, Muzan only knew that Ubuyashiki had always been against him, but he was still unclear about who the current head of the family was. But he didn't think he needed to know. Because they are all too small. In Muzan's eyes, their lifespans are like a tiny speck of dust. Their time is so short that you may just remember their name and it's gone in the blink of an eye. Just like a speck of dust in the times, you never know when it will disappear at the end of the road. This feeling was particularly strong after Muzan saw Ubuyashiki Kagaya today. You finally came to me, right before my eyes. It's right before our eyes, Kibutsuji Muzan. Our clan hunts down the 1,000-year-old evil spirit, Kibutsuji Muzan. In Ubuyashiki's eyes, Kibutsuji Muzan's appearance was between that of an adult male between the ages of 25 and 35. Chapter 261 Trap. The eyes are rose red, and the pupils are as slender as a cat's. I know you came back because you must be disgusted by our Ubuyashiki clan's pursuit. So I know that if it's just me, you will definitely come and kill me yourself. Ubuyashiki Kagaya suppressed his anger and spoke word by word. Under Su Chen's treatment, Ubuyashiki Kagaya was full of energy at this moment, and he even wanted to stand up and punch the other party excitedly. The cold wind continued to howl outside the window. Muzan pretended to be nonchalant, and with a cold look in his eyes, he said, I am disappointed with you from the bottom of my heart, Ubuyashiki. You don't know how high the heaven is or how deep the earth is. You have been ruining my good deeds for many years. I never thought that the Ubuyashiki clan residents would be reduced to this state. Muzan showed a cold expression. Looking at Ubuyashiki Kagaya, whose body was covered with black lines, his eyes suddenly became stern. Ugly, so ugly, although Ubuyashiki Kagaya was saved by Su Chen. But Muzan could still see it under the other person's body, in the blood, deep in the cells. The vitality inside is just holding on. In half a year at most, the opponent's vitality will be completely drained and then he will die. You actually still have a faint stench of corpse on your body. Muzan mercilessly pointed out, do you think you can be saved by awakening the lines? How stupid. Your condition is still deteriorating uncontrollably. You've already started to show some symptoms. Are you qualified to go against me? Ubuyashiki Kagaya lowered his head slightly. Then suddenly raised it. Yes, after all, my doctor told me half a year ago that I only had a few days to live. But even so, I am still alive. Live here, live in the hearts of the Demon Slayer Corps, and will always live in your nightmares. Muzan, it's your life that keeps me alive here, Muzan. Your illusory dream will be completely shattered today. You are about to die in my hands. Ubuyashiki's tone gradually became colder, and every word he said pierced Muzan's heart. You don't know yet, Muzan. Ubuyashiki Kagaya looked up, as if recalling. Actually, we are from the same family. It's just that you were born 1,000 years ago, and now the blood between you and me is very different. Advertisement. There wasn't a ripple in my heart. Muzan narrowed his eyes. What do you want to say? Ubuyashiki Kagaya laughed and said, it is because a monster like you appeared in our clan that the whole clan is cursed. Children born are weak and sickly and die young. At this point, Ubuyashiki Kagaya and Mrs. Amane looked at each other. Ubuyashiki knew that they could only continue living together by marrying a woman from the priest family. But he didn't live past his 20s. He has always been grateful to Ubuyashiki Amane, because of her understanding and existence, he can live here. Then why aren't you dead yet? Muzan said this with a contemptuous tone, without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. In his eyes, Ubuyashiki Kagaya's life actually seemed worthless, even just a trivial matter. Ubuyashiki Kagaya was speaking as black markings on his body began to slowly appear. A sharp aura emanated from his body. Muzan was slightly stunned. He clearly felt the breath of death from the other person's body, but this breath was surprised. Huh. Ubuyashiki Kagaya suddenly smiled and said, do you know why? Muzan said nothing. Ubuyashiki Kagaya. It's because God wants to punish you, so we, the Demon Slayer Corps, have a weapon that can punish you. Muzan's eyes narrowed slightly. You are talking about. Ubuyashiki Kagaya smiled slightly. Yes, it's Su Chen. He is a gift from God to our Demon Slayer Corps. Even if he cures my illness, your life will be taken by him. Muzan. How can a coward who can't even beat my men defeat me? Muzan knew what Su Chen meant to him. Because he had already seen Kokushibu's memories. Su Chen's talent is unique, and Muzan has only seen this kind of talent in Yuichiro Sugakuen. To this day, Muzan still remembers the burning pain that felt like his whole body was wrapped in the sun. He was always afraid that a second Yoshichi Sugikoku would appear. Now, there really is a second Yorichi Sugikuni in the Demon Slayer Corps. Muzan's expression changed instantly. Where is he? Muzan came here for two purposes. One of them was to kill Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Advertisement. The second is to find Su Chen and kill him. At first, Muzan thought that Su Chen just happened to know the news about the red spider lily. But as he got to know more and more, Muzan realized the other party's terrifying talent. Later, I learned about it by looking at the memories of the upper moons. Su Chen's talent was the most terrifying he had ever seen, and he was already beginning to have the potential to drive away Yoshichi Sugakuen. This is something Muzan cannot tolerate. All those who prevent him from living forever must be eliminated. Muzan feels that there will be no hidden dangers for himself. Why, are you scared? The sudden question made Muzan freeze in place. The Ghost King raised his head and saw Ubuyashiki Kagaya's faint smile. Those black stripes slowly crawled on the other person's face like weird tadpoles, which was frightening and terrifying. An indescribable feeling of shame and indignation surged into Muzan's heart. Afraid. Why would I be afraid? In this world, I am God, and nothing can stop me. Even if it's Sugikoku Yorichi. Do you think there will be another Sugikoku Yorichi in the world? He, Su Chen, is not worthy. Muzan is roaring. Muzan is roaring. But the more it happened, the more Ubuyashiki Kagaya's smile grew. You are indeed scared, Muzan. Ubuyashiki Kagaya said quietly, I don't know who the Sugikoku Yorichi you are talking about is, but that must be a terrifying existence for you, right? Let me guess, he should still be a human being, otherwise you wouldn't be so angry. Muzan was silent for a moment. Then the veins on his body popped up one by one, and the blood in his body began to boil. A streak of blood streaked across Muzan's hand. His originally clean and smooth hand was now covered with sharp claws. What, are you in a hurry? Ubuyashiki Kagaya laughed even more wildly. He had never laughed so wildly since he became the lord. It seems that you have always had a misunderstanding, Muzan. Muzan's forward steps suddenly stopped. It seems that Ubuyashiki Kagaya's answer is awaited. But Ubuyashiki Kagaya said calmly, Su Chen is Su Chen, the first Su Chen of the Demon Slayer Corps, not some so-called Yorichi Sugikoku. Then, with a click, the inexplicable sound of a switch being pressed suddenly rang out in the room. Chapter 262 Muzan. He is Muzan. Muzan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He had not expected that this sickly leader of the Demon Slayer Corps would give Su Chen such a high evaluation. Not only did he predict that he would die at the hands of the other party, he also said he was scared. But why is the other party still so calm until now? Isn't the other party afraid of death? Then, the flames rising from the room told him the answer. The air seemed to be still. Countless flames burst out from every corner of the room. The originally clean and tidy room was instantly engulfed by the raging flames. Muzan's body suddenly started to burn with flames, but he was so hot-blooded at the moment that he didn't react at all. And were swallowed by the flames together. In addition to Muzan there are Mrs. Amane and Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Muzan saw clearly at the last moment of his life. Countless flames climbed up the bodies of the two men at the same time, then the flames roared, and the figures of the two were instantly swallowed by the flames. Muzan didn't know how much explosives Ubuyashiki Kagaya had placed. Anyway, Ubuyashiki Kagaya didn't even have enough body left for himself. Whoosh. The flames devoured everything. ... No. Silent night. I was awakened by the sound of burning wood. A dark view. Dyed red by the raging flames. The scorching heat directly penetrated the sudden heavy snow. The snow that had started falling was dispersed over a radius of dozens of kilometers by the flames of Ubuyashiki's mansion. The pillars who were rushing over from all directions were halfway there when they saw the raging flames coming from their destination, and all of them looked despairing. The crows hovering above each pillar whirred and called out, Crisis! Crisis! Enemy invasion! But it's too late now. The mist pillar, love pillar, insect pillar, flame pillar, wind pillar, snake pillar, sound pillar and others all stood there in a daze. Everyone's eyes were dull. My lord, how could that be? Why is there a fire over there? Damn it Muzan, what on earth did you do to the lord? Advertisement. And the other side of the snow mountain. Su Chen, who was just outside the door, had a dazed look on his face, looking at the scene in disbelief. He didn't expect that the scene before his eyes would eventually happen. Why? Su Chen asked himself. Even though he had thought of a solution, Ubuyashiki Kagaya still died. Why did he choose to sacrifice his own life and take the chance of killing Muzan this time? Su Chen didn't understand. Ubuyashiki Kagaya was clearly treated by himself and has now escaped the most critical stage. Then you just need to wait quietly for your follow-up treatment. Why would the other party take the risk? Are you just going to stay here peacefully? He still has to take risks, even at the cost of his own life, to lure Muzan out. Snowflakes were at the end of the sky, and they fell again after the firelight dimmed again. But the heat wave hole on the ground was so big that Ubuyashiki's mansion was completely blown to pieces by the explosives, and the heat wave lingered for a long time. Su Chen stood in the snow, staring at the fire in front of him and the debris all over the ground, and was stunned for a long time. A few minutes ago, Su Chen is still a little distance away from here. As he came galloping over, he had already heard the sounds of children playing in the yard with his sharp hearing. Su Chen remembered the voices, they belonged to Ubuyashiki's two daughters. They were playing outside in the yard. But these sounds stopped abruptly after the explosion. The deafening explosion wiped out all other sounds. Muzan. Su Chen clenched his fists, seeming to understand the persistence of the Ubuyashiki clan. Muzan, like Doma, deserves to go to hell. Bang. Suddenly, the sound of fighting was heard in the distance. The deafening sound of huge rocks colliding occurred not far from Su Chen. Su Chen entered the time realm and glanced around, just in time to see the scene of Rock Pillar and Muzan fighting. I saw Muzan had crawled out from the fire at some point. Moreover, there was a woman holding a knife in his arms, stabbing him viciously. Tamayo. Su Chen was stunned. Then I realized that the course of history had begun to overlap in an alarming way. I'm afraid that the other pillars will arrive here soon and then start the final decisive battle. Advertisement. Sure enough, the next moment, the figures of several other pillars began to enter Su Chen's sight. And they were all yelling. Muzan. That guy is the Demon King Muzan Suji. What? He is actually the Demon King Muzan Suji. Actually, how dare you treat our lord like this? Let me destroy Muzan's body with flames. My lord, where are you? Muzan, what on earth did you do to the lord? The roar of the stumps was deafening. I'm afraid no one present could have imagined that the lord who was holding the Zuji meeting a few days ago would die here today. Su Chen also didn't expect that in order to end this thousand-year-old feud, the other party would actually give up his own hope of being rescued and lure Muzan into the Demon Slayer core base to kill him. Su Chen stood there without moving. Because he knew Muzan had a backup plan. He also has his own purpose, and he won't be able to kill the opponent if he attacks now. The boy stood quietly outside the fire, looking at everything in the distance with his own field of vision. Under Su Chen's gaze, he saw 10 people, including Tanjiro, rushing towards Muzan with their weapons. Their lungs inflated rapidly and they used their fastest thrusting techniques. Now, clouds, insects, flames, sounds, water, sun, rocks, wind, snakes, and love. 10 types of breathing techniques, all directed towards Muzan. There was rage in everyone's eyes. This was the closest they had ever come to killing Muzan, and all the pillars were assembled. And this is the peak combat power of the Demon Slayer core. Everyone is in their prime and many of them have even activated their markings. Muzan sneered as he fended off Tamayo's attack. Ghost hunters are as numerous as bugs, but do you think you can defeat me with numbers? Or do you really think you've cornered me? Tamayo, who was standing opposite Muzan, said softly, you still have the same delusion of immortality as you did hundreds of years ago, Muzan. Today is the day you die. Shut up. Muzan roared angrily. What I regret most is that I didn't kill you directly at the beginning, otherwise you wouldn't threaten me with the so-called semi-finished potion. Call. As the two talk, all the pillars attack. But at this moment, the corners of Muzan's mouth curled up slightly, and he didn't seem worried. And Kochou Shinobu in the pillar also keenly noticed it. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and then she heard a faint sound of a piano. Dear. Chapter 263 Matching Battlefield. Base. 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 On the rough ground, a cut suddenly appeared on the scratch left by the fire. It is square and is a typical wooden window. But it strangely appeared on the ground, and at the foot of every pillar. Then, a suction force came, and all the pillars in the air became unstable, and instantly fell towards the underground transmission channel to the other world. At the same time, the same scene keeps happening in every place where the Demon Slayer core members are. Under the cover of night, Murata, who was patrolling with a lantern in hand, was leading the team members who had just joined the night watch to check the surroundings. Dear. The same window suddenly appeared under the feet of several people, and everyone fell down. Behind a big tree, Inosuke, who was taking off his hood and eating secretly, had just sat down when a window suddenly appeared under his butt. Dear. At the same time, looking for the kind feet of my senior brother. At the feet of Kanao who was practicing swordplay. At the feet of Akaza who was looking for Doma. In the process of carrying out the mission, countless team members are under their feet. At last, Su Chen looked at his feet, where a faint yellow light was also appearing. After a dear sound of the piano, as if by magic, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground, and then Su Chen fell down motionlessly. Infinite city, empty, cold, and crowded. The buildings are crisscrossed and connected, forming a sea of buildings that stretches as far as the eye can see. At this moment, they seemed to come alive and danced in front of the Demon Slayer core. Between buildings, countless ghosts from the underworld hiding behind the wall were quietly hiding behind him. He stared closely at the people falling down with a pair of narrow and obscene eyes. And these little ghosts, at a glance, there are tens of thousands of them. Muzan was right, this is hell. It is hell for all the members of the Demon Slayer core. Muzan. Advertisement. After passing through countless lights and shadows, a delicate cry suddenly rang out. Kochou Shinobu suddenly sat up after waking up, holding the Nichiren blades tightly in his hands. Sweat was oozing from her forehead. It was her first time in such a strange place, and her sense of security almost plummeted to the bottom. The girl could only feel at ease if she tightly grasped the Nichiren blades that Su Chen gave her. Where is this place? Kochou Shinobu gradually calmed down. She blinked, moved her feet, and began to walk in the infinite city. At the same time, he took a quick look at the surrounding environment. Kochou Shinobu found that the surrounding environment seemed no different from ordinary residential buildings. But there was one very strange thing, that was the upside-down buildings in the sky when she came to the open area. The flashing neon lights between the buildings looked like a galaxy spanning time from a distance. Flowing quietly above the head, a feeling of depression gradually enveloped Kochou Shinobu's heart. She tentatively moved her feet again and walked towards the open area around her. Kochou Shinobu hopes to find traces of companions or enemies here. Soon after, she immediately caught a movement. Kochou Shinobu followed the direction of the sound with brisk steps and instantly walked towards a room. As far as the eye can see, it is an attic, and when it is opened, there is a room inside. With a loud crash, Kochou Shinobu tentatively opened the door a crack. Inside the room, an extremely bloody scene instantly struck Kochou Shinobu's eyes. There were corpses everywhere. Blood flowers bloomed on every corpse. Their eyes were empty, their limbs were mutilated, and every one of them was a female corpse. Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. Her gaze continued to move upward until it reached the innermost part of the room, where she saw a figure holding an iron fan and wearing a hat. Kochou Shinobu's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank. At the same time, Tokido on the other side was also slowly exploring the environment inside Wireless City like Kochou Shinobu. He had only done some warm-up exercises since his last visit to the butterfly house, and then he encountered the attack on his lord. Then, Tokido, whose body had not yet recovered, immediately rushed over with Nichiren blades. As soon as I arrived, I saw Rock Pillar beating Muzan. Tokido immediately picked up the Nichiren blades and joined the battle. But before he could hit the opponent, he was pulled into this space by the opponent. Is it a field? Tokitu's eyes gradually became brighter. Advertisement. Last time, Chen cured his memory, and now Tokido has begun to slowly recover his previous memories. He thought of his brother and recalled many past memories. Then he thought of his ancestors. Tokido hopes that he will never meet his ancestor again next time, because the meetings with him were really terrible. The rest is fine. His personality is also developing in a cheerful direction. Tokido looked around and then wanted to check the next house like Kochou Shinobu did. As a result, suddenly a crossbar came from the aisle and hit Tokido. A huge force came. Tokido was directly knocked into a different dimension. Of course, it was another room. After the crossbeam disappeared, Tokido found himself in an empty area. He looked up and found that the ceiling was so high that he could hardly see it. The area around the ground is almost endless. He could only describe the space around him as vast. However, Tokido did not gain nothing. In the invisible boundary, he could see a human-like figure waiting for him in front. Moreover, that figure is really inexplicably familiar. Old ancestor. Tokitu's pupils contracted instantly. Muzan, don't run. Tanjiro, who was exiled twice by Muzan, watched Muzan disappear from his sight and could only roar wildly in the end. The moment he landed, Tanjiro rolled on the ground and immediately chased after Muzan in the direction he remembered. Wait, Tanjiro. Hearing someone calling him, Tanjiro turned around. Water column. Tomioka Giyu was standing there quietly. And the sound just now was also made by him. The water column is preventing Tanjiro from going to Muzan. Tomioka Giyu continued, trust us, everyone is here, just follow our instructions. Command. Tanjiro was stunned, and then he saw Tomioka Giyu raise his right hand and point slightly towards the sky. Tanjiro looked over and discovered that it was a crow flying at high speed. Tanjiro's eyes showed some confusion, he didn't understand what Tomioka Giyu meant. Tomioka Giyu slowly lowered his right hand, and with a cold expression, he gently opened his lips. Young lord, we have already started surveying the terrain. Chapter 264, Retreat. Suddenly, footsteps were heard between buildings somewhere. Tomioka Giyu and Tanjiro clearly heard someone moving around on the upper floor above their heads. It smells like a ghost. It smells very strong. Tanjiro moved his nose slightly and instantly determined the identity of the person above the corridor. The smell is very strong, proving that the opponent is very powerful. Then, Tanjiro and Tomioka Giyu exchanged a look, then each drew the Nichiren blades from their waists. Water breathing. Breath of the sun. The blue and red lights intersected, and the first sword of the infinite city was cut out from Tomioka Giyu's hand. The two men coordinated their sword skills, and then slashed towards the upper floor together. Boom. A big hole was suddenly blasted out in the heavy formwork in the corridor, and Tomioka Giyu and Tanjiro also came to the top of the corridor. The other person's figure suddenly came into view. It's you. Tanjiro lost his voice. There is no other reason. Because the one in front of him was the ghost that he, Flame Pillar, and Chen had met on the train before. Upper Moon. 3. He's coming. You know him. Tomioka Giyu looked confused, and seeing the expression on Tanjiro's face, Tomioka Giyu realized that things might not be simple. Tanjiro nodded and explained, he is an upper-rank demon. Logically, he should have been killed by Master Chen before. I don't know why he appeared here. Hearing this, Tomioka Giyu pointed the Nichiren blades in his hand at Akaza and said in a cold tone, otherwise, the opponent is an upper rank, which is not easy to kill. Since we have run into it, we must kill it here. Akaza, who was stunned for a moment, finally reacted and asked, who are you going to kill? Akaza held up a finger, then pointed at herself. Me. Puff. Somewhere in Infinite City, blood flowers were flying all over the sky. Advertisement. In a medium-sized attic, Kochou Shinobu fell to the ground, overwhelmed, holding the Nichiren blades. At the same time, the blood-red ghost not far away said with a smile, oh, beautiful lady, what's wrong with you? Kochou Shinobu spat out a mouthful of blood foam and raised his head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. Doma, I will definitely kill you to avenge my sister. Elder sister. Doma pretended to recall. Who is your sister? Kochou Shinobu pursed his lips tightly, looking at the other person's indifferent expression, with an expression on his face that showed he wanted to cut the other person into pieces. But now she has to stay calm. A few years ago, you killed a girl who was wearing the same clothes as me. Have you just forgotten about it? The girl endured the severe pain in her body and screamed loudly. The other party's contempt. The other party's indifference made Kochou Shinobu's anger reach its peak. Doma, you deserve to die. The girl's chest rose and fell violently, oxygen flowed through her trachea into her lungs, and a powerful force surged from deep within her. At the same time, a Kochou-like black pattern suddenly appeared on her back. Breath of insects centipede dance centipede belly. One step makes 100 noises. The girl jumped on her tiptoes, and suddenly there was a dense sound of footsteps on the ground, as if 100 feet were winding and moving, leaving a rustling sound on the ground. The Nichiren blades flashed with cold light and instantly reached Doma's sight. Under the effect of the stripes, Kochou Shinobu's move reached Doma in almost a fraction of a second. Of course, the other party didn't react. One hand was raised directly, and he could only use his palm to block Kochou Shinobu's attack. However, Kochou Shinobu's Nichiren blades are specially made, and the sharpness of the sword tip is not comparable to those ordinary Nichiren blades. This blow pierced Doma's palm and penetrated his eye. Was it successful? Kochou Shinobu's cold eyes moved slightly. Then he decisively gripped the handle of the knife, and the poison of the wisteria flower immediately flowed along the veins of the blade and began to flow into Doma's eyeballs. Doma originally wanted to smile and pretend, but when he felt the severe pain coming from inside his eyeball, his face changed immediately. Doma didn't dare to be careless this time, and he quickly distanced himself from Kochou Shinobu. More than 10 meters away, Doma touched his eyes, but they were empty and he could not feel anything. It lowered its palm, and what met Kochou Shinobu's eyes were his melting eyeballs. Advertisement. At this moment, under the violent effect of the poison, Doma's eye sockets had melted into a pool of blood. Oh my, it seems I underestimated you. The next moment, Doma waved his hand gently, and the fused half-head was restored instantly. Kochou Shinobu's beauty beats again. He subconsciously clenched the Nichiren blades in his hand. She knew that if the Nichiren blades that Su Chen had given her were not sharp enough, the knife would not have been able to penetrate the other person's palm. But his own poison still held him back after all. She didn't expect that upper rank's recovery ability was so terrifying that it could decompose all the toxins in an instant. This time Kochou Shinobu could only trust the Nichiren blades in his hand again. If it doesn't work in the end. There was a flash of determination in Kochou Shinobu's eyes, and he was ready to die at any time. The girl's mouth opened slightly, and a large amount of oxygen entered her lungs again. Kochou Shinobu was like a kocho about to break out of its cocoon, all the muscles in his body tensed up. At the same time, he said, "Breath of the insect." ... Breathing of the sun 7th form Yonghua 2. Water breathing. 7th form. Shizuku wave stab. Song. The ring of flames and the sharp water gun merged together, twisted together and killed Akaza. Downstairs in the Infinity Building, Akaza's face was extremely ugly. Are you guys at #? I've already told you that Muzan and I are not in the same group, why are you still messing with me? Akaza has now lost Muzan's curse, and most of his strength has dropped drastically. At this moment, he was no match for the head column and the water column. You can only be beaten to a pulp by the other party. During this period, Akaza explained countless times that he was one of them, but Tanjiro's nose seemed to have malfunctioned and he refused to believe it. Tomioka Giyu also had a great time fighting. He had never fought against the upper ranks before and didn't know how strong they were. Now that he can suppress the upper rank, he has never felt so good. I'm afraid Akaza couldn't have imagined that although the curse was removed from his body, he still had Muzan's original blood in his body, so Tanjiro still thought he was a ghost. A demon different from Tamayo and Yushiro. Damn it, you're forcing me, right? Akaza couldn't stand it anymore and used a destructive kill directly. Tanjiro saw this and thought to himself that it was bad and immediately pulled Tomioka Giyu back. At the same time, there was a loud bang on a wall in the distance, and Akaza instantly punched a big hole in it. Akaza, back off. Chapter 265 The Last Move. Just as Akaza was about to escape, a figure in white suddenly appeared in the Infinite City. Who? Akaza yelled. He was about to run away, but was intercepted invisibly by the sound. It was a kind of spiritual tremor that made him stop unconsciously. And there is also a strong sense of familiarity. This feeling is just like the feeling I had before when I was suppressed by blood in front of Muzan. What's going on? Akaza was wondering, hadn't he already escaped from Muzan's control? Why is this feeling happening now? The next moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the Infinite City. The red blood fog was illuminated, and the vast and silent Infinite City seemed to have welcomed a ray of life, giving it a hint of the flavor of the land. A young figure emerged from the light, carrying with him endless power. In his hand was an ordinary Nichiren blades, and on his neck was a black pattern in the shape of a dragon. Bright eyes, white teeth, and eyebrows like bright stars in the sky. He just walked over quietly, but gave Akaza an extremely strong and familiar feeling. Su Chen. Akaza spoke uncertainly. It's me. The young man opposite nodded slowly. At this time, Tanjiro and Tomioka Giyu also caught up from behind, and were also surprised when they saw Su Chen in front of them. Su Chen. Madam Su Chen. Su Chen also nodded to the people behind him, and then said, "Leave this to me, you go help Tokido, he's in trouble over there." "But this guy is dangerous," Tanjiro said excitedly. He did not forget that Akaza was the upper three mentioned by Su Chen himself, so Akaza must die here. But he saw Su Chen shook his head. "It's okay, leave it to me, Akaza is not an enemy." "What? But," Tanjiro wanted to say something else, but was pulled back by Tomioka Giyu. Tomioka Giyu shook his head at Tanjiro first, then said to Su Chen, "Su Chen, we believe you, we will leave first, can you give me Tokuto's location?" Su Chen nodded, then pointed in a direction and said, "Over there, just push across." "Good." Tomioka Giyu nodded, then left with a confused Tanjiro. Advertisement. After the two walked away, Su Chen looked at Akaza and said lightly, without saying anything. Akaza was about to explain. "No, Su Chen, listen to me. I fell in here by accident. I wanted to meet up with Tamayo, but we got separated. Seeing that Su Chen didn't move, Akaza continued, I'll give you Tamayo's plan right now. No. Su Chen shook his head calmly. Next, I will kill Muzan myself and end it all. Akaza was stunned. The last time he saw someone so arrogant was last time. Although Su Chen was very strong in his eyes, he couldn't kill Muzan in one go, right? Akaza wanted to persuade Su Chen, but found that Su Chen jumped lightly, and then his whole body flew away like a stream of light. He came. Akaza immediately followed barefoot, following Su Chen, who turned into light in front of him, passing through one wall after another. At this moment, his eyes were full of horror. Su Chen, what's going on? Why did his body turn directly into a beam of light? Could this be some new skill? Moreover, Akaza discovered a problem, that is, he, the original owner of Infinite City, was actually being led by Su Chen. Is he more familiar with this place than me? Akaza didn't understand. At the same time, a feeling of restlessness spread throughout his body. He didn't know if it was a side effect of Muzan's blood, but for some reason he felt hot all over whenever he got close to Su Chen. Just like when I was with Muzan before. At this time, Su Chen also glanced at Akaza indifferently. His eyes had changed since he developed the breathing of light. The first is that you can use the transparent world with your eyes without opening the time field, which is very similar to the previous Tsugumi Yorichi. Then there are the markings, which started to cover his body little by little ever since he developed the breathing of light. Even if they try to control them, they can't retreat. It was as if these markings had become one with him. And Su Chen can always maintain his peak combat ability. There is one more thing, and that is the blood in Akaza's body. It seems to be boiling. At least that's what Su Chen saw. His blood seemed to boil whenever Akaza got close to him. It was as if a child was as excited as seeing his mother. No need to struggle. Akaza was running away frantically, looking very embarrassed. Advertisement. Kochou Shinobu was half squatting on the ground, looking extremely painful. That's right. One after another, soft whispers reached his ears. But she still took a deep breath. She had tried everything she could, but she was still no match for Doma. Could this be related to the evolution of my own blood? Akaza, follow me. Akaza stopped and asked, Su Chen, what's wrong? As soon as I came out, I saw the water column hitting Akaza. Did your sister feel the same way at that time? Kochou Shinobu suddenly laughed. She held on to her body and trembled in pain. Her lungs were damaged, and even the slightest breath was unbearable pain for the girl. The blood in the body seemed to sense the threat and became more calm, so Su Chen was able to come out. Su Chen's brain worked rapidly and he soon thought of something. Doma, die. Su Chen suddenly stopped, which puzzled Akaza, who was following him. Kochou Shinobu closed his eyes and suddenly thought of his sister again. The figure even shot out in a certain direction. In an instant, Su Chen opened his eyes. Ever since Muzan's blood entered his body, his blood has been evolving every day, as if it had inherited Su Chen's extraordinary enlightenment and was evolving all the time. Su Chen couldn't help but have an idea. Su Chen rescued him. This may be her last resort. At the same time, he used the ability of light breathing to burn himself directly. Now, it is difficult for Su Chen to suppress the bloodthirsty instinct in his blood. With his super hearing function fully operational, Su Chen closed his eyes and focused all his attention on his ears. Suddenly, a soft whisper came into Su Chen's ears. The coldness in the air was like a sharp B***** G knife, cutting the girl's lungs one by one. Infinite City, Doma Loft. The blood flowed on the ground, emitting a faint glow. When he came down from Infinite City just now, Su Chen had been suppressing his blood instinct. It seems that this is the only way to do it. Chapter 266 Thorn. Kochou Shinobu opened her lips and was about to take in some oxygen when a loud shout suddenly stopped her. Flower breathing rose form flower thorn. Rustle. There was a sound of breaking air, and the wall of the attic was suddenly pierced by a large number of sharp spikes. No, they are not spikes. To be more specific, they are tiny sword blades. Sword energy. Kochou Shinobu was speechless. Those who can use sword energy are ranked very high among the pillars. But this sound did not seem to come from any pillar. Who is this? Bang. Templates flew across the room, and Kochou Shinobu quickly saw who was coming. Kanao. Kanao pulled out the Nichiren blades, bent his arm, and sent a huge force from the handle of the Nichiren blades to the tip of the blade, thus swinging out one sword energy after another. I have to say that Kanao's growth rate is indeed very fast. The speed at which she comprehended sword energy was almost comparable to that of Zhu. Even some pillars can't do it as well as her. Fall. Kanao suddenly moved downwards, and swung dense sword energy towards Doma. Doma sneered, then raised his left hand, just as he was about to use the ice sculpture. There was another sound of digging from above the wall. Bang. The wall was in pieces, and Inosuke suddenly appeared with a wild boar mask on his head. Ha 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 ha. Looks like I've arrived at the right time. Everyone is here. Then Inosuke rushed towards the opponent's Doma without hesitation. He was still shouting his famous move, Breath of the Beast. Breath of the Beast. Second Fang. Slash. Blood vampire magic. All they heard was Doma's murmur. Then huge ice sculptures appeared around. Everyone was frozen in an instant. Seeing this, Kochou Shinobu, who was standing far away, ran towards Doma as fast as he could without hesitation. Doma smiled when he saw this. Oh my, you can't wait that long. Kochou Shinobu looked unhappy. She didn't expect Doma to be so formidable, and now she couldn't get any advantage at all. Advertisement. Then this is the only last resort. Sacrifice yourself to poison Doma. I'm sorry, Su Chen. I didn't expect it would end up like this. Kochou Shinobu looked ashen. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm afraid I'll never see you again. Bang. Blood-colored flowers suddenly bloomed in the air, and amidst the violent collision sounds, a strong smell of blood spread instantly. A young man appeared out of nowhere in the attic. After performing several graceful leaps in the air, he held the fearless Kochou Shinobu in his arms and slowly fell to the ground. Kochou Shinobu froze, especially when he saw who the other person was. A deep feeling of grievance suddenly surged into my heart. Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu had tears in his eyes, and the pain from the wounds on his body surged up instantly. She didn't know why. She had endured the severe pain from the wound at first, but now when she saw Su Chen, she felt so painful again. It's all right. Su Chen stroked Kochou Shinobu's hair, and at the same time continuously transferred the fighting spirit in his body into Kochou Shinobu's body. And Kochou Shinobu's wounds began to heal rapidly. However, since the injury to the lung was too severe, Su Chen could only temporarily stop the injury. Anyway, it was almost impossible to get Kochou Shinobu into battle again. You take a good rest, and leave the rest to me. The light from the corridor shone down, quietly illuminating half of the boy's face. Under the light, Su Chen's profile looks like a hero in a girl's heart. Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but be stunned. Well, okay, I'll wait for you. Su Chen placed Kochou Shinobu in a corner, then turned to look at Doma's position. There, Akaza who followed him was fighting with Doma. Oh my, Lord Akaza, I thought you were dead. I was so sad. It turns out you have betrayed Lord Muzan. Doma leisurely took Akaza's attack and said with a smile, you know what? When I heard the news of your death, I was very sad for a long time. I didn't expect that you were still alive. I'm so happy. Hee. Akaza swung a destructive move and said disdainfully, Doma, you are a heartless guy. Everyone knows your character. Why are you saying this now? Are you pretending? Hearing this, Doma's crying stopped abruptly. That's right, Akaza hit the nail on the head. Akaza continued to grin and said, in fact, you have been emotionless for so many years, right? Pretend that you have friends, pretend that you have a very good relationship with everyone. Don't you think that every time you lick my face and come to please me, you are like a dog? Doma was silent. Advertisement. Without saying a word, its fist suddenly became hard. Blood demon art. Ice crystals all over the sky suddenly condensed in the air, and long spears suddenly formed in the low temperature. Akaza knew that Doma was clearly determined to kill. But now Akaza is very weak and can't withstand the opponent's attack at all, but Akaza said he is not afraid. Because the next moment it immediately turned around and yelled, Master Su Chen, save me. Bang. Ode. Breath of light, light cutting. Suddenly, the city scenery changed. A golden light fell from the sky, like a bright beam of light in the Tyndall effect, cutting down from the sky like a sword. As the light trace slid, the scorching heat instantly melted Doma's vampire ice crystals. And he cut the opponent's neck with one knife. Base. With one blow, Doma's round head fell to the ground. Before his death, Doma stared at Su Chen in disbelief, as if he was trying to identify the other person. Doma's body gradually disappeared, and the fire of disappearance began to burn in his head. These are the spirits from hell that are taking its life. It's over. It's all over. In the end, Doma still didn't meet Su Chen's eyes, and disappeared quietly in the city of Infinite City. Not far away, Kochou Shinobu's eyes lit up slightly, then slowly closed again. 2 lines of tears rolled down her eyes. It's over. Everything is over with the help of Su Chen. The enemy who killed my sister is finally dead. Kochou Shinobu slowly opened his eyes and saw Su Chen slowly walking towards him, and he couldn't help but smile in his heart. Su Chen, thank you so much. Su Chen walked towards Kochou Shinobu, his body slightly sluggish. There is no other reason. Su Chen was a little uncomfortable with the use of breathing of light because it was his first time. After killing Doma instantly with one move, its body is still not used to it, so it needs some time to recover. But, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and rushed to the side of Kochou Shinobu. The extremely strong murderous aura instantly made the compass needles in Su Chen's mind rattle. He came. Chapter 267 Battle with Muzan. Su Chen shouted subconsciously, stop. The shout was deafening. Because Akaza came to Kochou Shinobu's side at some point and exuded a terrifying murderous aura. How is that possible? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Su Chen's mind. Is Akaza betraying me? Wasn't it free from Muzan's curse? So, it's activated again now. The next moment, Su Chen got the answer from Akaza's eyes. Akaza's eyes were filled with blood again, and the words, upper rank, slowly appeared. And no matter how Su Chen called it, it seemed unmoved. This is, open black lens bracket open the time domain. Close black lens bracket. A transparent world suddenly appears before your eyes. Closing square bracket. In an instant, the world in Su Chen's eyes suddenly became clear. He discovered the problem in Akaza's body. At some point, the blood in Akaza's body activated again. Is that Muzan's curse? Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then reacted suddenly. Is this because he relied on Muzan for too long, and the curse was activated again under Muzan's control? Su Chen's eyes were red as he watched Akaza about to kill Kochou Shinobu but was powerless to do anything. Su Chen was so stiff that he couldn't rush to Kochou Shinobu's side immediately. Of course, Kochou Shinobu was also trying to save herself, but she was more seriously injured and there was nothing she could do. Finally, she could only look at Su Chen. She gave the other person a clear smile, which seemed to imply that he would not blame her. Open black lens bracket. The time domain is enlarged. Close black lens bracket. Your emotions change dramatically, affecting the field. With one thought, you can understand everything, and the time field is magnified 3 times. Closing square bracket. Su Chen's heart is like dead water. Looking at Kochou Shinobu in front of me, scenes suddenly appeared in my mind. At first, they met on Spider Mountain that day and were accepted into the Demon Slayer Corps by Kochou Shinobu. I had my own room in the Butterfly House, and I decorated it for myself with Kanzaki Aoi, Kokyo Kasumi, and Koneko. First time meeting Kanao. It was the first time I ate food cooked by girls. The first time I had a long conversation with Kochou Shinobu on the rooftop all night. Helped Kochou Shinobu build Nichiren blades for the first time. Rescue Kochou Shinobu for the first time. First time having intimate actions with Kochou Shinobu. Advertisement. Su Chen's eyes were red, and a hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Not being a ghost cannot protect you. If I become a ghost I will lose you again. But I have no choice. Su Chen's thoughts wavered, and he allowed his previous bloodthirsty nature to return to his heart. Warning. Warning. Your mind is gradually being devoured by the ghost. Closing square bracket. Please stop this behavior immediately, your body is overloaded. Closing square bracket. At this moment, there were many loud voices in Su Chen's head. There were so many that Su Chen's head was about to explode. Breath of thunder, fire thunder god. Dragon's breath. Breath of light. Blood demon art. After using the last 4 skills, Su Chen came to Akaza's side in an instant and punched him into the wall on the other side. The whole process is completed almost in the blink of an eye. Akaza's body didn't react at all, and he continued to move in malicious ways until he was completely trapped in the wall. Then it slowly retracted its action. Bang. Smoke and dust rose up, and Akaza slowly walked out. And he stomped his legs down fiercely. Warlock, unfold. With a bang, a huge snowflake logo suddenly appeared under its feet. At the same time, Akaza's posture showed a standard fighting stance, and its momentum was countless times stronger than when Su Chen first met it. Muzan. Su Chen's cold voice sounded from inside. Akaza showed a cold look. Smart, Su Chen, you are really hard to kill. I didn't expect you to grow up to be like this. Shut up. Muzan, who was controlling Akaza, wanted to speak, but after Su Chen told him to shut up, he suddenly found himself unable to speak. Akaza's eyes suddenly widened. What skill is this? But Su Chen slowly spoke. Breath of light, forbidden to advise. The boy's black hair fluttered in the air, and the blood in the air instantly dyed it red. At the same time, Su Chen stepped forward. Field expansion. In an instant, a strange scarlet red flower unfolded on the ground. Scarlet, cold-blooded, and terrifying. The flower is a bright blood red, like a red spider lily blooming in hell. Advertisement. It has a strong aura of blood on its body, and the range of its domain is many times larger than that of Akaza's warlock before. A crystal clear Kochou slowly flew out from the field. Then came the second, third, and fourth. The red flowers of hell are playing with butterflies. The boy took the same posture as Akaza and looked at Akaza quietly. Akaza, are you still there? Su Chen blinked his scarlet eyes, and the sound coming out of his mouth was like the growl of a wild beast. The sound made Akaza's body tremble. I don't know if it's because I sensed it, or if Su Chen's pressure is too strong. Akaza's body began to shake violently. Blood hell destruction kill. Su Chen knew that Akaza hesitated, and this was an opportunity for the main body to fight for it, so Su Chen immediately took the opportunity to activate the blood ghost technique. A bunch of ferocious yet enchanting red flowers crawled out from the ground. Su Chen predicted the opponent's moves in advance and strangled Akaza in the cradle. And because Akaza's body was fighting for control, Su Chen took the initiative and pulled Akaza directly into the ground. The moment the other party was immersed, Su Chen immediately stepped forward and put his hand directly into the other party's heart. You put your hand into the other person's heart. Closing square bracket. You have established a strange connection with a certain existence in the distance. Closing square bracket. You use the power of blood to directly start fighting with the opponent. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Su Chen thought very clearly, he just wanted to kill Muzan's physical strength right here. I guess Muzan didn't expect this to happen, he just went through the motions inside Akaza's body. Then I found that my physical strength began to drain away rapidly. The other side, Muzan, who was confused by Tamayo, could have killed Tamayo. But due to Su Chen's inexplicable means, his power began to disappear rapidly. Then, the two people's spiritual worlds were connected. In the memory palace. Where is this place? Muzan looked up blankly and came to a territory that was completely unfamiliar to him. He raised his head and looked at the sky, and found that the sky had been split into 2, which looked quite spectacular. At the same time, there were 2 dragons galloping. Not far away, a person was walking slowly towards them. Muzan's pupils suddenly contracted. The other person was wearing red clothes and had red hair. His eyes were bloodshot and the murderous aura almost covered his entire body. Su Chen. Although Su Chen's current appearance is a little unfamiliar, Muzan's aura is still that of Su Chen he has seen before. Chapter 268 Welcome Home End. Moreover, the feeling of the other party is the same as that of Yuichiro Sugikoku, and it is impossible for Muzan to forget the other party. Now seeing Su Chen walking out like a demon from the abyss, Muzan was a little panicked. However, as the Ghost King, he still has to show his imposing manner. Su Chen, what do you want to do? Do you think you can kill me by bringing me here? Move. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen raised his hand and uttered a word at the same time. In an instant, the two real dragons in the sky swung their tails and rushed towards Muzan. Looking at the huge unidentified creature approaching him, Muzan said disdainfully, "You two animals are just trying to kill me." Muzan waved his hand gently, his expression changing. It suddenly found that it seemed unable to use its abilities anymore. This is Su Chen's spiritual core. No other abilities are allowed to exist here, not even Su Chen's. So, when Muzan set foot here, its fate was sealed. Su Chen, holding the transformed Nichiren blades, slowly walked towards Muzan. The red robe he wore made him look like a messenger from hell, making people feel intimidated and fearful. Don't come over here. Muzan's expression changed again and again, and he immediately stepped back. But this is Su Chen's territory, where can he retreat to? Su Chen waved his hand, and the Sun Dragon and Light Dragon in the sky immediately rushed into Muzan's mind. That's right, this was Su Chen's mental attack. As long as Muzan's spirit was torn apart, Muzan would be equivalent to death. When the two dragons completely penetrated Muzan's mind, Muzan fell to his knees in agony. His eyes were red. The scene from decades ago suddenly appeared in its mind. That was the fear that came from Yoriichi Sugakuni. Suddenly, dense scars appeared on Muzan's body. These scars left by Jigyu Yuani hundreds of years ago met Su Chen today. Killed together without mercy. No, this shouldn't be my fate. How can I die here? I can't die here. Muzan wailed in pain, but it was of no avail. The Sun Dragon and the Light Dragon were running around in its mind. What R'Long brought to Muzan was the fear from Yoriichi Sugikuni. Then what the Light Dragon brought to Muzan was the fear from Su Chen. This fear is different from that of Yoriichi Sugikuni. Because Yoriichi Sugakuni simply wants to kill it, and then Muzan will feel the fear between life and death. But Su Chen felt differently. Muzan always felt that the other party wanted to devour him and then gain his power. Advertisement. For some reason, Muzan actually saw a hint of similarity in Su Chen. Moreover, this aura is even more perfect than his own. How is that possible? Could it be that you are? Muzan's eyes widened in panic, but before he could say anything, Su Chen gave an order and his soul instantly disappeared from his mind. The evil spirit gradually faded away. Su Chen lay powerlessly in front of his memory palace. At this time, the two dragons in the sky had disappeared, and only some faint shadows could be seen deep in the clouds. Su Chen remembered a lot of things. Including everything that brought me here. Including interaction with each character. Including the love, hate and emotions that arise here. Perhaps, all this should come to an end. Muzan's body will be out of control without the control of the soul. So now Muzan can almost be declared dead. Yes, in a very abrupt way. Su Chen leaned against the wall of the memory palace, breathing slightly as he quickly recovered his strength. But the devilish and bloodthirsty instincts in his body are difficult to contain. Su Chen knew that he could no longer control himself. This body may give birth to its own consciousness. The human body is composed of countless cells, several organs, and a system. Everything can only obey one thing, that is the brain, and now Su Chen has just given up suppressing his body. Now countless cells have begun to develop their own consciousness, and Su Chen's body is about to fall apart. Maybe he will become the new mystery, or the new Ghost King. Who knows? Damn it, I can't survive in the end. Su Chen smiled bitterly, with a flash of scarlet in his eyes. He was a little confused and suddenly found that his consciousness was beginning to blur. The body has begun to evolve self-awareness, and Su Chen is no longer able to suppress it. Just when Su Chen wanted to give up, suddenly, he found that an inexplicable fighting spirit began to surge into his body. This is. Su Chen's mind was in a trance for a moment, and then a blurry scene appeared outside his memory palace. Outside the screen, a blurry image flickered. The guests include Shinobu, Inosuke, and Kanao. Behind them are Tomioka Giyu, Tanjiro, Tokido Muichiro and others. Advertisement. There were crowds of people standing together in the back, forming two neat rows. Their right hands were placed on the shoulders in front of them, and a faint fighting spirit began to flow forward. Finally, it was transported to the rock pillar and then into Su Chen's body. Su Chen smiled. It seems that his teammates are reluctant to let him go. Slowly, the sky inside the memory palace began to become quiet. Su Chen's health began to improve miraculously. Although the process was a bit slow, it curbed the most critical stage of collapse. Su Chen, come back here. In a trance, a delicate cry suddenly broke into Su Chen's brain. Who is calling me? Su Chen opened his eyes hazily. Although he still did not leave the range of his memory palace, the voice was clearly visible. Do you think you will be happy if you sacrifice yourself? Do you think you'll be happy just because you're gone? Woo woo woo, come back soon, come back to me. Kochou Shinobu's cries came from outside the world. Su Chen discovered through the screen that the girl who usually loved to laugh had actually burst into tears. Kanao was also crying. It can be seen that the infinite city behind them is constantly collapsing. Compared to the reason why Muzan is dead, all ghosts and ghost-related blood ghost art products are constantly collapsing. This is the end of everything, but not everyone is happy. At least Kochou Shinobu and Kanao are not. Su Chen raised his head. A trace of strength burst out from the body again. Just like the rising sun in the sky, a golden light flashed across Su Chen's eyes. The golden light replaced the scarlet, and Su Chen's mind gradually became clear. Open black lens bracket. You wake up, your mind is clear. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations, you have completed your mission, there is no ghost in the world anymore, you should feel relieved. Closing square bracket. ... When the boy opened his eyes again, what he saw was not the infinite city, nor the ground covered in ruins. But the familiar walls and the familiar house. There are also familiar people. Under the wall of the butterfly house, Kochou Shinobu's gentle body lay beside Su Chen. The girl's hair gently fell on Su Chen's cheek. Her eyes were extremely careful. According to her judgment, today would be the day when Su Chen would wake up. The boy opened his eyes. A voice came. Su Chen, welcome home.